Chapter 1. Everything is yours, provided you sever ties. How outrageous! It is already the third watch of the day, and that ungrateful child still sleeps. Is it so difficult to send a message? It is merely a slight injury. Does he not regard me as his father at all? He is utterly incorrigible. In a dilapidated room, Ye Gansheng suddenly awoke. His body still bore the lingering pain of his injuries. Sitting up, he gazed around in confusion, and it took him a while to realize he had been reborn. Listening to his father Ye Xing's deliberately antagonistic remarks, he unexpectedly felt a sense of calm wash over him. aYou, in his previous life, when the demon race launched a massive invasion against the great Zhou dynasty, his father, as a commander of the demon slayers, had the duty to take action. However, due to a recurring old injury and an unwillingness to part with the power of his official title, he had sent his eldest son to guard the border in his stead. And this guardianship lasted for a decade. For 10 long years, he had no idea how many demon soldiers he had slain, how many demon kings he had vanquished. He had achieved remarkable military merit. As a result, his father Ye Xing was promoted, becoming the grand commander of the demon slayers. In Chang'an, who did not know of the heroic young man from the Ye family, who could slay demons and fend off Buddhas, whose very name struck fear into the hearts of the demon race. Even King Wu of Zhou had bestowed his cherished daughter, the Princess Zhou Huanling, upon the valiant son of the Ye family as a reward. Not long before his previous life came to an end, his father had arrived with this news, bringing the entire family along. He had thought that his sacrifices would finally yield a reward, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. After 10 years of guarding the border, he had felt an unbearable loneliness, a profound longing for familial affection. He even dared to dream of marrying someone as stunning as Princess Zhou Huanling. The bloodshed of a decade had been worth it. But unexpectedly, his father was not there to bring him back to marry the princess instead. He was to relinquish all his accolades to his younger brother, Ye Xing, so that Ye Xing could marry the princess. Of course, he refused after all. These achievements were earned through his own blood and sweat. How could he easily hand them over? However, what he could never have anticipated was the relentless cold violence that would follow. His parents not only spoke to him with icy disdain daily, but they even contrived unfounded accusations against him. Yet in the spirit of familial ties, he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that if he could marry the princess, eventually his parents would understand. But what he found most shocking was when the governor of Jiangnan arrived to retrieve him, his father had bribed all the villagers near the demon suppression pass. They testified that Ye Xing was the true hero who had guarded the pass for a decade. It was the very populace he had fought tirelessly to protect for 10 years. He argued, he raged, he contorted in fury. Yet in the end, he was painted as a villain who had usurped his brother's achievements. Ultimately, Ye Xing fulfilled his wish and wed Princess Zhou Huanling, while he was betrothed to the obscurely renowned ugly princess, Zhou Xiuyao. For over a decade, he paid no heed to Zhou Xiuyao, merely continuing his silent vigil at the border. During this time, he discovered that he possessed an innate spiritual essence. He had once believed that his selfless dedication and hard work, combined with his innate talent, would earn him the recognition he sought from his parents. However, to his utter astonishment, when he conveyed this news to them, he not only failed to rekindle familial affection, but found his mother threatening to take his life if he did not relinquish his talent for the sake of his younger brother. In his previous life, having endured prolonged solitude, he placed immense value on familial bonds. Despite his parents' repeated assurances of their care, he ultimately acquiesced. Bearing the weight of his talent, he soared through the night, not only solidifying his reputation as a heroic youth, but also becoming the youngest national master of the great Zhou dynasty, with a future brimming with promise. Yet, the promises made by his parents never materialized even for a fleeting moment, leaving him to struggle helplessly in the vortex of death. In the final moments of his consciousness, he found himself cradling his long-lost wife, Zhou Xiuyao, whose dying form lay in his embrace. "My lord, I am powerless to avenge you. If there is a next life, I wish to marry you once more." Ye Gansheng slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time, the one who had always bled without shedding tears felt moisture at the corners of his eyes. "Xiuyao, what I owe you, I shall repay in this lifetime," he declared with deep emotion. Wiping away his tears, he resolved to bring certain matters to a close. Before long, he arrived at the best room in the dilapidated courtyard. Inside, his father, Ye Xing, sat in the main seat, while his mother, Jiang Suqing, occupied the adjacent one. His nominal younger brother, Ye Xing, clad in splendid robes, was dutifully serving tea, coaxing nods of approval from both parents. "You called for me?" Ye Gansheng asked coldly. 10 years of indulgence have turned you into a spoiled brat. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Is this how you address your father?" Ye Xing glared at Ye Gansheng's tattered attire with displeasure. Jiang Suqing furrowed her brow at her son's appearance, echoing, "Gansheng, I understand your grievances, but after all, Xing'er is your biological brother. As the elder, can't you show him a little leniency?" Ye Xing, arms crossed, scoffed, "Isn't it just guarding the demon suppression pass? What's the big deal? If I don't get it, I'll guard it myself for 10 years, who cares? How dare he?" Ye Xing shattered the teapot in his hand, glaring fiercely at Ye Gansheng. "Look at how he presents himself. He's a disgrace, and if he truly enters the palace, won't he bring shame upon the Ye family?" Calm down, Gansheng didn't mean it." Ye Gansheng yawned, having witnessed this farce far too often in his previous life. He had long since become immune to it. The three were taken aback, not expecting Ye Gansheng to react in such a manner, especially when just days prior he had been embroiled in heated arguments with them. As they pondered his sudden change, Ye Gansheng decided not to squander any more time and spoke plainly. "Is it merely my accomplishments you desire? I shall grant them to you." Ye Xing stood frozen, sensing that his son seemed rather different today than a few days ago. He was constantly nitpicking and exhibiting passive-aggressive behavior. Yet today, he readily relinquished his hard-earned achievements, which seemed rather unusual. Despite his somewhat unpleasant demeanor, Ye Xing did not voice further objections, considering that Ye Gansheng had yielded the fruits of his decade-long toil. "Wonderful! I can finally marry the spirit summoner," Ye Xing exclaimed with palpable excitement. With this connection, it will only be a matter of time before I become the governor of the 8 prefectures." Ye Xing responded, equally pleased. "From now on, my son shall be the prince consort of the grand princess, his status surpassing that of his parents," Jiang Suqing declared, elevating the joyous atmosphere to its zenith, while Ye Gansheng, the one who had sacrificed everything, was left in the shadows, akin to an outsider. However, Ye Gansheng was unfazed. He stated, "If you wish to claim my accomplishments, it comes with a prerequisite. You must agree." Ye Xing regarded him with disdain, thinking it absurd that his son had learned to bargain just like him. Clearly, he needed to be disciplined. "Given your brother's impending marriage to the grand princess, your request is not overly excessive. I can acquiesce," Ye Xing replied in a condescending tone. Jiang Suqing shot a disapproving glance at Ye Gansheng, disheartened by how her son had transformed into such a superficial individual after merely a decade apart. It was profoundly disappointing. Yet, since today was Ye Xing's auspicious occasion, she refrained from further comment, resolving to never show Ye Gansheng any kindness in the future and to correct his egregious faults. "It is quite simple. From this day forth, I wish to sever all ties with you," Ye Gansheng stated calmly. A sudden silence enveloped the room, shrouding the previously jubilant atmosphere in an eerie stillness. The three present stared at Ye Gansheng in shock, questioning their own perceptions. Ye Gansheng intended to extricate himself from the Knight family. How dare he? Ye Xing, both astonished and furious, retorted, "Unfilial son, what did you say? Repeat that." Ye Gansheng reiterated, "I wish to leave the Knight family and sever our relationship." The three quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Was he truly acting out of childish impulsiveness? Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing exchanged glances, each discerning contempt in the other's eyes, believing Ye Gansheng was merely throwing a tantrum. It was utterly juvenile. Yet, Ye Gansheng was unperturbed. He felt a significant weight lift from his heart. In his previous life, he had repeatedly compromised for the sake of familial bonds, only to receive endless demands and emotional harm in return, coupled with passive aggression and incessant nitpicking. In this life, he had come to a resolution. Zhou Shuiyao was his everything. If Ye Xing cherished the Grand Princess and prized his achievements, then so be it. He understood that his accomplishments were not easily obtained. Once he was hailed as a youthful hero, he would bear immense responsibility alongside the accolades. The demon suppression pass was fraught with peril and not easily defended. Had it not been for his own innate strength, the pass would have long since fallen to the demon tribes, resulting in countless casualties and rivers of blood within the human realm. He was eager to witness how Ye Xing intended to safeguard it and what burdens he was prepared to bear. In this lifetime, he will not offer any assistance. When the town's demon-suppressing barrier encounters an issue, it will not merely be a matter of the stability of one's official cap. The preservation of one's head will be in jeopardy. Furthermore, the Grand Princess possesses a profound admiration for strength should she discover that she is wed to a man of ineptitude. At the main seat, Ye Xing wore a rigid expression, filled with discontent. How could he have possibly produced such a son? Have you had enough of your antics? Look at your current state. Where is the resemblance to me? Ye Xing, son, you are nothing but a ruckus, lacking understanding of rank and propriety. When shall you learn to reflect upon yourself? Chapter 2. An oath not yet taken. Ye Xing was genuinely incensed. He could not fathom why Ye Gansheng, also his son, exhibited such a stark disparity compared to Ye Xing. Ye Gansheng's inherent talents paled in comparison to Ye Xing's, and nearly a decade of stagnation had rendered him utterly unproductive. How could one even draw a comparison? His choices were made solely from the perspective of the Knight family's future. Why could Ye Gansheng not comprehend this? Had it been Ye Xing, he was certain that Ye Xing would have unhesitatingly acquiesced. To even dare use severing their relationship as leverage against his father was utterly outrageous. Ye Xing felt a profound disappointment in Ye Gansheng. With a sweeping gesture, he asserted, "Your father speaks the truth. You truly must amend your impetuous nature. We are family, and such talk of severing ties cannot be uttered lightly." Jiang Suqing frowned in agreement. Ye Xing, however, was displeased, thinking this opportunity might finally rid the Knight family of Ye Gansheng, allowing him to become the sole heir. Such a theft of merit would never be uncovered. Alas, when faced with his parents' reproaches, Ye Gansheng merely smiled, mocking his own naivety in a past life, believing that abundant contributions would yield the familial affection he yearned for. Yet, prejudice loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. His parents would never recognize their blatant favoritism or double standards. Perhaps it was for the best. Once severed, he would bear no burdens. "Are you finished?" Ye Gansheng calmly inquired once more. "Have you concluded? What are your answers?" Ye Xing could no longer restrain himself. Rising with a commanding presence, his fierce gaze fixed on Ye Gansheng. "Do you not think you have gone too far?" "Too far? I do not believe so at all. Or do you think I should sacrifice everything while receiving nothing in return?" Ye Gansheng retorted. "Such unreasonable behavior!" Ye Xing exclaimed. "As a member of the Knight family, contribution is a matter of course. Just look at the common demeanor you have developed over the years. Your mind is consumed with self-interest, utterly disregarding familial bonds." In the face of Ye Xing's moral coercion, Ye Gansheng replied languidly, "When it comes to discussing benefits, you were quick to cast me aside. Yet, when speaking of contributions, I am the first name that springs to mind." Jiang Suqing could no longer bear the scene. In a sorrowful tone, she lamented, "Your mother bore you for 10 months. Is that not a sacrifice? Your father supports this entire family, and your brother strives for the future of the Knight clan, whose contributions have been less than yours. To be born and not nurtured is a crime, and your father only attained his position as the chief because of me. As for Ye Xing, his cultivation is purely for his own sake. Is that what you call contribution?" Ye Gansheng was truly enlightened, having his understanding of a person's shamelessness reshaped. "In that case, would any of you care to exchange places with me? After all, it's all about sacrifice." He smiled at the assembled company. The three fell momentarily silent. Ye Gansheng shrugged. "You are aware that Zhou Huanling is my childhood sweetheart, are you not? Just because Ye Xing has an affinity for her, you disregard my feelings and force me to relinquish my achievements? It is all for the Knight family. Spare me the rhetoric about the Knight family. I, Ye Gansheng, have never enjoyed a single benefit that comes with the status of the Ye family, so why should I be responsible for its development?" Ye Xing, confronted by Ye Gansheng's relentless inquiries, was seething with anger. How dare he question his parents over a trivial grievance? Would he not turn the world upside down in the future? His abilities remain stagnant, yet he possesses a sharp tongue. Is it not merely a reluctance to part with that small measure of merit? What is the purpose of such lengthy discourse? In the next moment, Ye Xing retrieved a small green bottle the size of a thumb from his sleeve and disdainfully tossed it onto the ground. Is the breakthrough pill sufficient? Take it and leave at once. I do not wish to see you. His tone dripped with disappointment. He firmly believed that Ye Gansheng was merely calculating and severing ties here to seek personal gain. Although the breakthrough pill was indeed precious, it seemed to him that only such an item could quench Ye Gansheng's insatiable greed. Beside him, Ye Xing frowned at the breakthrough pill on the ground, feeling a pang of sorrow. That pill was originally meant for his own breakthrough to the second realm, yet it was now given to Ye Gansheng. How could he not feel anger? As an elder brother, should he not selflessly concede his merits? Now, he had even sacrificed a breakthrough pill, which intensified his resentment towards Ye Gansheng. However, in order to maintain his obedient facade, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Initially, the three believed Ye Gansheng would pick up the breakthrough pill and leave in a dejected manner. However, to their astonishment, Ye Gansheng did not even cast a glance at the valuable pill on the ground. What? Are you still not satisfied? Would you like me to give you the entire Ye family? Ye Xing retorted in fury. He could not comprehend why Ye Gansheng had become so avaricious. Was not a priceless breakthrough pill enough? He must be intent on acquiring even more. Gansheng, you must understand the importance of moderation. Greed can lead to one's downfall. And in the end, you shall obtain nothing, Jiang Suqing warned, her anger evident. Yet Ye Xing was pleased, thinking that once Ye Gansheng had provoked their father, he would likely walk away empty-handed, leaving the breakthrough pill still his. Ye Gansheng felt somewhat speechless. In his previous life, he had never noticed how imaginative these so-called family members were. He reiterated with exasperation, I shall say this one last time. If you desire my merits, then sever ties with me. Aside from that, I require nothing. The three were once again taken aback. They had assumed Ye Gansheng would back down, yet he intended to threaten them anew for a greater offer. Ye Xing was infuriated by Ye Gansheng's greed. Veins bulging on his forehead, he gritted his teeth and declared, Fine. Since you wish to leave the Ye family, I shall grant you that. Begone. Although Jiang Suqing said nothing, her disappointment towards Ye Gansheng was written all over her face as she shook her head repeatedly. The one most delighted was Ye Xing. For now he could rightfully assume the role of the heroic youth in the eyes of others. After a while, Ye Xing noticed that Ye Gansheng still stood inside the room, showing no intention of leaving, and could not help but scoff coldly. Now you regret it? It is too late. If you do not rectify your despicable habits, you shall never return to the Knight family, Jiang Suqing admonished. To acknowledge one's mistakes and rectify them is of utmost importance. You will stay here in the demon suppression gate for reflection, and your brother will visit you often. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged incredulous glances. Under such circumstances, Ye Gansheng had no choice but to comply. This was precisely their intention, to have Ye Gansheng continue guarding the demon suppression gate, while Ye Xing would cultivate in the royal palace, occasionally visiting the gate to claim his achievements. Ye Gansheng, oblivious to their silent conjectures, remarked, I have yet to swear an oath to the heavenly path. Why the urgency? Chapter 3. A complete severance. Upon Ye Gansheng's utterance, both Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, as well as Ye Xing, were collectively taken aback. It is crucial to understand that once one swears an oath to the heavenly path, there is truly no turning back. It signifies a complete severance of blood ties and familial affection, rendering them unable to address one another as parent and child, but merely by their names. Transgressors would face the wrath of the heavenly path. A chilling realization dawned upon them. It was at that moment that Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing began to grasp the gravity of Ye Gansheng's words, realizing that he might not be jesting but contemplating a serious decision. Gansheng, do not blaspheme against the heavenly path. Retract your previous statement, Jiang Suqing urged, her anxiety palpable. Although she favored her younger son, Ye Gansheng was also her flesh and blood. How could she bear the thought of severing their bond? With a heavy sigh, Ye Gansheng expressed, I have already squandered enough time. Do you intend to sever ties or not? Can you provide a definitive answer? Gansheng, Jiang Suqing, tears brimming in her eyes, gazed at him in disbelief. What a cunning strategy, truly remarkable. Ye Xing interjected mockingly. Do you wish to exploit the heavenly path for your own gain? I must admit, you have learned a thing or two over the years. Mother, do not be deceived. He is worthless. Once he departs from the Knight family, he will find no place in this world. He does not dare to. Ye Xing asserted confidently. Jiang Suqing gradually came to realize, just as Ye Xing had suggested, that if Ye Gansheng truly intended to leave, why would he engage in idle chatter with them? He would have departed long ago. His current demeanor clearly indicated an intent to leverage familial ties for personal gain. Gansheng, how could you repay your mother, who bore you for 10 months, in such a manner? Jiang Suqing lamented, feeling her tears were in vain. Observing Ye Gansheng's silence, Ye Xing grew increasingly convinced of his assumptions. Standing tall, his eyes blazing with fury, he raised his hand and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, I, Ye Xing, sever all paternal ties with my eldest son, Ye Gansheng. Henceforth, Ye Gansheng shall have no further association with the Knight family. Should there be any violation, may the heavens strike him down." After taking the oath, Ye Xing fixed a haughty gaze upon Ye Gansheng. "Isn't this what you wanted? Come on, let us see how this plays out for you." Ye Gansheng certainly could not abandon the Knight family, for it was only within its embrace that he could possess the highest status, esteemed position, and abundant resources. Should he forsake the Knight family, he would lose everything and become naught. Jiang Suqing was initially filled with doubt when Ye Xing took his vow, but soon she grasped her husband's intentions. The act of swearing an oath requires the involvement of two individuals. Thus, if Ye Gansheng hesitated to make the vow, it would be rendered void. Although this might humiliate Ye Gansheng, Jiang Suqing perceived this as an excellent opportunity to impart a lesson to him. If he did not recognize the gravity of severing familial ties now, would he not face threats repeatedly in the future? She had firmly resolved to teach Ye Gansheng a stern lesson. Naturally, Ye Xing was eager to witness Ye Gansheng's folly. "From this day forth, I, Ye Gansheng, voluntarily sever ties with my father, Ye Xing, and my mother, Jiang Suqing, and depart from the Ye family. May heaven bear witness, should anyone contravene this. May they face divine retribution." Ye Gansheng wasted no time in allowing anyone to react, raising his sword as he took the oath. "Scoundrel!" Ye Xing's eyes blazed with fury. Under the wrath of thunder, the stone slabs beneath began to crack, and the overwhelming aura of a formidable being shattered the already dilapidated furniture surrounding them. Ye Gansheng, at the eye of the storm, was knocked to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. Days prior, during the demon clan's massive assault on the demon suppression pass, he had fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, sustaining injuries while Ye Xing had watched from the loft, refraining from intervening. Now, he was unable to withstand the onslaught. "You unfilial son, do you even comprehend the magnitude of your actions?" Ye Xing was on the verge of madness. He had never anticipated that his eldest son would actually dare to sever ties with him. He was bewildered. Having provided Ye Gansheng with everything he could possibly need, opportunities for growth and guidance, what more could Ye Gansheng desire? Jiang Suqing finally recognized the severity of the situation. Her hand, which had reached out to stop Ye Gansheng from swearing the oath, froze in place as she beheld her son collapse and spit blood on the ground. Her heart ached. "Sheng'er, are you all right?" Jiang Suqing attempted to reach for Ye Gansheng, but he deftly evaded her grasp and slowly began to rise. "My apologies, Madam Ye, but we are not well acquainted," Ye Gansheng retorted stubbornly, dusting himself off. The single address of Madam Ye severed their bond of over 20 years, leaving Ye Gansheng feeling an unprecedented lightness. However, the expressions on Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing's faces darkened drastically. "You wretched child! How dare you address your mother in such a manner?" Ye Xing roared with fury. With a swift and potent strike, he aimed to strike Ye Gansheng. "Stop! That is my son." Jiang Suqing immediately intervened. Seeing his wife step forward, Ye Xing halted just before his hand could reach Ye Gansheng. Yet the tremendous force still tore apart Ye Gansheng's shirt, exposing his scarred upper body. Tears streamed down Jiang Suqing's beautifully maintained face as she covered her mouth with her uncalloused hand, striving to suppress her cries. Ye Xing gritted his teeth and turned his face away, unwilling to witness the scene. He had sensed something amiss earlier, and now, with the shirt in tatters, the reality was even more apparent. Ye Gansheng was emaciated, not only thin but also riddled with numerous wounds. Each scar was a grotesque, dark red mark. The scars from the battle with the demon clan were vividly etched in her memory, and Jiang Suqing could not help but weep. This was her son, the child she had carried for 10 months. How could this happen? What had her son endured over the years? What sacrifices had been made for the achievements of the past decade? Why had no one ever confided these truths to her? It was rather absurd. Since the matter had been settled, according to the agreement, the merits now belonged to Ye Gansheng. From this moment forth, He would be heralded as the heroic youth who had guarded the demon suppression pass for 10 years. Ye Gansheng, without a hint of hesitation, picked up his tattered garments and strode towards the door. Jiang Suqing, of course, could not accept this. After all, he was her son. She had never anticipated that events would escalate to this point, and now she could only strive to hold him back. However, before her hand could grasp Ye Gansheng, it was ruthlessly brushed aside, suspended in midair. Soon after, the frail silhouette of Ye Gansheng receded into the distance. Ye Xing, Jiang Suqing fumed as she turned her head. Yet, Ye Xing remained composed, leisurely sipping tea in his chair. No need to concern yourself. It won't be long before he returns, having witnessed the cruelty of the outside world. As for the Heavenly Dao, Ye Xing disdainfully explained, when I swore an oath to the Heavenly Dao earlier, I raised 3 fingers, which renders it null and void. Do you think Ye Gansheng would truly dare to sever ties with the Ye family? It was merely for show. In other words, Ye Gansheng had only felt emboldened to act as he did because he understood that the Heavenly Dao's oath was not binding. Jiang Suqing began to see the situation in a clearer light. Indeed, had he possessed the courage, he would not have dared to abandon the Ye family. Ye Xing asserted with confidence. Chapter 4. The Beginning of Indifference. The Confusion of Admiral Li Minghong. Ye Gansheng returned to the dilapidated room he had inhabited for a decade and let out a long sigh. Though pain still coursed through his body, the knots within his heart began to untangle, leaving him with a profound sense of relief. He was now himself, no longer a mere pawn for someone else's ascension. At that moment, a mechanical notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the indifference system. With this system, the host need only indulge in leisurely activities daily, such as savoring tea, fishing, or flirting, to earn rewards. Shall the novice gift pack be opened? Stunned by the mechanical voice, Ye Gansheng stood frozen. Having been an orphan before his transmigration, he understood all too well what a system entailed. It was an absolute tool for reversal, an unshakable golden finger. Moreover, how considerate of the system to offer rewards simply for indulging in leisure. No need to toil tirelessly completing tasks. How delightful. For now, he had no intention of concerning himself with the villagers surrounding the demon suppression pass or the members of the Ye family. Indulging in leisure would be as effortless as breathing. Suppressing his excitement, he hesitantly declared, Open the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received Infinite Divine Water 1, Ascension Pill 1, Realm-Breaking Talisman 3, Shadowless Steps of the 8 Desolations, Heavenly Grade. Congratulations, host. Your luck is extraordinary. You have obtained Entropy Universe Return Record, Imperial Grade. Ye Gansheng was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that such a humble novice gift pack could yield an Imperial Grade cultivation method. In comparison, the celestial tier techniques that can serve as the ultimate secret arts of the great sects appear rather mundane. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the pinnacle of his mental cultivation was merely at the profound tier. Yet, even so, his Dao bone wielded tremendous power. Countless formidable beasts of the 4 realms perished at his hands. Had it not been for the life-threatening ultimatum from Jiang Suqing, compelling him to relinquish his Dao bone, his achievements would have soared even higher. In this lifetime, he commenced with an imperial tier mental cultivation technique, and the potency of his Dao bone is likely to surge exponentially, perhaps even 100-fold. The infinite divine water and the boundary-breaking talismans are indeed invaluable treasures. The infinite divine water can carve out a sea of consciousness within one's mind, allowing the condensation of a primordial, thereby enhancing cultivation efficiency and providing resistance against mental attacks. Although the boundary-breaking talismans are primarily for escape or travel, their immunity to any spellcraft renders them perpetually usable, enabling a leap of thousands of miles, an excellent means of preserving one's life. As Ye Gansheng sat cross-legged upon his bed, he held the ascension pill within his mouth, washing it down with the infinite divine water, and then commenced his practice of the imperial tier mental cultivation technique. The entropy universe returned to Ruin's record. In an instant, Ye Gansheng's body radiated a vivid crimson hue, resembling porcelain being fired in a kiln, with even his internal organs becoming distinctly visible. Among them, a bone beneath his rib transformed from its original white to a gleaming gold under the influence of the entropy universe returned to Ruin's record, with the surrounding blood coalescing into a golden essence. Diving his consciousness into the sea of awareness, a golden figure, mirroring Ye Gansheng, sat cross-legged within, as spiritual energy began to whirl tumultuously around him. The cultivation levels surged: mid-first realm, late first realm, peak first realm, second realm, early second realm, late second realm, peak second realm, third realm. Ye Gansheng did not cease his ascent until he reached the pinnacle of the third realm. Such an astonishing rate of advancement had never been witnessed, even by ancient beings who had lived for millennia. It was truly extraordinary. Some individuals struggle their entire lives to achieve the peak of the first realm, while Ye Gansheng in his previous life only attained the late second realm. Even the mid-third realm Ye Xing was capable of serving as the youngest national master of the great Zhou dynasty. Now, he had directly become a formidable figure at the peak of the third realm, having also condensed his and bolstered by the imperial tier mental cultivation technique, and the entropy universe returned to Ruin's record. The unprecedented 14 extremes realm might not be beyond his reach. Slowly, Ye Gansheng opened his eyes. The wounds on his body had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only firm muscles and a flowing aura of spiritual energy. Remarkable. In merely half an hour, his progress surpassed the arduous cultivation of over a decade in his previous life. Ye Gansheng truly began to question whether he had been exceptionally gifted in his last existence. Host: Ye Gansheng. Cultivation level: peak of the third realm. Physical talent: Dao Bone, mental techniques, 8 desolations, shadowless steps, celestial tier. Entropy universe returned to Ruin's record, imperial tier. Talismans and artifacts: 3 boundary-breaking talismans. Clearly, when compared to others, he was indeed remarkable. However, in relation to his current self, it was akin to a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. If Ye Gansheng's intuition was correct, the one who had slain his wife in his previous life was none other than the Dragon Emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, King Wu. aYou, the most formidable and enigmatic embodiment of the blood demon, the blood queen of the other shore, had reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm. It was inconceivable that she could be bested by someone of merely the mid-third realm, like Ye Xing. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to make amends for aYou, who had cherished him deeply and even sacrificed her demonic essence to aid him in seeking vengeance, only to meet her tragic demise. Ye Gansheng was haunted by the memory of aYou collapsing in his arms, barely clinging to life. With a mighty punch, the bricks of the wall were reduced to powder. Yet, there was not a trace of disturbance in the surroundings. For Ye Gansheng had honed his strength to near perfection, not merely through brute force, but through years of brutal combat experience. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Regardless of whether the king of Zhou was the true culprit behind aYou's death, Ye Xing would undoubtedly not escape retribution. The one who had taken everything from him would surely be the primary target of aYou's vengeance. In his previous life, she had perished for him. In this life, for her sake, he feared no adversary, not even the entire Yuanling continent. Ye Gansheng declared resolutely. The following dawn dawned clear and unclouded, as a colossal sword materialized above the demon suppression pass, casting a shadow that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. The sword descended slowly, and several figures leaped down, led by the formidable Li Minghong, the governor of Jiangnan, a master of the early fourth realm, one of the few unmatched in the entire great Zhou dynasty. The area was already teeming with people, including Ye Qing, Jiang Su, and Ye Xing. So, you are the prince consort of the crown princess? Li Minghong raised an eyebrow, his tone seemingly cordial, yet laced with interrogation and disdain. Yes, that's me. Ye Xing stammered, momentarily taken aback. But upon recalling that Ye Gansheng's accomplishments were indeed his own, he accepted his role as the crown princess's consort. Li Minghong's gaze became more scrutinizing. He had heard tales of the heroic youth who had defended the demon suppression pass for a decade, instilling terror in the demon race. The mere mention of his name could strike fear into their hearts. Yet, the youth before him appeared timid and frail, cautious in his movements. Devoid of the ferocity and grandeur associated with a seasoned warrior, he resembled a child pampered and cherished at home rather than a battle-hardened veteran of 10 years. What is your name? Li Minghong inquired, applying subtle pressure in his voice. I am called Ye Xing. Ye Xing stuttered, clearly flustered. Li Minghong's brow furrowed at the response. Noticing the awkwardness, Ye Xing swiftly intervened, smiling as he spoke. A few days prior, the demon race launched a massive assault. My son, Ye Xing, fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, sustaining injuries and suffering from exhaustion. I hope the governor can extend his understanding. Indeed, Governor. If it were not for Lord Ye Xing, the hundreds of villagers near the demon suppression pass would have perished, a villager chimed in earnestly. Lord Ye Xing is a kind man and possesses great strength. With him around, we sleep soundly at night. He has endured 10 years of hardship. We hope the governor will not overlook his contributions. Li Minghong listened as the crowd spoke fervently, and considering the recent demon incursions. He pondered, could it be that Ye Xing was merely fatigued? At that moment, a carefree youth with a tuft of grass in his mouth approached the crowd, hands cradling his head, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 5. Who truly is the heroic youth? Li Minghong was drawn from afar by the youth's unrestrained demeanor. Yet he sensed an unmistakable aura of lethality that felt oddly familiar. This caused the previously smooth furrows on his brow to deepen once more. The villagers, upon seeing the newcomer, averted their gazes, fearful of speaking. They were acutely aware that Ye Gansheng had been the guardian of the demon-subduing pass for a decade. 10 years prior, a conflict erupted between the human and demon races, leading to an influx of significant figures to this remote town. However, the only survivor among those who had once wielded a sword as mere teenagers was now the sole demon subduer, Ye Gansheng. All others had perished in battle. Although they felt a sense of guilt towards Ye Gansheng, the lure of self-preservation proved too strong to resist, especially with Ye Xing's assurance that Ye Gansheng would continue to guard the pass. Their safety was thus secured, along with the promise of substantial financial rewards for every household, an obvious choice. Yet, in the presence of Ye Gansheng, they dared not meet his gaze. Even the village chief, who had been so loquacious moments before, fell silent. What was his purpose here? A sense of foreboding washed over Ye Xing. Ye Xing's voice rang out sharply, "What brings you here? Return at once. Do not speak nonsense before the governor." Li Minghong intervened, halting Ye Xing's advance, and inquired, "He must be your other son, correct? What is his name?" Though Ye Xing longed to send Ye Gansheng away, he hesitated to disregard Li Minghong's stature and replied, "He is my unaccomplished son, named Ye Gansheng." Li Minghong nodded in recognition of the name, though he could not recall where he had previously encountered it. The demon-subduing pass had remained relatively undisturbed in recent years, leading the imperial court to overlook its affairs. It now appeared that the situation was not as favorable as anticipated. Few remained. This realization deepened his respect for the individual who stood guard alone at the pass. Upon his arrival, Ye Gansheng did not engage with anyone. Instead, he sought a stone upon which to recline, closing his eyes to meditate, and soon succumbed to slumber. Li Minghong was taken aback. Sleeping on such an uneven surface was no trivial feat, though he himself could manage it. It stemmed from years of warfare, where sleep was scarce, forcing him to rest wherever he could after battles. Ye Gansheng had even drifted off faster than he did. Did Ye Gansheng share a similar history? Moreover, as the governor of Jiangnan, he was struck by Ye Gansheng's unflinching demeanor, devoid of any flattery or sycophancy. Li Minghong sensed that something was amiss. Ye Xing quickly positioned himself to obstruct Li Minghong's view, stating, "He lacks proper upbringing and has grown accustomed to idleness. I hope the governor can forgive him." Ye Xing echoed, "I assure you, I shall never behave as he does. Please rest assured, governor." Ye Xing immediately yelled at the slumbering Ye Gansheng, "Will you not come down at once? Before the governor, how you have embarrassed yourself. Just look at your current state." The tone was urgent. Yet, Ye Gansheng offered no response, remaining fast asleep with a blade of dogtail grass still clenched in his mouth. Li Minghong chuckled and said, "There is no need for concern. King Wu of Zhou has made arrangements for your two sons. Soon, Ye Gansheng will accompany us back to Chang'an." The three were taken aback. Ye Gansheng is returning to Chang'an. Why are they only hearing this now? If Ye Gansheng returns to Chang'an, who will guard the demon suppression pass? Can they truly leave it unattended? If Ye Xing were to guard it, how could they bear to let that happen? Ye Xing was equally anxious. He was no fool, aware that the battlefield was fraught with the peril of death at any moment. Even if he survived, he would end up like Ye Gansheng, covered in scars. It would be utterly disgraceful. Li Minghong observed the trio's peculiar demeanor and inquired, "Is there an issue?" Ye Xing replied, "If everyone departs. What if the demon clan seizes the opportunity to attack the demon suppression pass? I propose we keep Ye Gansheng here as a precaution." Jiang Sui concurred, saying, "We shall safeguard the rewards bestowed by the Dragon Emperor and present them to Gansheng later. Let him remain here." For reasons unknown, Most of the villagers supported this decision, echoing their agreement. Li Minghong regarded the three and the villagers as if they were fools. Did they think guarding the demon suppression pass was child's play? That just anyone would suffice? Having spent a decade in the Ye family's safety, it was clear he was unfit for the battlefield. Silence fell upon the crowd, particularly the three from the Ye family, as if weighed down by heavy burdens. Ultimately, they acquiesced to the suggestion, no matter what. Facilitating Ye Xing's grand wedding with Princess Zhou Huanling was of utmost priority. All other matters could be set aside for the time being. At worst, they could seek out Ye Gansheng privately once more. Ye Gansheng, Li Minghong called out loudly. Not far away, Ye Gansheng slowly opened his eyes. Having been napping on a rock. Did you call for me? He responded, his voice still hazy from slumber. Most present expected Li Minghong to be irate, as those in high positions often had a volatile temper, especially one as formidable as his. However, no one anticipated that Li Minghong would actually chuckle lightly and walk away. Very well. Ye Gansheng stretched lazily and sauntered over to the group, the dogtail grass still in his mouth, his nonchalant demeanor causing Ye Xing to shake his head repeatedly. Yet, for some reason, Li Minghong found himself increasingly fond of Ye Gansheng, reminiscent of past campaigns when he would awaken his comrades and break camp. Do you know of the heroic youth? Li Minghong suddenly inquired of Ye Gansheng. This question caused hearts to leap into throats, particularly for Ye Xing. If discovered, this could be a crime of treason, meriting the loss of one's head. The assembled crowd understood the dire consequences of exposed deceit and collectively held their breath, hoping that Ye Gansheng would adhere to his promise. Ye Gansheng scoffed, holding the dogtail grass in his hand. Heroic youth? What do you want from me? The onlookers knew the implication behind his words. Li Minghong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling rather than fuming. So you do know who it is? Pray, enlighten us. Regardless, it is of no consequence to me who it may be, replied Ye Gansheng with an air of composure. Li Minghong nodded, ceasing further inquiries, and instead tossed a sword into the air, its blade unfurling to become a colossal sword that would carry them all. You few shall guard the demon suppression pass for a few days, Li Minghong instructed his disciples who accompanied him. They responded in unison. Li Minghong then turned his attention to Ye Xing and the others. Come forth, I shall escort you back to Chang'an. At last, they had successfully evaded suspicion. Ye Xing and Jiang Su both breathed a sigh of relief, while Ye Xing was overwhelmed with excitement. Observant villagers noted that the once amiable Ye Gansheng had not so much as cast a glance in their direction. Of course, he would not, for in his previous life, Ye Gansheng ardently explained to Li Minghong that he was the one guarding the demon suppression pass, yet those he protected had gone to great lengths to malign him, even resorting to harsh words. In this life, Ye Gansheng could hardly be bothered. A group of self-serving individuals would eventually find themselves regretting their actions. Ye Gansheng was the last to ascend the massive sword, sitting cross-legged at its apex, gazing towards the direction of Chang'an. Shui Yao, I have returned. Chapter 6. The Onslaught of the Demon Clan, a return to battle, yet this time it is Ye Xing. The sword soared high, piercing through the clouds and gliding over numerous cities, eventually entering the domain of Chang'an by midday. Sitting atop the sword's tip, Ye Gansheng beheld the streets of Chang'an, both familiar and foreign, as countless thoughts flooded his mind. Below, throngs of people bustled about. After a decade, many would likely no longer recognize him. Certainly, they would not recognize Ye Xing. Like him, Ye Xing had spent his formative years honing various techniques and enhancing his cultivation within the demon-slaying division. This was precisely why Ye Xing dared to allow Ye Xing to claim his accomplishments, as no one could discern who truly guarded the borders. However, Ye Gansheng had long since ceased to care. A decade's worth of merit exchanged for his tranquil heart was a worthwhile bargain. Whether Ye Xing could maintain his composure was not a matter for him to fret over. Ultimately, falsehoods are but illusions. Paper cannot contain fire indefinitely. Reclining comfortably upon the sword, savoring the sensation of clouds brushing past and the wind caressing his face, Li Minghong stood not far from Ye Gansheng, observing the latter's repose at the edge of the sword, and glanced at the concealed Ye Xing. He sighed deeply, saying nothing. Chang'an was a city of immense grandeur, renowned as the world's foremost treasure, particularly the imperial city at its center, where imposing towers stood tall, exuding an aura of magnificence that surpassed that of many smaller nations. Before long, the colossal sword reached the skies above the imperial city, where a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals awaited. Ye Qinsheng's gaze was instantly drawn to the radiant figure of Princess Zhou Huanling amidst the crowd, his childhood companion, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing silk. The vibrant red fabric signified her noble status, while her gold and jade ornaments glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Her delicate hands, seemingly carved from jade, conveyed an air of grace and poise. As the Princess of Chang'an, Zhou Huanling wielded immense power, and her captivating beauty rendered her the object of desire for every talented scholar in the city. However, King Wu of Zhou, a man of martial inclination, held a profound admiration for the formidable Knight family's warrior, Knight Qiansheng, and thus did not hesitate to marry his daughter to him as a means of alliance. After all, the current Zhou dynasty faced threats from all sides, with formidable demons in the front and rival kingdoms lurking in the shadows. Securing a talented general was indeed a cause for celebration. As for the princess, Zhou Huanling, she was naturally drawn to the strong. Although she did not harbor feelings for Knight Qiansheng initially, upon learning of his exploits, she resolved to wed him. As the great sword was sheathed and the assembly descended, the figure of the regal Zhou Tianche, draped in a majestic python robe, approached with a welcoming smile. You must have endured much on your journey. You must be the legendary hero of whom I have heard. Truly, the reality surpasses the reputation, for you are indeed a striking figure. I grant you the privilege of not kneeling, he declared. Knight Qiansheng and his companions, taken aback by Zhou Tianche's praise directed towards Knight Qiansheng, while seemingly disregarding Knight Xing, found themselves at a loss for words. The surrounding ministers greeted them with cheerful expressions, for the Zhou dynasty was in dire need of valiant warriors like Knight Qiansheng. Initially, they feared he might be a mere pretender to glory, yet upon meeting Knight Qiansheng, their apprehensions dissipated. He stood tall and composed, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Your Majesty, I am not the one. He is, Knight Qiansheng indicated towards Knight Xing. Although nervous, Knight Xing mustered his courage upon seeing the breathtaking Zhou Huanling. Such beauty was a privilege he believed only he deserved. Your Majesty, I am Knight Xing, the heroic youth who has guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. He feigned an air of humility in his introduction. Not only Zhou Tianche, but also the ministers exchanged glances, puzzled. Knight Xing, despite his commendable abilities, having reached the pinnacle of his realm at a young age, he lacked the fierce ruthlessness one would expect. Moreover, who introduces themselves in such a manner? It was almost laughable. Knight Qiansheng felt a pang of discomfort, stifling a laugh at the foolishness displayed. Zhou Tianche's expression turned grave as he regarded Li Minghong, who had just escorted them. The latter shook his head, which Zhou Tianche interpreted as a dismissal of Knight Qiansheng's identity, though Li Minghong's true meaning was that he simply did not know. No wonder, the Knight family boasts two formidable warriors. My earlier misjudgment is hardly surprising. Zhou Tianche laughed heartily, embodying the carefree spirit typical of martial artists. Although he still felt Knight Qiansheng embodied the image of a Knight family warrior more fittingly, he decided to trust the words of Knight Qiansheng and Li Minghong. Modesty aside, it is through your Majesty's grace that I have been fortunate enough to have a Qilan's son. It is all thanks to your Majesty's merit. Knight Qiansheng humbly replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, a banquet has been prepared in the palace. Esteemed guests, please enter. Tonight, let Knight Xing and Huanling unite in marriage. Your Majesty is wise. Knight Qiansheng, Jiang Suqing, and Knight Xing followed the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche into the palace, while Knight Qiansheng was left neglected outside, receiving no attention. His childhood companion, Zhou Huanling, merely cast a cold glance in his direction before gracefully making her way into the palace. Still as formidable as ever, Knight Qiansheng mused, once again grasping a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, reflecting on the situation with a sense of melancholy. Zhou Huanling possesses an unwavering preference for the strong. Even when it comes to her childhood companion, whose affections she secretly cherishes, her rationality remains an unyielding force. Such individuals are indeed formidable, fully aware of their desires. In the past, Ye Qiansheng struggled to comprehend this, but now he grasps it entirely. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions leads to ruin. At the evening banquet, the palace maids swayed gracefully, toasting and exchanging cups, with smiles adorning every face. Ye Qiansheng sat in a neglected corner, indulging in wine, contemplating departure if he could not locate Zhou Shuyao's palace. However, after Zhou Huanling personally filled his cup, he was overcome with joy, his face flushed with excitement. As several cups of wine were consumed, An elderly eunuch leaned towards the Dragon Emperor, whispering a few words. Zhou Tianche nodded, and once the eunuch retreated, he drunkenly gestured towards Ye Gansheng. I seem to have forgotten about you. Would you be willing to marry my daughter, Zhou Shuyao? Though framed as a question, all present understood that Ye Gansheng had no right to refuse. To do so would be to openly defy the emperor's command, an act punishable by death. A collective sigh escaped many. Such is the law of the land, where fortune cannot exist without its counterpart of misfortune. Though Zhou Tianche offered his most cherished and exceptional daughter to the Ye family, the Ye family must equally pay a price. While the courtiers had not laid eyes on her, tales of Zhou Shuyao's extraordinary unattractiveness and her peculiar affliction had spread widely. She was a woman whom no one desired. Born of a maid. In Chang'an, no one was ignorant of this, and the Ye family was surely aware. Ye Xing's lips curled into a mocking smile. He had wed the breathtaking princess Zhou Huanling, while Ye Gansheng was destined to marry a woman deemed undesirable. This delighted him to no end. He was eager to witness how Ye Gansheng would refuse, hoping for an outburst that might provoke Zhou Tianche, leading to dire consequences. No one present believed Ye Gansheng would accept. After all, Zhou Shuyao's reputation was abysmal, and any man would shy away. Zhou Tianche's solemn gaze was fixed on Ye Gansheng. After downing a cup, Ye Gansheng replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the esteemed marriage proposal." His face betrayed no hint of reluctance. The assembly was left in stunned silence. They had anticipated that Ye Gansheng would at least put up a fight, yet he appeared so timid. Indeed, a single door could not yield two tigers. Ye Gansheng was the meek one. Regardless of the crowd's judgments, Ye Gansheng remained unfazed, for he knew that his beloved Shuyao was far more enchanting than Zhou Huanling. Ugly. Quite impossible. The rumors were mere fabrications, spread by her own hand to attain peace and refine her true essence. Seeing Ye Gansheng's acquiescence, the Dragon Emperor was greatly pleased, bestowing numerous gifts and ordering attendants to escort him to Zhou Shuyao's residence. As Ye Gansheng pondered his search for a place, he readily agreed. After 3 rounds of drinks, an abrupt announcement startled all present, shaking them from their revelry. On the dragon throne, Zhou Tianche's expression darkened instantly. "Today is the wedding of my 2 daughters. Do you not recognize the gravity of your intrusion?" The imperial guards immediately knelt, anxiously reporting, "Your Majesty, we bring grave news from the front lines. The demon race has launched a massive assault on the demon suppression pass, with several disciples of the sword sect suffering heavy casualties, nearing the brink of collapse." "What?" Zhou Tianche slammed the jade wine cup onto the table, spilling wine everywhere. Hadn't the demon race attacked just a few days prior? Why do they suddenly strike again? Are they attempting to exploit the fleeting moment of Night's departure to undermine us? Dao Yitzi expressed his confusion. It is highly probable, for Night has suppressed them for a full decade, undoubtedly leaving them with grievances, a minister remarked. How unfortunate that this occurs on the day of Night's grand wedding. Ye Gansheng downed a cup of wine. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware that the demon kings had certainly sensed the disappearance of the Dao Bone's aura. Thus, they dared to attack once more. For 10 years, his ability to defend the demon suppression pastime and again relied solely on the Dao Bone within him. Though unaware in his previous life, the Dao Bone had nonetheless played a crucial role. Suddenly, Zhou Tianche burst into laughter, and once he calmed, he declared, "Since the demon race seeks death, let us grant them their wish. Convey my orders to campaign against the demon race. With Night as the commander and Wang He as the deputy, we shall depart immediately. This time, it is not merely a defense, but an offensive campaign. A completely different concept." Dao Yitzi stroked his beard, smiling lightly. If Night could hold the demon race at bay for 10 years alone, with the addition of the fearsome Wang He, it is entirely plausible to annihilate the demons around the demon suppression pass. Zhou Tianche raised his cup in celebration, and the ministers below followed suit. No one noticed that Night's expression had turned exceedingly grim. Chapter 7. Let me lead the charge. A refreshing encounter with shamelessness. Night Qing and Jiang Su were extremely reluctant. They had not even held the wedding ceremony yet, and now their son was to be dispatched to the border to guard against demons. Both wished to recommend Ye Gansheng, but found themselves lacking any valid reason. For a time, they were at a loss. "Where's Wang He?" Zhou Tianche roared with the might of a dragon, summoning a silver-armored general to the center of the hall. "Present, Your Majesty." The general knelt, his imposing presence reminiscent of the many battles he had faced. a veteran of the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Tianche rose, his authoritative visage slightly intoxicated, and waved his hand. Did you hear my command just now? Wang He's face brimmed with excitement. Yes. Excellent. Zhou Tianche was pleased and continued. You must have heard the legends surrounding night. But you must prove that you are no lesser, understand? I shall obey the command. Wang He replied enthusiastically. The assembled ministers felt a wave of embarrassment. It was known that Wang He had already reached the mid-stage of the second realm, having achieved remarkable feats in the conflicts with the great Qian dynasty. Yet now, he was to serve as a mere deputy to a newly adult youth, and even tasked with proving his worth? Had it been anyone else? The ministers might have thought the Dragon Emperor was inebriated, yet if it was night, everything made sense. 4 Knight's accomplishments were indeed formidable. It appears that the Dragon Emperor intends to cultivate night, remarked Prime Minister Xiao Yunqi. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Knight, who was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Though he believed he was far superior to Ye Gansheng, he was terrified of death. Just as she contemplated fabricating an excuse of being unwell to delay matters, her dream lover, Zhou Huamling, spoke up. A man's ambitions lie far and wide. Indeed, one should not be confined by romantic entanglements. I shall await your triumphant return in the palace, and we can wed at that time. Zhou Tianche nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze toward Ye Xing. With the final toast of farewell, he wished for victory. At the banquet, everyone raised their glasses, leaving Ye Xing with no opportunity for refusal. He could only swallow the bitter wine, casting a pleading glance toward his parents. Outside the grand hall, Ye Gansheng inhaled a breath of fresh air, feeling rejuvenated. Although the night was dark, the sky was adorned with countless stars, evoking the grandeur of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. With no one to acknowledge him, and given the turmoil at the front lines, he found solitude in his departure. The matters concerning the demon suppression pass no longer weighed on his mind, granting him a sense of relaxation. For a decade, plagued by frequent demon assaults, he had always slept with trepidation. Now, he was finally free from such torment. He wondered idly about Shui Yao's whereabouts. Curious, Ye Gansheng mused to himself. Shui Yao, of humble lineage and born of a maid, should not be housed in the main hall. Can someone inform me of Shui Yao's chamber? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed only the Imperial Guard and no one else. In his previous life, Shui Yao had resided in the estate bestowed upon him by Zhou Tianche, but that estate had yet to come into his possession. As he prepared to extend his senses to locate Shui Yao, he felt a gentle tap on his back. Who? Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, Ye Gansheng instinctively unleashed a surge of killing intent to intimidate his assailant, only to retract it upon realizing he was in the imperial city. Turning around, he found a petite girl with a fair complexion gazing at him in astonishment. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Realizing he might have frightened her, Ye Gansheng softened his tone. Indeed, it is you. The little girl, clad in a pale green dress, was being tugged at by her master, causing her attire to distort. What do you mean, it is me? Do you know me? Ye Gansheng inquired with curiosity. You are the heroic youth. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Ye Gansheng swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering the last few words. Recently liberated, he had no desire to revert to being the so-called heroic youth, especially since he held no interest in Zhou Huamling. To his surprise, the girl did not struggle. Her large eyes sparkled in the moonlight, curiously examining him. Ye Gansheng signaled for silence, and she nodded in compliance. Once released, he softly asked, "What is your name? Why are you still here instead of returning home?" The little girl playfully replied, "My name is Zhou Shi. My father sent me to find my mother, so I left the grand hall." Father? Mother? In the imperial city, all women belonged to the Dragon Emperor, Zhou Tianche, implying that this little girl was the emperor's daughter. Not an unusual revelation. Ye Gansheng crouched down and asked, "Why do you say that I am the heroic youth?" The heroic youth is Ye Xing, not me. It was undeniably him, yet Zhou Shi appeared quite reluctant. "How can you prove it?" asked Ye Gansheng with a smile. She was not lying. It was her mother who had informed her. Zhou Shi, clearly anxious, immediately divulged how she knew this. "Mother? Who is your mother?" Ye Gansheng continued to inquire. Zhou Shi, evidently principled, pouted and replied, "Mother said I cannot tell you she is the empress." Ye Gansheng stood up, chuckling as he ruffled Zhou Shi's hair. "Can you tell your brother where Princess Qiang is?" "Sister Xiuyao is not in the imperial city. She is on the back mountain, but I don't know the exact location," Zhou Shi expressed with a puzzled look. "All right, hurry back to find your mother. I shall take my leave first." Ye Gansheng said before departing. Though recognized by a child, he paid it no mind. After all, the archetype of a heroic youth was one he had crafted himself, and it seemed quite normal for him. Moreover, should not such matters fall under the purview of Ye Xing? Why meddle unnecessarily? Ye Gansheng rubbed his hands together, planning to undertake a grand endeavor. However, he did not anticipate encountering Ye Xing and his entourage, who were preparing to depart for Jinyao Pass, just outside the city gates. By the warhorse, Ye Xing paced anxiously. The moment he spotted Ye Gansheng, he erupted in fury. Where have you been? Hurry and don your armor for Jinyao Pass. With that, he attempted to force the armor prepared for Ye Xing onto Ye Gansheng. Do you have any idea how long we have waited for you? Do you know your brother was almost sent to Jinyao Pass? You are well aware of the dangers. Yet, you arrived so late. Jiang Suqian also expressed her dissatisfaction. Gansheng, how can you claim to be a brother? Are you truly willing to send your brother to Jinyao Pass? What kind of heart do you possess to act so callously? Ye Gansheng regarded the two with a cold demeanor. Despite being emotionally numb, he could not help but feel repulsed upon facing such matters once more. So, they were aware of the dangers at the front? Were they truly intent on having him bear the burden of hardship while Ye Xing enjoyed the accolades? How could such shamelessness exist in the world? Seeing Ye Xing approach with the armor, he forcefully knocked it to the ground. Chapter 8. Slaughtering the Wolf Demon King. Delivering a small shock to Zhou Shuiyao, the clattering armor drew the attention of many soldiers gearing up in the rear. Just as Ye Xing breathed a sigh of relief, his heart surged with anxiety once more. What are you doing? Ye Xing fumed. You arrived late, and you still have the audacity to sulk? Quickly pick up the armor and wear it. Once Wang He emerges, there will be no opportunities left. Stop throwing a tantrum. Do you truly intend to watch your brother head to Jinyao Pass with your eyes wide open? You know all too well how perilous it is there, Jiang Suqian urged, her voice earnest. The coldness in Ye Gansheng's eyes gradually transformed into tranquility, and his clenched fists slowly relaxed. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked away. Ye Xing furrowed his brow, intending to grab Ye Gansheng, but a single glance from him rendered Ye Xing immobile. After a long moment, as Ye Gansheng completely vanished from the gates of the imperial city, the three finally realized that he had truly left. They all underestimated the extent of Ye Gansheng's tantrum. Jiang Suqing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as if something of great importance had been irretrievably lost. What terrified Ye Xing was the realization that, despite being a powerful cultivator of the third realm, he was rendered motionless by a mere glance from Ye Gansheng, a cultivator of the first realm. It was truly perplexing. Father, mother, what should I do? Ye Xing swallowed hard as he witnessed Ye Gansheng depart. He now comprehended that he might truly have to face the demon suppression pass, and fear gripped him tightly. Jiang Suqing, feeling a surge of compassion, found her earlier inexplicable emotions dissipated. She cradled Ye Xing's head, her voice trembling with tears. It's all your brother's fault for being so cruel. Remember, you shall have no brother from now on. He is unworthy. Ye Xing returned to his senses and said solemnly, I intended for you to take some time to settle, but it seems there is no time left. Do not be afraid. The demons on the other side of the pass cannot harm you. Ye Xing's eyes widened, perplexed by his father's meaning. Ye Xing spoke with confidence and truth. Guarding the demon suppression pass is not as daunting as it seems. Over the years, the strength of the demons has significantly diminished. Otherwise, do you think Ye Gansheng could have held the pass for a decade with only first realm cultivation? Suddenly enlightened, Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not considered this before? If the demons were truly formidable, Ye Gansheng would have perished long ago and could not have endured. Under the watchful gaze of the mother and daughter, Ye Xing continued, it is not only us. Even the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche has vastly overestimated the challenges of guarding the pass. To put it simply, Ye Gansheng has been reaping accolades with little effort all these years. Wiping her tears away, Jiang Suqing grasped this newfound insight. So, you mean to say that guarding the demon suppression pass is actually a blessing? The demons across the way are hardly a threat? Indeed, Ye Xing chuckled. The Dragon Emperor and the court ministers have not investigated the situation at the pass in ages. They still believe it is the same as it was a decade ago. Ye Xing began to feel exhilarated. His father was right. He should seize this opportunity to achieve great deeds. This chance for effortless merit must not be squandered. Ha ha. Good son, you finally understand. Ye Xing beamed with joy. You can confidently head to the demon suppression pass. Your mother and I will await your triumphant return. adorned with titles and betrothed to the crown princess. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you and mother. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing felt immense satisfaction and even a touch of emotion seeing their son so understanding and obedient. They could not help but compare him with their other son, sighing at the thought that if Ye Gansheng could learn but a fraction of Ye Xing's filial piety, he would not have become what he is today. Finally, Ye Xing sat proudly on the commander's warhorse, alongside Vice Commander Wang He, as they set forth in grand procession towards the demon suppression pass. Though it was nighttime, many citizens emerged to bid farewell. Upon seeing a young lad seated at the forefront, they could not help but speculate that he must be the heroic youth who had defended the pass for a decade. The peace that Chang'an had enjoyed for so many years was indebted to this valiant youth, and their excitement upon seeing him in person was palpable. Cheers and applause erupted around her, with even a woman throwing a hairpin into the night. Ye Gansheng surveyed the gathered crowd, unable to suppress a smile that suggested he had already embraced the role of a true hero. Meanwhile, the rear mountains of the imperial city loomed ominously, shrouded in perpetual fog for reasons unknown. This eerie place was frequently haunted by monstrous beasts, some of which possessed formidable powers, reaching the second realm. As Ye Gansheng walked through the mist, he paid little heed to the events that had just transpired, for he had severed ties with others, indifferent to their opinions. He wondered what mischief Shui Yao was up to now, expressing his frustration from what he had gathered in his previous life. The transformation of the imperial city's rear mountains was entirely the doing of Zhou Xiao, though the reasons remained a mystery to him. After an indeterminate period of wandering, Ye Gansheng spotted a faint glow emanating from a house nestled deep within the woods. Surely, that must be the place? It was unusual for a house to be built on a mountainside, leading him to conclude it was undoubtedly Zhou Xiao's residence. Just as he intended to approach, he found himself locked in the gaze of a wolf demon king, its mouth stained with blood and its eyes a menacing crimson, twice the size of an ordinary wolf king. Saliva dripped from its fangs, and its sharp claws glinted dangerously in the moonlight, poised to rend him to shreds. Not far away, in a brightly lit chamber, a breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes sat before a bronze mirror, combing her hair. Her tresses cascaded like a silken waterfall, light as air, while her cheeks glowed with a delicate blush, reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg, so tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Though she exuded an air of icy nobility, her elongated, seductive eyes betrayed a captivating allure, leaving no man who beheld her able to divert his gaze. The simple jade hairpin she wore, though unadorned, radiated an undeniable value. With her ruby lips and regal attire, she unmistakably embodied a wife awaiting her husband's return to the boudoir. "Miss, why has King Wu conferred a marriage upon you? Has he discovered something?" a delicate maid inquired, resting her chin on the table beside the mirror. Zhou Xiao set down her wooden comb, her lips parting slightly as she replied, "Not yet. Otherwise he would have taken action himself rather than merely probing." "Oh, I see now. He seeks to gauge your attitude?" The maid, Chang'an, enlightened. Zhou Xiao remained silent, her gaze fixed on her reflection in the bronze mirror, lost in thought. 23 years ago, she had emerged as a blood-red flower from the river of blood, the most gifted demon of her time. However, having absorbed too much essence from the living, she bore not only exceptional talent, but also an endless web of karmic ties. Currently, these ties posed no immediate threat, yet to ascend beyond the fifth realm, she must sever these karmic connections. After all, these were the burdens of the deceased, to be suppressed rather than resolved, which explained her masquerade as the daughter of Zhou Tianche, infiltrating Chang'an. Regrettably, Zhou Tianche seemed to harbor doubts about his daughter, who had traversed the demon realm and returned unscathed. After arranging her in the back mountain, years passed without a glimpse of her future. Could it be that the young lady truly intended to marry a stranger? What if he were exceedingly unattractive? Chang'an yearned for a dashing and formidable son-in-law, declaring that she would not share her bed otherwise, with a hint of pride. "He cannot come," Zhou Xiao stated, removing the phoenix crown from her head. Shocked, Chang'an inquired, "Does the young lady intend to slay the prince consort?" "No. Could it be that she has already done so?" Zhou Xiao remained silent. At that moment, a terrifying howl from a wolf demon echoed from outside. The ground trembled. Chang'an was rendered speechless, fully aware that the howling beast was the wolf demon king of the second realm. Due to its excessive killings and absorption of blood essence, many practitioners of the third realm were no match for it. She found it hard to believe that anyone outside was stronger than a third realm expert. My lady, how shall we explain this to the Dragon Emperor? The death of the prince consort is not a trivial matter. Chonner spoke with trepidation. It matters not. I did not lay a hand on him. The presence of wolf demons is known throughout the imperial city, Zhou Shuiyao replied coolly, rising to remove her outer garments. But what if? There is no what if. Once he learns my secret, he too shall perish. Better to take no risks. Besides, Zhou Shuiyao declared with icy resolve, no one is worthy of marrying me. This was not arrogance, but rather a statement of fact, as the only being capable of attaining sentience in such a blood-soaked environment. Her potential was immeasurable. No one could touch her. Just as Zhou Shuiyao shed her heavy and exquisite wedding dress, revealing a sheer, form-fitting gown beneath. The door swung open unexpectedly. Zhou Shuiyao stood frozen, as did Chonner, and so too did Ye Gansheng. Ye Gansheng was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Zhou Shuiyao, who had perished in his arms in a previous life. Yet, when he noticed that she was clad only in a thin veil, he was momentarily taken aback. Is she so impatient before even lifting the red veil? Zhou Shuiyao remained dazed, her movements halted. Why was this man before her still alive? She knew the wolf demon's strength well. Even practitioners of the third realm fell short, and this man appeared to be at most of the first realm. Yet, he stood there, undeniably real, leaving no room for doubt. The moment she became aware that her exquisite form was only draped in alluring fabric, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily donned her wedding attire once more. Lecher, what are you staring at? Chonner exclaimed, equally astonished. She had not anticipated her future husband to be so fearsome, unafraid even of the second realm wolf demon king, and she detected admiration in his gaze towards Ye Gansheng. My dear, undressing is a husband's duty. Why have you taken it upon yourself? Ye Gansheng remarked with a mischievous grin, shutting the door behind him without concern for being labeled a lecher. How did you get here? Zhou Shuiyao's usually cold demeanor now held a trace of temptation. How did I arrive? I simply walked here. The fog is too thick for horses to find their way, Ye Gansheng explained, somewhat perplexed. I distinctly heard a wolf howl just moments ago, Chonner interjected. Oh, you mean that? Ye Gansheng comprehended the intentions of the two individuals and opened the door once more, guiding their gazes towards the yard where the wolf demon king had been gruesomely torn asunder. Upon witnessing the corpse of the wolf demon king, both Zhou Shuiyao and Chonner were rendered speechless by shock. Although Zhou Shuiyao possessed the capability to vanquish the wolf demon king, the one in the courtyard had clearly not been slain, but rather tortured to death. It had been seized by its jaws and brutally ripped in half, with its entrails strewn across the ground. There was utterly no sign of resistance. Was this your doing? For the first time, Zhou Shuiyao felt that the situation was spiraling out of control, primarily due to the overwhelming prowess exhibited by Ye Gansheng. However, whether it was indeed Ye Gansheng's handiwork remained uncertain. After all, it was simply too outrageous. In Chang'an, there could hardly be more than 10 individuals capable of employing such a method to slay the wolf demon king, including the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche and various prominent sect leaders and elders. Chapter 9. A Fresh Reward, the Annihilating Reincarnation Palm. Zhou Shuicheng's astonishment upon encountering the wife of his previous life once more, Ye Gansheng's spirit soared, even stirring within him a profound excitement. He yearned to embrace Zhou Shuiyao. Yet, a trace of tenderness and affection was absent from his eyes. He understood that Zhou Shuiyao bore no feelings for him at present, and any impulsive gesture would be counterproductive. How about it? Is your husband impressive? Ye Gansheng spoke gently, his face adorned with a warm smile. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the third realm, supplemented by imperial-level heart techniques, although lacking in martial arts. His sheer physical strength sufficed to rend a demon wolf apart. Zhou Shuiyao found herself at a loss, perplexed as to why this stranger, whom she had never encountered before, evoked such an intimate sensation within her. She was certain she had never met Ye Gansheng prior to this. Even Li Ganggong had merely informed her that the one she was to marry was a scion of the Night family, the Demon Suppression Division. She did not even know his name. After several hesitations, Zhou Shuiyao ultimately chose silence. Meanwhile, Chonner could no longer contain herself. As Zhou Shuiyao's personal maid, it meant that her mistress's husband was also hers, and she would have to serve him. Witnessing Ye Gansheng's gentleness, strength, and striking appearance, her heart fluttered as if a fawn were bounding within. Master, you are incredibly handsome, Chonner exclaimed with exuberance. Ye Gansheng smiled wryly. In his previous life, Chon'er had fallen for him at first sight, while Zhou Shuyao had regarded him with indifference. However, he had not come to the back mountain in his former life. Instead, he had encountered Zhou Shuyao at the Night family estate, thus not having met the Wolf Demon King. Zhou Shuyao let out a soft sigh, uncertain whether it was due to Ye Gansheng's overwhelming strength or an emerging fondness for him. For a moment, she found herself reluctant to eliminate him, disrupting her original plans. With her crimson lips parting, she suggested, "Let us first dispose of the wolf's carcass. Otherwise, it may attract even more terrifying beasts." She then returned to the bronze mirror to reapply the rouge she had just wiped away. Chon'er, meanwhile, gazed at Ye Gansheng with a bright smile. "Master, allow me to light the way for you." Ye Gansheng had yet to utter a word when Zhou Shuyao, with her exquisite brows furrowed, commanded, "Where are you going? Come here and help me with the phoenix crown." "Yes," the young girl reluctantly returned. Ye Gansheng shook his head in resignation, sending a wolf demon flying with a swift kick. He harbored no fear of more formidable beasts, yet as it was the moment to enhance Zhou Shuyao's affection, he was determined to comply. While she busied herself, he seized the opportunity to peruse today's rewards. Rubbing his hands together, he leaned against a tree. Fortunately, the hour of high had passed during his recent encounter with the wolf demon, ensuring today's rewards were still available. "Congratulations, host, for successfully lounging for a day." Reward: Annihilation Reincarnation Palm, Imperial Rank, Primal Essence of All Things, another Imperial Rank item, and a martial skill, no less. Ye Gansheng was taken aback. It was truly fortuitous, as he was in dire need of formidable martial techniques. The previous ones had been woefully inadequate, leaving him feeling ill at ease. Primal Essence of All Things? Ye Gansheng realized that the system was indeed considerate, not only preparing an Imperial Rank martial skill for himself, but also a splendid gift for Shuyao. Whether the night would unfold endlessly depended on this. Turning back, he gazed at his wife from a past life, who had sacrificed everything for him, now unharmed, applying rouge inside, awaiting his favor. A wave of happiness washed over him. This happiness was something he had never experienced in his previous incarnations, the first as an orphan in a bustling city, the second marred by a desperate yearning for familial love that led to suffering. In this life, he fought solely for his own happiness. As he looked down upon the majestic mountains and rivers illuminated by the moonlight, Ye Gansheng suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Why not test the newly acquired martial skill? Since embracing a languid lifestyle, he had yet to put his enhanced strength to the test. He was curious to discover just how powerful he had become. Taking a deep breath, Ye Gansheng gradually summoned the Dao bone within him, sensing the 8 desolations and 4 symbols concealed within the dragon veins. Locating the vital point of the earth, Annihilation Reincarnation Palm. Boom! A colossal golden handprint descended from the heavens. Radiating golden light, the universe trembled. In an instant, it struck the river and forest below. Instantly, wild birds scattered, the earth crumbled, and the waters ceased to flow. As the dust settled, a massive depression in the shape of a handprint emerged, its depth unknown, with the sound of falling rubble echoing within, gradually growing muffled. The surrounding trees were uprooted entirely, flung to the horizon beyond sight. As the architect of this chaos, Ye Gansheng was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power. He dared not imagine the consequences had it struck a person. At that moment, Zhou Shuyao and Chon'er hurriedly emerged, their faces etched with concern. The immense tremor had naturally alarmed them. What happened? Upon seeing that Ye Gansheng was unscathed, Zhou Shuyao felt a quiet sigh of relief. Even she was unaware of the reason behind it. Ye Gansheng hesitated, choosing not to speak. As Zhou Shuyao gazed downward from the mountainside, her expression morphed into one of disbelief. Having lived on the back mountain for over a decade, she could easily discern that the vast expanse of land below had been subjected to an inhumane assault. The assailants possessed formidable strength. Even the lingering aura left her breathless. An ominous premonition surged within her. "We must depart." Zhou Shuyao turned her back and hastily retraced her steps, one hand lifting her skirt while the other grasped Ye Gansheng's hand, moving swiftly. Chon'er followed suit. Ye Gansheng, who had always acted in this manner, assumed that his actions had been discovered and sought an excuse to feign innocence. "What do you mean this is how it is? Experts have arrived on the back mountain. Perhaps they are here for me. We must hide," Zhou Shuyao asserted with gravity. "Experts?" In the span of a mere second, Ye Gansheng realized his wife had misunderstood him. Yet, was it truly the case that Xueyao was so concerned for him? He decided against clarification. Once inside, Xueyao closed and locked the door. Although it offered little protection, it provided a semblance of security. Should we hide under the covers? I will go extinguish the candle, Ye Gansheng suggested with a serious tone. Xueyao, feeling anxious, gestured for silence. She suspected that Zhou Tianche had already plotted against her, and that recent palm print was a form of intimidation, compelling her to reveal a weakness. Do not fear. If someone were to come, your husband is here. Who would dare harm you? Ye Gansheng replied nonchalantly. Cousin, this is not the time for jest. Chan'er's small face contorted in urgency. Xueyao cast a disapproving glance at Ye Gansheng. He had been present when the palm print was struck. He should have witnessed the assailant. Why did he now exhibit no trace of fear? It was crucial to understand that witnessing an event firsthand and later hearing about it were entirely different experiences. An attack of such potency could have instantly annihilated weaker practitioners with its residual force. From this alone, it was evident that Ye Gansheng's strength was indeed remarkable. After an hour had passed, and with no further disturbances outside, Xueyao finally relaxed her vigilance and exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ye Gansheng, who had nearly succumbed to slumber in his chair, opened his eyes. Is it time? Can we consummate our marriage now? Ye Gansheng inquired lazily. Consummate? Chan'er immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Xueyao felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. She truly could not fathom how Ye Gansheng's mind operated. After experiencing such a harrowing event, how could he still be so composed? Moreover, he was now suggesting consummation? Did you see who struck the blow? She probed tentatively. I could not see, came Ye Gansheng's indifferent reply. What do you mean you could not see? Was the opponent's strength so overwhelming that they could conceal themselves within the void? Xueyao believed her assumptions were not far from the truth. Her heart suddenly jolting with shock. When had such a formidable figure arrived in Chang'an? Yet, the subsequent words from Ye Gansheng left her utterly speechless. Now I can see. He faced the bronze mirror and addressed his own handsome reflection. Chapter 10. The essence of all things. Do you desire it? Xueyao momentarily failed to comprehend what Ye Gansheng intended, her expression laden with confusion as she inquired. What are you doing? Could it be that the formidable figure who just acted was within the mirror? Ye Gansheng gestured towards his reflection in the mirror, then pointed back at himself. Xueyao, not one to be easily fooled, cautiously ventured. You cannot be suggesting that the enormous handprint left on the mountainside was your doing? Chanterelle, observing the exchange, couldn't help but smirk, taken aback by her fiancé's penchant for exaggeration. Nonetheless, she found the narrative rather amusing. Xueyao rolled her eyes dramatically, declaring, Let's extinguish the lights and retire for the night. If you truly require company, allow Chanterelle to accompany you, but do not lay a finger on me. Her demeanor clearly conveyed disbelief, denying Ye Gansheng any opportunity for explanation. Indeed, Xueyao was convinced that Ye Gansheng was merely toying with her. Such a level of attack would necessitate a cultivation base of at least the fourth realm. And how many fourth realm cultivators could there possibly be in Chang'an? She certainly did not believe that Zhou Tianche would select someone so formidable as her husband. Seated on the bed, the fleeting fondness she had begun to feel for Ye Gansheng evaporated. Chanterelle extinguished the oil lamp, then bashfully approached Ye Gansheng, whispering, My lord. Let Chanterelle keep you company tonight. The young lady is feeling unwell. The little maid was quite exhilarated. Despite Ye Gansheng's earlier bravado, she perceived no fault in it. After all, in her eyes, a man capable of vanquishing the wolf demon king was already quite impressive. Ye Gansheng tenderly patted Chanterelle's head, gently advising, Be a good girl and return to your chamber. Chanterelle, blushing, found her shy demeanor beautifully illuminated by the flickering candlelight. My lord, the young lady is truly obedient. You should return to your own room. Glancing at her master seated upon the bed, she noted his lack of response, compelling her to retreat to her own quarters. Leaving the two alone, once she departed, Ye Gansheng could no longer restrain his longing, enveloping Xueyao in his embrace amidst the darkness. Instantly, a familiar and intoxicating fragrance wafted into his lungs, bringing him unparalleled comfort. Rascal! Xueyao had not anticipated Ye Gansheng's audacity, leaving her momentarily flustered. Call me husband. What rascality is this? Is it not perfectly natural for me to embrace my wife? Ye Gansheng had his own justifications. Release me. Xueyao raised her voice. intending to use her cultivation to break free. Yet, as she summoned her spiritual energy, she realized, in her struggle against Ye Gansheng, that she was as insignificant as a speck of dust, while Ye Gansheng stood as an unyielding monument at the edge of the world, majestic and immovable. In that moment, she suddenly grasped that Ye Gansheng might indeed have spoken the truth. The giant handprint was genuinely his creation. But how could that be possible? What perplexed her further was the overwhelming affection emanating from Ye Gansheng. However, she could find no trace of him in her memories. Ye Gansheng inhaled the scent emanating from Zhou Xuyao's alabaster neck, a look of pure enjoyment upon his face. "Xuyao, you smell delightful. You must bathe in flowers every day. Do you not?" he remarked without preamble. "What business is it of yours? Let me go at once." Zhou Xuyao, feeling flustered, retorted. Ye Gansheng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the luminous eyes of Zhou Xuyao, which shone even in the darkness. He gradually drew forth a luminous gas, which spiraled above his palm in a resplendent golden hue, emitting a gentle golden radiance. "Come, my dear, take a look at this," he invited, unabashedly revealing the primordial qi of all things. Zhou Xuyao's eyes narrowed slightly, though she could not discern the nature of the gas at first glance. She instinctively recognized it was no ordinary substance. She had encountered a similar description in an ancient text before. "Do you like the primordial qi of all things?" Ye Gansheng asked with a smile, well aware of its significance to the demon clan, given that Zhou Xuyao had yet to fully refine her true form. Utilizing spiritual energy in excess could lead her to regress back into the blood princess form. However, with the primordial qi of all things, she could not only completely refine her true form, but also elevate her cultivation to new heights. This essence was the primordial energy left in the mortal realm after the fall of the demon ancestor. "You mean to say that what you hold is the primordial qi of all things?" Zhou Xuyao was utterly astounded. Despite her noble status within the demon clan, she had never dared to hope for such a treasure, for the Yuanling continent possessed none of it. Even if it did exist, it was confined to ancient secret realms and the ruins of emperors. How could it possibly be obtained so easily? Yet she desperately needed the primordial qi, for without it, refining her true form would take decades. During that time, any severe injury or excessive depletion of spiritual energy could cause her to revert to her original form, leaving her fate uncertain regarding the rebirth of her intelligence. The years of diligent cultivation could vanish in an instant. Thus, she had lived cautiously all these years. However, with the primordial qi, she could refine her true form in merely a few days, after which her cultivation would surge. The object in Ye Gansheng's hand was of utmost importance to her. "Are you truly planning to give this to me?" Zhou Xuyao's voice softened, losing the chill it had held moments before. "You are my wife. Who else would I give it to?" Ye Gansheng replied with a smile. Zhou Xuyao, rarely at a loss for composure, bit her lip, unable to believe that Ye Gansheng genuinely intended to bestow the primordial qi upon her. Although the essence was more suited for the demon clan, it would still greatly enhance a human's abilities upon absorption. The fact that Ye Gansheng could choose to forego its benefits for himself in favor of her made it abundantly clear that the affection she had sensed earlier was genuine. "Then, don't rush," Zhou Xuyao stammered. "You aren't thinking of changing your mind, are you?" Ye Gansheng chuckled. "Of course not. The primordial qi holds some value for me, but not significantly so, as I rely primarily on my Dao bone. Everything revolves around it. The demon and the Dao are in conflict. Xuyao, what do you think a newlywed couple should do?" Ye Gansheng's hand gently brushed against Zhou Xuyao's shoulder, delicate and smooth, eliciting a hint of apprehension from her. "Of course not," she retorted. "After all, Chanter doesn't desire the primordial qi, does she?" Ye Gansheng continued to tease. "What if you change your mind?" she questioned, her voice tinged with a hint of ire. "You could just as easily retract your decision." Zhou Xuyao, filled with a simmering anger, retorted. "How could I possibly change my mind? By then, you would have already taken everything from me." Ye Gansheng replied with a gentle smile. "Then it all depends on your willingness to gamble. However, I must clarify that I am a person of utmost integrity. I typically fulfill what I promise." Gazing into Ye Gansheng's earnest eyes, Zhou Xuyao found herself surprisingly devoid of any aversion to his touch, something that would have been unthinkable with anyone else. Could it be that fate had intertwined their destinies as spouses? With this thought, her previously closed heart began to crumble, spiraling into an uncontrollable state. Chapter 11. Why isn't Ye Gansheng back? The villagers' regret, Zhou Shuiyao was engulfed in turmoil. As the most promising demon of her kind poised to transcend to the 14th realm, she was destined to become the leader of her people, guiding them in their battles against humanity. Yet, here was a human man presenting the primordial essence of all things, ready to share intimacy with her. It felt utterly surreal. If she were to succumb to Ye Gansheng's advances today, how would he react upon discovering her true nature as a demon? How could she face such a revelation? A cascade of questions plagued her mind. Yet she found it difficult to relinquish the allure of the primordial essence. Zhou Shuiyao remained silent for an extended period, but Ye Gansheng displayed remarkable patience. Understanding that the path to a lasting relationship cannot be rushed, he leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered softly, "It's all right. Even if you refuse, I will still offer it to you, for you are my wife." Zhou Shuiyao's pupils dilated, fixating on Ye Gansheng's eyes. Her voice caught in her throat. After what felt like an eternity, she pressed her lips together and murmured, "Be gentle." Ye Gansheng earnestly responded, "I shall." As their lips met, it was as though dry tinder ignited in a fierce blaze, setting the world around them ablaze with passion. The long night stretched before them, a canvas only to be adorned with the beauty of companionship and exquisite wine. Ye Gansheng had come to her after indulging in spirits, transforming the enchanting evening into an exquisite affair. As their figures intertwined, the door creaked open, revealing a pair of glistening eyes that peered in, illuminated by the moonlight, laying bare the scene within. Meanwhile, before dawn had graced the sky, around the hour of the rabbit, a group led by Ye Xing had reached the small town behind the demon suppression pass. However, the town was nearly deserted, with the front lines in disarray. Most villagers had fled to Xianyang City for refuge. The town had yet to face an assault. It was likely that some disciples of the sword sect still survived, holding the line against the invaders. Wang He's expression lightened slightly. He had feared that if their people had not yet arrived, the town might be lost, forcing them to retreat to Xianyang and reconsider their strategy. Losing territory would be a grave sin. Even if the demon suppression pass were to fall, I could reclaim it. Wang, the deputy commander, reassured himself. Ye Xing had fully embraced the persona of Ye Gansheng, speaking with unyielding confidence. Wang He remarked admiringly, "Commander Ye, your ability to protect our great Zhou is indeed a blessing for us all." Ye Xing basked in Wang He's flattery, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. These words were sufficiently uplifting, instilling a greater sense of assurance among the soldiers at the rear. As the group approached the front lines, a ragtag assembly of individuals clad in coarse linen stumbled forth from a dilapidated cottage. They cried out, "Lord Ye has returned. We are saved. Lord Ye has come back. How wonderful. At last, those arrogant demon tribes will pay the price." However, when the elder leading the group reached the army, he was momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the rider at the forefront was not Ye Gansheng. His words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Behind him, some disheveled villagers followed suit, and as they all beheld Ye Xing, a wave of confusion washed over them. Why was it not Ye Gansheng? Where could he be? Had he truly abandoned us? Ye Xing had assured us that Ye Gansheng would continue to guard the demon suppression pass. I don't know, perhaps he is behind us. One villager speculated. Honestly, I advised you not to frame Ye Gansheng. Look where it has led us now. He has forsaken us. Such fine words. Then why don't you show us what you have received? The villagers spoke in hushed tones, allowing only Ye Xing at the front to hear clearly, while Wang Yi behind could only catch snippets. Ye Xing's countenance darkened instantly. If Wang Yi were to overhear, his misdeeds regarding Ye Gansheng's merits would undoubtedly be revealed. Coughing deliberately and loudly, he declared, "Ahem. We must hasten to the demon suppression pass." Wang He, puzzled by the earlier conversation, had indeed caught a few words. It was evident that the villagers harbored doubts about Ye Xing. Why was that? Furthermore, Ye Xing had been stationed at the demon suppression pass for nearly a decade. Why did he require someone else to guide him? Surely he could find his way. Yet, as it was his first visit, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Perhaps there were factors he was unaware of. After a brief moment, although the villagers were reluctant to accept that the arriving figure was not Ye Gansheng, they nonetheless recognized the necessity of having someone to exorcise the demons. Leading the village head to arrange for Ye Xing and his entourage to be escorted to the demon suppression pass. Village Chief Zhao Ji watched the departing troops, sighing with self-reproach. "Chief, what is there to sigh about? Isn't someone going to exorcise the demons? If Ye Gansheng is not coming, then so be it." a young and robust villager remarked. Zhaoji shook his head, expressing his helplessness. You do not understand. These individuals are not like Ye Gansheng. They will not concern themselves with our welfare. Unperturbed, a villager retorted, so what? As long as the demons are vanquished, we will not suffer any harm. Indeed, chief. Do not hold Ye Gansheng in such high regard. His so-called heroic reputation was largely inflated by us, another villager added. Having received benefits from Ye Xing, they were now unexpectedly forcing Ye Gansheng out. Eager to prove their correctness, they hastened to demonstrate that Ye Gansheng was insignificant. Taking a deep breath, the village chief replied, You make valid points. I hope that whoever is tasked with guarding the demon suppression pass will be as vigilant as Ye Gansheng, always stationed at the front lines, prepared for battle and mindful of our plight. The spirits of all present lifted considerably. Although Ye Gansheng had departed, at least the dynasty had sent reinforcements. And they were indeed a military force. As long as one can slay demons, who cares who does the killing? On the other side, the demon suppression pass stands as a colossal fortress, where a disciple clad in the robes of the sword sect is currently engaging the enemy with his sword. Everyone below stands ready, and Ye Xing declares, Let us ascend. Wang He dismounts first, stating his intent. However, Ye Xing shows no inclination to depart and inquires, Why must the soldiers remain on standby? Let us go together. Wang He, somewhat perplexed, replies, After years of battling the demon race, do you not realize that those ordinary soldiers outside are utterly incapable of facing them? They are merely here to clean up the battlefield. Ye Xing, feeling a bit awkward, refrains from elaborating, dismounting, and insisting that the troops remain on standby as they proceed up the city wall. Noting Ye Xing's inability to find the path onto the wall, Wang He furrows his brow, sensing an undeniable air of unreliability about him. He even begins to question the authenticity of the so-called heroic youth. Under Wang He's guidance, Ye Xing ascends the wall, feeling indifferent. After all, they are here to vanquish demons, and Wang He's perspective would surely shift once they engaged in battle. Upon the arrival of reinforcements, the beleaguered sword sect disciple Li Jiuxiao coughs weakly and implores, My senior brother is still battling fiercely at the city gate. I beseech you both to assist him. Wang He hastily approaches the watchtower to glance below, where a bloodied swordsman in white is locked in combat with a demon bearing 2 horns. The skirmish is intense, with numerous demon entities lurking nearby, making the situation exceedingly perilous. Not far away, beneath the crumbling remnants of the walls, several individuals clad similarly to Li Jiuxiao lie in pools of blood, their fates unknown. Meeting Li Jiuxiao's beseeching gaze, Wang He proclaims loudly, Leave the bull demon to me. You focus on clearing the surrounding rabble and look for an opportunity to rescue him. With that, he leaps from the wall, charging toward the bull demon. Chapter 12. Are you certain you are not an infiltrator sent by the demon clan? Witnessing Wang He's bold advance, Ye Xing breathes a deep sigh of relief. Having just arrived at the demon suppression pass, he would have felt trepidation if faced directly with the second-tier bull demon. Though he does not doubt his own capabilities against the bull demon, given that Ye Xing had succeeded, he feels confident he can too. Outside the demon suppression pass, desiccated limbs and severed arms, alongside shattered swords and halberds, are soaked in a deep crimson hue, both new and old. Clearly, this place has borne witness to countless horrific battles. Anger wells within Wang He as he observes the devastation. He brandishes his spear with increasing fervor, driving the bull demon back relentlessly. Who dares to disrupt my grand undertaking? Are you seeking death? The bull demon, evidently having undergone minimal transformation, retains a distinctly bovine appearance in its upper half. Planting his silver spear into the ground, Wang He points at the bull demon, declaring, You ungrateful beast, do you think you can come and go as you please at the demon suppression pass? If you possess any skill, do not leave today. Despite the presence of injured comrades and Li Jiuxiao's lack of strength, Ye Xing remains steadfast in this place. Just witnessing the remnants of the battlefield evokes visions of Ye Xing's past valiant defense of the demon suppression pass. The aura of unwavering determination, akin to that of a solitary warrior facing a million foes, profoundly resonates with Wang He in that moment. Leave. The bovine demon erupted into hearty laughter, a mirth that was shared by several lesser transformed demons behind him, their gazes fixed on Wang He as if he were a fool. What is so amusing? Wang He furrowed his brow and inquired angrily. The cow demon, seemingly having laughed to his heart's content, embedded his massive axe into the crevice of the stone, Crossing his arms with a haughty demeanor, the night slaughter god is absent. Do you truly believe that you, along with those few minions atop the city wall, can defend the city gates? And you audaciously dare to tell me not to flee? Are you not the fool? Indeed, indeed. Although I do not comprehend why that scoundrel, the night slaughter god, departed after inflicting such devastation upon us. Even his brief absence has rendered the demon suppression pass as ours for the taking. Ha ha ha, after a decade. That fellow has finally left. Wang He felt a pang of confusion. The night slaughter god was understandable. After all, over the span of 10 years, Nightwalk had undoubtedly slain countless demons. It was reasonable to label him the god of slaughter. Yet, was not Nightwalk still atop the city wall? Why then were they claiming the night slaughter god had departed? However, he had no time to dwell on this perplexity, for the cow demon had already charged forth, axe in hand, with the surrounding lesser demons closing in on him, ready to encircle him for the kill. Just as he was momentarily distracted, a chilling gust of wind rushed towards him, followed closely by the blade of the massive axe. With a shout of alarm, Wang He, relying on years of battle experience, swiftly crossed his silver spear to block the descending axe. Before he could catch his breath, the surrounding blades came crashing down upon him. Will you not strike back? Wang He shouted in desperation. In an instant, he found himself cornered into a dire predicament. He had assumed Nightwalk was vigilantly observing the situation, remaining silent for the sake of pride. To his dismay, when he glanced over, Nightwalk was still atop the city wall, seemingly preoccupied with something else. Frustration surged within him. Night, my friend, will you not intervene? Li Jiuxiao, watching Wang He on the verge of defeat below, anxiously looked towards Nightwalk. Wait a moment. He should still be able to hold on. Nightwalk had envisioned a grand plan upon arrival, yet when faced with the battlefield, he hesitated. Primarily, seeing Wang He struggle to endure more than a few exchanges was not what he had anticipated. As the lesser demons closed in, ready to strip Wang He alive, Li Jiuxiao was in a panic. Have you not guarded the demon suppression pass for 10 years? You fear such a handful of demons? You cannot be serious. Li Jiuxiao loudly questioned. His senior brother, Li Xing, was still below. How could he remain calm? Yet, this accusation seemed to strike a nerve with Nightwalk, who retorted in fury, what did you say? If I am not, then are you? If you have the capability, then go down there. Li Jiuxiao was rendered speechless. He was no heroic youth. How could he possibly descend? Moreover, their sword sect was merely a temporary garrison. Guarding the demon suppression pass was not their responsibility. And several of his own senior brothers had perished for this cause. How could Nightwalk, who possessed both the duty and the capability, demand a novice disciple like him to descend and rescue someone? It left him utterly at a loss for words. Wang He, having utilized his trump cards and narrowly evaded several lethal strikes, bore numerous wounds of varying depths. Yet, what astonished him most was the sight of Nightwalk arguing with Li Jiuxiao atop the city wall. In a moment of dire peril, Wang He found himself besieged by adversaries. Despite an agreement that he would confront the formidable bull demon while Ye Xing would take on the lesser demons, the seemingly trivial task was left unaddressed, leaving him to fend for himself against all enemies. Had it not been for his hidden card, he would have already met his demise. Hurry and help me, he gasped, narrowly evading a lethal strike. The bull demon, wielding a massive axe, proclaimed, I have declared that with the night god absent, the demon suppression pass is but a trifle, and you are merely courting death. Ha, courting death indeed, echoed the lesser demons. Wang He coughed up blood, clearly drained of strength, yet still received no assistance from Ye Xing, whom he suspected was deliberately quarreling with Li Jiuxiao. Observing the dire situation, the bull demon raised his axe and swung it fiercely at Wang He. With no other recourse, Wang He mirrored the action, bracing his silver spear against the massive weapon. However, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of the lesser demons. If Ye Xing did not intervene soon, he would face certain death. Ye Xing, what in the world are you waiting for? I'm about to die, he shouted for the third time. At last, Ye Xing ceased his argument with Li Jiuxiao and directed his gaze towards the precarious battlefield where Wang He was struggling. Wang He, clinging to the hope that Ye Xing would finally act, was disheartened to see him merely glance before turning away again. Despair engulfed him. In the next moment, the silver gleam of a long blade reflected upon his face, and he realized his end was imminent. The feelings of resentment, confusion, and rage swiftly dissipated into sheer terror. Yet, just as fate seemed sealed, a flash of light severed his arm, causing the long blade to crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang He shoved the bull demon aside, narrowly escaping death. Initially believing it to be Ye Xing's intervention, he quickly recognized that it was not Ye Xing wielding the sword, but rather the senior disciple of the sword sect. I almost perished. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. No, I owe you my thanks for allowing me to save you. Otherwise, I would have perished as well, Li Qing replied, collapsing against the city wall with a smile. However, Wang He's thoughts were consumed by Ye Xing, prompting him to disregard Li Qing. He had arrived with fervor, eager to prove himself before the legendary young hero, only to find himself on the brink of death. Fixating on Ye Xing, he demanded, "What in the world are you doing?" Ye Xing, sensing the accusation in Wang He's tone, felt a flicker of anxiety but masked it well, responding, "There is no need to fret. When necessary, I shall make my move." His assertion of when necessary implied that if he chose not to act, the moment would never arrive. "Humph. I will recount all your actions today to the Dragon Emperor," Wang He retorted, kicking up his silver spear, his face a mask of fury. "Deputy Wang, what do you mean by that?" Ye Xing feigned composure. "The Dragon Emperor will decide in due course," Wang He concluded, leaving Ye Xing with no time to explain as the enraged bull demon charged forth. The colossal axe swung with increasing velocity as Wang He charged forward, while the weakened Li Qing could only wield his sword in a futile attempt at defense. The situation was dire. It was evident to any observer that defeat awaited them, and soon they would be nothing but lifeless bodies. Nightwalker's heart raced with anxiety. Losing a formidable general so early in battle would surely raise suspicions from the Dragon Emperor, and Zhu Huanling would never consent to his engagement. Action was imperative, otherwise his identity would likely be unmasked in no time. Yet, he was unprepared to descend into the fray himself. Nightwalker cursed Ye Gansheng. If he had taken his place, none of this would have transpired. Upon returning, he vowed to ensure his father dealt with him severely for the predicament they now faced. Clenching his fists, Nightwalker muttered darkly. However, Ye Gansheng was currently 1,000 miles away in Chang'an, leaving many matters beyond his control. Just as he hesitated, the battle intensified below. Wang He seemed to have resigned himself to inevitable death, no longer calling for Nightwalker's reinforcement. The disadvantage grew more pronounced, with wounds multiplying on both their bodies, some even exposing bone. Suddenly, Nightwalker conceived a brilliant idea. If he opened the city gates, the two could escape. What a splendid notion! He shouted to them. "Do not despair. I shall come to your rescue." At his words, the collective thought among those present was that Nightwalker had finally decided to intervene, and salvation was near. Yet, as Wang He continued to engage the cow demon in combat, there was still no sign of Nightwalker, not even atop the city walls. Where could he have gone? As confusion enveloped the crowd, the city gates began to creak open slowly. Wang He was taken aback, and Li Qing shared his shock. Their pupils dilated, mouths agape as if an egg could fit within. What was the purpose of guarding the demon suppression pass, if not to protect the gates? Once breached, the consequences would be dire. From there to Xianyang, dozens of kilometers away, the territory would fall into the hands of the demon race, enabling them to wreak havoc at will. The potential for pillage and slaughter was evident, and the difficulty of defense would escalate exponentially. It was imperative to maintain control of the gates, flanked by snowy lands or deep valleys. The entry points to Xianyang were numerous, and if the gates of the demon suppression pass were relinquished, the demon race would invade human territory unchecked. In less than 3 days, countless lives in Xianyang would be in peril. Furthermore, as time progressed, Chang'an would face a similar fate. The very gate that everyone was sworn to defend was now being opened from within by Nightwalker. Even if he were to be accused of collusion with the demon race, both Wang He and Li Qing would believe it. "Come quickly. I am here to save you." Enter the city. Nightwalker beckoned urgently, fearful of losing credit for the rescue, and he forbade others from assisting. Chapter 13. The Breach of the Demon Suppression Pass. Nightwalker escapes first. Though he had not directly engaged in combat, he had at least saved the lives of 2. Wang He, despite his anger, would surely have no words to say in reply. When the time comes again, and the bull demon is absent, he shall unleash his full potential. A faint smile graced Ye Xing's lips as he deemed himself exceedingly clever. However, to his astonishment, before Wang He and Li Qing could make their move, the bull demon and a throng of lesser demons surged toward him. Strangely, at the very moment he opened the city gate, a multitude of demon clans rushed forth, all darting toward the entrance. "Quickly, shut the gate," Wang He bellowed, finally able to catch his breath. as the bull demon ceased to pay him any heed. Shut it. The immense weight of the gate could not simply be closed at will. If it were not for the inner mechanisms, Ye Xing alone would have struggled to even open it. Closing it now was utterly impossible. Realizing the dire situation was beyond salvage, Wang He shouted once more at Ye Xing, "Guard the gate. Do not let them enter. If we lose the demon suppression pass, our heads will roll." With that, he hastened toward the gate. Recognizing there was no alternative, the gate could not be shut, and they had to hold their ground. Not an inch could be yielded. Yet, as Ye Xing beheld the horde of demon cultivators charging toward him, fear seized him, rendering him motionless. Swallowing hard, he stumbled backward, only to trip over a stone. "Hurry! Block their advance!" Ye Xing urgently called to the soldiers behind him. Helplessly, as the commander tasked with subduing the demons, he knew that even if his men trembled with fear, they could only muster their courage to comply. Disobedience was not an option. The ensuing scene would haunt Wang He for the rest of his life. His silver spear, which had never left his grasp, clattered to the ground, unnoticed as demons rushed past him. Once valiant soldiers, who had fought alongside him, fell one by one beneath the claws and fangs of the demons, offering no semblance of resistance. And to Wang He's utter disbelief, the commander Ye Xing seized this opportunity to flee. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never anticipated such a catastrophic loss before this campaign, convinced it would be a straightforward conquest. Yet, here he stood, not only having narrowly escaped death multiple times, but witnessing nearly all of his comrades succumb to the blood-soaked ground. Why was this happening? Hadn't Ye Xing guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade? Why was this occurring? Raindrops, faint and tentative, fell upon Wang He's face as a long blade pierced his shoulder. Fury ignited within him, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. He glared at the demon before him, his visage a canvas of madness and despair, so engulfed in rage that he felt no pain. He wrenched the blade from his shoulder and retaliated with fervor. Yet, as he vanquished the demon before him, another blade struck him from behind, and he gritted his teeth, blood staining his face as he let out a tortured roar. He sought to counter with the same ferocity, but as his hand reached out, a blade sliced through, severing his arm entirely. The severed limb lay crushed beneath the feet of the rushing demons. Wang opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, crimson, viscous blood filling every crevice of his mouth. With no further chance to resist, Wang He was impaled by countless blades, lifted aloft. "Ah, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations." After exhausting all his strength to vent the fury within, Wang He bowed his head and succumbed beneath the long blades of the demon clan. This valiant general, who had devoted himself to the great Zhou dynasty, met a gruesome end. Worse still, the demon clan had no intention of letting him rest. Rather, they intended to parade his lifeless body as a trophy. Over the years, Ye Gansheng had inflicted profound suffering upon them, and now, having tasted victory, they were determined to humiliate the human cultivators. As the general, Wang He was undoubtedly the most fitting target for their scorn. The tragic fate of Wang He was witnessed by both Li Qing, soaring through the skies on his sword, and Li Jiuxiao, who stood nearby. Their hearts ached, and their hatred for Ye Xing's actions ran deep. Had it not been for Ye Xing's refusal to assist, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. If Ye Xing had not opened the city gates, the soldiers within would not have perished. Wang He might have endured longer, perhaps even escaped. Now, not only had Wang He met a horrific demise, but the soldiers accompanying him had also suffered devastating losses, and the demon suppression pass had fallen, leaving countless villagers in the vicinity doomed to perish. Heroic youth? Today, they had witnessed the true nature of such bravado, cowardly, disruptive, and fleeing at the first sign of danger. Truly formidable. What should we do now, senior brother? Li Jiuxiao, a recent disciple of the sword sect, was at a loss, having never encountered such calamity before. Li Qing gritted his teeth and murmured, "We must inform the Dragon Emperor and our master. The demon suppression pass has fallen. This is no longer within our power to decide. Should we return now?" Li Jiuxiao inquired, seeking confirmation. Li Qing, with determination, replied through clenched jaws, regardless of the circumstances. "We must retrieve the general's body. He is a hero and should not be reduced to a mere tool for the demon clan's ostentation." Wang He had saved his life. Morally and emotionally, he could not turn a blind eye. All right. Though slightly apprehensive, Li Jiuxiao agreed. That day, a multitude of demons surged into the demon suppression pass, resulting in unimaginable casualties. Only a handful of villagers managed to escape, seeking refuge within Xiangyang City. However, without shelter, they were reduced to beggary. Meanwhile, Ye Xing, the first to flee, was acutely aware of the disaster he had caused and sought refuge in Xiangyang City, too fearful to return to Chang'an. For a long while, as dawn broke, a formidable line of demons stood proudly across the moat of the heavily guarded Xiangyang, their flagpole adorned with the lifeless form of Wang He. Not far from the city walls, hidden within the trees, Li Qing and Li Jiuxiao lay in wait, preparing to retrieve Wang He's body and return to Chang'an. In Chang'an, on the rear mountains of the imperial city, Ye Gansheng held Zhou Shuiyao in his embrace, still lost in slumber. From his steady breathing, it was clear he was sleeping soundly, while Zhou Shuiyao found herself restless. She had never envisioned a day when she would marry another, especially to a cultivator of the human race. With her palms facing upwards, the primordial essence materialized in her hands, a sight she had witnessed countless times that night. Astonishingly, it had truly manifested. Moreover, it had not occurred post factum. Rather, it was presented to her immediately upon her agreement, without a hint of hesitation from Ye Gansheng. Zhou Shuiyao, who initially held no hope, found herself uncertain about the matter, leading her to repeatedly examine it. Throughout the night, she pondered why it was the essence of all things, the primal energy, and not something else. Did Ye Gansheng somehow know her true identity? Strangely, Zhou Shuiyao felt a sense of trepidation at the thought of Ye Gansheng discovering her true nature, for the conflict between demons and humans had long since reached an irreconcilable state. Ultimately, she decided to cease her musings and nestled into Ye Gansheng's embrace, drifting into a gentle slumber. Chapter 14. The Martial Arts Tournament. After years of defeat in early July, the morning dew welcomed the rising sun. Yet an inexplicable faint scent of blood permeated the air, causing discomfort. The mist on the back mountain had dissipated somewhat, and the dewdrops on Zhou Shi's light green skirt were a testament to her excitement, despite the dampness. Following closely behind her was a cold-faced man, his indifferent gaze surveying the surroundings. Several demonic beasts, startled, fled in all directions. "Sister Shuiyao, it's me, Shi. Please open the door." Zhou Shi knocked while calling out. The cold-faced man, meanwhile, twitched his nose slightly, seemingly catching a whiff of something dangerous. The door swung open to reveal Zhou Shuiyao, clad in a flowing white dress, who asked with a neutral tone, "What brings you here?" "Father has asked you to join Brother Qiansheng for breakfast, so I came," Zhou Shi replied, maintaining her cheerful demeanor without a hint of dissatisfaction. "Very well, we understand. You may return now." Zhou Shuiyao had no intention of keeping Zhou Shi any longer. "Oh." Zhou Shi finally displayed a hint of displeasure. At that moment, the cold-faced man returned, his demeanor grave as he coldly inquired, "What is the situation with the corpse of the wolf demon? And what about the enormous handprint on the mountain? Can you provide an explanation?" He weighed a bone in his hand. Zhou Shuiyao replied dismissively, "I don't know. Perhaps you should ask someone else." The cold-faced man, Huang Run, served as an advisor to the Daizhou Law Enforcement Hall and possessed formidable strength. He typically handled the apprehension of criminals and the analysis of cases, with no prior instances of allowing a suspect to escape. "Don't know?" Huang Ren's expression darkened. "I represent the Law Enforcement Hall. Do you intend to defy its authority? Or perhaps oppose the will of the Dragon Emperor?" What a hefty accusation. It must be noted that Zhou Shuiyao was a princess, albeit one who was not favored and had a low profile. Nonetheless, she was still the daughter of the Dragon Emperor. Huang Ren's audacity clearly implied he had the Emperor's backing. "If you have evidence, feel free to detain me. If not, I kindly ask you to leave." Zhou Shuiyao demonstrated her resilience, unafraid of his intimidation. "Humph," Huang Ren scoffed derisively. "The law applies equally to the sovereign and the commoner. Do you think that being a princess grants you the liberty to act with impunity?" As he spoke, he crushed the wolf demon's jawbone in his hand, the threat evident in his actions. Zhou Shuiyao's brows knitted in displeasure. This man was clearly overstepping. Without any evidence, he sought to intimidate her. If not for the fear of exposure, she would have relished the opportunity to vanquish him. Though the primal essence of all things has yet to be completely refined, vanquishing a practitioner of the second realm requires little effort. At that moment, Ye Gansheng, yawning, strolled over. "Shuiyao, you only fell asleep in the dead of night. How are you awake now?" he inquired, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he affectionately squeezed Zhou Shuiyao's shoulder. "I would love to sleep, but someone refuses to leave," Zhou Shuiyao retorted, rolling her eyes. "Who?" Ye Gansheng's gaze sharpened instantly. He stepped out of the room, disregarding the exuberant Zhou Shi, and confronted Huang Ren. "Disturbing my wife's slumber. Are you courting death?" Huang Ren's forehead twitched with indignation. It had been years since anyone dared speak to him in such a manner. In a low voice, he declared, "As the advisor of the enforcement hall, I possess the authority to investigate any peculiar occurrences. What is the story behind the deceased wolf demon king and the immense handprint at the mountain's base?" Ye Gansheng chuckled, responding nonchalantly, "The wolf demon king? A mere beast is dead, and that is considered extraordinary? As for the handprint, did I not create it?" Huang Ren sneered, "Of course, I believe you. However, whether the Dragon Emperor believes you is another matter entirely." "Shi, let us go," Huang Ren commanded. Zhou Shi promptly bid farewell to Ye Gansheng, saying, "Goodbye. I'll wait for you for breakfast." Once more, Ye Gansheng ignored Zhou Shi and directed a chilling yet amused gaze at Huang Ren, who was turning to leave. "Did I permit you to depart like this?" He raised his voice. Huang Ren halted, disdain evident in his tone. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Shuiyao tugged at Ye Gansheng's sleeve, shaking her head, signaling him to refrain from pursuing the matter to avoid complications. "Do not worry, I shall handle it," Ye Gansheng declared, unleashing a powerful strike. Huang Ren's eyes widened in shock. In that fleeting moment of contact with the energy, he realized he was in deep trouble. Summoning all his strength, two colossal serpentine dragons manifested as a protective barrier, attempting to shield him. Yet, Ye Gansheng's strike was utterly terrifying. It shattered his barrier in an instant, the overwhelming force propelling him several meters away until he crashed into a large boulder. Zhou Shi stood in stunned disbelief. The uncle he once deemed invincible had been effortlessly subdued by a single blow from Ye Gansheng. How could this be? Zhou Shuiyao, though equally astonished, displayed a greater capacity for acceptance, merely furrowing her brow. Ye Gansheng slowly retracted his hand, coldly stating, "If you dare to shout at Shuiyao again, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." His subtle threat, amplified by his formidable power, resonated with an undeniable authority. Huang Ren, spitting blood, was engulfed by a mix of fear and confusion, ultimately retreating with Zhou Shi in a hasty exit. It was evident that this incident would reach Zhou Tianche's ears within the hour. "You acted too impulsively. Making an enemy of the enforcement hall is not a wise choice." Zhou Shuiyao, though deeply moved by Ye Gansheng's defense of her, felt a pang of worry, accustomed as she was to a life of trepidation. This sudden shift left her feeling unmoored. What is there to fear? When an individual possesses the strength to disregard rules, adherence to any conventions becomes unnecessary. Ye Gansheng has his own rationale. Zhou Shuiyao sighed, finding it unwise to contradict her husband, and said, "Hurry and change your clothes. It is the tradition of the Zhou family that after the wedding, the entire family gathers for breakfast. Please assist me." Ye Gansheng smirked, "Sit still." Zhou Shuiyao did not refuse. During the process of changing clothes, some intimate moments were inevitable. However, considering she was his own wife, what was there to say about propriety? Zhou Xiao's face flushed crimson, yet she felt it inappropriate to voice any objections, for no matter how many times she thwarted Ye Gansheng's advances, he would always reach out again. Fortunately, the most essential matters had already been addressed, rendering her indifferent to these antics. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Xiao sat before the bronze mirror to arrange her appearance, aided by Chon'er, though their efficiency remained rather sluggish. Dressed neatly, Ye Gansheng stepped outside, inhaling deeply the fresh air. He then remarked nonchalantly, "It seems many have perished today." "Huh, but it matters little. They are merely those lacking perception." Of course, he could not detect any scent of blood. It was merely a realization that the night patrol must have reached the demon suppression pass by now, and likely had already thrown everything into chaos. Having guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, he understood better than anyone the perilous nature of that place. Strength alone would not suffice to maintain its defense, and indeed, the night patrol's might was not particularly formidable. "How does the young master know today is the martial arts summit?" Chon'er inquired curiously. "Martial arts summit? What is that?" Ye Gansheng turned to ask. "I assumed the young master was aware. It is a competition between the younger generations of the Great Zhou and Great Qian, where the victor claims the territory of the defeated. Thus, everyone fights with great fervor, and many lives are lost each year. However, the last time the Great Zhou dynasty emerged victorious was 7 years ago." Chapter 15. You claim it was your doing. Do you possess evidence to substantiate that? The martial arts summit? Ye Gansheng mused briefly. It indeed seemed to be a reality. though in his previous life he had not participated due to his station at the Demon Suppression Pass. Initially, the territory along the border between Great Zhou and Great Qian was ambiguous, with both sides believing it belonged to them. Yet, when it came to battle, neither party deemed it worthwhile, thus giving rise to the Martial Arts Summit. Not only does it determine territorial claims, but winning also significantly enhances national confidence, diplomatic leverage, and the dynasty's stature. However, presently, the previously ambiguous territories had largely fallen to Great Qian, and the populace of Great Zhou had reached a peak of inferiority. Additionally, Zhou Tianche was a remarkably skilled and tenacious individual. Hence, the stakes presented by Great Zhou were essentially their own territory, merely to save face, allowing the citizens of Great Zhou to hold their heads high. Yet, it appeared that Great Qian had already seized a city and 2 mountains. Should they lose again this year, Great Zhou would face utter desolation, for the stakes were exceedingly high. Seeing Ye Gansheng lost in thought, Chon'er joyfully asked, "Will the young master participate in the summit? I feel certain that your involvement would guarantee victory." Ye Gansheng stretched leisurely, expressing disinterest. "What concern is the territory of Great Zhou to me? I am not an emperor. Let the people of the imperial city worry about it. It is absurd to think one can earn rewards through lethargy. Only a fool would participate in such a grand martial arts competition, especially when the reward is merely territory, which holds no value for him." Chon'er felt a tinge of disappointment, while Zhou Shuiyao remarked, "It may be for the best not to participate. Although I am not well versed in the situation over in Deqian, it seems that an exceptionally formidable figure has emerged. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to maintain such a winning streak for so many years." A formidable figure? Ye Gansheng could not bear to hear his wife praise another. Retorting, "No matter how formidable, can they surpass your husband?" Zhou Shuiyao chuckled softly and shook her head, choosing not to counter his statement. It was evident that she harbored doubts. Such skepticism was not surprising. After all, heroes abound in this world, and it is entirely normal for a few extraordinary individuals to elude common understanding. Winning consecutively for 7 years, most would assume defeat is unfathomable. Ye Gansheng felt no need to elaborate. Given time, Zhou Shuiyao would naturally cease to question his words. Once prepared, he walked ahead. A blade of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, while Zhou Shuiyao, delicate and charming, required Chon'er's assistance to navigate the steps. This was not pretense but rather a matter of habit. After all, the innocently fragile are often the last to be suspected. The rear mountain was not far from the imperial city. Within the span of 2 incense sticks, Ye Gansheng and his companions, guided by Li Ganggong, arrived at the dining area. The rear hall was spacious, with fragrant sandalwood rising in wisps, enveloping the air in a graceful haze. The opulence of the decorations indicated that this was a place designated for family feasts. Huang Ren was unperturbed. Yet Ye Gansheng found it curious that Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were also present. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind and proceeded directly to their side. Zhou Shuiyao, clearly anxious, followed closely behind Ye Gansheng. The assembly had already taken note of the two, but it was not until they took their seats that Zhou Tianche, seated in the main position, finally spoke, his tone neutral. "You have arrived?" After this, he disregarded their responses and resumed his animated conversation with Ye Xing, laughing as if they were long-lost friends. Jiang Suqing and Zhou Huanling mirrored this indifference, leaving only the youngest, Zhou Shi, to wink at them. To Ye Gansheng's surprise, the queen, adorned with a phoenix crown and dressed in resplendent attire, also bestowed upon him a slight smile. The warmth of human connection was palpable, yet he felt a sense of intrigue. Unable to inquire further in the current setting, he could only return her smile. However, when the assembly recalled the notoriously unattractive Princess Qiyang, eager to witness her visage, they were taken aback to find that the individual seated beside Ye Gansheng was no ordinary beauty. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her willow-like brows elegantly drawn, adorned with just the right amount of rouge, and clad in a white gown that exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a snow lotus upon an icy peak. The rumored hideous Princess Qiyang was undeniably a beauty, rivaling Zhou Huanling herself. In fact, her delicate and alluring demeanor surpassed that of the so-called most beautiful in the Great Zhou. Zhou Huanling frowned slightly in displeasure, but refrained from voicing her sentiments. Nai Qing and Jiang Suqing felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts as they realized that the scoundrel Ye Gansheng had managed to take advantage of the situation. If only they had known sooner, They would have preferred Ye Xing to marry instead, as they believed themselves to be in a cold war with Ye Gansheng. They naturally wished for nothing but misfortune to befall him. After a while, Zhou Tianche noticed that Ye Gansheng was still eating and couldn't help but furrow his brow, asking, "Gansheng, do you have anything to explain to me?" Ye Gansheng put down his chopsticks and replied, perplexed, "Explain? I have nothing to explain to your majesty. How dare you? How do you speak to his majesty?" Knight Qing was the first to lash out. "What does my manner of addressing his majesty have to do with you?" Ye Gansheng retorted, not even glancing at Knight Qing. "You." Knight Qing was about to respond, but was interrupted by Jiang Suqing. The atmosphere grew tense under Zhou Tianche's authority as he inquired, "What is the matter with the Wolf Demon King? And what about the enormous handprint at the foot of the back mountain?" "Ah, so his majesty is inquiring about this matter." Ye Gansheng answered, "I have already informed Master Huang. It was merely a beast that had gained some intelligence. It was killed, and as for the handprint, it is simply a mark I left while practicing." Upon hearing this, no one at the table continued eating, exchanging glances of disbelief. The seventh prince even laughed outright. "You boast as if you killed the Wolf Demon King of the second realm just like that. Do you think you are Ye Xing?" Only the Empress and Zhou Shi remained indifferent, their expressions betraying neither belief nor disbelief. Regardless, the situation stood as it was. "You may judge for yourselves whether to believe it or not." Ye Gansheng resumed his meal. "Don't give me that nonsense. Do you think anyone here will believe you?" The seventh prince, clearly displeased with Ye Gansheng, pressed on. No one dared to contradict the seventh prince, even if they believed him, and silence reigned in the room. Yet, just as Ye Gansheng found himself isolated, Zhou Shuiyao spoke up. Her voice was exquisite, like music from a stringed instrument, utterly captivating. "I believe him." Ye Gansheng glanced at Zhou Shuiyao in surprise. Truly, a devoted wife. Even in disbelief, she stood by her husband in such a moment. He resolved to reward her handsomely upon their return. "What good does your belief do? Be quiet." The seventh prince attempted to retort, but Zhou Tianche interrupted him, asking, "You claim it was your doing. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Or are you merely embellishing your own reputation?" With the Wolf Demon King dead and the massive handprint, Zhou Tianche suspected that a mysterious expert had infiltrated the great Zhou and insisted on a thorough investigation. Ye Gansheng simply pointed towards Huang Ren. "Expose your chest." The assembled company looked on in confusion, unsure why Ye Gansheng would ask Huang Ren to reveal his chest, especially with the presence of women. However, seeing Ye Gansheng's unwavering confidence, Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow and ordered, "Just uncover a bit of your chest." Huang Ren initially hesitated but realized he had no choice but to comply with Zhou Tianche's command. Yet when he did reveal his chest, everyone present was left utterly astonished. Among them is the 16th chapter of the Dragon Emperor, Zhou Tianche. "I have no interest in fighting. I prefer fishing." Unlike the astonishment of the others, Ye Gansheng nonchalantly lifted the steaming cup of tea and took a sip, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events around him. The others, however, were starkly different, especially Zhou Huanling, whose expression fluctuated after observing the handprint on Huang Ren's chest. She furrowed her brow several times, glancing at Ye Gansheng, as if she wished to inquire but ultimately refrained, perhaps feeling that her thoughts were unfounded. Meanwhile, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing wore expressions that were anything but pleasant. Only the queen, Shui Yingyue, exhibited no reaction at all. As if she had long been aware of the situation, she merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. As for Zhou Tianche, though equally astonished, he maintained his imperial demeanor, showing little change in his expression. "What is happening?" The seventh prince, Zhou Li, questioned with confusion, "Huang Shiye, did you encounter that expert on the back mountain?" Huang Ren, noting the reactions of the crowd and hearing Zhou Li's mention of the handprint, felt perplexed as he looked down at his chest. A colossal handprint was prominently etched into his skin. Indeed, on Huang Ren's chest lay a deep handprint, resonating with an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in onlookers. A handprint. Huang Ren's face turned grim, and in an instant, he directed a piercing gaze at Ye Gansheng. Subsequently, everyone, including Zhou Tianche, turned their attention to Ye Gansheng. Could it truly be his doing? While others might be oblivious, Zhou Huanling and Shui Yingyue were acutely aware of what had transpired on the back mountain, for they had been present when Huang Ren reported to Zhou Tianche. "Why is no one speaking? Why are they looking at him?" Zhou Li inquired, somewhat perplexed. Even if Huang Shiye bears a handprint, it does not prove that he was responsible. Indeed, the seventh prince is correct. Ye Gansheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhou Shuiyao, standing nearby, covered her mouth, struggling to contain herself. Are you mocking me? Zhou Li expressed his dissatisfaction with Ye Gansheng's demeanor. Not at all. I merely affirmed your statement. Do not be overly sensitive, Ye Gansheng explained nonchalantly. Zhou Li intended to voice further objections, but was interrupted by Zhou Huanling, who furrowed her brow and spoke for the first time in a decade to Ye Gansheng. Do you possess some secret technique? Otherwise, with your strength, it is impossible for you to accomplish this. She had anticipated that by personally addressing him, Ye Gansheng would at least respond with earnestness, considering she had known of his affections for her since 10 years ago. However, much to her surprise, he was even more dismissive than before. What does it have to do with you? Ye Gansheng did not even spare her a glance. In his previous life, he had sacrificed everything for Zhou Huanling, yet she had never acknowledged him. Since he could not attain her affection, he chose to disregard her entirely. You. Zhou Huanling felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a dignified princess of noble birth, endowed with formidable strength and unparalleled beauty, she had never been so casually dismissed. Did Ye Gansheng not wish to redeem his own standing? Although she would undoubtedly refuse, for Ye Xing was evidently the superior choice, possessing ample strength. However, Ye Gansheng's actions had indeed caused her some discontent. Yet, she quickly recognized that he might be employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Bringing Zhou Shuiyao to the family banquet served as evidence. Zhou Huanling scoffed softly. The sole method to win back her favor was for Ye Gansheng to grow stronger. In a situation of equal prowess, even if Ye Gansheng was slightly inferior, she would still prefer to marry him. Do not attempt to capture my attention through such tactics. The world is harsh, and power reigns supreme. If you lack strength, certain aspirations should be dismissed. Zhou Huanling spoke coldly. Ye Gansheng's hand, poised to lift his teacup, froze midair. Why did he find her words somewhat incomprehensible? What did she mean by capturing his attention? Had he done anything? Was beating Huang Ren the act that drew her notice? Did Huang Ren harbor a grudge against her? Seeing Ye Gansheng in a daze, Zhou Huanling inwardly smirked. A mere sentence from her had inflicted such emotional turmoil upon him. Regardless of his strength, it was evident that his affection for her remained unchanged. Even if Ye Gansheng's wife were no less than herself, his reactions still provided her with a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Shuiyao furrowed her brow, glancing at Ye Gansheng, who shook his head in response, indicating his ignorance. Your Majesty, do not be deceived by his ruse. His strength is feeble, and he could not possibly exude such a formidable aura. Ye Xing, fearful of exposure, remarked. Indeed, he is my son. I know him all too well. He enjoys fabricating tales, Jiangsu added. Zhou Tianche frowned slightly. It was not merely a matter of whether Ye Gansheng's assertions were true, but as his parents, did they not exhibit an excessively harsh attitude toward him? Ye Xing and Jiangsu soon realized that their comments were inappropriate for their status and hastily amended. We generally treat Gansheng well, but when principles are at stake, it is imperative to voice our concerns. That can indeed be described as exemplary guidance. The Empress, Shui Yingyue, remarked with a tone both solemn and authoritative, tinged with a hint of amusement, leaving others uncertain whether she meant to mock or command. Yet, Ye Xing and Jiangsu could only respond accordingly. Zhou Tianche finally turned his gaze toward Ye Gansheng, disregarding all that had been said moments prior, and directly inquired. If what you just claimed is true, prove it to me. A contest of martial prowess? Ye Gansheng conjectured. Indeed. If you truly left your mark on the back mountain and on Huang Ren, then participate in today's contest of martial prowess and demonstrate your capabilities to me and all present. Zhou Tianche's sharp gaze bore into Ye Gansheng. Just as everyone anticipated Ye Gansheng's acquiescence, he clasped his hands and replied, I apologize, but I hold little interest in the contest of martial prowess. He had no time to prove his strength. Obtaining the system's rewards was the priority. Zhou Tianche's dragon-like gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes on Ye Gansheng. Demanding a reason, Ye Gansheng respectfully replied, To be honest, I have grown accustomed to idleness, and I find fishing far more intriguing. I would not resort to fighting unless provoked. Interest in fishing? The onlookers, save for Zhou Shuiyao, wore expressions of astonishment. Even the seventh prince, Zhou Li, chuckled aloud. Was this not merely an excuse? It was clear that if he dared not participate in the martial arts summit, he could not possibly be responsible for the matter concerning the palm print. After all, only a fool would forego an opportunity to showcase himself. Just when the crowd anticipated that Zhou Tianche would cast Ye Gansheng out, a smile crept upon Zhou Tianche's lips. Very well, I respect your wishes. If you choose not to fight, so be it. However, you must attend. How about that? Chapter 17. If only Ye Xing were here, mused Yin Feng's sycophant. I will do my utmost to find time. Ye Gansheng replied nonchalantly, still not acquiescing. The assembly was utterly taken aback. How audacious to refuse even the Dragon Emperor's request. The notion of finding time was transparent. It was merely a euphemism for rejection. Ye Gansheng would undoubtedly not attend. Having just married, was he truly preoccupied? Or was he genuinely engrossed in fishing? Did Ye Gansheng perceive fishing as more significant than ingratiating himself with Zhou Tianche? No one could fathom it. With that, Zhou Tianche's demeanor grew grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon Ye Gansheng, who met his stare without a hint of trepidation. Silence enveloped the room. None dared to speak. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Tianche suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, newlyweds have much to attend to. Yet I still wish for you to witness the grandeur of Dezhou. Ye Gansheng clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Of course, on Fusho Street. Your residence has been bestowed by me. Take Shuiyao there, and henceforth, avoid the back mountain, Zhou Tianche said with thoughtful consideration. It was unclear whether it was merely the perception of those present, but despite Ye Gansheng's public rebuff of Zhou Tianche, they sensed a newfound warmth from him towards Ye Gansheng. How peculiar. Zhou Tianche, a formidable warrior, would not have claimed the title of Zhou Wudi if he did not value strength above all. He had never shown leniency to the weak, not even to his sons or daughters. Yet, he now appeared to take an unusual interest in a seemingly incompetent Ye Gansheng. Could he truly have been swayed by Ye Gansheng's earlier nonsensical claims? After Ye Gansheng and his companion departed, Zhou Tianche's gaze gradually deepened with contemplation. Zhou Li hastily exclaimed, "Father, you must not heed that fool's ramblings. He is clearly boasting, having not the courage to participate in the martial arts summit." Zhou Huanling added, "He is known for his deceptive tricks. Father must not be easily misled." Shui Yingyue remained silent, with no one privy to her thoughts. Throughout, Zhou Tianche remained wordless, his attention fixed on the path Ye Gansheng had taken. He certainly does not genuinely believe that Ye Gansheng possesses strength. Rather, he contemplates matters more deeply than others. Although the palm print on Huang Ren's chest is likely not left by Ye Gansheng, there is a significant possibility that Ye Gansheng is acquainted with the individual who left the print and vanquished the Wolf Demon King. This is precisely what Zhou Tianche is concerned about. It remains unclear whether the other party is friend or foe. Thus, it is prudent to extend a few olive branches. For the current Great Zhou is in dire need of capable individuals. Enough of this. I possess my own judgment regarding Ye Gansheng's situation, Zhou Tianche asserted, regaining his former authority. Has Ye Xing returned? Not yet, and curiously, there has been no news from the front lines, Zhou Huanling remarked, puzzled. Logically, there should be some battle reports regardless of the circumstances. Yet, from yesterday until now, nearly 8 hours have passed without a single update. It is quite strange. It is likely that he has been overly relaxed, and Ye Xing is simply on his way back, preferring not to trouble us. Jiang Suqing expressed her utmost confidence in her son. Indeed, with Ye Xing personally leading the expedition and the support of General Wang He, there is no way anything could go awry, Ye Xing concurred. Zhou Tianche's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Had it been anyone else, he might have felt a twinge of anxiety. However, with Ye Xing, he was not overly concerned, for he had already held the demon suppression pass for a decade, rendering the likelihood of mishaps exceedingly slim. Let us hope Ye Xing returns with good news, preferably with 0 casualties. The citizens of the Great Zhou can scarcely endure any further upheaval, Zhou Tianche remarked with a hint of resignation. In recent years, the Great Zhou had suffered significant losses in external conflicts, with only the steadfastness of the demon suppression pass remaining unchanged. This was precisely why the heroic youth was so cherished by the populace, having become their sole beacon of hope. Should further troubles arise, Zhou Tianche dared not imagine the fragility of the people's sentiments. Your Majesty, have no fear, it shall be accomplished. If my son returns swiftly, he may even partake in the martial arts summit. Ye Xing continued to indulge in his dreams, even finding it difficult to distinguish who exactly the heroic youth truly was. A smile graced Zhou Tianche's lips. Let us hope so. Relying solely on Yin Feng is ultimately precarious. With Ye Xing's involvement, victory in this martial arts summit will undoubtedly belong to our Great Zhou. Meanwhile, Ye Gansheng, accompanied by Zhou Shuiyao and the ever-watchful Chaner, departed the imperial city, intending to relocate to the Ye residence on Fusho Street. Why did you just embarrass Zhou Tianche? Wouldn't it be better to go along with him? Zhou Shuiyao, clad in white like a celestial being, questioned, her beauty captivating. Zhou Tianche, do you usually address him by his name? Ye Gansheng replied with a smile. I meant Father Emperor, Zhou Shuiyao responded, slightly embarrassed. Ye Gansheng chuckled, unconcerned with the matter, and replied, there is no need. I never intended to go in the first place. Why should I acquiesce? Zhou Shuiyao inquired with curiosity. Do you truly have something of great importance? Not particularly significant. Ye Gansheng continued. However, fishing is undoubtedly far more enjoyable than any martial arts summit. Are you really going fishing? Zhou Shuiyao exclaimed in disbelief. Of course. What else could it be? Ye Gansheng replied with a smile. Zhou Shuiyao fell silent. At times, she truly could not fathom Ye Gansheng's thoughts. While others were eager to curry favor with Zhou Tianche, Ye Gansheng, instead, publicly undermined someone's dignity. He dismissively refused even the simplest of requests, citing a desire to go fishing as his reason. Just as the two were engaged in conversation and walking ahead, unbeknownst to them, Chon'er had lagged behind, suddenly letting out a startled cry. Move aside. What are you blocking the way for? Are you looking for trouble? When Ye Gansheng and Zhou Shuiyao turned around, they found Chon'er sprawled on the ground, clutching her backside, while a few burly men in ornate robes loomed over her. Among them stood a man clad in martial attire, exuding a formidable aura, clearly no ordinary character. The man showed no reaction to the scene unfolding before him, not even glancing at the fallen Chon'er. His gaze coldly fixed ahead. Have you lost your senses? Daring to obstruct Lord Yinfeng's path. Do you have any idea that if Lord Yinfeng were to be harmed, your life would not suffice for the price? A sycophant bellowed at Chon'er, hoping to make an impression on the man known as Yinfeng. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I tried to move aside, Chon'er pleaded, desperately defending herself. She had indeed made every effort to avoid the confrontation. Still talking back? Seeking a beating? The sycophant, sensing an easy target, struck her with tremendous force. Instantly, Chon'er felt a whirl of dizziness, her previously fair left cheek swelling and reddening rapidly, blood seeping from her teeth. Chapter 18. Yinfeng? A mere chick. The sycophant, seeing Chon'er swaying and devoid of any resistance, smirked disdainfully and addressed the arrogant man. Young Master Yinfeng, we may proceed now. As the heir of the blowing snow tower, Yinfeng was never one to embrace subtlety. With the sycophant drawing the attention of those around them, he reveled in it. Well done. From now on, accompany me and handle my affairs, he declared proudly. The sycophant immediately bowed low, introducing himself. I am Wang Heir. Grateful to young Master Yinfeng. Everyone lauded Yinfeng, with not a single soul daring to glance at the fallen Chon'er, not even the guards at the gate, who pretended not to see. Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice echoed from behind them. You think you can just walk away after assaulting someone? At this statement, not only were Yinfeng and his entourage taken aback, but even the hurried onlookers and the gate guards were astonished. After all, who was Yinfeng? At the tender age of 29, he had already reached the third realm. Moreover, as the heir of the blowing snow tower, he had mastered the arts of assassination and stealth. In an appropriate setting, even mid-level practitioners of the third realm were no match for him. Furthermore, Yinfeng was a formidable dark horse in the upcoming martial arts summit, with the hopes of overcoming the Da Qian largely resting upon him, earning the favor of the Dragon Emperor. Who would dare provoke him? Yinfeng, for the first time in his life, found himself confronted with words that contradicted his own. Frowning, he turned to face Ye Gansheng, who was approaching him. Who are you speaking to? Yinfeng inquired with an air of arrogance. Do you not comprehend human speech? Ye Gansheng offered no quarter to this rising star. He helped the fallen Chon'er to her feet and handed her over to Zhou Shuiyao nearby. Upon hearing Ye Gansheng's words, Yinfeng's brow furrowed deeply, and a surge of anger emanated from him as he growled. Do you dare insult me? Do you have any idea who I am? Unfazed, Ye Gansheng retorted disdainfully. I care not for your identity. Your dog harmed my maid. Return him to me, or I shall seek retribution. His words, though delivered lightly, carried an oppressive weight that instilled fear in those present. However, it was evident that Yinfeng was not one to shy away from conflict. With his arms crossed, he opened his mouth to respond, but his sycophant, Wang Heir, could no longer contain himself. What are you pretending to be? Wang Heir suddenly lunged at Ye Gansheng with ferocity, his fist aimed directly at his head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Although Wang Er was not particularly formidable, he was still far superior to an average person. Furthermore, given the element of surprise, it would be exceedingly difficult for Ye Gansheng to counter, even if his strength exceeded Wang Er's. Just as everyone anticipated Ye Gansheng's demise, Wang Er's aggressive demeanor vanished without a trace, as if he had been frozen in place, unable to advance another inch. What is happening? Yin Feng's brow furrowed further as a bone-crunching sound echoed, sending a jolt through the hearts of all present. Accompanying it was Wang Er's anguished scream, "Ah!" Everyone stood dumbfounded, gazing at Wang Er, who lay on the ground with a severed arm. They had not expected the seemingly unremarkable man to possess such terrifying strength. Moreover, to audaciously break the arm of Yin Feng's lackey right before him was a blatant affront to Yin Feng's dignity. "Is this the dog you had beaten, Chana? I shall sever one of your hands as a token of interest," Ye Gansheng stated coldly, discarding the severed limb to the side. Wang Er writhed on the ground in agony, his body convulsing and drenched in sweat. He could scarcely believe that someone had actually broken his arm. Upon hearing Ye Gansheng's words, not only Wang Er, but also an increasing number of onlookers were left astounded. To lose an arm and have it deemed merely a token of interest? What exactly did this man intend to do? Did he truly mean to trample upon Yin Feng's pride? Hold on, do you think I am inconsequential? Although Yin Feng cared little for Wang Er's fate, he was deeply concerned about his own reputation, as Wang Er was at least his companion in this affair. If he allowed Wang Er to suffer such humiliation without taking action, how could he maintain his standing in the future? As the most formidable young figure in Chang'an, he was confident in his ability to dominate anyone under 30. By appearance alone, Ye Gansheng seemed to be in his early 20s, making it impossible for him to be a match. "Huh, if you cannot manage your dog, do you believe you can escape?" Ye Gansheng declared proudly. Yet in comparison to Yin Feng, there was an added air of nonchalance. Such confidence was truly remarkable. The onlookers were utterly astonished. In Chang'an, who would dare to challenge Yin Feng? Who was this individual? Why have they never heard of him before? Within the imperial city, atop the highest tower, the queen, Shui Yingyue, gracefully surveyed the happenings at the city gate. Her gaze, contemplative, reflected her thoughts. "Remarkable. No one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. You are the first and the last." Yin Feng was utterly enraged. As the foremost prodigy of Chang'an, he harbored a sense of pride, and the recent events were nothing short of humiliation, an affront he would not tolerate. He moved, like a wraith, weaving through the shadows around Ye Gansheng, seeking the perfect moment to strike decisively. That lad is finished. When young Master Yin takes action, it is a lethal blow. There will be no opportunity spared, remarked one spectator. Indeed, young Master Yin is a formidable contender for this year's martial arts championship. It is sheer folly for anyone to provoke him, another added. "Huh, let the fool perish. Who cares?" As Yin Feng's speed intensified, the crowd could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his silhouette. He sought to instill dread in Ye Gansheng, relishing the thrill of the hunt. To speak disrespectfully to Yin Feng was tantamount to courting death. It was evident that Ye Gansheng was quaking in fear. Yet, it was too late for regret. Inside the tower, the queen furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly concerned for Ye Gansheng's predicament, but she remained silent. Zhou Shuiyao, attending to the cicada, felt a surge of anxiety, but before she could react, the fierce wind abruptly halted. Upon redirecting her gaze, she beheld Ye Gansheng gripping Yin Feng's neck as if he were a mere chick. "You think you can escape?" Chapter 19. Who is the killer? Has Yin Feng also been defeated? What is happening? Before the spectators could fully discern Yin Feng's fleeting form, they were astonished to find him ensnared in Ye Gansheng's grasp. His neck was clutched tightly, as though he were a chicken being held aloft. It was known that Yin Feng was a prime candidate in this year's martial arts tournament, the sole contender capable of shattering the great Qian's winning streak. Yet now, he was effortlessly subdued by an unknown adversary. The small crowd, though limited, was collectively dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. "Curse it! Who are you?" Yin Feng struggled desperately to extricate himself from Ye Gansheng's grip, but it was a futile endeavor. Ye Gansheng remained unmoved. "Who am I?" replied Ye Gansheng nonchalantly. "You are not worthy to know. Your people have harmed my family's maid. What do you think should be done about it?" Yin Feng gritted his teeth. "I am the young master of the Blowing Snow Pavilion." A resounding slap echoed as Ye Gansheng struck Yin Feng's face with tremendous force, causing it to swell instantly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, covering their mouths in disbelief at the shocking scene before them. Feng, the young master of the snow-blowing tower, not only possesses formidable strength himself, but his father also cultivates relationships with heroes from all walks of life, boasting an impressive network and remarkable power. Before him stands a mere child, seemingly inexperienced, yet audacious beyond measure. Feng gazes blankly at Ye Gansheng until he is unceremoniously thrown to the ground, at which point he realizes, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that he has been struck. The stinging pain radiates across his face, igniting a surge of fury within him. Disregarding the grand martial arts competition, as he prepares to rise and retaliate against Ye Gansheng, a piercing gaze laden with murderous intent falls upon him. It feels as though behind Ye Gansheng looms a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The terrifying aura is devoid of any external influence, merely emanating from past experiences. Feng freezes, sensing that should he dare to confront Ye Gansheng, his demise would be both swift and brutal. Slowly, Ye Gansheng withdraws his gaze to regard the prostrate Wang Er, who lies frozen in fear. Unable to comprehend that his master, Feng, is no match for the man before him. Ignoring the agony of his severed arm, Wang Er attempts to plead for mercy, but Ye Gansheng places a foot upon his other hand. The scream that escapes him is akin to that of a slaughtered pig, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Weren't you just boasting? How is it that you now lie there? Ye Gansheng inquires coldly. I am sorry. Young hero, I was wrong. I apologize to that lady just now. I beseech you, spare me. Wang Er pleads, fully aware that his fate is sealed with Feng's impending doom. At this moment, Zhou Xiao steps forward and tugs at Ye Gansheng's sleeve, saying, Chire is not gravely harmed. We should return swiftly. Ye Gansheng gently pats her hand, replying, You take Chire back to gather your belongings. I shall return once I conclude my matters. Zhou Xiao, however, does not budge, frowning as she insists, Let us leave together. Severing his hands serves as a lesson. After all, we are at the gates of the imperial city, where we might attract Zhou Tian's attention. Additionally, the snow-blowing tower is not a second-rate power. I do not wish for you to take a life. Such an act would escalate matters beyond control. The surrounding citizens echo Zhou Xiao's sentiments, recognizing that Ye Gansheng currently holds absolute dominance. Not only has he defeated Feng, but he has also rendered Wang Er handless. It is indeed the opportune moment for Ye Gansheng to depart, for prolonging the confrontation serves no purpose. Does he truly intend to take a life? Ye Gansheng tenderly brushes Zhou Xiao's head, assuring her, As long as I am here, you need not live in fear. Do you understand? Zhou Xiao gazes into Ye Gansheng's eyes, feeling enveloped by a profound sense of safety. Indeed, due to her past as a demon and her incomplete transformation into her true form, she has lived in trepidation. It has become second nature to her. Yet, just as Zhou Xiao prepares to speak further, she is interrupted by Ye Gansheng. No more buts. Now, be a dear and take Chire back to gather your things. In the end, Zhou Xiao let out a sigh, ultimately opting to heed Ye Gansheng's words and departed with Chana. Yet, the unease in her gaze lingered. What are your intentions for death? Upon witnessing Zhou Xiao's departure, Ye Gansheng kicked the ground beneath him, striking Wang Er. My lord, young hero, is this truly necessary? Wang Er, terrified to the brink of wetting himself, could not fathom how a mere slap to the face of a seemingly fragile maiden could lead to such dire consequences. Am I really to die? Is it you who decides the necessity of this matter? Ye Gansheng retorted, placing a foot firmly upon Wang Er's head. Although Chana was merely a maid, in a stricter sense, she could be considered his wife. For Ye Gansheng had traversed from modernity and could not conform to the ancient mindset that perceived a bed warmer as merely a servant. Despairing, Wang Er glanced over to the distant Feng, silently pleading for assistance. Yet Feng remained lost in a daze, seemingly entrapped in the echoes of his recent failures. None of the accompanying individuals dared to intervene, averted their gazes in silent complicity. Did he truly dare to commit murder? I find it hard to believe. After all, we are at the gates of the imperial city, where matters of justice fall under the emperor's purview. His strength seems unremarkable. Feng merely refrains from engaging him in a contest of life and death, especially with the imminent martial arts tournament approaching. Their murmurs filled the air. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Spare me this time. Wang Er, once brimming with arrogance after striking Chana, now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. I'm afraid I lack the time to indulge you, Ye Gansheng declared, lifting his foot, and amidst the incredulous stares of the onlookers. crushed Wang Er's head with a single blow. He then strode away. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they stared at Ye Gansheng until he faded from view. Only then did they regain their senses. Their eyes fell upon the headless corpse of Wang Er. They pinched their ears in disbelief. Could it be that they were dreaming? Did someone truly dare to commit murder at the gates of the imperial city? Blood splattered onto Feng's face, snapping him back to reality. The events he had just witnessed felt like a nightmarish vision. Within the imperial city, atop the Tianzi pavilion, Ye Xing wore a devilish smile. Trailing behind her long phoenix tail, attended by her maidens as she departed. At that moment, a contingent of imperial guards rushed to the scene. Summoned by Wang Er's anguished cries, led by Huang Ren of the law enforcement hall. What has transpired here? Huang Ren exclaimed, surveying the headless body at his feet. His voice laced with fury. Who dares to commit murder at the gates of the imperial city? The surrounding crowd remained mute, paralyzed by the shocking spectacle. Huang Ren refrained from reprimanding the bystanders and turned to the somewhat recovered Feng, reproach evident in his tone. Why did you not intervene? Given your capabilities, it should not have been overly taxing, should it? Now, before the tournament has even commenced, a life has been lost. Feng remained in a stupor, speechless. Huang Ren's anger flared, but faced with this rising star, he hesitated to lay blame. Instead, he inquired of the guard stationed at the entrance, what exactly happened here? The imperial guard seemed still ensnared by fear, responding somewhat dully. A youth, who not only defeated young Master Feng, but also killed Wang Er. However, his name is unknown, and he has never been seen in Chang'an. Chapter 20. Fishing at the tournament site? Are you mistaken? How could Feng not emerge? What did you say? Feng was defeated. Huang Ren questioned the guards at the entrance in astonishment. The imperial guards themselves appeared incredulous, stating, not only did he defeat young Master Feng, but he did so with remarkable ease. Defeated with remarkable ease? Huang Ren, in disbelief, glanced at the onlookers still absorbed in the spectacle. No one spoke, tacitly affirming the guard's words. Yet, the principal figure, Feng, remained dazed, seemingly unable to accept his defeat. Huang Ren sighed, for he had already arrived at a conclusion. Just after Ye Gansheng departed, this incident unfolded. Moreover, Ye Gansheng was merely in his early 20s, making it unsurprising that the guards referred to him as a youth. Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant's appearance? Although he had formed his own answer, Huang Ren instinctively inquired. He was handsome, with indifferent eyes, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, faster than Feng, and accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. With this information, Huang Ren no longer needed to guess. He could categorically ascertain that the perpetrator, as described by the crowd, was none other than Ye Gansheng. After dispersing the crowd and commanding the retrieval of Wang Er's body, Huang Ren cast a final glance at Feng before departing directly to the imperial city. Ye Gansheng was exceptionally strong, indeed astonishingly so. This matter must be reported to the Dragon Emperor, Zhou Tianche. Shortly thereafter, upon Huang Ren's return to the rear hall, he found Zhou Tianche still engaged in jovial conversation with Ye Xing, while the Empress personally served tea to Zhou Tianche. Noticing Huang Ren's return, Zhou Tianche inquired with interest, what transpired outside? Huang Ren knelt on one knee, respectfully recounting the entire sequence of events. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow. Are you implying that a young man in his 20s defeated Feng and killed his attendant? How is that possible? Zhou Huanling was the first to scoff in disbelief, asserting that in Chang'an, there was no rival under 30 years of age capable of besting Feng. Ye Xing and Jiang Su also nodded in agreement with Zhou Huanling's sentiment. Only Ye Xing sipped her tea quietly, offering no opinion. Zhou Tianche pondered for a moment before asking again, who was it? Did you see him? Given the ability to defeat Feng, he would not expect Huang Ren to apprehend the individual. Knowing the identity of the perpetrator would render accountability impossible. Instead, having him participate in the martial arts pinnacle tournament would be the priority, significantly enhancing the chances of victory for the great Zhou. It could even be deemed a certainty. Huang Ren replied resolutely. Although I did not witness the assailant, I am certain of who it was. Oh, Zhou Tianche's interest was piqued, and he set down his tea. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, Huang Ren confidently declared, it was undoubtedly Ye Gansheng. In the grand hall, silence suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. After a long pause, a burst of laughter erupted. Night Gansheng? Ha ha. Zhou Tianche, unable to contain himself, remarked, Master Huang. Could it be that you were genuinely frightened by Knight Qiansheng's absurd ramblings just now? He is, without a doubt, a complete waste of space. Otherwise, how could he have remained utterly inactive in Chang'an for a decade? What are you pondering, Master Huang? Zhou scoffed. It is impossible. Knight Qiansheng certainly lacks such ability, Zhou Huanling asserted with conviction. The Knight Qin couple echoed in agreement. We know our son best. As Her Royal Highness the Princess said, he is merely a fool, incapable of defeating Yin Feng. Huang Ren felt a surge of anxiety. Others may not comprehend Knight Qiansheng, but he understood all too well. The palm imprint on his chest served as irrefutable evidence, for he was certain that his injury was inflicted by none other than Knight Qiansheng. What my subordinate has said is entirely true. I implore your majesty to discern the truth. Huang Ren pleaded desperately. He was acutely aware of the pulse of the great Zhou. If he could persuade Knight Qiansheng to attend the royal city for the upcoming martial arts competition, great Zhou would assuredly triumph. This would be a tremendous boon for the nation and its people. Yet, Zhou Tianche's skepticism left him feeling increasingly agitated. I understand that you are displeased by Knight Qiansheng's mockery, but to thrust him into the competition to face certain death seems rather excessive, does it not? Zhou Tianche remarked helplessly. Then let me ask you, did you witness Knight Qiansheng committing the act? He interrupted Huang Ren's explanation. Huang Ren, with no recourse, replied. I did not. Zhou Tianche pressed on. Did those present claim it was Knight Qiansheng? Huang Ren gritted his teeth and answered, no. Precisely, Zhou Tianche declared, casting aside his ceremonial robe. Since you did not see it, and those who did not recognize him, on what grounds do you assert with such certainty that Knight Qiansheng was the one who defeated Yin Feng? Huang Ren felt a profound sense of injustice. He was merely acting for the sake of the nation, yet he was misconstrued as a villain. Though he possessed a multitude of justifications, he feared that each one would be met with rebuttals, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Not a soul in attendance was convinced by Huang Ren's words. Among them, Zhou Huanling's internal conflict was particularly poignant. She doubted the veracity of Huang Ren's claims while simultaneously fearing their truth. If Knight Qiansheng's prowess were indeed formidable, would all her previous endeavors in pursuit of power not devolve into mere farce? Thankfully, such a scenario was unimaginable. Today, you shall rest well. You may leave now. Zhou Tianche instructed Huang Ren. Thank you, Your Majesty, Huang Ren replied, dejectedly departing. Once Huang Ren had fully exited, Zhou Tianche turned to the awaiting eunuch Li. Commanding, Li Zhen, entrust the task of locating the individual who defeated Yin Feng to Hong Zhong, and ensure he finds them before the competition commences. Li Zhen acknowledged the order and promptly departed. Meanwhile, on Fusho Street, a distinguished figure was expected today. However, due to the imminent martial arts competition, few gathered to witness. At the very center, in the most bustling area, lay the residence of the Knight family. Gazing upon the expansive courtyard, Chon'er was filled with exuberance. Her facial wounds nearly healed as she dashed about, finding everything to be a source of novelty. Miss, look, such a grand house, just the three of us. We can do anything we desire, she exclaimed, tugging at Zhou Shuyao's hand and shaking it up and down. Slow down. The bandage on your face has come loose. Zhou Shuyao replied with a hint of exasperation. The male protagonist, Ye Qiansheng, nodded in agreement. Although Zhou Shuyao's previous humble cottage had been cozy, it was indeed too confined for many activities. Now, with such a spacious abode, there was ample room for any endeavor. Soon after, Zhou Shuyao and Chon'er began tidying up their living space, while Ye Qiansheng busied himself with his fishing gear by the pond in the courtyard. About an hour later, Zhou Shuyao wiped her brow and emerged with Chon'er. Have you caught any fish, young master? Chon'er inquired eagerly, placing her hands on her knees. After Ye Qiansheng's recent gallant rescue, Chon'er had become even more attached to him. While still fiddling with his fishing equipment, Ye Qiansheng boasted a little. Zhou Shuyao glanced at the sky and remarked, Stop for now. The martial arts summit should have commenced. We ought to hurry over. Ye Qiansheng did not decline, casting his line with a flourish. Well, fishing is fishing, no matter the location. There's a small pond beside the arena outside the Imperial City. Chapter 21. While others battle. You fish on the sidelines. The annual martial arts summit commenced under the blazing sun. The venue was set at the arena outside the Imperial City, surrounded by towering mountains, ensuring that the fierce battles would not endanger nearby structures. The citizens of Chang'an gathered en masse, for this year held the greatest promise of victory. all eyes fixed on cheering for Yin Feng. At the main seat sat Zhou Tianche, the Dragon Emperor of Great Zhou, exuding an air of solemnity and authority in his dragon robe. Beside him were the Empress Shui Yingyue and the Grand Master Dao Yitzi of Great Zhou. Further back sat the princes and princesses, including Zhou Huanling and Zhou Li. The presence of nearly all noble and esteemed figures from Great Zhou underscored the significance placed on this tournament. On the opposite side, upon a hastily erected high platform, a strikingly beautiful woman sat in a phoenix throne, propping her chin with one hand, casting a dismissive glance at those around her. Clad in a fiery red gown and armor, she embodied both the enchanting allure of femininity and the decisive ferocity of a general. In Dakian, governance was under the auspices of a female sovereign, the Empress, and the valiant woman seated there was her sister, Wu Mingyue, fearless and skilled in battle, rivaling any man. The high platform was scarcely populated. Besides Wu Mingyue, only a coldly elegant maiden rested with her eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, battles on the arena intensified, culminating in a decisive clash between two contenders. In the first match, Li Zhan of Great Zhou triumphed over Han Wei of Dakian. Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupted, echoing throughout the arena and into the mountains. Wu Mingyue smirked with derision, dismissing the defeat as inconsequential, merely an appetizer, with no bearing on the ultimate victory to come. However, she also noticed Yin Feng across the way, somewhat surprised, and with a gentle smile, inquired of the lovely maiden beside her, Silver Snow. "Do you have confidence in facing that individual?" The girl known as Silver Snow did not open her eyes. She simply replied with a nonchalant tone, "No one is my match." Her demeanor was cold and indifferent, as if she regarded no one. Wu Mingyue chuckled softly and shrugged, choosing not to press further. A victory of little significance not only delighted the common folk, but even Zhou Tianche considered it a fine beginning, applauding with a smile. It is worth noting that the stakes this time were the Liang city. The Great Zhou absolutely could not afford to lose. A splendid start indeed, if this momentum continues. The probability of the Great Zhou seizing the championship is quite high. The national master, Dao Yitzi, stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed. Though it may not greatly influence the outcome, it significantly boosts morale." Shui Yingyue concurred. Zhou Tianche nodded with a smile. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy and celebration, an incongruous voice rang out. "Hurry, hurry. We're catching fish. I'll pull the rod. Chonner, quickly prepare the seasoning. Soon, the son-in-law will grill fish for you." All eyes turned to the source of the commotion, discovering a handsome man accompanied by two beautiful women fishing in the ornamental pond. And they were actually catching fish. Who on earth could this be? Are they here to cause trouble? Do they not realize today is the pinnacle martial arts competition? Wu Mingyue instinctively glanced over, unable to find words upon witnessing someone fishing in such a serious contest. With a sigh, she thought, "Indeed, the Great Zhou is brimming with talent." Silver Snow slowly opened her beautiful eyes, curiously observing Ye Gansheng, who was fishing under the gaze of the crowd. She had seen many strong individuals, but someone like him was truly unprecedented, prompting her to steal a few more glances. Who is he? He must be driven away. This is the moment when our Great Zhou is leading. Such a person's presence disrupts the atmosphere. Yes, he must be expelled. Wait, I know him. He is the one who defeated Yin Feng. You're boasting without basis. How could he have defeated Yin Feng? Why not mention the palm print on the back mountain was also his doing? The real capable ones are all on the stage, understand? It seemed indeed someone had defeated Yin Feng, but it was likely some ancient monster, certainly not someone so youthful. The man fishing appeared to be someone who could hardly best even me, yet he supposedly defeated Yin Feng? What a farce. To many commoners in the Great Zhou, Yin Feng was nearly akin to a heroic youth, and thus, they would not tolerate any slander against him. Observing this, Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated Ye Gansheng to be so audacious. How dare he fish in the competition arena? Truly lawless. Huang Ren Daoizi's words were yet to conclude when Zhou Tianche waved his hand. Enough, let him fish. Humph, merely seeking attention. Zhou Huanling cast an annoyed glance at Ye Gansheng, and not just her. Many believed Ye Gansheng was bringing shame to the Great Zhou. Thus, the pinnacle of martial arts competition continued, with an exquisite aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air, both on stage and in the arena. In the second match, De Qian emerged victorious. The third match, De Qian triumphed again. The fourth, another victory for De Qian, and in the fifth, De Qian claimed yet another win. No one had anticipated that after achieving a single victory, aYou would subsequently suffer a series of disheartening defeats. It is important to note that each side had a limited number of participants. The number of skilled fighters was finite. Ideally, the frontline combatants would deplete the energy of their opponents, allowing the stronger fighters to conserve their strength for later matches. However, the current situation for aYou was far from optimistic, as their strongest contenders were compelled to enter the fray, only to be worn down by their adversaries' weaker fighters. Wu Mingyue let out a disdainful snort. This turn of events was within her expectations, though she was taken aback by the sheer inadequacy of her opponents. Such a lackluster caliber dared to compete in the pinnacle of martial arts? Zhou Tianche, has aYou truly run out of capable individuals? Her words pierced the air like a sharp blade, striking all present. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow, maintaining an air of nonchalance, yet the mounting pressure was palpable, and he clenched his fists tightly, fervently hoping that Hong Zhong could locate the individual who had defeated Yin Feng. The citizens of aYou fell into a hushed silence, their chatter subsiding. This fish is enormous. My dear, just wait until I prepare some sashimi for you, paired with my secret dipping sauce. It will be absolutely delectable. Ye Gansheng continued. Zhou Shuiyao awkwardly accepted the grilled fish. When the crowd's attention returned to Ye Gansheng, they noticed that a fire had been kindled, with several fish skewered and grilling above the flames. It seemed that Ye Gansheng's claim of having a unique secret recipe held merit, for the aroma was indeed tantalizing. But was this truly the time to indulge in fish? Were they unaware that aYou was in a precarious position, on the brink of capitulation? How could one still think of eating at such a critical moment? Moreover, these appeared to be ornamental fish, quite a luxurious catch. Zhou Tianche felt a throbbing pain at his temples, but remembering that Ye Gansheng might have formidable support behind him, he restrained the impulse to expel him. The fragrant scent drifted into Yin Shui's nostrils, and despite her meditative state, she found herself involuntarily swallowing. Do you wish to eat? Yin Shui hurriedly explained. Master. Wu Mingyue waved her hand dismissively. Do not feel embarrassed. I shall buy it for you. With that, amidst Yin Shui's bewildered gaze, Wu Mingyue leapt down from the high platform and approached Ye Gansheng, inquiring, Young man, how much for your grilled fish? Chapter 22. A near-desperate situation. Ye Gansheng is indeed the one who defeated Yin Feng. The onlookers were left astounded by Wu Mingyue's actions. The sister of the empress, seeking to purchase grilled fish from an ordinary individual? Was this a jest? Furthermore, it appeared they were still amidst a competition. This was a blatant disregard for aYou's standing. Today is no ordinary day. It marks the pinnacle of martial arts competition, where the defeated must surrender an entire city. Does Wu Mingyue not regard this with the seriousness it deserves, or does she believe victory is already assured? However, what baffles the onlookers even more is the subsequent remark made by Ye Gansheng. Apologies, but I shall not sell. Ye Gansheng responded without lifting his gaze, seemingly oblivious to the woman's identity, or perhaps indifferent to it. Wu Mingyue furrowed her brow slightly, yet she was not angered, for commerce is predicated on mutual consent, and the other party indeed retains the right to refuse. A chi-nourishing pill. Wu Mingyue produced a delicate green vial from her sleeve, exuding wisps of white vapor. Clearly a highly valuable item. Ye Gansheng glanced at Wu Mingyue, noting that she differed from the people of the great Zhou. Zhou Shuiyao was at a loss for words, even fidgeting, while the previously chattering Chan fell silent. Very well, given your earnestness, I shall oblige. Ye Gansheng extended his hand. Provide me with the chi-nourishing pill, and you may select any fish you desire. Such straightforwardness delighted Wu Mingyue. She tossed the chi-nourishing pill into Ye Gansheng's hand and casually took the largest fish, inquiring, What is your name? As Ye Gansheng reeled in the fish, he replied, Ye Gansheng. A fine name. Thank you. Once Wu Mingyue departed, Ye Gansheng presented the chi-nourishing pill to Zhou Shuiyao. My dear wife, see what your husband has procured for you. Zhou Shuiyao immediately shook her head in refusal. I cannot accept this. It is beneficial for you as well. Beneficial? In truth, it would provide no assistance. The chi-nourishing pill aids cultivators below the second realm in refining their abilities and purging impurities. Yet, Ye Gansheng was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm and had no use for it. His concession was merely a stark contrast to Wu Mingyue's demeanor compared to others from the great Zhou. Take it. It is only right for a husband to gift his wife. Ye Gansheng firmly placed the chi-nourishing pill into Zhou Shuiyao's embrace and resumed fishing. Onlookers watched with envy. yet felt powerless to intervene. What astonished them most was Ye Gansheng's complete lack of fear or trepidation in the presence of someone like Wu Mingyue, treating her as he would an ordinary person, even displaying a degree of indifference. When Wu Mingyue first spoke, he had intended to refuse her. This reaction left both the common folk and the distinguished individuals atop the platform, including Zhou Tianche, utterly astonished. As Ye Gansheng cast his line once more, a cultivator from the Great Zhou, having just slain 5 opponents, fell to the ground, gravely injured. Wu Mingyue spoke with ease. The frivolities are over. Wu Cheng, it is your turn. Below the platform, the silent armored man, who had been observing with arms crossed, acknowledged her call and stepped onto the arena. The gathered populace held their breath, for they understood that the serious competition was about to commence. Only Yin Shui remained, savoring roasted fish, tearing pieces off to eat, her eyes alight with astonishment at the flavor. Let the duel begin. With the official's command, Wu Cheng surged forth, unleashing the full power of his peak second realm cultivation. With an astonishing swiftness, Wu Cheng obliterated the opponent, Ma Fei. Useless. As Wu Cheng spat a curse and flung the blood from his hands onto the ground. The crowd emerged from their stunned silence, erupting into a cacophony of incredulous chatter. Ma Fei had been vanquished by a single punch. How could this be? Who was this Wu Cheng, possessing such formidable strength? His recently unleashed prowess seemed to have reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Truly terrifying. Why had no one ever heard of this individual before? Where had he suddenly appeared from? The Great Zhou was doomed. Zhou Tianche, seated at the head of the assembly, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, leaning forward as if struggling to accept the reality of it all. Ma Fei, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Great Zhou dynasty, ranked among the top 3 in strength, had been utterly crushed by another's fist. This far exceeded Zhou Tianche's expectations. Initially, he had anticipated tackling merely Yin Shui, yet before even confronting Yin Shui, his side was already floundering, devoid of capable fighters. Shouldn't someone be dispatched swiftly? Are the people of the Great Zhou dynasty all inept? If you're afraid, then surrender at once. Wu Cheng proclaimed with extreme arrogance. The citizens of the Great Zhou ignited with fury, commencing their denunciation of Wu Cheng. Yet, it proved futile. Wu Cheng remained unfazed, disdainfully retorting. Is it all that the people of the Great Zhou can do is bluster? If you have the courage, step onto the martial stage and see how many of my punches you can endure. A profound silence enveloped the arena, witnessing the humiliation of his people. Zhou Tianche's expression soured significantly. He ordered Yin Feng to take action, only to be halted by Dao Yitzi, who, with earnest words, cautioned, Your Majesty must not lose your composure. If you truly dispatch Yin Feng, you will fall into a trap, even if he wins. The Great Zhou will remain bereft of fighters. Do not forget, there is still the formidable Yin Shui lurking behind. What then do you suggest? Zhou Tianche inquired, his composure beginning to fray. We can only send forth Sui Dao, who stands at the mid-second realm. If he can secure a victory, splendid. If not, he may at least deplete Wu Cheng's stamina, Dao Yitzi advised. Zhou Tianche frowned, but ultimately acquiesced. Sui Dao, having received his orders, strode toward the battleground, his muscular frame straining against his black training garb as if it might tear at any moment. He too was seething with anger, for Wu Cheng's arrogance was simply intolerable. Next, it is I, Sui Dao, who shall confront you, Sui Dao declared, fists colliding with a fierce glare akin to that of a mighty warrior. Oh, I hope you understand. It is I who shall slaughter you, not merely engage in battle, Wu Cheng replied, shaking his index finger with brazen audacity. As the duel commenced, both were masters of physical combat, entangled in a fierce struggle that lacked any semblance of artistry, purely a brutal exchange of blows. Yet, after merely 3 exchanges, Sui Dao's body bore the marks of cracks and blood. Despite his inferior physique and height, Wu Cheng remained unscathed. Wu Cheng may only be at the second realm, yet his golden armor divine technique has reached the 5th tier. Attacks from those below the 4th realm inflict minimal damage upon him, Wu Mingyue proclaimed with pride. I can eliminate him, Yin Shui remarked coolly, taking a bite of roasted fish, exuding confidence. Wu Mingyue cast a sidelong glance at her talented disciple, but chose to remain silent. As the situation deteriorated, Zhou Tianche found himself in profound anguish. He understood that if another city were to be lost, the Great Zhou dynasty would indeed face ruin. Surrounding empires would seize the opportunity to strike. shifting their offensive towards the very heart of Zhou, leaving them no time to react to subsequent raids. Where was Hongzhong at this moment? Zhou Tianche could only place his hopes on finding the individual capable of defeating Yin Feng. If that person could be located and Wu Qing eliminated, there would still be hope. Meanwhile, Huang Ren, who was well aware of the circumstances, had gathered enough information to ascertain that the one who had vanquished Yin Feng was none other than Ye Gansheng. Recognizing that the situation was on the brink of collapse, Huang Ren felt the moment had come. He stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, I have confirmed that the one who defeated Yin Feng is indeed Ye Gansheng. I implore you to allow him to fight, to preserve the territory and dignity of the Great Zhou." Chapter 23. Ye Gansheng returns. The Great Zhou is saved. Just moments ago, Huang Ren had found witnesses who verified that Ye Gansheng was the one who had decisively overpowered Yin Feng. Given the current state of the Great Zhou, defeat was not an option. Thus, despite the mounting pressure, Huang Ren approached Zhou Tianche without prior consultation. Initially, he had expected Zhou Tianche to at least consider his explanation, but instead, he was met with fury. "Huang Ren, at such a critical juncture, how dare you lie for the sake of your pitiful pride?" Zhou Tianche, already anxious, grew even angrier at the mention of Ye Gansheng. "Your Majesty, I can assure." Huang Ren attempted to continue, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Tianche. "Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. You are to return to the law enforcement hall at once." Zhou Tianche pointed towards the hall, his brow furrowed in anger. Huang Ren's clenched fists relaxed. He had only wished for the future of the Great Zhou, yet those present construed his intentions as selfish. Perhaps he did harbor a smidgen of personal desire, proving Ye Gansheng's strength would validate his own wounded pride. But in light of the Great Zhou's future, such concerns seemed trivial. Why was Zhou Tianche so unwilling to entertain the possibility? However, in the face of the enraged Dragon Emperor, Huang Ren chose silence and withdrew. "Calm down. It is detrimental to your health," Shui Yingyue advised softly, her concern evident. "I truly cannot comprehend. If Ye Gansheng possesses the strength to defeat Yin Feng, why does he not participate in the martial arts summit to prove himself? Why can't Huang Ren understand this?" Zhou Tianche lamented. "Perhaps some individuals simply prefer to remain in the shadows," Shui Yingyue replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, yet Ye Gansheng is certainly not one of those. If he truly possessed strength, he would go to great lengths to showcase it," Zhou Huanling asserted confidently. She was certain that Ye Gansheng harbored feelings for her, and if he indeed had the capability, he would be eager to display it before her to win her back. The fact that he had not done so spoke volumes. Shui Yingyue smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, on the martial arena, Sui Dao collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, reminiscent of a wall collapsing. However, Sui Dao's body bore cracks, a testament to the toll of enduring all of Wu Qing's assaults. At this moment, the fissure overflowed with blood. Sui Dao, though not dead, was rendered incapacitated. The very calamity Zhou Tianche feared the most had indeed transpired. Wu Qing remained utterly unscathed, vibrant and vigorous, while in the Great Zhou, apart from Yin Feng, there was no one left to rely upon. The silence in the arena was palpable. Sui Dao, aware of his own inadequacy against Wu Qing, contemplated surrender, yet before he could utter a word, Wu Qing's foot silenced him. With arrogant disdain, Wu Qing proclaimed, "A bunch of worthless fools? With such mediocrity, you dare to participate in the pinnacle of martial arts? It is utterly disgraceful." The scorn was blatant, a stark mockery. Although the citizens of Great Zhou felt indignation, they were powerless, for Wu Qing possessed the audacity to vanquish renowned talents like Ma Fei and Sui Dao. They even begrudgingly accepted the truth in his words. After years of defeat, what else could they be but failures? Dao Yitzi, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, admonished, "Do not go too far." Wu Mingyue rose abruptly from her seat, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" The two forces of pressure collided instantaneously, and as Dao Yitzi flicked his fan, his countenance shifted dramatically. He soon spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into his chair, defeated once more. The populace of Great Zhou had begun to numb to the reality. Not only was the younger generation incapable of standing against their adversaries, but even the esteemed national advisor was no match for Wu Qing. Was it truly the case that the people of Great Zhou were inherently inept? The fifth realm? Ye Gansheng was somewhat taken aback by Wu Mingyue's prowess. In his previous life, he had only managed to reach the fourth realm, yet here in Deqian, there existed a formidable presence of the fifth realm. However, such matters hardly warranted concern. He resumed his fishing, as if the honor and disgrace of the great Zhou dynasty bore no significance to him, which, in truth, was indeed the case. Amidst the rising dread of the crowd, Wu Cheng crushed Su Yidao's head underfoot, silencing his struggles. Another life had been extinguished, marking the demise of two exceptional talents from Great Zhou, without inflicting any harm upon their opponent. Now, only Yin Feng remained. Yin Feng, resolve this swiftly. Silver Snow is your true objective, Zhou Tianche whispered to him below. Understood, Yin Feng replied, ascending to the high platform. Wu Cheng lifted his foot from Su Yidao's lifeless form, rubbing his hands together as he regarded the incoming Yin Feng with a grin, saying, At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. Let us begin. I hope you can maintain your bravado. Yin Feng fixed a cold gaze upon Wu Cheng. The battle was imminent. Yin Feng seized the initiative from the outset, fiercely suppressing Wu Cheng, whose speed was no match for his own. Coupled with the disparity in cultivation, Wu Cheng found himself without a single opportunity to retaliate. Zhou Tianche's brow finally relaxed. Indeed, the foremost youth of Great Zhou was no mere empty boast. If Ye Xing could return now, Great Zhou would undoubtedly triumph in today's contest. Zhou Tianche remarked to Shui Yingyue beside him. The world is unpredictable. It is best not to harbor unwarranted expectations. Shui Yingyue responded, her words somewhat enigmatic. Nevertheless, the battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch, and Zhou Tianche and the others had little inclination to ponder further. Wu Cheng bore numerous wounds, all inflicted by the flying daggers wielded by Yin Feng. Although each injury was shallow, they collectively imposed a significant restraint. Yin Feng's speed was astonishing. Each time, Wu Cheng could merely grasp at Yin Feng's afterimage, growing increasingly frantic and disorganized in his movements. With every injury Wu Cheng sustained, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience, a long-suppressed emotional release. After several rounds of combat, Wu Cheng found himself retreating steadily, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Recognizing his substantial advantage, Yin Feng, eager to conclude the match, accelerated his pace, reversing his grip on the dagger as he charged towards Wu Cheng. It was a wise choice to conserve his energy and not waste time, as Zhou Tianche astutely assessed. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard rushed before Zhou Tianche, kneeling on one knee to report, Your Majesty, the Grand Master of the Sword Sect, Li Qing, is approaching with Li Jiushao and has already reached the city gates. Joyful exclamations filled the air. Excellent. Double happiness, Zhou Tianche exclaimed, rising in excitement. Ye Xing had returned. Today, the Great Zhou would not face defeat. The announcement of Ye Xing's return brought uncontainable joy to the citizens of Great Zhou, their cheers ringing out incessantly. Zhou Huanling proudly lifted her head, resembling a victorious peacock. Ye Xing had returned. The guardian of Great Zhou was back. The fervent cheers astonished Wu Mingyue. She had not anticipated the immense charisma of a young man could command such devotion. Curiosity gnawed her. What formidable strength must this Ye Xing possess to inspire such unwavering confidence among the people that as long as he was present, Great Zhou could not suffer defeat? Ye Xing? Could it be the one stationed at Jinyao Pass? Wu Mingyue's countenance visibly darkened. Chapter 24. Where is he? I demand to know where Ye Xing is. While the crowd continued their endless celebration, Ye Gansheng wore a faint smirk, remaining absorbed in his fishing. At that moment, sensing the audience's fervor, Yin Feng grew increasingly eager to subdue Wu Cheng. Cornering Wu Cheng against the arena's wall, Yin Feng succeeded in plunging the dagger into Wu Cheng's chest. Just when the onlookers believed Wu Cheng had finally succumbed, an astonishing power erupted from within him. A roar akin to a lion's echoed throughout the arena. A chilling scent of blood emanating, reminiscent of remnants after a hunt. Alarmed, Yin Feng sensed impending doom. He had not anticipated that Wu Cheng harbored a lethal secret, merely waiting for him to close in. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to retreat at lightning speed, but it was already too late. It was as if Wu Cheng had set a trap, enticing Yin Feng into a fatal mistake. How could he possibly be unprepared for Yin Feng's escape? Grasping Yin Feng's arm, Wu Cheng cruelly taunted. You enjoy running so much, do you? Why have you stopped? Pathetic fool. The extreme peril compelled Yin Feng to exert every ounce of strength to flee, yet Wu Cheng, having employed some secret technique, was overwhelmingly powerful, drastically narrowing the gap in their cultivation levels. Moreover, as a body-refining practitioner, Wu Cheng naturally held a considerable advantage in strength over Yin Feng. Infeng, run! Dao Yitzi shouted, his brow furrowed. Get away from him. Do not engage him at close range. The voices behind him were fully heard by Infeng, yet the moment for him to decide his fate had long passed, as he found himself utterly ensnared. Reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Wu Mingwe's lips curled into a faint smile. She had never believed that Wu Cheng, bolstered by the Wu family's secret arts, could surpass Infeng, even if the latter's cultivation was marginally superior. Indeed, the reality corroborated this belief. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wu Cheng cruelly grinned and forcefully hurled Infeng to the ground, yet he did not relinquish his grip on him. 1, 2, 3. The stone floor of the duel stage bore a substantial crater, with Infeng lying breathless within it. Wu Cheng stood triumphantly over him, as if he were a victorious beast, lifting his chin in arrogant defiance. Defeated, the strongest youth of the great Zhou, Infeng, had not even qualified to confront the mightiest of the great Qian. Silence enveloped the great Zhou like a shroud. Wu Cheng's foot seemed to press not only upon Infeng's face, but also upon the faces of all the great Zhou, trampling upon their dignity and even that of Zhou Tianche. What a disgrace! The once mighty great Zhou, heralded as the foremost dynasty under heaven, had insidiously fallen into such a pitiful state. Instead of slaying Infeng, Wu Cheng cast his battered form among the crowd, a deliberate act of humiliation directed at all present. Behold, the so-called greatest genius you venerate has been reduced to this. Not only were the prodigies of the great Zhou rendered worthless, but so too were all its people. His words left the gathered populace speechless, devoid of the courage to retort. Their suppressed fury had nowhere to go but inward. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in their hearts. Nightwalker. Surely, if Nightwalker returned, he would forcefully bring Wu Cheng down, grinding him into the dust, and subsequently triumph over Yin Shui, securing victory in this grand contest. It had to be so. At that moment, a sword appeared in the sky, upon which stood two figures, with a battered body seemingly sprawled between them. Zhou Tianche discerned at first glance that the newcomers were disciples of the sword sect, and among them was Li Qing, the apprentice of Li Minghong. Nightwalker had returned. Li Qing had initially been tasked with guarding the demon suppression pass, but his failure had necessitated Nightwalker's intervention. Now, with Li Qing and Li Jiuxiao back, Nightwalker must have also returned. Zhou Huanling's eyes sparkled with hope. Should Nightwalker manage to uphold the crumbling edifice of their dynasty and defeat the great Qian, his renown would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Even her earlier feelings of revulsion and distaste towards marrying Nightwalker had begun to dissipate. The citizens of the great Zhou seemed to grasp this as well, their eager gazes fixed upon Li Qing, hoping his arrival would remedy the dire situation. However, as Li Qing descended upon his sword, Zhou Tianche's expression grew increasingly unnatural, for even at this juncture, Nightwalker was still nowhere to be seen. To make matters worse, the body Li Qing bore was that of Wang He. What was happening? Where was Nightwalker? Zhou Tianche, consumed by a sense of urgency, questioned fervently, his emotions spiraling out of control as the events of the day unfolded in ways he could scarcely anticipate. Li Qing, disheveled and grimy, approached Zhou Tianche, disregarding his own disarray, and recounted the harrowing events of the past 2 days. Originally, my fellow disciples and I were entrusted by our master to guard the demon suppression gate, but to our astonishment, the demon forces launched a full-scale assault that very night. We were outnumbered and inexperienced, resulting in the tragic loss of several comrades. Zhou Tianche, perplexed, replied, "Did I not send the Nightwalkers to support you?" Nightwalkers? Bah! Li Qing's ire flared at the mere mention of the name. Observing Li Qing's agitation, not only Zhou Tianche, but all present felt a foreboding chill. Could it be that the Nightwalkers had failed to defend the demon suppression gate? Through gritted teeth, Li Qing declared, "The Nightwalkers are utterly useless. Not only did they cower behind, allowing General Wang He to perish, but they also opened the city gates of the demon suppression gate, leading to countless civilian casualties, with not a single soldier surviving." What? Zhou Tianche gasped in horror, his dragon-like eyes blazing with fury as he demanded, "Li Qing, you must take responsibility for your words. Dare you repeat that? What is there to fear?" Li Qing fixed his gaze upon the Dragon Emperor, resolute. If the Nightwalkers could act thus, did he not possess the courage to voice the truth? Stunned, the onlookers could only stare at Li Qing, the audacity of his words hanging in the air, yet none dared to accuse him of wrongdoing. It was clear to all present that the gravity of his claims could not be dismissed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Tianche sank wearily into his chair, clinging to a shred of hope as he inquired, "Are you implying that we have lost the demon suppression gate?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed with certainty. Zhou Tianche slowly closed his eyes, though he had surmised the truth from their earlier discourse. Hearing it confirmed was still a bitter pill to swallow. After a decade of safeguarding the demon suppression gate, how could it have fallen at such a critical juncture, especially with General Wang He involved? The loss of the gate cast the citizens into a state of despair as they stood listlessly, gazing at Li Qing. Even those from Deqian expressed sympathy for their plight. "Where is he?" Zhou Tianche's fury intertwined with a regal wrath. He demanded, "I ask again, where are the night walkers?" "They are hiding in Xiangyang, claiming they will retaliate, but I believe they simply lack the courage to return. The body of General Wang He was retrieved by my fellow disciples and me at great peril from the demons." Li Qing hastily explained. Chapter 25, Wu City. "If you have the capability, kill me." Knight Qiansheng. "Very well." The lifeless forms of two once mighty heroes of Dezhou lay amidst the crowd. The first hero of Dezhou, now rendered helpless, and the tragic remains of General Wang He, whose demise was a grim testament to the fallen demon suppression gate. The atmosphere was suffused with despair among the people of Dezhou. Just that morning, they had believed in their chances against Deqian, hoping to hear news of the Night Walker's triumph by afternoon. Instead, they were met with an unending abyss of hopelessness. With a resounding crash, Zhou Tianche, incensed by the revelation, shattered the chair behind him, his voice a thunderous roar. "We have lost the demon suppression gate. It has cost us the life of a Dezhou general, and they dare to hide away, refusing to return." He initially placed unwavering trust in Ye Xing, not only betrothing his beloved daughter, Zhou Huanling, to him, but also appointing the valiant Wang He as a deputy commander. Yet, what did Ye Xing return to him? He annihilated everything and fled, too cowardly to return. He glared at the Yi couple seated high above. Were it not for Ye Xing, he would not have spared them a glance. Now that Ye Xing had embroiled himself in such a scandal, he certainly would not bestow any kindness upon the couple. Ye Xing, trembling in fear, repeatedly gestured, "Your Majesty. There may be some misunderstanding. After all, Xing has guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. Such a lapse is inconceivable." Jiang Sui hastily concurred. "Indeed, one man's word cannot be wholly trusted." The two were utterly frantic. Should Zhou Tianche discover that they had swapped the heroic youth, it would be treason, a crime punishable by death. Thus, even if Ye Xing had caused a monumental blunder, they dared not assert that Ye Qiansheng was the true hero. Regret not at them. Had they known, they would have forcibly sent Ye Qiansheng in place of Ye Xing. One man's word? I witnessed it with my own eyes, and Zhou Xiao saw it clearly. Li Qing argued vehemently. Enough. Zhou Tianche, at a loss for what to do, found their chatter irksome. Let us not forget, there are still men from Deqian present. We will become the subject of ridicule. Zhou Huanling stared blankly at Li Qing. From the moment he recounted the events at the demon suppression pass, she had been fixated on him. Initially, her heart brimmed with delight at hearing tales of Ye Xing's valor on the battlefield. Instead, she was met with an absurd sequence of events. Was he not the heroic youth? How could such a situation arise? In an instant, the admiration Zhou Huanling had felt for Ye Xing, born from his prowess, evaporated, even turning into something negative. Are you done yet? If you are not fighting, conceding is acceptable, but then Liang City will belong to Deqian, Wu Mingyue called out with a hint of boredom. She cared little for others' familial woes. No matter how tragic their plight, it mattered not to her, for the contest was still ongoing, and they needed to return today. The citizens of Dezhou sighed in despair. Fight? With what? Deqian's so-called strongest youth, Yin Feng, was missing, while the guardian spirit of Dezhou, Ye Xing, was cowering in fear. At this moment, Dezhou had no choice but to surrender. Zhou Tianche, upon contemplating the breach of the demon suppression pass, now a territory of the demon clan, felt as if he aged decades in an instant. With a self-deprecating smile, he thought, if the heavens wish to destroy Dezhou, so be it. What are you looking at? Just as the crowd awaited the arrival of their darkest hour, an incongruous voice rang out. His tone bore little emotion, as though he were still munching on something, utterly unfazed by the preceding events. The crowd turned to see the speaker, who was none other than Ye Qiansheng, casually eating fish. What was he up to now? Seeking attention? Surely there must be limits to such antics? Zhou Huanling furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction. her anger directed at Ye Gansheng. At that moment, Ye Gansheng was coldly staring at the arrogant Wu Cheng on the stage. The crowd was astonished. Despite their profound disdain for Wu Cheng, even to the point of loathing him, the fact that he had slain 3 individuals instilled a sense of dread among them. Just exchanging a glance could be enough to terrify anyone. Yet, Ye Gansheng dared to confront Wu Cheng? Was he courting death? The current Dezhou had neither the power nor the capability to protect him. What are you looking at? Ye Gansheng exclaimed, flinging the fish he held to the ground, raising his voice. Beside him, the ethereal Zhou Shuyao gently tugged at his sleeve. The strength displayed by Wu Cheng was overwhelmingly formidable. She did not wish for Ye Gansheng to confront Wu Cheng on her behalf. Heck, kid. Do you think you're worthy of the celestial being by your side? If you have any sense, step aside. Otherwise. Wu Cheng cast a glance at the 2 corpses on the ground, and the implication of his threat was unmistakable. This statement provoked the ire of everyone present. It was utterly contemptuous. He seemed to disregard the authority of Dezhou entirely, daring to publicly abduct a maiden. Let it be known that the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche was still in attendance. Wu Mingyue shook her head but refrained from speaking up. Ye Gansheng's lips curled into a smile. He had always been the one to threaten others. No one had dared threaten him before. Let me be frank. How do you wish to meet your demise? Ye Gansheng asked nonchalantly. Boom. This declaration was akin to a thunderclap, leaving everyone in attendance stunned and bewildered. Was Ye Gansheng truly seeking death? Even Yin Feng could not defeat Wu Cheng, and yet he dared to provoke him? Was he genuinely unafraid of death? Zhou Huanling shook her head. He was going to great lengths to attract her attention, but alas, it was in vain. She had no interest in men who only knew how to talk. Shui Yingyue smiled softly and replied, he might possess more than just words. Zhou Tianche did not intervene, as he anticipated the emergence of a formidable figure supporting Ye Gansheng. At that moment, perhaps there would be a chance for a reversal. Wu Mingyue chuckled softly, finding the situation rather amusing. In Shui, what is your perspective? In Shui replied with an air of seriousness, can we spare his life? His grilled fish is quite delectable. Wu Mingyue laughed heartily, while Wu Cheng roared with laughter, showing no respect for Ye Gansheng whatsoever. He patted his chest and taunted, if you have the capability, pierce through my heart. Ha! Wu Cheng was currently under the influence of the Wu family's secret technique, making it exceedingly difficult for even Wu Mingyue, at the 5th realm, to penetrate his heart with a single punch, let alone a boy who dared not even enter the competition. Ding! Triggered side quest. Fulfill Wu Cheng's demands. Completion reward. A drop of imperial blood. Note. Daily tasks will not be affected during system quests. Splendid. With no further reservations, amidst the increasingly horrified gazes of the crowd, Ye Gansheng swiftly pierced through Wu Cheng's upper body. Chapter 26. In Shui is no match. But why did Ye Gansheng cease his assault? By the time the crowd regained their composure, Wu Cheng was already on the ground, his face frozen in terror, lifeless and unseeing. A gaping, bloody hole appeared in Wu Cheng's chest, yet it was eerily vacant within. As the crowd turned their gaze towards Ye Gansheng, he crushed the heart in his hand without a moment's hesitation. What had transpired? The invincible Wu Cheng had fallen so easily. Not only did he fail to retaliate, but he seemed utterly oblivious to the occurrence. Wu Mingyue was astounded. She stared intently at the collapsed Wu Cheng, momentarily at a loss for words. It was known that she was a formidable presence at the 5th realm, a rarity on the Yuanling continent. Instances that could astonish her were few and far between. Yet now, she found herself speechless, having only vaguely perceived Ye Gansheng's movements just moments ago. It was simply too swift. Sharing a similar expression of disbelief were Zhou Tianche and Zhou Huanling. This father-daughter duo had never truly believed in Ye Gansheng's prowess, yet here he was, astonishingly powerful. It was almost ludicrously strong. Wu Cheng's strength was beyond question. Even the most formidable of the younger generation, Yin Feng, was no match for him. They had harbored no hope. In this critical moment, Ye Gansheng had unexpectedly stepped forward. Zhou Huanling's eyes remained wide with astonishment, fixated on Ye Gansheng, as memories from her childhood inexplicably flooded her mind. Naiqing and Jiang Suqing were equally shocked, their mouths agape. Why had they initially resorted to subterfuge? Allowing Ye Xing to replace Ye Gansheng? Favoritism was one aspect, but the primary reason lay in Ye Gansheng's perceived lack of talent compared to Ye Xing. They had intended to secure a brighter future for the Ye family, thus paving the way for Ye Xing by allowing Ye Gansheng to cede his achievements. Yet, Who would have thought that Ye Gansheng was this formidable? Had they known his strength could illuminate the family name, what need was there for such machinations? The two exchanged a bitter glance, each recognizing the profound regret mirrored in the other's eyes. As for Zhou Shuiyao, having witnessed Ye Gansheng's prowess firsthand, she remained the calmest among them. I had thought him to be formidable. It was no more challenging than crushing an ant. Ye Gansheng leisurely pulled out a handkerchief, wiping his hands. The silence shattered as the crowd prepared to erupt in jubilant cheers, when suddenly, a nearby mountain began to crumble. The thunderous sound of falling rocks echoed. After a moment, a colossal handprint emerged upon the mountainside. Despite the summit's collapse, the outline of the handprint remained discernible. At this moment, some could no longer remain composed. Zhou Tianxie stood dumbfounded, staring at the distant handprint, momentarily at a loss for words. The one who had left such a monumental handprint on the royal city's rear mountain was truly Ye Gansheng. This was something he could never have fathomed, even in his wildest dreams. Zhou Shuiyao was equally astonished. It turned out that Ye Gansheng had not deceived her the previous night. It was indeed a mark left inadvertently during his training. It was utterly terrifying. Just how powerful was he? In the midst of the scene, only the queen's watermark moon appeared, perpetually exuding an air of tranquil indifference, as if she had long anticipated the overwhelming cheers that would inundate the entire arena like tidal waves. Everyone was immersed in joy, with Huang Ren standing proudly, all unspoken yet understood. Ignoring the uproar of the crowd, Wu Mingyue coldly remarked, "Even I cannot easily pierce the heart of the Wu city, which is protected by the Wu clan's secret arts. What manner of creature is he?" Silver Snow's expression of astonishment was a rare sight, now manifested. She stated seriously, "I am no match for him. His movements are too swift." Just now, Ye Gansheng employed a celestial-level technique, the 8 Desolations shadowless step. It is normal not to be able to see him clearly, otherwise, Ye Gansheng might have to reconsider. For the first time, the great Qian was at a disadvantage in front of everyone, and the onlookers erupted in wild derision towards the great Qian's participants. The pent-up emotions were finally released, and everyone felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Ye Gansheng paid no heed to the crowd. His actions were not for any grand purpose, but simply because that lad from Wu City coveted his wife, prompting his intervention. It was time to resume fishing. However, just as he descended the steps, Dao Yitzi approached him with a beaming countenance, exclaiming, "Gansheng, you performed magnificently. You are the pride of the people of the great Zhou." "Too kind," Ye Gansheng replied dismissively. In the past, Dao Yitzi would have been infuriated, but having witnessed Ye Gansheng's true prowess, he could not muster any anger, even if Ye Gansheng were to act excessively. Nearby, the couple, Ye Xing and his wife, felt a swell of pride as well, for in their eyes, no matter how formidable Ye Gansheng became, he would always be their son. Moreover, they could distinctly sense that after Ye Gansheng had dispatched Wu City, the attitude of the Zhou Tianxie towards them had markedly improved. Their hearts swelled with pride, completely forgetting the matter of severing ties. However, what puzzled the crowd was why Ye Gansheng was leaving the stage when there remained Silver Snow to contend with. Dao Yitzi followed closely behind Ye Gansheng and inquired, "If I may ask, where is Gansheng headed? When will you return to the high platform for the final bout?" Ye Gansheng replied straightforwardly, "Final bout? Have you lost your senses? When did I ever say I would participate in the final bout?" With that, he cast his fishing rod into the pond, resuming his angling as if he intended to fish until the end of time. Dao Yitzi was bewildered. He incredulously asked, "This martial arts tournament is of utmost significance to the lifeblood of the Great Zhou. As a citizen of the Great Zhou, do you not care at all?" Ye Gansheng responded, "Not in the slightest. The affairs of the Great Zhou have no bearing on me." Dao Yitzi was utterly flabbergasted, staring at Ye Gansheng, rendered speechless for a considerable time. The cheers of the people also abruptly ceased, for they had heard Ye Gansheng's proclamation. He did not intend to participate in the upcoming contest. This meant that the Great Qian would remain the ultimate victor. The Great Zhou would still face the loss of their city. Initially, the crowd had thought Ye Gansheng was jesting, but as time passed, he continued to sit on the stone, draped in a blanket, propped on his hand while fishing. Even Wu Mingyue found it somewhat incomprehensible, for any discerning individual could readily perceive that Ye Gansheng possessed formidable strength. It seemed nearly impossible for Yin Shui to emerge victorious. Yet, why did Ye Gansheng hesitate to step onto the stage and redeem the honor of the Great Zhou, capturing the elusive title that had remained untouched for 7 years? This was an endeavor that bore nothing but benefits. What could there possibly be to deliberate? Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing exchanged glances once more, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. If Ye Gansheng were to reveal their clandestine dealings now, everything would be irrevocably ruined. Chapter 27. The Dragon Emperor's Apology. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing's fantasies. However, Ye Gansheng currently exhibited no interest in matters beyond fishing, and certainly would not be so trivial as to expose the Ye couple. Husband, do you truly not care about the great Zhou? Zhou Shuyao inquired softly, seated beside Ye Gansheng. You are truly remarkable, Chana exclaimed from the other side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Just moments ago, they felt somewhat embarrassed to be fishing in such a conspicuous spot, yet after witnessing Ye Gansheng's display of prowess, that sentiment evaporated entirely. A sense of inexplicable pride blossomed within them, for Ye Gansheng seemed indifferent to the great Zhou, disregarding even the Dragon Emperor's esteem, while showing great consideration for them. Have you learned to call me husband? Ye Gansheng teased. Zhou Shuyao lightly tapped his shoulder, a gesture akin to a playful pout, evoking envy among the numerous women present, particularly Zhou Huanling. After witnessing Ye Gansheng's overwhelming strength, Zhou Huanling experienced a profound transformation within her heart. She found herself harboring feelings of jealousy towards Zhou Shuyao, whom she had previously deemed unworthy of a second glance. Indeed, continuing to fish seemed rather pointless. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Gansheng reeled in his fishing rod and released all the fish he had caught beside the fire. The crowd erupted in ecstatic joy. Believing that Ye Gansheng was finally ready to take action, Zhou Tianche let out a sigh of relief, knowing that both he and the royal princes and princesses harbored a rather poor attitude towards Ye Gansheng, particularly the Ye couple, who had openly ridiculed him in Ye Gansheng's presence. Thus, Zhou Tianche felt compelled to persuade Ye Gansheng a little longer, hoping to elicit his enthusiasm to participate in the martial arts competition. Fortunately, Ye Gansheng remained discerning about priorities. Wu Mingyue's expression darkened. If Ye Gansheng were to compete, the great Qian would undoubtedly face certain defeat. Although Ye Gansheng had merely nonchalantly dispatched Wu Cheng, the speed and power he had displayed were utterly beyond what Yin Shui could contend with at present. Yet what Ye Gansheng said next left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What fish are we catching? Let's just go home and sleep. With that, he intended to depart alongside Zhou Shuyao and Chana. The crowd stood in shock, astonished that he had no intention of competing. Zhou Tianche, too, wore a bewildered expression, staring at Ye Gansheng's retreating figure, his hand raised before dropping back down, for he realized he had no grounds to compel Ye Gansheng to join. It was evident that Ye Gansheng cared little for his identity as a citizen of the great Zhou. The crowd fixated on Ye Gansheng's figure, realizing that he was genuinely about to depart from this place. Some citizens, momentarily putting aside their fears, positioned themselves in front of him. At such a crucial juncture, how can you leave? If you go, what will become of the great Zhou? One citizen exclaimed. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, you are still one of us. Nurtured by great Zhou, how can you abandon it now? With your prowess, defeating Yin Shui would be effortless. Why do you hesitate to act? Most of the people, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Ye Gansheng, expressed their grievances against him, as if his inaction were a betrayal to great Zhou. They had yet to repay the kindness bestowed upon them by the kingdom. Ye Gansheng scoffed, unwilling to engage with them. He had steadfastly guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, 10 long years. And what had he gained from it? Not only had he been deceived by his parents, losing everything that rightfully belonged to him, but no one had cared about the truth, nor had anyone stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Now they recognized their need for him. Now they acknowledged him as one of their own. It was too late. Get out of my way. The citizens, overwhelmed by his imposing presence, found themselves retreating in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Ye Gansheng would turn against them. Was he truly still one of great Zhou? With a disdainful grunt, Ye Gansheng continued to lead the two companions away, when suddenly, the voice of Emperor Zhou Tianche rang out. Ye Gansheng, I wish to extend my apologies. I was blind to your worth and failed to trust your words. I overlooked your feelings, and I implore you not to harbor resentment towards great Zhou due to my shortcomings. His tone was sincere and astute, as he did not demand Ye Gansheng return to confront Yin Shui, but rather straightforwardly acknowledged his own faults. In the eyes of the populace, the emperor was a figure of authority, and even in error, his stature remained intact. Now, before so many witnesses, Emperor Zhou Tianqi's apology was indeed heartfelt. However, Ye Gansheng had no need for it. He had never cared for such gestures, and certainly did not require the emperor's contrition. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to apologize to me. Likewise, I owe nothing to great Zhou. With that, he intended to continue on his way. This left the gathered citizens in a state of frantic dismay. They had assumed that with the emperor's apology, the rift between Ye Gansheng and the dynasty would be mended. Yet he remained unyielding. What were they to do now? If he did not engage in battle, the great Qian would claim victory. With a heavy sigh, Emperor Zhou Tianqi was consumed by regret. If only he had recognized Ye Gansheng's strength sooner, had been less scheming and more considerate of him. Would the outcome have been different? At that moment, a middle-aged couple rushed forth, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing. They positioned themselves before Ye Gansheng, earnestly imploring, Gansheng, the events of recent days were a misstep on your mother's part, but now is a critical time for the survival of great Zhou. You cannot leave. Ye Xing admonished. Taking on a parental tone, a man must bear responsibility. One should not throw a tantrum simply because of a minor grievance. However, it is the responsibility of a parent to provide diligent guidance. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Gansheng's parents were present. This was a glimmer of hope. Despite Ye Gansheng's apparent disregard for the Zhou and the Dragon Emperor, it was inconceivable that he would show disrespect to his own parents. Meanwhile, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were filled with optimism. With Ye Gansheng's immense strength, it would be splendid for him to support the Ye family and nurture Ye Xing, thus ensuring their prosperity. They believed that with Ye Gansheng's prowess, they could assert their authority within the palace, unperturbed even if their deceitful schemes were uncovered. Zhou Tianqi would not dare to challenge them. Ye Xing had indeed committed a grave offense, and capture was merely a matter of time, likely resulting in a death sentence. Yet, if Ye Gansheng were willing to lend his assistance, there remained a glimmer of hope. It was a miraculous turn of events. Ye Xing had thought the Ye family was ensnared in a deadlock, only to witness a divine intervention. This led Ye Xing to believe that his underhanded tactics were justified. After all, without them, how would Ye Gansheng have had the opportunity to showcase his talents? As he considered himself to be Ye Gansheng's biological father, it seemed implausible that Ye Gansheng would deny his lineage. However, just as the two envisioned a bright future, Ye Gansheng's words struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone present in utter shock. Chapter 28. The confident Zhou Huanling, once a villager, now a beggar. Huh, do I know you? Ye Gansheng declared, before departing with Zhou Shuyao and Chaner, not even glancing back, leaving behind a stunned Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, as well as a bewildered crowd. What had he just said? Jiang Suqing felt an inexplicable pang of distress. Ye Gansheng was her son, carried for 10 months, yet he claimed not to recognize her. She could scarcely believe it, even suspecting that she was hallucinating. Not only Jiang Suqing, but Ye Xing felt similarly, believing that although there were some conflicts with Ye Gansheng, they were still family, and reconciliation would eventually come. However, Ye Gansheng's cold indifference had made them acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Was it possible that Ye Gansheng was serious? Did he truly wish to sever ties with them, rather than merely sulking? Ye Gansheng had left, truly left, without a backward glance. Many had already speculated that a significant part of Ye Gansheng's reluctance to assist the Zhou stemmed from his parents. For who would claim not to recognize their own flesh and blood? Despair once again loomed over the citizens of Dezhou, while Zhou Tianqi shook his head, feeling utterly powerless. Ye Gansheng's temperament could not be coerced. Shui Yingyue was momentarily taken aback, often on the verge of speaking, yet hesitating. Wu Mingyue felt a slight sense of relief. With Ye Gansheng's departure, it meant that the martial arts competition still belonged to Deqian. Just then, Zhou Huanling stepped forward, her noble demeanor rivaling anyone else's, her voice commanding and undeniable. The martial arts competition will be postponed for another 10 days. This is indeed a clever strategy. However, it is highly improbable that Wu Mingyue would acquiesce. The current situation allows her to seize the championship, so what reason would she have to agree? In accordance with the thoughts of the majority, Wu Mingyue disdainfully remarked, "Why should I consent to a 10-day extension? Such crude tactics of provocation will not sway me." Even in the absence of Ye Gansheng, she would refuse, now that she is aware of his existence. She is not naive enough to entertain the possibility of his changing his mind. The stakes of this grand competition involve an entire city, a matter not to be taken lightly when discussing martial virtue. Zhou Tianqi observed Zhou Huanling with a furrowed brow, confusion flickering in his eyes. Logically, his eldest daughter would not engage in a battle unprepared. Could there be an alternative strategy at play? Amidst the crowd's uncertainty, Zhou Huanling slowly addressed Wu Mingyue, stating, "You may choose not to comply, but I shall promptly retrieve Ye Gansheng. I neglected to mention that Ye Gansheng is my childhood companion." Her tone exuded an air of haughtiness. Boom. This revelation sent shockwaves through all present, leaving them astounded. The invincible Ye Gansheng is, in fact, the childhood friend of Princess Zhou Huanling. This is splendid news. Should Zhou Huanling take action, she would undoubtedly be able to bring Ye Gansheng back, ensuring that the championship remains with the great Zhou. Yet, amidst the excitement, questions lingered. Why did Zhou Huanling remain silent when she could have requested Ye Gansheng to stay? Why wait until he had departed to make her claim? Wu Mingyue's brow furrowed slightly as she probed. If his parents cannot sway his decision, do you truly believe you can? Zhou Huanling confidently replied, "What if I told you he has harbored affections for me since childhood? His recent rejection of his parents was merely a ploy to elicit my intervention." The assembly nodded in agreement. Though lacking concrete evidence, her reasoning was plausible. Zhou Tianche cast a commendatory glance at Zhou Huanling. Wu Mingyue found herself in a quandary, with Yin Shui on the brink of breaking through to the fourth realm. Even if Ye Gansheng were to return, a confrontation would not be out of the question. However, if Zhou Huanling's assertions were true and she could indeed retrieve Ye Gansheng, why had she not spoken up earlier? Was there a hidden agenda? Time dragged on, and Wu Mingyue feared that delays might lead to complications. If she did not secure victory today, the likelihood of future problems would increase significantly. Without hesitation, Wu Mingyue inquired, "Why did you not speak up earlier? Is it that you are incapable of doing so?" Zhou Huanling responded, "This is a private matter between him and me." Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Wu Mingyue consented to postpone the competition, primarily due to Zhou Huanling's overwhelming confidence, which left no apparent flaws to exploit. Furthermore, once Yin Shui achieved the fourth realm, Ye Gansheng might not stand a chance. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that in their current state, Yin Shui would undoubtedly be defeated by Ye Gansheng. Thus, under Zhou Huanling's persuasive arguments, Wu Mingyue departed the arena, and the highly anticipated martial arts competition was postponed by 10 days. 10 days later, the finals would continue. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Zhou Tianche let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, they had not lost yet, and still held a glimmer of hope. Spirit Call, your efforts are commendable. Were it not for your connection with Knight Qiansheng, the decision to sever ties with Liangcheng would have been a foregone conclusion, remarked Zhou Tianche, offering his praise. Not at all. It is solely due to Qiansheng's formidable prowess that they have been subdued, Zhou Huanling modestly replied, though her smile betrayed her true feelings. The common folk gathered below chimed in, "Your Highness, you are too humble. Knight Qiansheng holds affection for you. Thus his achievements are inherently yours as well. Surely you both conspired to attain such glory together? Indeed, it is not mere flattery. You and Knight Qiansheng are a match made in heaven. It is he who should be honored to receive your recognition." The words of the crowd filled Zhou Huanling with joy, a sensation she relished, which was precisely why she pursued strength so fervently. As for her interactions with Ye Xing, she found herself regretting them deeply, which explained her hesitation in seeking out Knight Qiansheng earlier. After all, she nearly married another, and it would undoubtedly discomfort Qiansheng. She needed to console him properly. "Ha ha," Zhou Tianche chuckled, playfully patting Zhou Huanling on the shoulder. "Leave the matter of Qiansheng to you. You can resolve it in 10 days, yes?" "Of course, rest assured, Father," Zhou Huanling replied with unwavering confidence. Zhou Tianche stroked his beard, a smile spreading across his face as he contemplated the extraordinary talent his dynasty had gained, one that could be harnessed for his own purposes. He glanced at the knight couple, pondering how to craft a pretext for betrothing Zhou Huanling to Knight Qiansheng. "Then I shall take my leave," she said, bowing slightly before departing. It was evident to all that she intended to adorn herself before seeking out Knight Qiansheng. Once Zhou Huanling left, Knight Qiansheng's expression turned grave. "Huangren, take Hongzhong and retrieve Ye Xing from Xiangyang City." "Yes." Huangren, reinstated to his former position, promptly agreed and set off. Meanwhile, beneath the bridge in Xiangyang City, the village chief, Zhao Ji, sat disheveled and grimy, resembling a beggar. Surrounding him were several villagers, equally destitute. Chapter 29. The Regretful Villagers and the Might of Imperial Blood. With the demon suppression pass breached, Zhao Ji, possessing foresight, had not fully trusted Ye Xing due to the treachery involved. Thus, he led the villagers to the city gates of Xianyang. He had anticipated that the worst-case scenario would involve a few demon intruders, who would soon be eradicated. Little did he expect that, having abandoned the pass, it would fall within a mere day without Knight Qianqing's protection. They had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the demons, only managing to find refuge within Xianyang City. However, the city was on high alert, and no one cared for their plight. In Xianyang, they had no connections, no place to stay, no food to eat, and even the rewards provided by Ye Chong had been seized amidst the chaos. Now, they huddled under the bridge, utterly helpless. "Chief, I am hungry," one villager lamented. The bellies of most present seemed to respond to an unspoken call, grumbling in unison, for they had not eaten all day and were undeniably famished. Zhao sighed, lamenting his own folly. Overcome by momentary greed, he had acquiesced to Ye Qing's demands. Had Lord Ye Qianqing still been among them, such a predicament would not have arisen. After witnessing the true terror of the demon race, the once confident youth who believed anyone could safeguard the demon suppression pass fell silent, his eyes filled with remorse. "I regret it, village chief," spoke another woman, her voice trembling as she clutched her child. Though life had been arduous previously, at least their basic needs were met. Now, they lived in constant fear of demonic assaults and had been reduced to beggary. Hearing her words, everyone present lowered their heads, for when they had falsely accused Ye Qianqing, they had all participated fervently. None could have anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly. Zhao shook his head, having once believed that the great Zhou would never neglect the demon suppression pass. With or without Ye Qianqing, there would surely be others. Now, it appeared that beyond Ye Qianqing, none were capable. When the demon race invaded the pass last night, Ye Xing had fled faster than anyone else. To expect such a person to save them was nothing short of wishful thinking. "Village chief, what shall we do now? I want to go home," cried a villager, unable to bear the life of a beggar, breaking down in despair. Fear is contagious. One person's collapse plunged the entire gathering into despondency. For them, lacking food and shelter was not the most tragic aspect. Many had lost loved ones amidst the demon onslaught. This invasion could only be deemed a complete catastrophe for them. Zhao gritted his teeth, pondering their options. What could they do now? It was evident that Lord Ye Qianqing had no intention of caring for their plight, while the dynasty was preoccupied with its own troubles. Helpless, yet lacking any other means to remedy their immediate distress, a villager stood resolutely and proclaimed, "If necessary, I will offer my life to atone before Lord Ye Qianqing, as long as he is willing to return and continue guarding the demon suppression pass." Others rose in agreement. Indeed, Lord Ye Qianqing has defended the pass for a decade. He would never ignore our plight. They resolved to kneel and beseech him. As long as he is willing to return, we will accept any punishment he deems fit. Zhao sighed again, fully aware of how ungrateful their actions had been, with the likelihood of forgiveness being exceedingly slim. Yet, aside from bringing Ye Qianqing back, there was no alternative. While others might believe that with the pass breached, it was futile to seek anyone, the villagers of the pass knew Ye Qianqing better than anyone else. They had witnessed his fierce battles against the demon race, understanding his might more than anyone. It was only after observing others' struggles against the demons that they realized how formidable Ye Qianqing truly was. They believed that if Ye Qianqing would return, reclaiming the demon suppression pass would not be an insurmountable task. Zhao murmured, "There exists a recording stone that chronicles the illustrious feats of Lord Ye Qianqing. If we present it to the Dragon Emperor, perhaps Lord Ye will have his grievances redressed and may even forgive us." A villager inquired, "But Lord Wangyang has been deceased for many years. His recording stone should still be at the demon suppression pass, and we cannot retrieve it." Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhao slowly extracted a purple stone from his pocket. "Due to its immense value, I have cherished it like a treasure since Lord Wangyang's passing, and I never anticipated it would serve a different purpose now," Zhao exclaimed with excitement. "Splendid. Let us seek out Lord Ye Qianqing to vindicate him and restore his honor. Indeed, we must unveil the recording stone before everyone, allowing the Dragon Emperor and his ministers to recognize that Lord Ye Qianqing is the true hero, despite the arduous journey ahead." This seemed to be the best course of action available. Ultimately, aside from a few elderly, infirm, and women with children, a total of 7 individuals, including Zhao, set forth on foot towards Chang'an. Today, the night manor was thronged with people, as news of the recent events on the martial arts stage had spread throughout Chang'an. Many who had not witnessed the pinnacle of martial arts competition, as well as individuals from other dynasties and even some from demonic sects, were eager to catch a glimpse of the one who had vanquished Yin Shui. However, the gates of the Night Manor remained firmly shut. Even when Lord Ye Qianxing's parents knocked and called out, there was no response. In the courtyard, Ye Qianxing reclined in a chair, cradling the snow-white Zhou Shuiyao in his arms. Despite her attempts to thwart his wandering hands, he persisted in his advances. Ultimately, Zhou Shuiyao relinquished her resistance to Ye Qianxing's playful antics. "Where are the qi-nourishing pills?" Ye Qianxing inquired, his eyes closed in pleasure. "Help yourself to them in the room," Zhou Shuiyao replied without surprise. With a playful smack, Zhou Shuiyao's face flushed crimson as she turned to glare at Ye Qianxing, who slowly opened his eyes and, with a smile, said, "I meant for you to take them quickly. What are you waiting for? You rogue. Can't you express yourself without resorting to this?" Zhou Shuiyao felt a surge of emotion, yet her embarrassment compelled her to resist. "You are my wife. I cherish you dearly. How could I ever strike you?" Ye Qianxing tenderly caressed the spot he had just playfully smacked, as if massaging it. Although Ye Qianxing was impeccable in many regards, his lasciviousness was somewhat overwhelming for Zhou Shuiyao. Nevertheless, she did not refuse him, for he was her nominal husband, and he possessed that right. Ye Qianxing, unaware of his own state, felt an insatiable restlessness coursing through him since absorbing the imperial blood. His blood seemed to boil. Hence, he held Zhou Shuiyao close, seeking to alleviate the discomfort brought on by his fervent condition. The advantages of imperial blood were extensive, akin to a trump card, containing the full force of an emperor's strike. As Ye Qianxing contemplated engaging in more intimate activities with Zhou Shuiyao, Chon'er dashed in from the inner hall. "Master, someone claims to be your parents and wishes to see you. Refuse them. They have already entered." Chapter 30. Is Ye Qianxing actually a heroic youth? Zhou Shuiyao's concern what? Ye Qianxing furrowed his brow, setting Zhou Shuiyao down. "Did I not instruct that we should ignore anyone who knocks?" Chon'er, somewhat startled, explained. "It wasn't Chon'er who opened the door. They entered on their own." "Truly, they act like dogs," Ye Qianxing remarked, observing the two individuals who swaggered in. "Look at how spacious this house is, father. In the future, we shall reside here, and then we can bring Xing'er over for our family reunion," Jiang Suqing exclaimed joyfully. Ye Xing, standing aside, concurred. "Indeed, the rooms are not far apart. It will be quite convenient for Qianxing and Shuiyao to pay their respects. What brings you two here?" Ye Qianxing rose, his displeasure evident. "We are your parents. Do we not have the right to see our own son?" Ye Xing asserted from his moral high ground. "Your mother merely misses you and wishes to see you," Jiang Suqing interjected diplomatically. "We are family. There should be no lingering grudges. Just a bit of playful banter will suffice." Seeing Ye Qianxing's parents had arrived, Zhou Shuiyao took the initiative to prepare tea, but was halted by Ye Qianxing. "They are not worthy of tea. Sit down." Zhou Shuiyao sighed. From the recent events at the martial arts platform, she could discern the poor relationship between Ye Qianxing and his parents, and she wished to ameliorate it. However, she did not anticipate Ye Qianxing's resolute stance. This also piqued her curiosity about what had transpired for him to be so indifferent towards his own parents. With no designated seating or hospitality offered, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing felt a sense of awkwardness. Yet, their intent was to curry favor with Ye Qianxing, so they refrained from speaking out. "Qianxing, your mother understands you are still upset, but how can we hold grudges within the family? That would only invite ridicule from outsiders." Jiang Suqing began to appeal emotionally. "Even if your father was at fault in the past, we will soon be living together, and Xing'er truly admires you as his brother." Ye Xing added earnestly. Seated like a lord, Ye Qianxing snorted coldly and replied, "You seem to have forgotten that we have long severed ties. Moreover, with Ye Xing having lost the demon suppression pass, he is doomed. What future is there to discuss?" Severed ties. Both Zhou Shuiyao and Chon'er were taken aback. They had previously known little about Ye Qianxing, and their understanding of Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing was equally scant. They had assumed it was merely a family quarrel, but it turned out to be a complete severance. What could have occurred to bring them to such a point? Initially, they only wanted Ye Qianxing to take responsibility for Ye Xing, yet his resolute attitude was something they had not anticipated. After all, they were his parents. Could Ye Qianxing truly refuse to assist them on that basis? "You must take care of your brother's matters." Jiang Suqing could no longer contain her frustration. Both Ye Qianxing and Ye Xing were her sons, and the fact that Ye Gansheng could disregard his brother's well-being infuriated her. Must I? Ha ha. Ye Gansheng laughed uncontrollably in his chair, exclaiming that Ye Xing had stolen his life, and questioned why he should concern himself with the fate of another. It was utterly ludicrous. Jiang Suqing, devoid of any remorse, retorted, "Your brother has indeed committed some wrongs, yet he is still quite young. Why must you stoop to his level?" Her reasoning was sound. Ye Xing added, "Moreover, from the outcome of the situation, your brother is clearly the victim. Why must you cling to trivial matters?" He urged them to live happily together as a family, reminding them that better days lay ahead. No matter how hard Ye Gansheng fortified his emotional defenses, every encounter with these two individuals tested his patience anew. Ye Xing had pilfered his life, yet now lacked the capacity to uphold it, resulting in Ye Xing becoming the victim while he reaped the benefits. Ye Gansheng scoffed and inquired, "Why are you so selfish? Have you not gained anything? This grand house, and you just stole the spotlight in front of everyone." Jiang Suqing questioned loudly. Ye Xing fell silent. Zhou Shuiyao was left in stunned disbelief. How could Ye Gansheng's parents be so unreasonable? Was it not his own strength that enabled him to shine in the martial arena? How had it become some sort of fortunate outcome? Moreover, why was it always said that Ye Xing had stolen Ye Gansheng's life? Was Ye Gansheng truly the heroic youth? It seemed quite plausible. In an instant, Zhou Shuiyao and Chana exchanged glances, both astonished by the terrifying possibility conjured by the phrase stealing life. Ye Gansheng shook his head, realizing the formidable power of familial bonds. Even with his heart as still as water, he could not help but engage in a few arguments. He waved his hand, urging them to leave. "What did you say?" Jiang Suqing asked incredulously. "Dare you repeat that?" Ye Xing echoed. Before their arrival, they had anticipated difficulties, knowing Ye Gansheng would likely be sulking. Yet they never expected him to be so heartless. They were family after all. Surely they could not truly sever ties. Yet, the reality was stark. "I said to leave at once. Can you not hear?" Ye Gansheng was disinclined to offer any explanations. His life was flourishing now, and the longing for familial affection had long since faded. When he needed it most, it was absent. What use was it now? He no longer desired it. Jiang Suqing's eyes reddened as she spoke fiercely. "If you do not agree to save Xing, I shall end my life here today." With that, she brandished a dagger against her throat. Zhou Shuiyao was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a simple exchange of words had escalated to this point. Meanwhile, Ye Xing exhibited no reaction, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The two of them smirked inwardly, pondering whether Ye Gansheng could remain cold-hearted enough to watch his own mother perish before him. They envisioned the benefits they could secure by relying on Ye Gansheng's strength. However, as time passed, they realized Ye Gansheng was entirely unfazed, barely sparing them a glance, seated comfortably while sipping tea, appearing as though he were merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. "You ungrateful son, your mother has committed suicide, and you still wear an expression of indifference." Ye Xing could no longer contain his rage and shouted furiously, "If you wish to die, do so outside. Do not soil my backyard." Ye Gansheng replied coldly, "What?" Jiang Suqing was utterly taken aback, her hand trembling around the hilt of the knife. At such a critical juncture, Ye Gansheng had no intention of intervening. Had he truly been serious all along about severing ties, about disregarding them entirely? Was this not merely a tantrum? As the two stood in stunned silence, Ye Gansheng set his teacup on the table and spoke with an air of indifference. "Instead of worrying about Ye Xing, you should be more concerned for yourselves. Bribing villagers to steal my achievements is a grave offense. The demon suppression gate has already suffered because of it, and your crimes are no less significant than Ye Xing's." Zhou Shuiyao stared blankly at her husband, astonished to discover that he was the legendary guardian of the great Zhou, the heroic youth who had safeguarded the demon suppression gate for a decade. Yet she too was a demon. Chapter 31. What use is regret? Under Ye Gansheng's oppressive aura, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing departed in a daze, realizing that their eldest son might truly be lost to them. "Qingge, do you think we have gone too far? Why else would Gansheng react this way?" Jiang Suqing finally grasped the gravity of potentially losing her son. In an instant, anguish and remorse surged within her, rendering her breathless. Ye Xing sighed, remaining silent but inwardly agreeing with Jiang Suqing's sentiments. Within the night residence, Chana leaned eagerly over the table and asked, "Son-in-law, are you truly the legendary hero?" Ye Gansheng basked in the sunlight, sipping his tea, and replied, "What is there to say? No matter how much others may admire you, when you fall into obscurity, they will disregard you just the same. But if you possess such strength yet have nowhere to exert it, isn't that a waste? Chana inquired further. There's no waste in it, Ye Gansheng said, ruffling Chana's hair. One should only protect those they love. Chana understood, realizing that those whom the son-in-law loved would not look down upon him for his lack of strength, correct? She proclaimed proudly. Indeed, you speak wisely, Ye Gansheng chuckled. Chana continued, then, Miss and I are those kinds of people. We will not regard you any less for your weaknesses. Ye Gansheng felt a twinge of helplessness. The young girl was merely 19, yet quite chatty. Nevertheless, he patiently replied, then you and your miss are the ones I wish to protect. Upon hearing this, Chana beamed with joy, grinning foolishly for quite some time. They conversed under the sun in the backyard for a long while Zhou Shuiyao remained in the pavilion, watching with a furrowed brow, seemingly troubled by something. Ye Gansheng glanced at his wife and asked, what troubles you, Shuiyao? You have been silent for quite a while. Chana turned her head as well, only then realizing that her miss had not turned back for an extended period. Zhou Shuiyao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, instinctively avoiding Ye Gansheng's gaze, and replied, it is nothing, merely lost in thought. Ye Gansheng nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiry. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the cicadas buzzed while Ye Gansheng's wife, Zhou Shuiyao, busied herself in the kitchen. Ye Gansheng reclined on a lounge chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate, though he was actually harmonizing with the imperial blood and absorbing its essence. Not far away, Zhou Shuiyao was fixated on Ye Gansheng's countenance, unable to divert her gaze. Ye Gansheng's true identity was that of a heroic youth who had guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. From a wife's perspective, this was undoubtedly splendid news. However, as Ye Gansheng's spouse, she was a demon. Moreover, her motives for coming to Chang'an were anything but simple. It was needless to say that Ye Gansheng's resilience after 10 years at the demon suppression pass spoke volumes about his strength. And he surely harbored a deep-seated enmity toward demons. What would happen if one day he uncovered her true identity? Would he not slay her on the spot? The likelihood of such an outcome was exceedingly high. Although Ye Gansheng treated her with kindness, offering her whatever treasures he possessed, her existence as a demon represented the utmost deception against him. Most importantly, should Ye Gansheng decide to end her life, she would possess no means of resistance. As Zhou Shuiyao grappled with these tumultuous thoughts, a gentle voice broke the silence. What troubles you? You seem to be sweating profusely. Ye Gansheng reached out to wipe the beads of perspiration from her forehead. It's nothing, Zhou Shuiyao replied, somewhat awkwardly pushing his hand away. Ye Gansheng, with his hand suspended in midair, felt perplexed. Moments ago, she had not shunned his affections. Is there discomfort? Or do you perceive me as unfeeling? He inquired patiently. What is the situation with your parents? Zhou Shuiyao, genuinely concerned, ventured to ask. Ye Gansheng nodded and settled beside her, recounting, when I was quite young, a rift emerged between humans and demons due to certain events. Although the great Zhou did not confront powerful demon factions directly, marauding demon entities still encroached upon the borders. It was during this tumult that I took my father's place to guard the demon suppression pass. Ye Gansheng narrated his decade-long experiences in meticulous detail, omitting, of course, matters that could not be divulged, such as his rebirth. Upon hearing his story, Zhou Shuiyao stood transfixed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. 10 years of relentless struggle had culminated in a heartless betrayal. Now she comprehended Ye Gansheng's harsh treatment of his parents. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were utterly inhumane. Why did they treat you so? You are their son, Zhou Shuiyao exclaimed, deeply moved. Ye Gansheng let out a cold laugh. How should I know? Perhaps, after a decade. They have long forgotten they had an eldest son. How absurd. How could such ignorant parents exist in this world? Zhou Shuiyao retorted indignantly. Now that you understand the reasons, do you still perceive me as unfeeling? Ye Gansheng inquired with a smile. Zhou Shuiyao remained silent, merely shaking her head. Prior to Ye Gansheng's explanation, she had believed that regardless of his reasons, severing ties with his parents was somewhat excessive. Now it seems that Ye Gansheng has not directly troubled them, which is already quite commendable. It is important to note that what Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing have done, if one were to speak more seriously, is essentially an attempt to annihilate Ye Gansheng. Zhou Shuiyao continued to inquire. Although Ye Xing has suffered defeat, the people of the great Zhou still regard Ye Xing as the heroic youth. Do you not feel distressed? Ye Gansheng replied nonchalantly, What is there to feel distressed about? Honor is merely a burden of responsibility, and I have no inclination to be accountable for anyone other than you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuyao could not deny her feelings of being moved, and her face even flushed slightly. Knowing that Ye Gansheng slays demons not out of hatred for them eased her mind considerably, and her thoughts became much more active, prompting her to ask, "So, does that mean your fiancée is Princess Zhou Huanling?" Her tone bore a hint of astonishment, as if she could hardly believe the thought that had suddenly emerged. "Zhou Huanling," Ye Gansheng responded without hesitation, "I have no interest in women who are driven by vanity." Zhou Shuyao smiled gently. "She must be regretting it now." Ye Gansheng said, "What use is regret? Never mind others. Are you feeling any better now that you know your husband is not a heartless man? Then let us engage in some activities that a couple should partake in." Ye Gansheng could no longer restrain himself and lifted Zhou Shuyao, making his way toward the master bedroom. Looking at the sweet smile of the woman in his arms, he understood that the grievances of his past life were about to be avenged. Chapter 32. The Seven-Star Divine Spear. As anticipated, the arrival of the princess. Another sleepless night passed, and as the sun began to rise, the two finally fell asleep. Zhou Shuyao had evidently taken the initiative, sparing Ye Gansheng considerable effort. It was close to noon when Ye Gansheng reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find the space beside him completely empty. Stretching lazily, he muttered to himself, "I forgot to check the rewards from yesterday." Upon inspection, he discovered that he had received a heavenly weapon, the Seven-Star Divine Spear. With a thought, the spear materialized in his hand, its body a delicate golden hue, radiating dazzling rays of light, accompanied by an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The spearhead was extraordinarily sharp, as if there were nothing in the world it could not pierce, its brilliance undeniable. Ye Gansheng tested the weight of the spear. It was perfectly balanced. To possess a heavenly divine weapon was indeed a stroke of fortune. The most formidable weapons in the world are naturally the legendary Extreme Dao Emperor weapons, followed by Emperor weapons, and then heavenly weapons. However, both Emperor weapons and Extreme Dao Emperor weapons are derived from heavenly weapons, albeit with great difficulty. The evolution into such weapons greatly enhances combat prowess. If one were to have aspirations for the future, cultivating a personal Extreme Dao Emperor weapon is undoubtedly essential. While others' Extreme Dao Emperor weapons may be powerful, they ultimately do not belong to oneself. In terms of familiarity and ease of use, they fall short. Of course, if one lacks the capability to evolve an Emperor weapon, acquiring one directly is certainly far superior to a heavenly weapon. Ye Gansheng, however, possessed ample confidence in his ability to evolve a personal Extreme Dao Emperor weapon. As the Seven Stars Divine Gun was stowed away into the spatial pocket, Ye Gansheng, beckoned by Chon'er, made his way to the grand hall for a meal. In the afternoon, due to Zhou Shuyao's need to harness the primal essence of all things for the refinement of her true form, Ye Gansheng found himself unable to indulge in their usual intimate pursuits. Instead, he resolved to take his fishing rod to the Crystal River. After all, the fish in the Night Manor's pond were quite limited. Catching a few to replenish the pond would not only provide a constant source of sustenance, but also a sense of accomplishment. Without further ado, Ye Gansheng walked for about the duration of an incense stick to reach the Crystal River, which lay not far from the end of Fusho Street, underneath a willow tree. Just as he cast his hook into the water, he felt a tug. He managed to reel in 3 or 4 fish, all the while contemplating numerous matters. Firstly, despite possessing a system, he realized that he could not rely on it entirely. While the rewards were indeed exceptional, they were also unpredictable. In the face of greater benefits, he knew he had to take action himself. The chaos between the human and demon races was rampant, and even the small realm of Dezhou was struggling to maintain order. How much worse must it be in the more tumultuous territories beyond? It was crucial to understand that the main forces of the demon race were concentrated in those very areas, and even the demons attacking Dezhou were hardly the strongest among them. Thus, enhancing his strength was of utmost urgency. Zhou Shuyao's current cultivation was still too low. Once she absorbed the primal essence, suppressing the aura of the demons would prove to be quite challenging, and this was a concern he needed to keep in mind. Yet, Ye Gansheng did not care whether Zhou Shuyao was a demon. He only knew that she was his wife, and that was sufficient. The Crystal River was typically devoid of many people, as it lay close to the rear mountains of the imperial city, where the presence of demonic beasts was a possibility. Just as Ye Gansheng placed the freshly caught fish into a bamboo basket, a voice interrupted him. It belonged to a young woman, no older than 20, who had already achieved a cultivation level surpassing the third realm. Why, she wondered, would someone of her stature waste time fishing? Ye Gansheng merely glanced at her before returning to his task. What I do seems to have little concern for the likes of the Grand Princess, does it not? The newcomer was none other than Grand Princess Zhou Huanling. At that moment, Zhou Huanling resembled a celestial being, untouched by the filth of the mundane world. Clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her ethereal beauty, she appeared immaculate and unblemished. A simple jade hairpin held back her cascading locks, exuding both elegance and an air of aloofness. To describe her as enchanting would not be an exaggeration, and it was no wonder that Ye Gansheng was utterly captivated by her. Upon hearing Ye Gansheng's response, Zhou Huanling furrowed her brows. After nearly 2 days of searching for the perfect opportunity to be alone with him, she had expected him to shower her with attention, yet he seemed rather indifferent, even somewhat impatient. Was it a case of feigned disinterest or a deliberate strategy? Zhou Huanling suspected it might be a combination of both. Seating herself beside Ye Gansheng, she gazed at the tranquil waters of the crystal river and reminisced. I recall that in our childhood, we often sneaked away to meet here. Ye Gansheng remained silent. With a light laugh, Zhou Huanling continued, as a child, I adored candied hawthorn fruits. However, lacking silver, you once stole one from me and ended up getting punished. At that moment, I vowed that when I grew up, I would marry no one but you. Zhou Huanling gazed into Ye Gansheng's eyes, eager to gauge his reaction. However, he remained utterly unresponsive, which was somewhat beyond her expectations. In my youth, I was rather foolish. If given another chance, I would rather indulge in candied hawthorn. Ye Gansheng remarked with self-deprecation. Zhou Huanling shook her head, asserting, no, you would still give it to me because you have affection for me, do you not? Ye Gansheng replied calmly, you are overthinking. Zhou Huanling furrowed her brow and continued, the place where I made my resolute decision happened to be near a bodhisattva temple. I initially paid it no mind. Suddenly, she grasped Ye Gansheng's hand, her heartfelt expression complemented by her exquisite beauty as she implored, Gansheng. The fall of the Night Legion at the demon-suppressing pass is fate. Our marriage is destined in the cosmos, and the bodhisattva does not wish to see us parted. Ye Gansheng forcefully shook off Zhou Huanling's hand and retorted, fate? I believe it is your personal desires that are at play here, Zhou Huanling. If I had not showcased my abilities and the Night Legion had triumphed, would you still be saying such things to me? Certainly. Zhou Huanling's earnest gaze was devoid of pretense. The one I love is you. Even if you do not reveal your strength, I will eventually confess my feelings to the emperor. Ye Gansheng looked at Zhou Huanling, taken aback. In truth, Zhou Huanling's formidable character, seeking him out after the competition, was anticipated. However, he had not expected her intelligence to be so remarkably high, certainly surpassing the combined intellect of Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing. Yet, Ye Gansheng was not so easily deceived. Chapter 33. The Night Legion not only cleared its name, but must also compete in the tournament in 9 days. The Great Zhou was currently in peril. If you defeat Yin Shui and claim the title of champion in the martial arts tournament 9 days hence, Zhou Huanling said earnestly, then I shall marry you. She thought that having spoken thus, Ye Gansheng would surely reveal his true nature. Instead, he merely replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, but my wife is Shui Yao, and I have no intention of participating in any martial arts tournament. Zhou Shuiyao insisted, you can participate for my sake. As for Zhou Shuiyao, she can be dismissed. Ye Gansheng scoffed, Your Highness, the princess, are you perhaps lost in a dream? Why would I forsake Shuiyao, who has remained steadfast by my side for you? Are you more beautiful than she? Zhou Shuiyao shook her head, exasperated. Indeed, you are still angry with me. I have already stated that, regardless of the circumstances, I will not marry the Night Legion. Not marrying the Night Legion? In his previous life, although Ye Gansheng had not witnessed it firsthand, there was not a soul in the court or in Chang'an who was unaware of their union. To hear her speak such nonsense now was quite laughable. Whether you marry the Night Legion or not is of no concern to me. I have reiterated this many times. I am not interested in you and do not wish to repeat myself, Ye Gansheng continued, dismissively. Zhou Huanling stared incredulously at Ye Gansheng, her mouth agape in disbelief that he could utter such words. Did he not adore her passionately? Was he not supposed to be willing to sacrifice everything for her? Gradually, a mist clouded Zhou Huanling's eyes as she softly murmured, You have changed. Why have you become so unfamiliar to me? You were not like this in your childhood. Ye Gansheng inhaled deeply, finally meeting Zhou Huanling's gaze. Is it I who have changed, or is it you? You know best. Enough, let us speak no more. A decade had vanished, 10 whole years during which Zhou Huanling, his childhood companion, and the person he once cherished most, had shown no signs of awareness. Even in her indifference, one might wonder why he too had been absent for 10 years. Was there not some hidden truth to unravel? Yet, Zhou Huanling had never questioned him, always pursuing those stronger than herself, never contemplating where those 10 years had gone or doubting that he might be the heroic youth she once revered. Now that she recognized his strength, her initial disdain had transformed into eager attention, leaving Ye Gansheng feeling quite nauseated. Why had he once considered such a person precious? Zhou Huanling's eyes had irrevocably changed. She had not anticipated such a turn of events today, nor could she fathom that Ye Gansheng would truly disregard her. Was it wrong to seek out those stronger? It is human nature. Why was Ye Gansheng unwilling to understand her? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Huanling's tone shifted to one of cold indifference. Ye Gansheng, I do acknowledge my wrongs towards you, but must you be so confrontational and unwilling to yield? If I did not care for you, do you think I would squander my time here with you? You are free to leave. Do not disturb my fishing. Ye Gansheng remained unmoved. Initially taken aback, Zhou Huanling's radiant countenance darkened entirely, and she spoke softly. Ye Xing has returned. He came back late last night. Noticing Ye Gansheng's silence, she continued with a detached demeanor. He has proven that the responsibility for the loss of the demon-subduing past does not lie with him, but with Li Qing. Ye Gansheng's expression remained unchanged. So what? What do you intend to convey? Seeing Ye Gansheng finally react, Zhou Huanling felt a sense of relief as she declared, in truth, the demon-subduing pass had fallen before Ye Xing's arrival. Upon reaching the pass, he found himself surrounded by demons, and in a desperate bid for survival, he could only break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, Wang He perished due to his inadequate strength. Ye Gansheng placed the fish he had caught into a bamboo basket and scoffed. Is this the explanation Ye Xing has provided you? You must be disappointed. Ye Xing remains the same heroic youth, untouched by any repercussions. Zhou Huanling fixed her gaze on Ye Gansheng, convinced that he must harbor intense resentment towards Ye Xing, given that Ye Xing had taken her from him. Surely, Ye Gansheng wished for Ye Xing to face punishment, yet apart from a slight furrow of his brow, his expression betrayed no other change. That was sufficient. At least Zhou Huanling's lips curled into a smile, although it could not be deemed a triumphant return. My engagement to Ye Xing remains intact. You must be anxious, indeed. Zhou Huanling continued. Furthermore, Ye Xing has agreed to participate in the martial arts summit in 9 days. You still have time to reconsider. I can grant you another chance. Within the depths of Zhou Huanling's heart, a flicker of emotion resided, which elucidated her willingness to engage in conversation with Ye Gansheng. You are overthinking it. Since Ye Xing is eager to participate, let him do so. I shall not intrude. Ye Gansheng remarked with a smile. Have you truly considered this? You remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. If Ye Xing indeed defeats Shui, then so be it. What does it matter to me? Ye Gansheng, unwilling to endure Zhou Huanling's incessant chatter, decisively interrupted her. Zhou Huanling fixed her gaze upon Ye Gansheng's eyes, which were filled with an unsettling coldness and calmness that instilled fear within her. For reasons unknown, discomfort welled up within her. Although she had resolved to marry only a formidable individual, memories of Ye Gansheng's kindness during their childhood flooded her mind. Indeed, Ye Gansheng is merely feigning indifference. He is employing a strategy of allure through retreat. He had cherished her like a precious gem in their youth. It was inconceivable that he no longer harbored affection for her as an adult. Thus he must be putting on an act. Furthermore, the dignity of the princess forbade her from uttering overly tender words. You best not regret this. After today, even if you kneel and beseech me, I shall not spare you a glance. Zhou Huanling threatened, her eyes slightly reddened. That day shall never come, Ye Gansheng replied with an air of indifference, standing in stark contrast to Zhou Huanling's slight hysteria. Very well, you ought to remember your words today. With that, Zhou Huanling departed like the wind, her footsteps brisk, unmistakably indicating her fury. Ye Gansheng sighed, pondering, what have I done to lead them to believe I would unconditionally forgive their transgressions? It is utterly laughable. He continued, from a certain perspective, Ye Xing is indeed quite formidable. Following the loss of the demon suppression pass, Ye Gansheng was entirely certain that Ye Xing was responsible. There was no concrete evidence, yet he felt that Li Qing, willing to risk death to retrieve Wang He's corpse from the clutches of the demon clan, was infinitely more trustworthy than Ye Xing. As for the martial arts grand competition set for 9 days hence, he eagerly anticipated what tricks Ye Xing might conjure. Chapter 34. Let the anticipation rise. The fall will be all the more devastating. As evening approached, a gentle breeze swept through, the willow leaves swaying in tranquility. Another day of idleness had passed. Ye Gansheng stretched lazily, subsequently stowing his fishing rod, lifting the bamboo basket containing his catch, and headed toward the Ye residence. On Fusho Street, throngs of people gathered, yet it did not feel congested. Unlike the previous day, the citizens appeared markedly more at ease, dressed in splendid attire. Young gentlemen wielding folding fans flitted in and out of a place called Zue Xianlu, evidently a venue of revelry. There is a saying that goes, when there is nothing to do today, indulge in the melodies of the brothels. Ye Gansheng mused that daily fishing had become somewhat monotonous. He could occasionally visit Zue Xianlu to enjoy the music, a delightful pastime. Upon returning home, he released the fish from the bamboo basket into the pond in the backyard, and at the call of Chon'er, he made his way to the dining hall for supper. "Where is your young lady?" Ye Gansheng inquired. The young lady is still in seclusion, refining her essence and absorbing the primordial energies of all things. Chon'er nearly divulged the secret of refining the source. Only demons can refine the source. Revealing this truth would merely disclose that my young lady is a demon, wouldn't it? In her heart, Chon'er felt a sense of unease, particularly since her esteemed master was remarkably astute. Surely he had not deduced the truth? However, to her surprise, Ye Gansheng merely responded with a casual "oh," refraining from further inquiry. Chon'er exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, Ye Gansheng had long been aware that Zhou Shuyao possessed extraordinary talent as a demon and had come to the great Zhou for a particular purpose. Yet he chose not to expose her. After all, living together while knowing her true identity would inevitably instill suspicion in Zhou Shuyao, leading her to believe he harbored ulterior motives. As night fully enveloped the sky, Ye Gansheng relished Chon'er's gentle massage while reclining on a chair in the courtyard. He engaged in light conversation with her, all the while anticipating the arrival of today's reward. Ding! Daily task completed. Reward: Yin-Yang Transcendence Technique, Heavenly Grade. Ye Gansheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The Yin-Yang Transcendence Technique? Could this be the fabled method of Yin-Yang complementarity? Although he felt a surge of joy at this reward, for the Heavenly Grade Yin-Yang complementarity technique, when properly utilized, could rival even the Imperial Grade techniques, if not surpass them. However, the prerequisite was to find a woman with a physique specifically suited to serve as a furnace. In order to fully actualize the potential of the Yin-Yang complementarity method, as for whether it could reach or even transcend the Imperial Grade, that entirely depended on whether the woman possessed the supreme furnace physique. This implied that the upper limit of this technique was exceedingly high. Yet the drawback was that Ye Gansheng currently knew no woman with such an exceptional physique. It was utterly useless to him. Should he attempt Yin-Yang complementarity with Zhou Shuyao, the effect would be minimal, not to mention he would be reluctant to proceed. After all, Yin-Yang complementarity is entirely different from mere intimacy. The distinction in both duration and intensity is profound. It might be tolerable under duress, but ultimately, Ye Gansheng stored the technique within his personal space. Host: Ye Gansheng. Cultivation level: peak of the third realm. Physique talent: Dao Bone. Mental techniques: 8 Desolations Shadowless Step, Heavenly Grade. Entropy Universe Returning Record, Imperial Grade. Yin-Yang Transcendence Technique, Heavenly Grade. Talismanic Weapons: World-Breaking Talisman X3, 7 Stars Divine Spear, Heavenly Grade. Gazing at the increasing items on his panel, Ye Gansheng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, akin to witnessing a bountiful harvest from one's own fields. "Master, what are you speaking about?" Chon'er inquired, tilting her little head. "Nothing. It's time for sleep," Ye Gansheng replied, straightening his posture. Just as he was about to enter the house, Chon'er followed silently behind him. Sensing her presence, Ye Gansheng turned and asked, "Do you have something to say? Why are you following me instead of returning to sleep?" Chon'er's face flushed a deep crimson as she nervously replied, "Today, the young lady intends to practice diligently. She specifically instructed me to attend to you, Master. And I humbly ask that you do not refuse." Ye Gansheng, taken aback by Chon'er's delicate and rosy countenance, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even by modern standards, Chon'er was of age and undeniably attractive. Yet Ye Gansheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Return to sleep," he finally said, gently patting Chana on the head. Chana, however, was flustered. Believing that Ye Gansheng despised him, she grasped his hand and, with a tone of feigned grievance, inquired, "Does my lord not like Chana? Why then do you reject me?" Ye Gansheng scratched his face, responding, "You are still too young. Wait until you have matured." Yet, Chana stubbornly clutched his hand, her resolve unwavering as she insisted, "I am no longer a child. I have long surpassed the age of marriage, truly." With no recourse, Ye Gansheng pointed to her chest and remarked, "I meant here." Chana, following his, glanced at her somewhat flat chest, her face flushing with both embarrassment and urgency. She implored, "Please, my lord, grant me a chance. I will prove my worth." And with that, she forcibly pulled Ye Gansheng into the house. Silence enveloped the night, and by dawn, Ye Gansheng found himself beside Zhou Xueyao. Though he had not wished to be unkind the previous evening, one could not simply disregard an opportunity presented so readily. Upon reflection, it was evident that Chana was indeed 19 years old, and her figure was not lacking. After a midday meal, as Ye Gansheng stepped outside, he was met with a chorus of whispers from the crowd, their tones neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible. How dare he show his face outside? He is truly a disgrace to Dezhou. Lacking in gratitude, he takes advantage of Dezhou's need for him, disregarding everyone else. Absolutely right. Knight Xing has returned. The guardian of Dezhou is back. Let us see if he continues to be so arrogant. In 8 days, once Knight Xing has thoroughly defeated De Qian's forces and claimed victory for Dezhou, we shall see if he regrets his decision from the other day. I have always found him disagreeable. If my strength permitted, I would have confronted him directly. How can two brothers be so vastly different? Knight Xing is the protector of Dezhou, while he lives like a common rat. Enough. Though he may cower before the strong of De Qian, he finds it all too easy to bully us. As Ye Gansheng traversed the streets, all eyes were upon him, casting peculiar glances, with insults, slanders, and derision incessantly hurled his way, which was quite disconcerting. Yet, Ye Gansheng paid them no heed, for their disdain only reaffirmed the correctness of his earlier choice. These individuals would only bow low when in need of him, flipping their allegiance once their requirements were fulfilled. Truly contemptible. He wouldn't even dirty his hands by dealing with them. Zhou Huanling, splendidly executed. It would be best if these people fully believed that Knight Xing possessed the power to vanquish Yin Shui, raising their expectations to the utmost. With a smirk, Ye Gansheng mused, "When they fall, it shall be all the more disastrous." Chapter 35, Supreme Cauldron Physique, Innate Dao Embryo. A lifetime opportunity, a fish swims in the water. 2 eggs lie nearby. Wild dogs outside the village lay eggs. Awakened, still a valiant man. As Ye Gansheng entered the drunken immortal pavilion, he was greeted by the whimsical verses of a poem from the Qianlong era. And he could not help but acknowledge the peculiarity of Dezhou's people. Young Master Su, with his remarkable talent and eloquence, produced verses effortlessly, his intellect and erudition unparalleled, truly deserving the title of literary sage. Meanwhile, a bold woman behind him echoed his sentiments, her words mirroring those of her predecessor. Since entering the drunken immortal pavilion, Ye Gansheng had been frowning deeply. Initially, he intended to partake in a drink and perhaps engage in some light-hearted banter with the young maidens, hoping to pass the time in a languid fashion. However, he did not anticipate encountering such a peculiar individual, whose literary talent rivaled that of Qianlong himself. Ye Gansheng harbored no particular interest in poetry. Just as he was about to take his leave, a person unexpectedly blocked his path. Who could it be? Zhou Shi. Brother Gansheng, what brings you to the drunken immortal pavilion? Zhou Shi exclaimed with palpable excitement. Why are you here? Ye Gansheng inquired, somewhat astonished. Was this not a brothel? Why was a young girl like Zhou Shi present? Brother, please don't speak yet. Mother is waiting for you. You must hurry. Mother? Ye Gansheng recalled vividly the first day he returned, when Zhou Shi had accurately identified him as the heroic youth. Zhou Shi's mother was none other than the reigning empress, the rightful wife of Emperor Zhou Tianche, and the one who had informed Zhou Shi of his identity as the heroic youth. He had initially thought it a mere coincidence, but now it seemed that Shui Yingyue had been plotting for quite some time. The situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Where is your mother? Ye Gansheng ultimately resolved to meet Shui Yingyue, for anyone who could wait until now to seek him out must possess considerable depth. Upon reflection, He realized that Ye Xing was likely the only person in the imperial city who had never ridiculed him. "I'll take you there," the young girl exclaimed exuberantly, pulling Ye Gansheng towards the second floor. Along the way, he discovered that the drunken immortal pavilion was not a place of debauchery, but rather akin to a high-end restaurant, with only bold women accompanying the patrons. In a private room on the second floor, Ye Gansheng encountered Zhou Shi's mother, the former empress, Ye Xing. "She, you may return now. Mother has matters to discuss with brother Gansheng." Ye Xing's voice was gentle, imbued with a maternal resonance that instilled a sense of comfort. I don't want to go back." Zhou Shi clung to Ye Gansheng's hand, reluctant to leave. "Zhuyu, take the little princess back," Ye Xing commanded with a slightly stern tone. The only maid present promptly escorted Zhou Shi out of the drunken immortal pavilion, leaving Ye Gansheng alone with Ye Xing. "Please, have a seat." Ye Xing gestured to the chair across from her. Ye Gansheng did not take a seat, instead surveying the delicacies before him. He asked, "Your Majesty, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? If it pertains to the pinnacle martial arts competition, there is no need to concern yourself." "Ha." Ye Xing laughed gracefully, simultaneously shifting her posture to reveal her leg, which was elegantly wrapped in a pale golden dress. "Would I bring up such mundane affairs? Moreover, you would certainly refuse, wouldn't you?" Ye Gansheng furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The room was filled with a subtle fragrance that, when inhaled, surprisingly brought him a sense of ease. Furthermore, as the mother of a nation, was it not overly audacious for Ye Xing to don such a high-slit dress? The garment resembled a qipao, but with a daringly high slit that, when the angle was just right, revealed the outer thigh. What perplexed Ye Gansheng the most was that Ye Xing was actually wearing a pair of ice silk stockings. The delicate and fair legs, coupled with a veil of ethereal allure, rendered any man unable to avert his gaze. Ye Gansheng himself found himself staring for quite some time. However, when he finally regained his senses, he discovered that Ye Xing was smiling sweetly at him, seemingly unperturbed by his lingering gaze. There was something amiss. The mother of a nation, adorned in a high-slit dress and ice silk stockings, was attempting to seduce him. This was far too bizarre, leaving Ye Gansheng hesitant to act recklessly. What could the queen possibly mean? Ye Gansheng inquired gravely. "Youth tends to be easily flustered. Please, take a seat. I have some rather confidential matters to discuss with you." Ye Xing replied with a gentle smile. Yet, her extended leg showed no sign of retreating. Ultimately, Ye Gansheng resolved to gauge Ye Xing's intentions and seated himself, only to be met with an intoxicating fragrance. "There's no need to be so tense. Have some tea," Ye Xing said lightly as she poured a cup, then returned to her original position. Ye Gansheng harbored serious doubts about the purity of the tea and, naturally, refrained from drinking it. Instead, he relaxed his body slightly, while keeping his gaze fixed on Ye Xing. "Your Majesty, please state your business directly. Spare me these games," Ye Gansheng stated plainly. Ye Xing delicately toyed with her slender fingers, resembling an enchanting siren as she asked, "Am I beautiful?" Ye Gansheng's expression hardened. If the queen persisted in such frivolity, he would have no choice but to take his leave. Seeing her tactics yield little effect, Ye Xing gradually withdrew her leg, her countenance transforming back to that of a dignified and formidable matriarch. Zhou Tianche forgave Ye Xing. In truth, Ye Xing's arguments were riddled with flaws. Yet Zhou Tianche instinctively chose to forgive him. "Do you know why?" Ye Gansheng replied, "I do not know, nor am I interested." Ye Xing continued, "You are well acquainted with Zhou Huanling. Zhou Tianche's temperament is quite similar. He refuses to acknowledge that those he looks down upon may actually possess great strength, which is why he chooses to believe Ye Xing's specious reasoning." "Oh." Ye Gansheng fixed his gaze on Ye Xing, asking, "How can you be so certain that Ye Xing is being disingenuous?" Ye Xing met Ye Gansheng's eyes without fear, asserting, "Because you are the true hero who has guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, while Ye Xing is merely a wastrel who has squandered 10 years at home." Ye Gansheng frowned, questioning, "What gives you such unwavering certainty about this?" "That is a matter of my own," Ye Xing replied. "You are a remarkable individual, far beyond what I had anticipated. Surely, you possess the capability to contend not only with Yin Shui, but also with Wu Mingwei, do you not?" At present, Ye Gansheng's cultivation had only just reached the pinnacle of the third realm. Defeating Yin Shui would be well within his grasp. However, as for Wu Mingwei, Shui Yingyue's assertion held merit. Victory was not guaranteed, but he certainly had the strength to engage her, for Wu Mingyue was indeed a genuine powerhouse of the fifth realm. Yet, if Shui Yingyue had not mentioned it, he would not have contemplated it himself. How could she be so certain? How did she understand him so well? What exactly are you trying to convey? Ye Gansheng asked. Regardless of whether it is Zhou Tianche or Zhou Huanling, they are both individuals devoid of insight. Such people seated at the pinnacle of the great Zhou will inevitably lead to its demise. Shui Yingyue boldly uttered these audacious words. Ye Gansheng was somewhat taken aback. After all, were you not the rightful wife of Zhou Tianche, the queen of the great Zhou? What do these words signify now? Shui Yingyue directly leaped into Ye Gansheng's embrace, her delicate fragrance enveloping him, and every inch of her skin felt exquisitely soft, as if resting against a cloud of cotton candy. What are you doing? Ye Gansheng intended to push Shui Yingyue away, but she locked her legs around him tightly. Have I not hinted sufficiently? Do you not desire to dominate the queen revered by the world? Do you not wish to exact vengeance upon Zhou Tianche? Shui Yingyue seductively enticed. The allure she wielded was indeed extraordinary. What is it that you truly seek? If Ye Gansheng were unaware of Shui Yingyue's intentions, he would never entertain the notion of acting upon her. Eliminate Zhou Tianche and support me in becoming the empress. Shui Yingyue's eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for power. Ye Gansheng finally grasped that Shui Yingyue's elaborate seduction was motivated by her unwillingness to remain merely a queen, envious of the great Qian's precedent of women governing, and she yearned for a piece of that power. I apologize, Your Majesty. You are indeed beautiful and enticing, yet I have no interest in women who have borne children, Ye Gansheng declared, intending to depart. However, Shui Yingyue chuckled softly, restraining him. I am still a maiden. That wastrel Zhou Tianche is unworthy of my touch. Ye Gansheng was astonished, even skeptical. Setting aside whether Zhou Tianche would consent to abstaining from their chambers, what of Zhou Xi? Shui Yingyue offered no explanation, but continued to extend her olive branch. Although I cannot cultivate, my physique is a rare furnace body, a natural Dao. Are you certain you wish to leave? Ye Gansheng was momentarily stunned. He had obtained a complementary yin-yang cultivation technique. Yet he had no idea where to find a like-minded partner. Was this not an ideal opportunity? Moreover, he was likely to eliminate Zhou Tianche, making it no arduous task to grant Shui Yingyue a favor. Let us be clear. I can elevate you to a position of power, but whether you can maintain it is entirely your own affair. A series of raspy sounds emerged from Ye Gansheng's throat. Of course, Shui Yingyue placed her only chance in Ye Gansheng's hands, her heart trembling with fear of failure, yet she had no better candidate available. Chapter 36. The Astonishment of Shui Yingyue. After the passionate union, Shui Yingyue clung to Ye Gansheng's neck. Ye Gansheng caressed her delicate skin, a smile gracing his lips. Unsurprisingly, the celestial yin-yang complementary technique combined with a top-tier furnace enabled him to ascend to the fourth realm without any prior accumulation. The apparent distance between the pinnacle of the third realm and the fourth realm is merely a step. The breakthrough in realms depends on fate, talent, and comprehension. Some individuals with lesser gifts may spend their entire lives unable to transcend such shackles. Even for Ye Gansheng, who practiced imperial-level techniques, a certain period of accumulation was typically required to achieve such a breakthrough. Truly, the heavenly stairway technique is formidable, Ye Gansheng remarked with a smile. Previously, the system provided only a selection of elite techniques, and after a significant enhancement in his cultivation, there had been no further progress. Now, however, he need not worry about issues concerning his cultivation. What are you saying, little rascal? Shui Yingyue, who had entrusted her lifelong aspirations to Ye Gansheng, naturally endeavored to flatter him to the utmost. Nothing of consequence, Ye Gansheng replied lightly. In his past life, he had little understanding of Shui Yingyue, yet he felt no need to delve deeply. If she was willing to remain his furnace and assist in elevating his cultivation without ulterior motives, it would not be unfeasible for him to support her as empress after vanquishing Zhou Tianche. However, should she harbor any other intentions detrimental to him, he would not show mercy simply because he had taken her virginity. After all, their relationship was fundamentally transactional, devoid of any lofty ideals. My cultivation talent is rather meager. Were it not for your assistance, I would never fulfill my lifelong ambition. Thus, I have chosen to submit to you, hoping you will not disappoint me, Shui Yingyue expressed. As the empress, although her interactions with Zhou Tianche were limited, She understood him better than anyone else. He was undeniably a formidable individual, renowned as a martial general before ascending to the throne. He consistently excelled in the pinnacle martial arts competitions, often emerging victorious. To ascend as emperor through martial prowess speaks volumes about his strength. Consequently, while Ye Xing held hopes for Ye Gansheng, her expectations were tempered, as she viewed the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche as a truly terrifying figure. Nevertheless, Ye Gansheng was the strongest and most promising candidate she could find. "Can you tell me, how strong are you truly?" Ye Xing inquired, her gaze fixed on Ye Gansheng, resolute and determined. Having surrendered her body, she was not one to retreat in regret. Rather, she sought to ascertain whether Ye Gansheng, whom she deemed the most hopeful contender, genuinely possessed that potential. Ye Gansheng met her gaze and replied calmly, "If one thing can be confirmed, it is that Zhou Tianche's demise is merely a matter of time." Ye Xing's excitement surged at the prospect of killing Zhou Tianche. "What leads you to believe that?" she asked eagerly. "Blue flames," Ye Gansheng reminisced. "If it can be established that Zhou Tianche's methods of slaughter are accompanied by scorching blue flames, his death will come swiftly." Ye Xing furrowed her brow, recalling past battles of Zhou Tianche, but she had not encountered any blue flames. Ye Gansheng discerned her confusion and reassured her, "Do not fret, there is ample time. If there are no blue flames, he will still perish, albeit the time frame will be extended," Ye Gansheng stated with ease. Given his current trajectory, overwhelming Zhou Tianche was merely a matter of time. If vengeance for Shui Yao were not a factor, he would wait until he was entirely assured before making his move. He would not break his promise. Since Ye Xing had offered her body as a furnace, he would fulfill his commitment. Seeing Ye Gansheng exude such confidence, as if all that was required was time for him to assuredly eliminate Zhou Tianche, Ye Xing pondered the reason behind such certainty. Where does Ye Gansheng derive her confidence? In her estimation, Ye Gansheng could barely surpass the third realm, and her victory over Wuqing was attributed to unexpected ambushes and years of relentless combat. Yet Zhou Tianche is no Wuqing. He is a seasoned general, a veteran of countless battles, and every survivor on the battlefield is adept at countering surprise attacks. Does Ye Gansheng truly comprehend what she is up against? Although Ye Xing has staked everything on Ye Gansheng, she envisions a timeline of at least a decade, if not several decades, to achieve her aspirations. "I hope you truly can accomplish this. If you do, what would it matter if I were to marry you?" Ye Xing declared with a resolute spirit. "There's no need for that. We are merely engaging in a transaction, and once it is complete, we shall part ways." Ye Gansheng responded with an air of indifference. A woman often harbors unique feelings toward the man who takes her innocence, and Ye Xing, even as a queen, is no exception. Hearing Ye Gansheng speak so coldly left her momentarily unsettled, a hollow feeling settling in her heart. "How shall I manage the imperial city in your absence?" This was merely a probing question from Ye Xing, seeking to gauge Ye Gansheng's perspective on her future. Yet, Ye Gansheng replied, "Consider your own cultivation." Ye Xing was perplexed. Her talent was notoriously low, having barely reached the first realm, and even that was in its infancy. What was there to evaluate? She certainly wished to cultivate. Completing her ambitions herself would be ideal, but talent is not something one can dictate. However, as she assessed her cultivation, she stood frozen in disbelief, for she discovered that her cultivation had surged from the initial stage of the first realm to the mid-stage of the second realm. The leap was nothing short of astounding, almost inconceivable. "Why has this happened to me?" Ye Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Sitting up, the lotus and koi embroidered on her undergarment seemed to come alive, swaying with her movements, as if attuned to Ye Xing's emotions. "Since you have chosen me, I shall not disappoint you. This is a beneficial arrangement for us both. Should you cooperate, you could even slay Zhou Tianche yourself," Ye Gansheng said nonchalantly. Reclining against the pillow, as though facilitating Ye Xing's monumental leap in cultivation was a trivial matter. Though the reason eluded her, Ye Xing was overwhelmed with joy. Relying on others ultimately has its limits, but if strength is one's own, such concerns vanish. She could genuinely enhance her prowess. The man before her had indeed provided her with an extraordinary surprise. If Zhou Tianche and your parents were aware of your capabilities, their regret would be profound. Ye Xing felt fortunate to have chosen Ye Gansheng, leaning in seductively to embrace her neck, affectionately murmuring, "You must understand, I am the queen, a symbol of nobility. Such flattery is irresistible. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. What use is regret? Ye Gansheng stated coldly. Shui Yingwei remained immersed in the delight of enhancing her abilities, marveling at the domineering nature of the one she had entrusted, whose strength indeed warranted such arrogance. She found Ye Gansheng to possess an intriguing allure. With a playful kiss upon his left cheek, she coyly remarked, I must admit, I have developed a fondness for you. Inhaling her enchanting fragrance, Ye Gansheng replied, there is nothing remarkable about that, for I too harbor a fondness for myself. Following a melodious laugh akin to silver bells, Shui Yingwei suddenly recalled something, her smile fading as she said, by the way, I have heard word that someone from Zongheng Tianxia is coming, seeking the heroic youth who guards the demon suppression pass of Dazhou. This could yield significant benefits. Chapter 37. Ye Gansheng's flattering demise. Visitors from Zongheng Tianxia. Zongheng Tianxia? What could they possibly want from me? Ye Gansheng inquired, his tone tinged with confusion, as he had never interacted with anyone from Zongheng Tianxia in either his current or past life. Shui Yingwei explained, I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but it likely pertains to matters concerning the demon race. They probably intend to win you over. Heh. Do those so-called celestial beings truly care for a youth from a humble background such as myself? Ye Gansheng responded with a hint of self-deprecation. Zongheng Tianxia boasted the finest spiritual essence of the entire Yuanling continent, a place of profound fortune, its very essence akin to a paradise that beckoned to all. Those born there were inherently more gifted than those from other regions. Thus they deemed themselves heaven-born and generally looked down upon outsiders. Naturally, such a coveted location had drawn the covetous eyes of the demon race. A decade prior, negotiations between the demon and human races had likely revolved around this very matter, which ultimately fell through, resulting in years of brutal conflict between Zongheng Tianxia and the demon race. The extent of the devastation remained unknown to outsiders, but it was surely catastrophic, as the most elite cultivators from both races clashed there. It was said that the lord of Zongheng Tianxia had already attained the formidable 11th realm. Thus, the fact that Zongheng Tianxia sought out Ye Gansheng by name struck him as peculiar, for logically, they should regard him with disdain. Gently brushing her delicate hand across Ye Gansheng's broad chest, Shui Yingwei asked, You must be aware of the return of Ye Xing, yes? Are you certain you will not step forward to reclaim your honor? Though the people of Zongheng Tianxia may be arrogant, the benefits are tangible. What if Ye Xing were to seize them? I have no desire to involve myself in such matters at present, Ye Gansheng replied nonchalantly. Are you truly not planning to take action in the upcoming martial arts competition in a few days? Shui Yingwei questioned, perplexed. Defeating Yin Shui should be a simple task for you, no? Ye Gansheng chuckled, isn't it rather amusing? Everyone, including those from Zongheng Tianxia, believes that Ye Xing is the true hero. How do you suppose Ye Xing should proceed? How delightful it would be. After all, the honor and prestige would belong to him, earning him admiration and the chance to wed the crown princess. How could one not be elated? Shui Yingwei responded. No, Ye Gansheng said with a meaningful tone. He must be feeling quite anxious. After all, should he falter before so many? The cosmic forces will not grant him a second chance. Shui Yingwei gazed in astonishment at Ye Gansheng and exclaimed, Are you attempting to ruin Ye Xing's reputation? Ye Gansheng replied, I have given him everything he desires. Whether he can withstand it is his own affair. Suddenly, Shui Yingwei felt a tinge of fear towards the man with whom she had recently shared an intimate moment. It was essential to recognize that the upcoming contest would not merely involve individuals from Dazhou and Deqian, but also formidable figures from across the realm. If Ye Xing failed to demonstrate prowess befitting a hero, the embarrassment would be trivial compared to the likelihood of facing dire consequences from Zhou Tianche. Meanwhile, along the Changyang Plank Road, amidst the obscuring dust and wind, a carriage progressed slowly through the tumult. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, it revealed a striking elegance. Each corner of the carriage was adorned with gilded carvings, far more ostentatious than typical embellishments, exuding an air of unrivaled supremacy. Inside the carriage, a breathtaking young woman clad in a delicate lavender gown was resting peacefully, seemingly impervious to the jolts of the journey. Beside her, a young maidservant leaned out the window, marveling at the sights beyond with childlike curiosity. How much longer until we reach Dazhou? The little girl inquired, her voice sweet and clear. We have just entered Jingyang Pass. It will take a few more hours to reach Chang'an, the driver responded. Upon hearing that they were nearing Chang'an, the little girl joyfully exclaimed to the still dreaming beauty, "Senior sister, we are almost in Chang'an." The young woman in lavender slowly opened her starry eyes, expressing her disdain. "Do not be so excitable like a country bumpkin. Remember your status." Oh, Li Xiao immediately straightened her posture, appearing attentive to the words of the lavender-clad maiden. Luo Keshuan sighed elegantly, gazing out the window, and remarked, "Always remember, we are disciples of the Tianjin sect, and we must maintain our composure." Li Xiao replied affirmatively and asked, "Senior sister, do you truly believe that this so-called hero is as formidable as they say? Why does Master insist we make this journey?" Luo Keshuan scoffed. "Humph, how could a foreigner possess any real strength? Even if the rumors are true, what does it matter? The demon incursions faced by Dezhou are feeble compared to our prowess. Then why does Master wish for us to bring him back?" Li Xiao questioned, perplexed. Master must be confused. Neither the human nor the demon factions desire needless sacrifice, hence the proposition of 17 grand contests. The other 16 participants have been chosen, yet the youngest category lacks a suitable contender. Upon hearing Luo Keshuan's explanation, Li Xiao gasped. Could it be that Master intends for that so-called hero to participate? After all, senior sister, your strength is quite formidable. Luo Keshuan clenched her white teeth, recalling the moment she confronted her master and was told she was not yet qualified. This infuriated her. As a distinguished cultivator of Zonghing Tianxia, at the mid-stage of the third realm, she was considered above average within their ranks. Yet, in the eyes of her esteemed master, she was deemed inferior to some unremarkable outsider. Her decision to volunteer for this journey to Chang'an was driven by a desire to witness for herself the true strength of the individual in whom her master placed such unwavering faith. She harbored little hope, for those who traversed the world possessed an inherent advantage over individuals from other realms. The domain of traversing the world was adjacent to the boundary river, beyond which lay the vast marshlands of the demon clan. In the past, formidable cultivators who resisted the demon tribe congregated in traversing the world. Gradually, as time passed, the unions of powerful cultivators resulted in offspring born with exceptional talents. As their parents were the very pillars of resistance against the demon clan. Great cultivators, heroic youths, you had better possess genuine strength. In truth, Luo Keshuan had already prepared herself for the possibility of a fruitless journey. For even if she lacked the qualifications to become the 17th individual to duel against the demon tribe, the prodigies of traversing the world were as numerous as the fish crossing a river, and it was improbable that the so-called heroic youth would receive a turn. Could a person from the great Zhou truly rival those from traversing the world? Such a notion was utterly implausible, as individuals from traversing the world had even witnessed young talents achieving the fourth realm, a status that others could only aspire to. Thus, even at this moment, Luo Keshuan remained perplexed as to why her master held such unwavering confidence in someone from an unfamiliar, unremarkable locale. Chapter 38. Does the Night Walker obtain everything? Does great Zhou no longer require Ye Gansheng? The arrival of guests. For others, listening to music in the brothel might be the epitome of entertainment, yet for Ye Gansheng, the true enjoyment lay in dominating the queen within the palace. Though Ye Gansheng was reluctant to admit it, the thrill and sense of accomplishment were undeniable. And so, the days passed one by one. Today marked a day of great anticipation for all of Great Zhou, the finals of the martial arts summit. The formidable team from Deqian paraded through the streets, arriving at the martial arena behind the imperial city, occupying the same position as before. At the forefront stood Wu Mingyue, head held high and eyes disdainful, still exuding an unparalleled beauty and arrogance. Beside her, Yin Shue's silvery hair danced in the air, her aura now distinctly elevated. Opposite them, Zhou Tianche sat calmly in the main seat, accompanied by a youth whom no one had seen before, including Wu Mingyue. This individual was likely the one who had guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. Caution was essential. Wu Mingyue solemnly advised Yin Shui. Yin Shui gazed at Ye Xing for a long while, unable to discern any remarkable qualities in him, and curiously inquired, "Master, why do I sense no trace of danger emanating from him?" Wu Mingyue was equally perplexed, for logically, anyone capable of guarding the demon suppression pass for 10 years should exude at least a modicum of danger, even if their cultivation was somewhat lacking. Could it be that they were too weak to detect it? In any case, exercise caution. A reputation is not without merit, and one must not underestimate the opponent. Wu Mingyue warned. Yin Shui nodded. It is worth noting that Yin Shui had now attained the fourth realm. Ordinary sect elders might not even be her match. Yet Wu Mingyue still urged her to remain vigilant. This clearly indicated Wu Mingyue's apprehension towards Ye Xing, or perhaps her trepidation regarding the title of the heroic youth. Below, the common folk observed Yin Shui displaying a wary demeanor, as if they had achieved a great victory. They shouted, "Weren't you once so arrogant? Now, upon seeing the guardian of the great Zhou, why do you appear so tense? Are you frightened?" Ha ha ha. Ye Gansheng thought himself significant. Yet today, he dares not show his face. It's utterly laughable. After today, who will pay him any heed? Indeed, it was only due to Nightwalker's absence that Ye Gansheng was able to act so boldly. Otherwise, he would amount to nothing. He is merely putting on a facade. I believe Ye Gansheng lacks true strength. Have you not noticed that whether he faced Yin Feng or Wu Cheng, he resorted to ambushes? He has brought this upon himself. And now he has become a pariah, perhaps even unable to eat. On the high platform, Zhou Tianche, having witnessed the encounter between Nightwalker and Yin Shui, pondered Nightwalker's thoughts. "Your Majesty, rest assured, she is no match for me," Nightwalker asserted confidently. Initially, he felt uncertain upon hearing his father speak of the great Qian's might and its numerous victories, but upon seeing the reality, it was nothing extraordinary. He sensed no hint of danger, for such situations typically arise from either the opponent's weakness or overwhelming strength. Now, having received his father's teachings, Nightwalker had reached the peak of the second realm and did not consider this opponent to be the latter. Thus, he felt exceedingly assured. Zhou Tianche rejoiced. As the Dragon Emperor and the Supreme Ruler, it was impossible for him to plead with a mere commoner. Therefore, even 10 days prior, despite his reservations about Nightwalker, he chose to place his trust in him. In his eyes, Ye Gansheng was far too arrogant and lawless. Once Nightwalker decisively defeats Yin Shui today, he will settle the score with Ye Gansheng. If he cannot be of use, then there is no need for his existence. Below, Ye Qing's complexion was ashen, and he had visibly lost weight over the past 10 days. They understood that if Nightwalker triumphed, they would retain everything. If Ye Qing lost, they would all perish. Thus, with Night Gansheng unlikely to expose the truth, they needed Nightwalker to win the duel against the great Qian. Only then could they safeguard themselves. As long as Nightwalker defeated Yin Shui and secured his reputation as the guardian deity, their benefits would surely follow. "Son, do your best. I know you can do it." Ye Qing encouraged Nightwalker earnestly. However, Nightwalker merely glanced at Ye Qing with disdain, akin to gazing at a beggar, and offered no response. Ye Qing's smile froze, and an indescribable sorrow welled up within him. Jiang Suqing, observing this, remained expressionless, for since Ye Qing had imparted his teachings to Nightwalker, such scenes had become all too frequent. Perhaps they had been mistaken from the very start. Why are we still waiting? What is the hold-up? Wu Mingyue shouted to Zhou Tianche from across the arena. "Patience, for a prominent figure from across the realms is here to observe the final duel," Zhou Tianche replied nonchalantly. This statement immediately heightened the tension in the hearts of all present. A figure from across the realms. As the crowd stood in astonishment, and Wu Mingyue felt perplexed, a woman clad in a delicate lavender gown emerged from behind, gracefully taking her seat at the central position between the two factions. Her aura was refreshingly elegant, and her beauty was breathtakingly exquisite. Yet, her cold gaze resembled an eternal iceberg, evoking the image of a celestial being who looked down upon mortals with disdain. She epitomized the public's impression of a heavenly figure. Luo Kequan, ever aware of her pride as a representative of such divine beings, remarked, "I have heard that the name of the heroic youth from the great Zhou is quite renowned. I am eager to witness it for myself, so do not disappoint me." The audience, comprising the citizens of the great Zhou, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and honor. This was their guardian deity. Truly magnificent. Zhou Tianche could not resist adding, "Miss Luo Kequan is a direct disciple of the renowned Heavenly Sword sect, having come specifically for the night walk." The implication was unmistakable, and with Luo Kequan not refuting it, could it possibly be true? Was there a chance for Night Walk to join the illustrious forces of the Heavenly Sword sect? Moreover, had there ever been a precedent in nearly a century for outsiders to be accepted into such a formidable sect? Certainly not. If Night Walk were to succeed in this endeavor, it would be a groundbreaking achievement for their lineage. Even Wu Mingyue furrowed her brows. If someone from the great Zhou truly joined the Heavenly Sword sect, the future predicament for the great Qian would be dire. Yet, at that moment, she felt utterly powerless. Zhou Huanling gazed ahead with an air of pride, her pink lips curling slightly as she whispered towards the fishing pond where Knight Qiansheng had once fished. "Oh, Knight Qiansheng, had you heeded my counsel back then, you would have either married me or joined the Heavenly Sword sect. Now, even if you weep in solitude at home, it is of no consequence." Meanwhile, after a grueling 10-day journey, Zhao Ji and his companions finally arrived at Chang'an. Their coarse hemp garments tattered and their provisions having run out long ago, save for the keepsake stone hanging at Zhao Ji's chest, which remained unblemished. Chapter 39. Night Walk is struck. Are they merely mocking their adversaries? My lord, I have heard that individuals from the illustrious forces have arrived. Do you not wish to take a look? Zhou Shuiyao inquired while tidying Knight Qiansheng's attire. Reclining with his head cushioned, Knight Qiansheng leisurely basked in the sun. Upon hearing his wife's question, a smile graced his lips as he responded, "There is no need. Let them stir up their commotion." Zhou Shuiyao, standing by the window, voiced her concern. "My lord, are you aware of Li Qing?" Knight Qiansheng, slightly taken aback by his wife's inquiry, replied, "Yes, what of him? He has been imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons by Zhou Tianche for falsely reporting military intelligence and losing the demon suppression pass. He is likely to face execution soon." Upon realizing that her husband was indeed the heroic youth, she deduced that Night Walk, who had impersonated him during the loss of the pass, could not escape blame, rendering Li Qing innocent. Though her husband typically remained detached from such matters, she felt compelled to share this information. Knight Qiansheng slowly sat up, a cold expression manifesting in his eyes. Was Zhou Tianche truly so foolish as to act with such incompetence? It is utterly outrageous that Li Qing, the true guardian of the demon suppression pass, has been cast into the celestial prison based solely on the hearsay of Ye Xing. As the commander of the expedition against the demon clan, Ye Xing should bear the lion's share of the blame for the loss of the pass. Not only did he forsake his duties, but he also remained in Xianyang City, too cowardly to return, completely unscathed. How could Zhou Tianche be so foolish as to believe Ye Xing's numerous fallacies? It is simply beyond comprehension. Such egregious statements left both individuals astounded. Zhou Shuiyao inquired, "What are your intentions, my lord?" Ye Qiansheng inhaled deeply, reclining slowly, unperturbed. "After all, today marks the final match of the martial arts summit, does it not? With Ye Xing entering the fray, results should soon follow." His brow gradually unfurled, signaling the impending conclusion of Ye Xing's saga. Meanwhile, as Ye Qiansheng basked in the sun, the arena was alive with jubilant cheers. Zhou Tianche, Zhou Huanling, and all the people of the great Zhou had placed their bets on Ye Xing, whose current demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in them. Once Ye Xing officially joined the Heavenly Sword sect, it would indeed be a source of great pride for their lineage. Ye Xing removed his outer robe and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, strode towards the combat stage. Wu Mingyue stood ready, gently patting the head of Yin Shui. "Do not overestimate your abilities. If it becomes too much, retreat. Preserving your life is paramount." Yin Shui nodded in agreement. Amidst the roaring cheers, Ye Xing reached the combat stage first, followed closely by Yin Shui. It was still possible to concede now. Once the battle commenced, opportunities would dwindle. Ye Xing, brimming with confidence, declared, "You speak too much." Yin Shui assumed a combat stance, her eyes filled with wariness. At the signal from the adjudicator, she began to scrutinize Ye Xing for any flaws. Every pore of her body attuned to the rhythm of her breath, striving to achieve her optimum state. In contrast, Ye Xing remained stationary, a smile gracing his face as he observed quietly. Before the battle commenced, the victor was already evident. "Lord Ye Xing, strike her down decisively. Avenging the cultivators of the great Zhou. You are the best, the pride of the great Zhou. Finish her off." The excitement was palpable. It had been 7 years, and no cultivator had managed to suppress the Qian as Ye Xing did. In terms of momentum, victory had already been secured. Zhou Tianche was equally pleased. "Excellent, maintaining composure. I have indeed chosen wisely." "Huanling, observe how Ye Qiansheng measures up against him." Zhou Huanling smiled. Naturally, Ye Qiansheng cannot compare to Ye Xing. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Luo Keshuan furrowed her brow slightly and asked Li Xiao, "Shaoli, have you discerned his strengths?" Her master had emphasized the importance of bringing back the heroic youth, as if his return could resolve the world's conflicts. Thus she was immensely curious. However, after observing for nearly half an hour, she found nothing particularly remarkable about the individual before her. In fact, To describe him as mediocre would be a compliment. I cannot tell. It seems he is no match for Xiao Li. Li Xiao tilted her head, candidly expressing her thoughts. The sound was not insignificant. A small circle of people surrounding the scene could hear it, though they harbored an urge to scold Li Xiao for his lack of discernment. They were well aware of his formidable reputation and dared not act upon it. Luo Keshuan observed Ye Xing with increased intensity, hoping to discern the qualities that warranted such esteem from their master. Wu Mingyue also scrutinized Ye Xing, yet she too found nothing particularly remarkable. Just as everyone was marveling at Ye Xing's exceptional control over his power, the two finally made their move. It was Yin Shui who initiated a tentative attack, moving slowly enough to afford ample reaction time should the opponent defend. However, it was a direct confrontation from the outset. Yet, in the face of this assault, Ye Xing remained utterly still, resembling a peerless master, his expression unchanged. This was alarming. Despite the attack being merely exploratory, Yin Shui's peculiar reaction left her vulnerable, exposing a significant flaw. Goodness! Zhou Tianche exclaimed upon witnessing this. This is disastrous. Wu Mingyue felt her heart race. She understood that Yin Shui's attack was feeble. Any combatant with a modicum of experience could easily exploit the opening, potentially severing Yin Shui in half. Is this the end? Luo Keshuan lamented. Just when everyone present believed Yin Shui was doomed, to their astonishment, Ye Xing exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Did he possess other means? Or perhaps he found the conclusion too swift and intended to toy with his opponent before finishing. Various possibilities surged within the minds of the onlookers. However, in the next moment, the scene on stage delivered an unforgettable spectacle to all present. Goodness! His speed is astonishing. I underestimated you. Ye Xing, who had been knocked down, sprang back to his feet immediately. His left cheek had swollen, yet he assumed a poised fighting stance. He glanced around, witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was his strength, facing the mightiest blow from the strongest individual of the great Qian. Not only was he unharmed, but he could also rise without hesitation. Surprised, weren't you? Everyone must be in shock. I acknowledge your prowess, but sadly for you, you encountered me, and your fate is sealed. Ye Xing continued to issue threats, though he found himself puzzled by the lack of cheers from the citizens and those around him, who remained in a state of shock. Zhou Tianche and Zhou Huanling exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Only Shui Yingyue, standing nearby, felt an uncomfortable tension. Surely, Ye Xing was merely toying with his opponent and would soon adopt a serious demeanor, Zhou Huanling rationalized in defense of Ye Xing Chapter 40, before the collapse. Zhaoji arrives with the recording stone within the city of Chang'an. The grand martial arts competition was in full swing, while unbeknownst to the populace, in the woods outside the city, a bull-headed demon was rallying a host of other demons to launch an assault on Chang'an. This invasion was unprecedented in scale, comprising not only mindless destructive machines known as sand dune beasts, but also enormous water dragonflies. Though devoid of intelligence, these demons could not truly be classified as demons. They were beasts. Yet, despite their lack of sentience, their destructive power was extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, beside him, the dense forest could scarcely conceal their forms. At this moment, a few small demons were holding his hands, yet their blood-red eyes remained fixated on the humans within Chang'an, brimming with malice. Is this indeed Chang'an? It appears I have not erred in my journey. Should we annihilate all within, the demon race could wholly claim dominion over the great Zhou. The leading fox demon exclaimed with exhilaration. All the demons began to stir with excitement, brandishing their blades, their eyes betraying a fervent thirst for carnage. Meanwhile, on the martial stage, Ye Xing found himself once again struck down by Yin Shui's probing assault, unable to rise. How infuriating! To think he is so formidable. Blood trickled from the corner of Ye Xing's mouth as he resolutely stood once more, his demeanor profoundly tragic. He had anticipated that the citizens below would applaud his tenacity. Yet to his astonishment, the crowd remained utterly silent, not a single voice uttering encouragement. How perplexing! What is the meaning of this? I have yet to be defeated. Upon witnessing my fall, should they not rally in support? Although the common folk lacked strength, from their vantage point, Yin Shui's attempts were painfully evident. He had no intention of launching a genuine attack. In fact, his movements were entirely inadvertent. So why could Ye Xing not defend himself? Why must he struggle to rise again? Is this some sort of jest? Yet surely, One would not find humor in such a predicament twice. Zhou Tianxie stared incredulously at Ye Xing's retreating figure. Only moments ago, Ye Xing had exuded confidence, and Zhou had believed him to be remarkably capable. And yet, this is the outcome. Zhou Huanling stood frozen, hastily interjecting, "Father, there is no need for concern. Ye Xing may simply be toying with his opponent, and will soon unleash his true strength." This excuse had already been employed twice, and Zhou Tianxie clearly held skepticism. No amount of jest could justify such disarray. Presently, Ye Xing resembled nothing more than a buffoon. Luo Kechuan scrutinized Ye Xing, her lips twitching involuntarily as she bluntly articulated, "Is this what they call a heroic youth? He has managed to guard the demon suppression pass for a decade, yet the demons invading the great Zhou must surely be mere rabble." While others might still waver, Luo Kechuan had already formed her conclusion. She had observed Ye Xing's every action and knew without a doubt that it was not a deliberate ploy. It was simply a lack of strength. Moreover, she discerned that Ye Xing's cultivation was but barely at the second realm, a source of utter embarrassment. Luo Kechuan's voice resonated loudly, and the citizens of Great Zhou present largely heard her, wishing to counter that the invading demons were also formidable. Yet were at a loss for words. For if the so-called guardian was in such a state, how powerful could the defeated demons truly be? Ye Xing, focus. Zhou Tianxi's humiliation was palpable in the presence of the influential Luo Kechuan. He had once envisioned leveraging his connection with Ye Xing to navigate the world, but now it seemed a mere fantasy. Zhou Huanling's brow furrowed, a nagging sense that the day's outcome would not be favorable for him. Hearing the calls from behind, Ye Xing's gaze remained fixed on Yin Shui. The girl was strikingly beautiful, and her strength exceeded his expectations. Originally believing that having reached the second realm, I possessed the capability to vanquish Silver Snow within a few rounds, I now realize that this is not the case. Despite having just experienced a comical blunder, Silver Snow shows no signs of slackening her resolve, for she remains oblivious to whether this is merely a smokescreen released by Night Walker. The audience holds their breath once more as the impending clash looms. Silver Snow, no longer holding back, charges forth with a thunderous momentum towards Night Walker, who remains motionless. Much like in previous encounters, beware of treachery. Wu Mingyue cautions, having witnessed this deception time and again, yet the urgency of the moment propels Silver Snow forward without hesitation. Just as all anticipate Night Walker's counterattack, he only begins to brace himself as he senses the gale rushing towards him, but it is too late. In an instant, he is struck down to the ground. The arena falls into an eerie silence, as the citizens of the Great Zhou cannot fathom the scene before their eyes. Some even rub their eyes in disbelief, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Night Walker lies prone on the ground, surrounded by blood. It is evident without uttering a word. He has been defeated. This Night Walker, upon whom they had placed their hopes, has fallen, and so thoroughly. There is not a shred of resistance left within him. Why has this happened? Not only the common folk seek answers. Zhou Tianxie and Zhou Huanling, perched above, pondered the same question. Was Night Walker not assured of a solid performance? How could he be bested so swiftly? If he had succumbed after a fierce battle, they might have accepted it. But this situation is utterly incomprehensible. After all, Night Walker embodies the hopes of all the citizens of the Great Zhou. Zhou Huanling gazes blankly, her body struck as if by lightning, suddenly realizing that it is not Night Qiansheng who needs to regret, but rather herself. Unbeknownst to Silver Snow, she rises, intent on ensuring Night Walker remains incapacitated, for without surrender, defeat cannot be claimed. Just as Silver Snow's fist is about to make contact, Night Walker seems to sense something amiss, retreating frantically while shouting, "I surrender. I surrender. Do not strike me. It hurts so much. How humiliating." Zhou Tianxie grits his teeth, covering his face with his hand. He has never felt such disgrace in his life, particularly not in front of those who traverse the world with power. Regret floods his heart. Why did he refuse to bow to Night Qiansheng back then? Had he personally gone to apologize, perhaps Night Qiansheng would have participated in the finals. It is sheer madness that he believed Night Walker's words. It can be said that today's debacle is entirely of his own making. Yet, what use is regret? Night Qiansheng has not even graced the venue with his presence today. He must be utterly disillusioned with them by now. To still entertain dreams of dominating the world is nothing short of folly. Observing the once formidable adversary reveal such incompetence, Wu Mingyue cannot contain her laughter. Disregarding the sentiments of the Great Zhou populace below, Night Walker's pitiful demeanor, cowering in the corner, completely extinguishes Luo Kequan's interest in the so-called hero youth. This is exceedingly dull. This is the guardian of the Great Zhou? Surely, this cannot be what you boast of. In the realm of the Great Zhou, there has been no assault from the demon clan, as Luoxian questioned. The populace of Great Zhou has begun to harbor doubts regarding this matter. How could the Night Walker, evidently inferior to Su Yi Dao, maintain a decade-long vigil at the Demon Suppression Pass? The sole explanation is that the Great Zhou is fabricating legends. The purported attacks from the demon clan are mere fabrications concocted by the ministers, having recently faced yet another defeat. Deceived by the denizens of the imperial city and mocked by the Night Walker, the citizens' ire has reached a boiling point. Zhou Tianche was at a loss for words. Deceived, humiliated, and insulted, his frustration had no outlet. Luoxian, however, displayed no interest in his plight. She elegantly rose to her feet, stating, "If he is indeed the so-called heroic youth you speak of, I shall take my leave." Wait. At that moment, a group of individuals, clad in ragged attire akin to beggars, burst into the arena, their foul odor prompting the crowd to part for them. I possess evidence against the demon clan. Zhao Ji, leading the charge, raised a purple recording stone aloft. Chapter 41, The Heavens Veil. Upon witnessing their arrival, the crowd was perplexed. Had even beggars begun to concern themselves with the affairs of the state? Zhao Ji and his companions had traversed great distances to reach Chang'an, originally pondering how to present the recording stone to a wider audience, only to stumble upon the pinnacle of martial arts competition. Consequently, they rushed forward, disregarding their fears, intent solely on restoring the honor of Ye Gansheng. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow upon seeing the group. "Who are you? What do you mean by proof?" Wu Mingyue and Luoxian shared his confusion. Could it be that the Night Walker truly was the heroic youth guarding the Demon Suppression Pass? Otherwise, why would others come forth with a recording stone to validate his claims? It was well known that failing to provide substantial evidence in such a setting could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, Luoxian was indifferent, for no matter the evidence presented, the notion that the Night Walker was a mere wastrel remained unquestioned. Surely, it could not be said that he excelled against the demon clan, yet faltered against mere mortals? The majority present shared this sentiment, believing Zhao Ji and his group were merely seeking attention, perhaps even pawns of the Night Walker himself. Yet, in this moment, who would still believe such claims? The content was likely fabricated. Zhao Ji quickly clarified, "We are villagers from the vicinity of the Demon Suppression Pass." Come to. Zhou Huanling's exquisite visage darkened ominously. The Night Walker's failure was already a source of shame, and now there were those who sought to vindicate him. Why did they not provide proof during the actual combat on the arena? What purpose did the recording stone serve now? Enough. Leave this place at once. I do not wish to see you here, she declared, her voice laced with anger. Zhao Ji stood dumbfounded. They had traveled such a distance only to be denied the opportunity to display the recording stone, which contained harrowing accounts of Ye Gansheng's valor in the heat of battle against demons. It was truly astonishing, and now they were forbidden from showcasing it. In truth, Ye Xing found himself utterly bewildered, pondering the circumstances as he had made no arrangements, firmly believing he would not be defeated. Suddenly, it seemed he had an epiphany. Just as he intended to intervene, Luo Kequan interjected. "It's fine. Let everyone witness your evidence. I am quite curious how a worthless individual goes about exorcising demons." Her curiosity stemmed from her master's incessant boasting about Ye Xing, and she relished the prospect of witnessing his folly. She even contemplated taking the recording stone back to show her master. Zhou Huanling remained silent, while Zhou Tianche waved his hand in agreement. The permission granted sent Zhao Ji into a state of exuberance, relieved that his journey had not been in vain. Thus, under the watchful and skeptical gazes of the crowd, the purple recording stone in Zhao Ji's hand slowly ascended. Subsequently, a magnificent sky curtain unfurled. The expanse was immense, with every speck of dust suspended in the air rendered distinctly visible, immersing everyone in the scene. As the imagery began to unfold, beneath the night rain, a diminutive figure stood out amidst the armored warriors, barely able to wield a sword, yet with a resilient countenance that lingered in memory. The sound of galloping hooves echoed incessantly, mud splattering with rainwater, suggesting the presence of at least several hundred individuals. Gradually, the words Demon Suppression Pass came into view. Was this that fateful night a decade ago? The rain had fallen lightly, and the streets had been filled with the clatter of hooves, and by the next day, Many commanders had vanished from the city. They were all heroes, true heroes. Countless discussions erupted among the onlookers. Yet none paid heed to the frail, yet remarkably tenacious youth within the scene. Below the martial platform, Jiang Suqing's tears streamed down her face as she gazed vacantly at the tiny figure on the sky curtain, her sobs growing ever louder. Ye Xing was similarly affected, tears swirling in his eyes. They recognized that small figure. It was Ye Gansheng, the son who had enlisted in his father's stead a decade prior. Back then, Ye Gansheng had feigned bravado before them, yet the footage starkly revealed him trembling, utterly disheveled beneath the rain. He clutched tightly the sword they had given him before parting, seemingly seeking solace from it. The truth was, he was terrified, yet for the sake of the Ye family, he willingly faced the front lines. Why had they, as parents, believed Ye Gansheng was faring well all this time? Jiang Suqing could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as she bowed her head, tears flowing relentlessly through her fingers. Ye Xing's pale visage reflected profound regret. His physical frailty intensified his emotions. Witnessing the scene of Ye Gansheng departing from home, he finally succumbed to tears. That was his son, only a mere teenager who had rushed to the most perilous front lines for the sake of his father's honor. The sensation of betrayal now resonated deeply within Ye Xing, the heart-wrenching agony making each breath feel insurmountably laborious. "We owe him an apology," Jiang Suqing responded with tears. The scene in the sky continued to unfold, capturing the attention of the crowd, who were astonished by its authenticity. In the first battle at the Demon Suppression Pass, nearly half of the soldiers perished, revealing the ferocity of the demon clan. Coupled with the assistance of monstrous beasts, their combat prowess was nothing short of astounding. On the human side, Wang Yang exhibited extraordinary fighting capabilities, single-handedly capable of facing 100,000 troops. However, amidst the chaos, a teenage boy, who had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions, finally garnered the attention of all. Who was this boy? Was he not a mere logistics personnel? How did he find himself on the battlefield? And why was no one intervening? A disgruntled citizen voiced his discontent. There are no logistics personnel at the Demon Suppression Pass. Those who survive are indeed the logistics. Once on the battlefield, everyone must rely solely on themselves. There is no one to depend on, an elder explained. Could he be the legendary hero from a decade ago? This thought resonated among the gathered crowd, as the hero from 10 years past had been just a boy. Yet, back then, he had barely escaped death, and such battles had persisted over the years. How had he managed to survive? With a strength so feeble he could barely lift a sword, how could he protect himself? Luo Keshuan inhaled deeply, as the unfolding events in the sky exceeded her expectations. She had initially thought it a mere fabrication, yet it was undeniably real. If that boy truly was the hero everyone spoke of, then indeed, he possessed a tale worth boasting. As discussions began, the crowd's gaze turned toward the boy, who was desperately dodging attacks to survive, pondering if he truly was the hero. Meanwhile, Zhou Huanling had not diverted her gaze from the boy on horseback since his appearance, her mouth agape in astonishment. She recognized immediately that the figure in the sky was not merely a wanderer, but her childhood companion, Ye Gansheng. Chapter 42, Awakening of the Crowd. Ye Gansheng is the hero. Zhou Huanling stared blankly at the struggling boy in the sky, realizing it was indeed Ye Gansheng, who had always cherished her. She recalled a night 10 years prior when he had traversed a secret tunnel to seek her out, only to be dismissed by her maid as she slept. He never returned, leaving her with lingering resentment. Upon seeing him again, her subconscious aimed to confront him, to make him aware of the wrongs he had committed long ago. This realization was the primary reason she had considered marrying Ye Xing. It was only at this moment that she comprehended the true nature of her feelings. He had come to bid her farewell. Zhou Huanling's tone was tinged with bitterness, her regal demeanor evaporating as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After being sent away by her maid, he must have felt heartbroken and despondent. 10 years had passed, and not only had his honor and achievements been seized by Ye Xing, but she had treated him so poorly. Even nearly marrying Ye Xing, Zhou Huanling exhaled softly, striving to suppress her tears. The decade-long turmoil has been unraveled, and at this moment, Zhou Huanling is engulfed in boundless sorrow for Ye Gansheng. She loathes herself for having chosen to sleep and for her reluctance to receive Ye Gansheng. Would the outcome have been different had her choices been otherwise? Yet, the opportunity has slipped away. The unfolding events in the celestial realm continue, revealing the gruesome brutality of the Demon Suppression Pass, which has reached a harrowing intensity. Many present had speculated that the front lines of the demon suppression pass would be perilous, yet none anticipated the extent of the danger. Dismembered limbs are scattered everywhere, and the corpses of fallen humans and demons pile high, left unburied, devoured by lesser beasts before decaying into the earth. The eyes of all present, including Zhou Tianche and Wu Mingyue, brim with reverence. The narrative progresses. The first battle was barely held with half the forces decimated. Yet the onslaught of the demon race showed no signs of abating, growing even more ferocious. Battle after battle, familiar faces fell one by one, succumbing to become fodder for the beasts, leaving only a handful to guard the demon suppression pass. Though silence enveloped the scene, everyone understood the despair that permeated the lives of the survivors. Yet, amidst the collective curiosity regarding how, in just 3 or 4 years, so few remained to defend the pass, a cold-eyed youth emerged in the limelight. The sword that once felt too heavy now hung effortlessly at his side. His once innocent visage had been transformed by the horrors of slaughter. There was no laughter, no fear, no element beyond the annihilation of demons. All attention instantly converged upon him, recognizing him as the heroic youth. However, it was not Ye Xing, but Ye Gansheng. A startled exclamation erupted from the crowd, akin to a thunderclap, igniting expressions of disbelief and shock on every face. The boy seated atop the demon corpses was none other than the grown Ye Gansheng. No wonder we had misjudged Ye Gansheng. He is indeed the guardian deity of the great Zhou. He is the true heroic youth. An elder cried out in a frenzy. How could it be him? How could we have hurled insults at the hero who has safeguarded great Zhou for a decade? What is happening? What have you people in the imperial city been doing? Are you unaware of who has protected great Zhou? Zhou Tianche's expression darkened, his breaths resembling a tempest, revealing the depth of his fury. He glared fiercely at Ye Xing, demanding, "Tell me, what is going on? Speak." Had Ye Gansheng returned under the banner of a heroic youth, no issues would have arisen. Not only would the populace have refrained from speaking ill of him, but they would have shown him the utmost respect. Ye Gansheng would not have harbored resentment towards great Zhou, nor would he have disregarded its fate. If Ye Xing had not usurped Ye Gansheng's position, the pinnacle martial arts competition would have concluded long ago, and Liang City need not have been ceded to Deqian. There remains an overwhelming multitude of events. Zhou Huanling's marriage to Ye Gansheng ensures that the demon suppression pass will not fall. The fury of Zhou Tianche, ignited by the realization that all of this turmoil stemmed from a mere falsehood, was impossible to contain. He longed to rend Ye Xing into countless pieces. Upon the revelation of the truth, Ye Xing was engulfed in panic. "Your Majesty, spare my life," he exclaimed, subsequently pointing a trembling finger at Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, accusing them. "They orchestrated everything. I was merely their pawn. Do not execute me." This shocking display left the onlookers astounded. How could one person be so utterly shameless? Even if Ye Xing and his wife had indeed plotted this scheme, was he not the ultimate beneficiary? To now cast blame upon others was the epitome of disgrace. Fortunately, the presence of a recording stone served as evidence. Otherwise, allowing such a wretch to become the guardian of the great Zhou would surely lead to its swift demise. Upon hearing Ye Xing's accusations, Ye Xing clenched his jaw tightly, pointing accusatorily at Ye Xing, and was overwhelmed by a surge of blood, spitting out a mouthful. Jiang Suqing, witnessing her husband's distress, rushed forward with concern. "Xing, are you all right? Please, do not suffer. We have wronged Gansheng, inflicting so much harm upon him for the sake of this beast." The dramatic turn of events led the gathered assembly to piece together the narrative. Just as the crowd began to feel sympathy for Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, Zhao Ji interjected. "I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed lords. I was but a petty man, swayed by Ye Xing's bribe, and thus I provided false testimony, declaring Ye Xing as the true guardian of the demon suppression pass. I now realize my grave error." As he spoke, Zhao Ji, along with a group from the village, knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. The revelation of such treachery incited the populace into a frenzy, directing their ire at the weakened Ye Xing with harsh and scathing words. Zhou Tianche, slumped in his chair, was filled with utter disdain for both Ye Xing and Ye Xing. Yet, could the blame for this situation be solely placed upon these individuals? Was the failure to discern character not a fault of his own? Ye Gansheng had indeed demonstrated his prowess. Yet, due to grievances, he had not been utilized. Should he not be enraged after enduring such injustices? In retrospect, Ye Xing's many shortcomings were glaring. Why had they not been noted earlier? I have no right to judge others. Wang Mingyue shook her head, feeling a sense of unfairness for Ye Gansheng, while simultaneously relieved by the folly of these individuals. Had they been wiser, they would have faced a true hero, rendering the chances of victory for Yin Shui exceedingly slim. Silence. The crowd fell into an immediate hush. Turning toward the source of the voice to find Luo Keshuan, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the celestial dome above, unblinking. It dawned upon the gathered crowd that the heavenly display continued, revealing that Wang Yang had also perished, leaving only Ye Gansheng. Furthermore, a vast horde of demons sought to seize the demon suppression pass, an army of monstrous entities approaching in droves. Meanwhile, the human race was left with but one figure atop the city walls, Ye Gansheng, resolutely standing against the biting cold winds. Chapter 43. Blood stains the azure sky. Leaving all speechless. Upon the city wall, Ye Gansheng stood alone, while below the gate loomed countless demon armies. Do not mention the presence of Ye Gansheng at the scene. Even the onlookers on the martial arts stage, merely gazing at the dense throng of demon tribes through the celestial canopy, felt a chill race down their spines. An overwhelming urge to flee surged in their minds. Luo Keshuan, Wu Mingyue, and Yin Shui involuntarily furrowed their brows, even without realizing it themselves. This was inconceivable. If it were solely Ye Gansheng, he could never hold the fort alone. Despite having heard tales of the heroic youth, their admiration for him reached its zenith, believing him to be invincible. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming legion of demons, the populace unanimously concluded that it was utterly impossible for Ye Gansheng to withstand such a force alone. Such a multitude of demons. Even if Ye Gansheng were to exhaust himself, it was unfathomable for him to fend them all off. There were simply too many. Surely, there must be formidable allies aiding him. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he alone could hold the line. Luo Keshuan's gaze turned somewhat bewildered, her thoughts mirroring those of the crowd. Not just Ye Gansheng, but even any other young prodigy renowned across the realm would find it impossible to defend against such odds. Yet, there were indeed no others present. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the sky above Jinyao Pass darkened ominously, thunder and lightning clashing, adding a sense of foreboding to the impending battle. On the battlefield, shattered blades littered the ground, and countless fragments of crimson-stained bones lay strewn about. No one wished to be here, for a moment's misstep could lead to eternal entrapment. The leading demon chieftain bellowed, raising his colossal blade. The horde of demons behind him echoed in unison, charging forth towards Jinyao Pass. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of those on the martial arts stage tightened. What to do? Though the gates were fortified, they could not withstand such a relentless assault from the demons. If no action were taken, Jinyao Pass would soon be breached. Strangely, despite understanding that it was merely an image captured in stone, their hearts remained ensnared in trepidation, as if the events portrayed were unfolding in real time. Just as anxiety and fear gripped the crowd, Ye Gansheng leaped to the gates, standing resolute like a mountain, unwavering as a bell. At this sight, all mouths fell agape. They had envisioned a myriad of strategies, yet Ye Gansheng had chosen such a direct approach, confronting them with his very flesh. Could this truly succeed? In the next moment, the spectators were rendered speechless, for Ye Gansheng moved with the swiftness of lightning, brandishing the long spear left by Wang Yang. His movements were grand and sweeping, scattering the enemy forces. With a crescent blade arching forward, the advancing demons suffered heavy casualties, and with another fierce strike, the demon chieftain's head soared into the air. In Ye Gansheng's eyes, everything appeared to unfold in slow motion, though his speed was not extraordinary. He could precisely discern the weaknesses of his foes, not merely one at a time, but multiple vulnerabilities at once. Before long, a towering mound of demon corpses amassed at the city gates, yet many more demons continued their fearless assault. A flicker of concern flashed in Ye Gansheng's eyes, but he persisted, wielding his spear, anchored against the gates, preventing any demon from drawing near. It was utterly astonishing. It was profoundly breathtaking. At this moment, Ye Gansheng was drenched in blood, resembling a god of slaughter incarnate. Standing resolutely at the entrance, he displayed not an ounce of fear, even in the face of 1,000 soldiers charging forth. The carnage persisted, with the demon clan relentlessly supplying reinforcements, yet Ye Gansheng stood alone, possessing nothing but his life. Meanwhile, many citizens of Chang'an were moved to tears. While they lived in peace and comfort, Ye Gansheng fought valiantly on the battlefield as they slept in their homes. He bore the weight of their struggles. The realization of their own cowardice led many to slap themselves in self-reproach. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were rendered speechless. They had assumed that despite the perilous front lines, Ye Xing's influence would ensure that many would look out for Ye Gansheng, which explained why he had survived until now. However, it was evident that they were gravely mistaken. Ye Xing, how dare you? The achievements that Ye Gansheng earned through his relentless efforts. You would seize away with a mere word? Are you even human? Zhou Huanling cried in despair. Each wound on Ye Gansheng's body tortured her heart, especially upon realizing her misunderstanding of him. The pain was excruciating. I am guilty. Ye Xing's face turned even paler, contemplating death as an escape from facing Ye Gansheng's disdain. Jiang Suqing, with swollen eyes from weeping, shook her head repeatedly, confessing her guilt. The onlookers regarded the two with fury, yet ultimately chose silence. What was done, and they could only seek ways to make amends. Only Luo Kuxian stood in a daze, gazing at the sky, where Ye Gansheng's figure stood against 1,000 foes. And the once unwavering lake of her heart rippled with emotion. The battle raged on, and for 2 days, Ye Gansheng relentlessly slaughtered demons, pushing his body to its limits. Sweat and blood mingling indistinguishably. As his wounds multiplied, his stamina waned, yet his indomitable will propelled him to fight on. After another half-day, Ye Gansheng had become a mere specter of blood, with not a single part of him unscathed. Lying on the ground, he would be mistaken for a corpse by any passerby. Yet he did not falter. He continued to fight, his eyes still shining bright, never closing even when tainted with blood. I shall slay you all. No second person is needed. Ye Gansheng erupted in fury, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, he felled the last demon general. It was over. In just 2.5 days, Ye Gansheng had vanquished countless demons, with severed limbs strewn about. And standing amidst the chaos was but a recently matured youth. He thrust his spear into the ground and, in a moment of darkness, collapsed amid the heap of corpses, succumbing to exhaustion. The battle had concluded, yet those present remained with mouths agape, staring blankly at Ye Gansheng, who lay asleep among the demon carcasses. He appeared lifeless, yet somehow not. He lay quietly amidst the slain, and the shock of this scene was as profound as the earlier carnage. As this undoubtedly overturns the speculations of the crowd, it is evident that Ye Gansheng stood alone, devoid of any assistance from others or other masters. The rain, which had brewed for 2 days, fell gently like a spring drizzle, neither disturbing Ye Gansheng's slumber nor failing to cleanse the stains of blood at the scene. The only remnant was a red ribbon, tied to a long spear, fluttering defiantly in the wind and rain. Chapter 44. The Night Journey, Ye Gansheng. And Jiang Suqing, justice served, the beasts attack. Luo Kuxian had long been immersed in the tragic grandeur of life and death, for she, as a master of the world, faced the most ferocious of demons. She was acutely aware of the extraordinary accomplishments of Ye Gansheng. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended why her master held Ye Gansheng in such high esteem. The recent battle was something she could not have achieved a decade ago, nor could she accomplish it now. Yet, Ye Gansheng had succeeded. Truly, he is the guardian deity of the great Zhou, a title well-deserved. The sense of tragic destiny surrounding Ye Gansheng under the vast sky brought a bittersweet sting to the eyes of the seasoned warrior Wu Mingyue. Nevertheless, she felt fortunate to maintain a friendly regard for Ye Gansheng, unlike the people of the great Zhou. A hero, deprived of the accolades and respect an individual of his stature rightfully deserves. Who among the soldiers of the great Zhou could remain unmoved by this? Ye Gansheng, the heroic youth of the great Zhou, was treated with such disdain, yet he exhibited no desire for revenge, remaining steadfastly optimistic. Indeed, he was simply weary, and equally disillusioned with us. The murmurs of the populace rendered all present speechless, for during the last peak martial arts competition, they had each harbored grievances against Ye Gansheng for his refusal to participate. Only now did they realize that it was not a deficiency in his magnanimity, but rather an utter disillusionment with the great Zhou. Not a soul stood by his side. As the narrative in the heavens approached its conclusion, the seasons cycled from spring to autumn. Ye Gansheng often lay alone on the city walls, gazing longingly at Chang'an, his eyes betraying a sense of nostalgia. The demon tribes would continue their assaults, yet in the face of repeated failures, their momentum was severely curtailed. Years passed swiftly. The scars on Ye Gansheng's body multiplied, and he matured considerably, evolving into the person he is today. Zhou Huanling gradually closed her eyes, an overwhelming sense of regret consuming her mind. If given a chance to start anew, she would resolutely stand by Ye Gansheng's side. She would await his return to marry her, rather than sulking or pursuing the strong, leading her to wed another. She had longed to witness the day Ye Gansheng would regret his departure, to make him feel the weight of leaving without a word. Little did she anticipate that it would be her own heart that would bear the burden of regret. Zhou Huanling's enchanting beauty turned pale, her delicate nails digging into her flesh. Especially upon recalling the moment Ye Gansheng gazed at Chang and beneath the setting sun. Her heart ached profoundly. He must have believed she would cherish him. He must have hoped she would honor the childhood promise to marry him. Silent tears streamed from the corners of Zhou Huanling's eyes. If only it were possible, she would sacrifice everything to earn Ye Gansheng's forgiveness. She yearned for Ye Gansheng to revert to the person who once cherished her as a precious gem, nurturing her with unwavering affection. However, after perusing the content of the celestial scroll and considering Ye Xing's testimony, she realized the difficulty of that desire. Ye Gansheng's heart was now a tapestry of wounds. The multitude below the arena wept bitterly, treating such a hero as if he were a mere pariah, an utterly foolish act. With the demon suppression pass lost, if Ye Gansheng remained unwilling, more cities would inevitably fall. Yet, what right did they have to expect Ye Gansheng to fight for them once more? They wept for their own foolishness and despaired for the future. Zhou Tianche, feeling utterly weakened, slumped into his chair. The most foolish decision he had made since ascending to the throne had finally come to pass. His disdain for Ye Gansheng, stemming from his inability to wield him as he wished, had led to deliberate targeting and a misplaced trust in Ye Xing, resulting in the current predicament. In truth, he should have sensed something amiss upon their first encounter. Rising in a fit of anger, he commanded, "Bring forth Ye Xing and Ye Xing, as well as Jiang Suqing, and imprison them in the celestial dungeon. In 3 days, let them face the public's judgment." Public judgment meant that all of Chang'an's citizens would be involved, for the crimes were too grave to dispute, rendering their lives expendable. Thus, they must endure the scorn of the masses before their demise, condemned by hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing Zhou Tianche's decree, the citizens below erupted in cheers. Although many had sought shelter from Ye Gansheng, the true instigators were these 3 individuals. All accumulated wrath for their lost fortunes fell squarely upon Ye Xing and his companions. As armored generals approached, while Ye Xing and his wife turned pale with fear, they remained silent, whereas Ye Xing begged for mercy. His earlier bravado vanished. The shame was unbearable. Numerous citizens covered their faces, for Ye Xing's trousers were now soaked. It was known that individuals from the Great Qian were present, even those who dominated the world. Had Ye Gansheng's accomplishments not been so astonishing, it would have left an indelible impression that the people of the Great Zhou were cowardly. Many citizens who had once praised Ye Xing now longed to slap themselves in regret. Having observed enough of the spectacle, Wu Mingwei rose. Before departing, she offered a final admonition to the Dragon Emperor. Should you fail to provide Ye Gansheng with a satisfactory resolution, the repercussions will not be confined to a single individual, but will reverberate throughout the entirety of the Great Zhou. With that, she took her leave alongside Yin Shui. For today they were the victors, and according to their agreement, Liang City was now theirs. Zhou Tianche inhaled deeply. How could he be unaware of such matters? If mismanaged, who would dare serve the Great Zhou in the future? After all, his own achievements had been usurped, and as emperor, he could not trace the source. Yet, Ye Gansheng was not one to be easily swayed. He had witnessed this firsthand, having shown no regard even for his parents. Just then, as his thoughts spiraled into frustration, he glanced at Zhou Huanling beside him, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "Huanling, does Gansheng not hold affection for you? Is there any way you might gain his forgiveness?" In days gone by, Zhou Huanling, who faced such matters with unwavering confidence, now helplessly shook her head, for her daughter remained oblivious. Previously, she had firmly believed that all misfortunes were the fault of Ye Gansheng, which had allowed her to maintain her lofty demeanor, even when Ye Gansheng disregarded her. Even marrying Zhou Xueyao, she merely perceived it as a ploy of feigned indifference. However, upon learning of Ye Gansheng's grievances, she began to ponder from a different perspective. Would she be able to forgive herself? Clearly, the answer was no. Zhou Tianche's brow had scarcely relaxed all day and was now furrowed even deeper. If he was unable to assist his own daughter, What on earth could be done? At that moment, Luo Keshuan gracefully rose from her seat. Her tone tinged with urgency as she implored, "Quickly, take me to find Ye Gansheng." She needed to ascertain that the celestial display she had just witnessed was not a fabrication. Locating Ye Gansheng was paramount. After all, she had no desire to repeat the tragic mistakes of the great Zhou people, mistaking a fool for a hero. If she could confirm his worth, then Ye Gansheng would be nurtured to wield power across the realms, capable of ending the millennia-long conflict between humanity and the demon race, ushering in an era of everlasting peace for humankind. Yet, before Zhou Tianche could respond, a tumult erupted among the crowd. The recently departed Wu Mingyue and her companions returned with grave expressions. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the martial arena, shaking its very foundations. Chapter 45. Countless Casualties. In search of Ye Gansheng, the final hope after the resounding commotion, an overwhelming swarm of monstrous dragonflies blotted out the sky. Each facet of their colossal forms was as sharp as a blade. As they passed, the mere flap of their wings rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Before the crowd could react, a gigantic sand dune creature erupted from the earth, sending numerous civilians soaring into the air, only to be dismembered by the dragonflies above. In an instant, severed limbs rained down, transforming the sky into a veritable bloodstorm. "Ah, a demon beast! Run for your lives!" someone shouted, snapping the bewildered crowd into action as they fled in terror. Chaos ensued. Zhou Tianche's brow furrowed even tighter. From whence had these demon beasts emerged? Such colossal creatures could not possibly have come from the rear mountains. His confusion was soon resolved as a horde of demon beasts forged a path, followed closely by a multitude of demon clan members, each brandishing the severed heads of the great Zhou populace, feasting upon their grisly trophies. Ordinary soldiers, witnessing this horror, collapsed in terror, stripped of any will to resist. It was evident the demon race had circumvented the demon suppression pass, intent on seizing the lifeblood of the great Zhou. The capital Chang'an, Luo Keshuan, aghast at the carnage, furrowed her brow slightly and remarked. The reasoning was clear, and those present quickly grasped the situation. After breaching the demon suppression pass, the demon forces did not aim to conquer methodically, but rather charged directly toward the heart of the great Zhou, Chang'an. In due course, they would conspire from within, engulfing the entirety of the great Zhou in their grasp. Ye Xing was rendered speechless, astonished at the staggering price of losing the demon suppression pass. Even the entirety of the great Zhou's territory now hung in the balance. By that time, the living were little more than fish on the chopping block for the demon clan, subject to their whims. "Father, what shall we do now?" Zhou Huanling asked in a state of panic. Zhou Tianche cast a glance at the leading fox demon wielding a folding fan, exuding an aura of formidable strength. It was evident that the visitor harbored ill intentions, and it was clear they were targeting him specifically. They had likely made thorough preparations. He whispered urgently, "You must find Ye Gansheng. He possesses the most experience in dealing with the demon clan. We need him." In this dire situation, Zhou Tianche had little hope left for Ye Gansheng, as the demon cultivators who had arrived today were not comparable to those Ye Gansheng had previously encountered. Their aura was terrifying, at least of the fourth realm, and the fox demon was likely of the fifth realm. Such adversaries were beyond the reach of the human forces across the Yuanling continent, save for those who were exceptionally powerful. Moreover, Luo Keshuan's cultivation was still too low. Despite her considerable influence, she was unable to provide immediate assistance. Zhou Tianche's only hope rested on Ye Gansheng. He had observed in the earlier skirmishes how Ye Gansheng had repeatedly triumphed against overwhelming odds, deftly exploiting the weaknesses of his demon foes to strike decisive blows. Perhaps Ye Gansheng was the only one capable of performing a miracle now. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhou Huanling's eyes brightened, and she nodded emphatically, recalling that she had brought Ye Gansheng along. Without hesitation, she lifted her skirts and dashed toward a narrow alley. Zhou Tianche sighed deeply, then shot a fierce glare at Ye Xing. "This is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, the great Zhou would not be in such dire straits. You are truly the source of our calamity." It was Ye Xing who had lost the demon suppression pass, and it was he who had stolen Ye Gansheng's life, precipitating a series of subsequent events. Ye Xing trembled in terror, too frightened to utter a word. At that moment, the arena was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. The common folk had suffered heavy casualties, and the Imperial Guard was no match for the demon clan, let alone the ferocious demon beasts. Zhou Tianxie knew that this could not continue. He glanced at several military ministers, and they charged forward together. No matter what, they could not allow the demons to continue their slaughter. Seeing Zhou Tianxie take action personally, the fox demon let out a playful laugh, retracting her folding fan as she advanced to meet him, and the two engaged in fierce combat. The others became entangled with the demon leaders. But lacking any experience against the demon clan, they found themselves at a disadvantage, even with superior cultivation. Brothers, slay them. Soon the entire great Zhou dynasty will be our domain. Haha. Yes, all of them are my delectable prey. Hee. I have yet to taste the head of a human emperor. Now, I finally have the opportunity. The demons were in a state of ecstatic excitement, which was understandable. For to any discerning eye, the outcome of today's battle seemed assuredly in favor of the demon clan, given their overwhelming numerical advantage. This had been their aim in launching a surprise attack. The reinforcements from the vicinity of Chang'an had already perished. Do not be arrogant. If you wish to kill me, let's see if you possess the capability. Zhou Tianxie radiated a golden aura, akin to a deity of war, gaining the upper hand in his confrontations with the fox demon. The fox demon casually flicked her wrist, embodying the might of a sovereign renowned for martial prowess. Zhou Tianxie traversed the void, exclaiming, "You dare to provoke me? Today shall be your demise." The fox demon laughed maniacally. Do you relish fighting? Today I have brought forth countless demon cultivators, alongside several hundred colossal beasts. Can you withstand such onslaught? As Zhou Tianxie surveyed the vast army of demons beneath him, a cold sweat broke out. Unlike Ye Gansheng, he could not endure prolonged combat for days on end. If his stamina waned, peril would surely follow. The loss of Chang'an would be a grave consequence, perhaps even his own life. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts, for the fox demon launched another fierce assault, seeking to hasten his fatigue. The situation for the surrounding generals and cultivators was equally grim. Although they managed to slay a few demons together, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming horde they faced. Many bore wounds, their strength rapidly depleting. Particularly concerning was Dao Yixi, who, already injured, found himself encircled by demons, putting the Grand Zhou dynasty's national master in a dire predicament. The others fared little better. Wu Mingyue and her companions, though not natives of the Grand Zhou, recognized the necessity for unity against the demon threat. They could not afford to abandon their post. However, the sheer number of attacking demons was staggering, and despite their formidable abilities, they could not emulate Ye Gansheng's prowess in facing thousands alone. Wu Mingyue, Yin Shui, and Luo Kechuan collaborated to prevent large swathes of demon cultivators from breaching their defenses, as the interior was filled with princes and princesses of the Grand Zhou, including the queen, Shui Yingwe. The repercussions of a breach would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, Zhou Huanling, dissatisfied with the slow pace dictated by her gown, tore off the lower half of her skirt to hasten her journey to the night manor. Concern for her father and siblings weighed heavily on her heart, manifesting as tears in her eyes. She fervently hoped that Ye Gansheng would rescue her and all she cherished. She would willingly atone for her past transgressions, even if it meant dedicating the remainder of her life to servitude. Faster! Zhou Huanling shouted in frustration. The chilling cries behind her instilled a dread that one might belong to her father or siblings, fueling her desperate flight. Just as she reached the entrance of Fusho Street, on the verge of seeing Ye Gansheng, a monstrous bat-like demon appeared before her, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth in terror. Its sharp teeth were still gnawing on a human skull, with several dismembered bodies strewn nearby, rendering the scene horrifyingly indistinguishable in gender. In the moment, Zhou Huanling froze. The demon's enormous ears twitched. Its blood-stained eyes turned toward her, a cruel smile etched across its dark visage. Chapter 46. Zhou Huanling's Last Words. Ye Gansheng heads to the arena. The bat demon's head tilted at an unnaturally eerie angle as it fixated on Zhou Huanling, the severed head in its grasp continuing to drip blood, rendering the spectacle all the more terrifying. Zhou Huanling merely cast a glance and instantly discerned that she was no match for her opponent. A surge of terror gripped her, compelling her to retreat involuntarily, only to be tripped by the crumbling wall and fall to the ground. In a fleeting moment of pain, she shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the bat demon had vanished from sight. Yet, the palpable aura of danger not only remained but intensified significantly. Where had it gone? Trembling, Zhou Huanling rose to her feet. her gaze filled with dread as she surveyed her surroundings. As a cultivator barely at the mid-stage of the first realm, if she were to confront the recently fed bat demon directly, her demise would be all but assured. However, just a few steps away lay the Night Manor, where Ye Gansheng resided. If she could reach him, there might still be a chance for salvation. Yet, before she could take her first step, a wave of chilling dread surged from behind her. In an instant, goosebumps erupted across her skin. Slowly turning her head, she found, unsurprisingly, that the vanished bat demon now hung from a beam above, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent, saliva dripping from its maw as it fixated on her. In that moment, Zhou Huanling's pupils dilated, and without a second thought, she bolted towards the Night Manor. But the bat demon was not one to easily relinquish its prize, the tender morsel that was Zhou Huanling. It dove from the air, crashing into her and sending her sprawling into the debris of the collapsed structure. The force was tremendous. Blood erupted from her mouth, leaving her pallid and weak. "Gansheng, help me," she cried, summoning the last vestiges of her strength. Yet, the doors of the Night Manor remained resolutely shut, showing no sign of yielding. Only a colossal humanoid bat advanced toward her, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger. Despair washed over Zhou Huanling, draining her of the last remnants of her energy. What could have been an escape now found her lying amidst the ruins, gazing up at the azure sky. Would she die? Most certainly. No, it was her destined fate. She couldn't fathom that Ye Gansheng, with his formidable prowess, had not heard her cries or sensed the commotion outside. Yet he chose to remain within. Perhaps as a form of punishment. Was it a retribution for her broken promises? In her youth, he had cherished her like a precious gem, always willing to shoulder her burdens and accept blame on her behalf. At one time, she believed that his affection justified his sacrifices, given their disparate standings. Yet now, she recognized that no one is entitled to kindness without reciprocity. Previously, Ye Gansheng had risked everything to sneak into the imperial city just to see her. Now, in her hour of peril, he chose to remain blind to her plight. He should act as he did. She should meet her end. Bubbles of blood welled in her mouth, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, as if uttering her final words. "Gansheng, I'm sorry. Truly I am. It was my folly. I beg you, forgive me." As her final word escaped her lips, the bat demon's cavernous maw expanded to an unfathomable size. Just as Zhou Huanling resigned herself to death, she found that the anticipated bite never came. What was happening? When she cautiously opened her eyes, a figure appeared in the distance, the man she had longed to see before her demise, wielding a massive bat demon in his grasp. Ye Gansheng, he had arrived. The bat demon, which had just caused countless individuals to suffer, was held in the hands of Ye Gansheng like a mere chick, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Ye Gansheng fixed his gaze upon the arena, ignoring Zhou Huanling, while firmly grasping the bat demon, as steady as a mountain. "Have you not yet had your fill of death at the demon suppression pass?" Ye Gansheng's voice was frigid, though he faced no one, but rather addressed the distant demons within the arena. He had no intention of intervening elsewhere. Even if Zhou Tianche were to kneel before him, he would not venture to Xiangyang. Yet, the demon clan audaciously ventured into Chang'an. Were they so impatient to seek their own demise? This was his domain, akin to inviting trouble upon themselves. "Be careful," Zhou Huanling exclaimed as the bat demon contorted its bones, attempting to bite Ye Gansheng. However, he was already prepared for such antics. His eyes remained fixed on the bat demon as his other hand swiftly pressed down upon its face. In the next moment, to Zhou Huanling's astonishment, the bat demon's head shattered completely. Not only Zhou Huanling, but the distinguished onlookers nearby were rendered speechless. Such ease, and how cruel. It mirrored precisely what had been displayed moments ago on the celestial screen. At this instant, all present ceased to harbor even the slightest doubt regarding the contents of the heavenly display. "Where is Shui Yingwe?" Ye Gansheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Huanling, who was struggling to maintain her composure amidst the ruins. "She has yet to emerge from the arena," Zhou Huanling pondered before responding. However, she was somewhat perplexed, as this marked the first instance of Ye Gansheng showing concern for a woman other than Zhou Shuiyao, stirring within her a sense of inexplicable envy. Yet, she understood that Ye Gansheng had just saved her, which was already a significant gesture. Still, the jealousy in her heart was an unyielding presence. "Shuiyao, do not come out of the house. I shall step out for a moment." Ye Gansheng did not spare a glance at Zhou Huanling as he spoke and departed without hesitation. Within the night residence, Shuiyao nodded with concern. Thank you for saving me. Please be careful. Zhou Huanling's words were hurried, yet Ye Gansheng left so swiftly that she was unable to catch his reply. Zhou Huanling helplessly cradled her head, her enchanting beauty marred by dirt, a sight she had never before experienced. She felt an urge to scream, uncertain why. Even though she knew Ye Gansheng would not concern himself with her, the pain in her heart intensified after he so callously departed, leaving her breathless. In comparison to this overwhelming sense of helplessness, she would have preferred to embrace death as she had moments prior. I was wrong. I shall spend the remainder of my life atoning for my sins until you forgive me. Meanwhile, at the arena, from a lofty vantage point, a colossal water dragonfly relentlessly harvested those citizens attempting to flee. On the ground, under the combined efforts of human cultivators, several sand dune insects had perished, yet many remained. Zhou Tianche was locked in a desperate battle with the five-realm fox demon, the outcome hanging in the balance, while the imperial guards of Chang'an had nearly met their demise. The only silver lining was that the makeshift front line formed by Wu Mingyue, Yin Shui, and Luo Kechuan had yet to be breached, ensuring the survival of the princes and princesses behind them. In the room, the remaining individuals were filled with resentment, having merely intended to watch a performance, yet now faced the grim possibility of perishing here. Shui Yingyue sat gracefully among them, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Ye Gansheng family, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure who had once galloped toward her. Chapter 47. He has arrived. The battle outside had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. However, the demonic faction, leveraging their numerical superiority, maintained a relentless pressure on the great Zhou cultivators. At this moment, besieged from all sides, Dao Yitzi recited a mantra, enveloped by a golden bowl that shattered all the incoming blades. He exhaled a sigh of relief temporarily, yet the overwhelming number of demons, coupled with Dao Yitzi's nearly depleted spiritual energy, rendered his situation untenable. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself, a tremendous force struck his back, shattering the golden bowl into fragments that fell to the ground. The protective barrier had been breached. This was dire. When Dao Yitzi turned to look, he was confronted by a formidable leader of the demons, a bull-like creature with bulging muscles, wielding a bloodied sword. Having exhausted my energy, it is now my turn to take the stage, the bull demon leader declared, slamming his sword onto the ground as he sneered at the weakened Dao Yitzi. The demon's strategy was deceptively simple: expend the lives of their kin to wear down the stamina and spiritual energy of human powerhouses, only to effortlessly strike them down. While this might cost many demon lives, the demon race was never short of members. Without further ado, the bull demon leader charged towards Dao Yitzi, intent on dispatching the formidable great Zhou cultivator one by one. Dao Yitzi gritted his teeth, with no avenue for escape and no chance to retreat. Otherwise, a single blow would lead to further devastation among the citizens of Great Zhou, transforming his body into gold. At this moment, Dao Yitzi's spiritual energy was insufficient to fully enter the golden bowl state. Thus he concentrated his remaining energy at his heart, bracing himself to withstand the impending strike. However, he had clearly underestimated the situation. The bull demon leader's strength was on par with his own, and in his current state of exhaustion, he stood no chance. With a resounding crash, after the golden bowl shattered, a massive wound appeared on Dao Yitzi's chest, causing blood to gush forth. The surrounding great Zhou cultivators watched in despair. However, the overwhelming number of demon cultivators ensnaring them rendered any assistance impossible. They could only bear witness helplessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianche, entangled with the strongest fox demon above, furrowed his brow in concern. Aside from him, the most powerful presence should be Wu Mingyue. Yet she was not one of Great Zhou's people and had no reason to fight to the death. Thus, the only hope rested on Dao Yitzi, who was now gravely injured. The situation appeared increasingly perilous. He no longer harbored expectations for Ye Gansheng's arrival, for in such a chaotic scene, only a force capable of traversing the world could intervene. Otherwise, no other faction could resolve the dilemma, let alone a solitary individual like Ye Gansheng. To be distracted in the midst of combat is indeed a perilous habit. In a moment of distraction on the battlefield, Zhou Tianche realized his lapse too late. A folding fan struck his chest with a force that sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Yet, as the last hope of the great Zhou, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of distress. Dao Yitzi was sent flying by the blow from the bull demon leader, landing within the city. while the bull demon leader pursued to deliver a fatal blow. What a pity for the Buddhists, Yin Ryu remarked with a smile as he retrieved the returning fan, his androgynous face beaming with mirth. Our national master of the great Zhou is not so easily vanquished. Seizing the opportunity during the exchange, Zhou Tianche worked diligently to mend his wounds. Is that so? If he were truly so formidable, would your great Zhou find itself in such dire straits? Yin Ryu seemed unfazed, biding his time for the bull demon leader to return after dispatching Dao Yitzi, ready to join forces against Zhou Tianche. It's merely a matter of numbers. Let us see you try one-on-one, Zhou Tianche declared straightforwardly, his warrior's spirit shining through. Ha! Yin Ryu laughed heartily, fanning himself with the folding fan. Had the demon suppression pass not fallen, I would not have been summoned from the River of Realms. Perhaps you could have held out for a while longer. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow, the weight of regret pressing heavily upon him. How could he not be aware that the demons had always aspired to dominate the world? Their stance towards other regions was clear: seize what they could, and if not, wait until they could conquer the world before proceeding. The fall of the demon suppression pass had ignited hope among the demons, prompting them to send Yin Ryu for assistance. Indeed, 1,000 nocturnal murders would not suffice. Why haven't they returned yet? Yin Ryu frowned, gazing towards the city behind him, where the bull demon leader had been in pursuit of Dao Yitzi for nearly a stick of incense's time. This was somewhat unexpected. At that moment, Zhou Tianche charged forward. Yin Ryu reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. In battle, do not lose focus, Zhou Tianche returned the admonition. Yin Ryu's aura began to grow ominous. To him, this was merely a game. While he had found it entertaining moments ago, he was now incensed. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, 8 snow-white tails emerged from behind Yin Ryu, and in an instant, his eyes blazed with brilliant white light. Zhou Tianche's once proud smile froze, his vision consumed by a blinding whiteness. Enchantment. Despite his formidable willpower allowing him to break free from the cocoon of charm, Zhou Tianche was still too slow. Ensnared by the sharp claws of the water dragonfly, perhaps a residual effect of the enchantment, he found himself utterly limp, drained of strength, and completely at the mercy of the water dragonfly's grasp, held aloft and utterly restrained. Let me go? He shouted, realizing the perilous situation he was in. Release you? Certainly. But not before you meet your end. Yin Ryu flashed beside Zhou Tianche. The onlookers became aware of Zhou Tianche's urgent plight, yet each was preoccupied with their own battles, leaving them helpless to intervene as they could only watch in despair. Could it be that not only Dao Yitzi, but even the emperor of the great Zhou would succumb to this fate? A wave of pessimism washed over the crowd, and some even closed their eyes in despair. Yet, in this moment of dire peril, a colossal object surged forth with thunderous force, smashing through the shattered water dragonfly that had ensnared Zhou Tianche, creating a vast chasm. Instantly, the shattered water dragonfly let out a wretched cry, green blood gushing forth. Who could it be? When Yin Ryu beheld the object hurled towards them, her eyes widened in shock, her previously commanding demeanor utterly obliterated. The onlookers below mirrored her astonishment. For the very entity that had crushed the shattered water dragonfly was none other than the leader of the bull demons, who had just moments ago pursued Dao Yitzi. More precisely, it was the body of the bull demon leader, for its head was nowhere to be found. Dead, the bull demon leader, who had easily toyed with Dao Yitzi, had met his demise. Who was responsible for this? The entire battlefield fell into a hushed silence at the death of the bull demon leader. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed softly. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A cold and indifferent man, clad in a black robe adorned with golden edges, strode forward, holding the bloodied bull's head, step by step, towards the heart of the battlefield. Chapter 48. Save you? Do you not look down upon me, Ye Gansheng? What is a hero? It is one who makes a grand entrance in humanity's direst moments, turning the tide of calamity, propping up a crumbling edifice, and rescuing people from the brink of disaster. How should a hero make their entrance? At this moment, Ye Gansheng provided the answer to that question. With resolute strides, devoid of fear, his gaze unwavering and cold, he regarded the myriad of demon forces as inconsequential. The once arrogant bull demon leader was now reduced to a mere head, held in Ye Gansheng's grasp, its expression of terror prompting astonishment and speculation about the bull demon's final moments. Ye Gansheng had arrived. Perhaps it was due to the recent spectacle they had witnessed, but the citizens present, though aware that Ye Gansheng was not as formidable as Zhou Tianche, felt an inexplicable sense of peace, even a desire to weep. At least there was hope, regardless of whether Ye Gansheng could vanquish all the demons present. The death of the bull demon leader was an undeniable fact. Ye Gansheng, he has truly returned. We are saved. A citizen hiding beneath the ruins could not contain their outburst. The demon horde is doomed. Ha ha ha. Let them witness the true guardian of the great Zhou. Those capable. Do not flee. There is still hope. We are finally saved. Zhou Tianche, who had just emerged from the vortex of death, was equally astonished to see that Ye Gansheng had indeed come. In such circumstances, Ye Gansheng dared to confront the enemy alone with a blade. Even if he could not prevail, his courage was unmatched. As for the notion of reversing fate, he held no unrealistic aspirations. He could only endure the blows. Even if Ye Gansheng was formidable, he could not alter the course of destiny. Shui Yingwe leaned against the window, her heart leaping upon witnessing Ye Gansheng's arrival. Although it was a transaction, she had entrusted her very being to him. Given Ye Gansheng's previous display of ruthlessness, she genuinely feared that he might abandon her. Fortunately, he had come. Wu Mingyue and Yin Shui continued their relentless assault on the demonic cultivators, while Luo Keshuan halted, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Ye Gansheng. There was no mistaking it. That aura was unmistakable. She could assert with confidence, without the need for Ye Gansheng to prove himself, that he was indeed the heroic youth who had guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. In the air, Yen Ruyu scrutinized Ye Gansheng with a blend of curiosity and skepticism. He had heard of this individual before, yet was astonished by his immense power at such a tender age. He had overheard the words of the people of the great Zhou and scoffed at them. The flickering light beneath the sea of despair was merely a candle, capable of providing transient solace, yet ultimately, a candle is but a candle, fragile against the vastness of the ocean. Yen Ruyu proclaimed with assurance. He regarded even Zhou Tianche with disdain. A mere so-called heroic youth held no significance for him. At that moment, an irregular object hurtled towards him at great speed, the sound of its passage creating a sonic boom. Yen Ruyu's eyes widened as he caught the object in his hand. The synchronized motion of one throwing and the other catching captured the attention of all present, who gazed in astonishment at Ye Gansheng below and Yen Ruyu above. The youth was undeniably impulsive, quick to resort to violence, though it appeared futile. Yen Ruyu tossed the bull's head aside, coolly fanning himself with a folding fan. Yet, the hand that had caught the bull's head was subtly concealed behind his back. There's no need for utility. I merely return what belongs to you. Ye Gansheng remarked nonchalantly, as if he did not harbor great expectations for his recent assault. Then I thank you. Yen Ruyu's smile twisted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his left hand trembling ever so slightly. Such a reaction could not escape the notice of the onlookers. Initially, witnessing Yen Ruyu's expression led them to believe that Ye Gansheng's attack had been ineffective. Now, it was evident that it had indeed inflicted pain. He even hesitated to reveal his hand. The sight of Yen Ruyu, who had maintained control of the situation, now faltering, left the cultivators and common folk in a state of astonished excitement. Ye Gansheng, the miracles you have wrought are already plentiful. One more will not matter. Someone in the crowd shouted. The others echoed in agreement, a wave of admiration for Ye Gansheng surging to an indescribable height. Press on, defeat these demonic cultivators. Restore our clear skies. Destroy them. Avenge our fallen citizens. The cries of the populace and certain cultivators echoed fervently, fueled by the grief of witnessing their kin fall one after another, their blood staining their garments, a feeling that bred despair. Years of pent-up emotion found release. Erupting into a frenzy, hearing the voices of the crowd, Ye Gansheng's lips curled slightly, only to turn coldly dismissive. When did I ever claim that I would avenge you? An immediate silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. The more astute cultivators, such as Yin Shui and Luo Keshuan, regarded Ye Gansheng with furrowed brows, astonished by his words. No one comprehends the true meaning of Ye Gansheng. A formidable demon clan warrior stealthily circled behind him, seizing the moment to raise his great sword and strike at Ye Gansheng. What are you pretending to be? Die? Yet, Ye Gansheng did not turn around. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he nonchalantly pointed his right hand towards the heavens, then lowered it, seemingly indifferent to the approaching demon warrior. The onlookers beheld a colossal hand descending from the sky, instantly crushing the ambusher into an unfathomable depth beneath the ground. The crowd was struck with terror. How could Ye Gansheng so effortlessly subdue the demon warrior, who had just claimed countless lives? Yin Ruyu trembled, her crimson face betraying a mix of anger and fear. Her still numb left hand clenched tightly, her eyes emanating a chilling resolve intertwined with profound caution. Ye Gansheng's power far exceeded her expectations. Many demon warriors present felt their initial fear of Ye Gansheng rekindle. They had presumed that with the army from the Boundary River District aiding them today, even encountering Ye Gansheng would pose little threat. Yet, Ye Gansheng behaved as he always had when they entertained such thoughts, overwhelmingly victorious. Was this man a monster? Why did he perpetually grow stronger? All the demon warriors who had previously encountered Ye Gansheng involuntarily took a step back in fear, while the human cultivators realized, with profound awe, that Ye Gansheng had merely made a slight move to subdue this group of bloodthirsty and brutal demon warriors. This deepened their understanding of what Ye Gansheng's reputation truly signified for the demon clan. However, it appeared that Ye Gansheng had no intention of aiding the humans. He clapped his hands as if merely swatting a cockroach, addressing the crowd. Did you not once look down upon me, Ye Gansheng? And now you expect me to save you? Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Chapter 49. Helping them? Am I not being too cheap? This was the second time Ye Gansheng had stated this matter, confirming its authenticity. What did he mean? Did he truly intend to disregard us? We have indeed erred. But surely our sins do not warrant death. A panicked citizen exclaimed. Help! Woo, I was wrong. If given another chance, I would never insult him again. What are we to do now? He was not jesting. With his ruthless nature, he could certainly carry out such threats. Perhaps this is fate. The citizens present, though acknowledging their faults, felt they did not deserve death, unable to fathom why Ye Gansheng could be so merciless. In truth, for Ye Gansheng, the lives or deaths of these so-called citizens were of no consequence to him. He would not intervene to save them, nor would he mourn their passing. This encapsulated his philosophy. It was not as the citizens imagined, that such trivial matters warranted their demise. For it was not Ye Gansheng who sought to kill them, but rather the demons. Yin Ruyu, with her 9 tails coiled tightly, assumed a vigilant stance and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, Oh, if you truly intend to disregard them, why then do you find yourself here? Indeed, the eyes of the gathered populace suddenly gleamed with hope, reminiscent of what Yin Ruyu had expressed. If Ye Gansheng truly intended to disregard them, why then did he intervene to rescue Dao Yitzi and Zhou Tianche? Indeed, Ye Gansheng merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. Ultimately, he was not so heartless, possessing a harsh exterior yet a tender heart. However, his subsequent words plunged the citizens, who had just begun to feel a flicker of hope, back into despair. Ye Gansheng stated, That beast of a cow obstructed my path. It was merely a trivial matter. As for my presence here, it is certainly for a select few. Your family? Yin Ruyu inquired tentatively. Upon hearing that Ye Gansheng had come to escort someone away, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing immediately lifted their heads in anticipation. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. Regardless of the immense conflicts that may arise, one's parents would ultimately not abandon them in times of peril. As the two contemplated how to persuade Ye Gansheng to take Ye Xing along, they realized he did not even cast a glance in their direction. Instead, he called out toward the rear of the residence. Your Highness, I have come to escort you away. Indeed, Ye Gansheng's visit was solely for the purpose of retrieving the queen, Shui Ingwe. No matter the circumstances, he had at least secured her presence, and she could indeed assist him in his cultivation endeavors. Should Zhou Shi also be present, he would take both. If not, only Shui Ingwe would accompany him. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were left utterly dumbfounded. The individual Ye Gansheng intended to take was not them, but rather the queen of Dezhou, Shui Ingwe. What connection existed between them that they had never known? Zhou Tianche also found the situation perplexing. Shui Ingwe was an enigmatic woman, her family wielding considerable influence across the realm. Thus, in the absence of a formal wedding, he had unilaterally conferred upon her the title of queen, to which she neither acquiesced nor objected. Despite his profound affection for her over the years, the lack of a genuine union, compounded by Shui Ingwe's reservations, had led to a respectful distance between them. Yet, in his eyes, Shui Ingwe had always been a person disinterested in any relationships. How could she possibly be entangled with Ye Gansheng? Furthermore, what prompted Ye Gansheng to risk so much for her? Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances. Shui Yingyue's departure was indeed a positive turn of events. As the crowd gazed on with envy, Shui Yingyue slowly emerged from the chamber, prompting other princes and princesses to express their desire to follow. Ye Gansheng yawned and calmly stated, "Apart from Shui Yingyue, the fates of the others are of no concern to me." Instantly, all the members of the demon clan surrounding them revealed cruel and sinister expressions towards the princes and princesses beside Shui Yingyue, instilling fear in the hearts of the royal offspring, rendering them unable to move. Though Shui Yingyue appeared fragile as she walked amidst a throng of formidable demon warriors, not a single one dared to approach her, nor even utter threats, only gazing obediently. For Ye Gansheng stood there, and most of the demons present could not rival the cow demon leader. To defy Ye Gansheng would indeed be courting death. Silence enveloped the scene as all conflict ceased, and every gaze was fixed upon Shui Yingyue. The advantage of having a formidable background is evident. Even when treading upon thorns, one need not act or utter a word, for all the sharp points will yield. Envy abounds, with some wishing fervently to replace Shui Yingyue at once. The princes and princesses in the rear harbor a profound hatred for Ye Gansheng. Clearly, he could have taken them all away, yet he chose only Shui Yingyue. And the demon clan made no mention of restrictions on those to be taken. Many present secretly wished for Ye Gansheng's demise here. "Thank you for coming. I thought I would never see you again." Shui Yingyue trembled as she spoke, shaken by the day's events. "It is all thanks to your brilliance," Ye Gansheng teased, pulling Shui Yingyue close to him. Their intimate exchange astonished many in attendance. Although their words were muffled, the closeness of their relationship seemed rather excessive. Is not Shui Yingyue the queen? Though not formally wed, she is still the legitimate wife of Zhou Tianche. Zhou Tianche's countenance turned pale. However, in the next moment, the crowd lost all interest in Shui Yingyue, as Ye Gansheng truly intended to depart. Without any hesitation or delay, many opened their mouths to speak, but recalling the earlier events, they fell silent. The couple, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, bowed their heads, feeling utterly ashamed to face the world. Their own son disregarded their well-being, a disgrace beyond measure. At this juncture, Shui Yingyue glanced at the citizens behind her and tentatively inquired, "Do you truly intend to ignore them? This is Chang'an. If it falls to the demon clan, it will affect you as well." She was not advocating for the populace, but rather acknowledging that if Chang'an were to be besieged, it would significantly impact Ye Gansheng, who also resides there. "Why should I concern myself with their fate? Indeed, the fall of Chang'an would have some repercussions for me, not insignificant. Yet, if I were to step forward and assist in slaying the demons, would that not be beneath my dignity? They would scorn me and look down upon me, and I would still go to their aid, to repay malice with kindness? Afterward, shall we all sit together for a drink? Then I would continue to guard the demon suppression pass for this ungrateful lot." Ye Gansheng's voice, filled with frustration, resonated throughout the arena, leaving the audience speechless. Chapter 50. Do you seek death? The strength of Ye Gansheng. This statement rendered Shui Yingyue and all present at a loss for words. Ye Gansheng's restraint in not acting directly was commendable, with his immense strength. Enduring daily ridicule is a trial few could withstand. Recently, Yin Feng and Wu Chang, emboldened by their exceptional abilities, exhibited arrogance to the utmost. They would strike at anyone they found displeasing, committing numerous acts of villainy in their respective realms, De Zhou and De Qian, causing common folk to steer clear of them. This world venerates strength, and even the ruling powers dare not question the formidable. For an ordinary person and a genius capable of serving the nation, there is simply no basis for comparison. From this perspective, Ye Gansheng's actions were indeed commendable. At most, he chose to disregard them. Had it been anyone else, the situation would likely have escalated to violence long ago. It is my fault for bringing up this matter. Shui Yingyue has also grasped the intent of Ye Gansheng. Choosing not to assist the great Zhou against the demonic tribes might lead to adverse repercussions for him, potentially forcing him into a life of wandering. Yet, to aid them would be to demean himself. Since you never required my assistance before, then let it be that you shall never need me again. Such is Ye Gansheng's sentiment. No one understands the true nature of these people better than I do. They now appear pitiable and seemingly sincere, but in truth, they merely find themselves in need of me at this moment. Having lived 2 lives, Ye Gansheng is acutely aware of the temperament of the great Zhou populace. In his previous life, in pursuit of Zhou Huanling and to prove his strength to Zhou Tianche, He had explained numerous times that he was indeed the guardian of the demon suppression pass. Over the span of 20 years, could it be that no one noticed the oddities surrounding Ye Xing? Impossible. Upon returning to Chang'an, Ye Qianxing witnessed Ye Xing brazenly appearing within the imperial city during a time of significant demonic incursions. It was then that he realized the citizens of Great Zhou and the noble officials of the imperial city had tacitly accepted his role as the defender of the demon suppression pass. While Ye Xing paraded his achievements externally, not a single soul stepped forth to uphold justice on his behalf. They likely regarded him as a fool, tirelessly giving without expectation of reward. Zhou Huanling, Zhou Tianche, and even his parents seemed never to have contemplated his grievances and suffering. They presumed this was quite acceptable, believing that should Ye Qianxing perish on the front lines, Ye Xing could simply take his place. Ye Qianxing understands these individuals all too well. What of their callousness? He finds no worth in explaining himself. And what of their disdain? His heart remains tranquil. And what of death? He questions himself and finds no guilt within. Departing now may require relocating. It is prudent to leave swiftly, Ye Qianxing declared, leading Shui Yingyue backward without a trace of hesitation. Shui Yingyue cast a glance at the despairing crowd behind her, shaking her head in silence, aware that she could not alter Ye Qianxing's convictions. Moreover, despite his formidable prowess, facing such a multitude of powerful demons would undoubtedly be taxing. It is best to escape while they still can, lest Ye Qianxing find himself in peril, which would spell doom. Alas, her dreams of becoming an empress may now be indefinitely postponed. Seeing Ye Qianxing resolutely intent on departing without any intention to linger, Zhou Tianche clenched his teeth in frustration. Ye Qianxing, as a citizen of Great Zhou, how can you stand idly by in the face of death? Does your conscience not ache? I am aware of your grievances, but could it truly be so grave as to forsake even your own parents? His voice resonated thunderously, as all eyes turned to Ye Qianxing, yearning for him to reconsider. Ye Qianxing, we were wrong, truly wrong. We beseech you for another chance. In the past, we were blind to the truth, but we wish to survive. We have children and families. They will starve. Once this ordeal is over, we shall certainly kneel to apologize. Will you not lend us your aid? Ye Xing and Jiang Su also looked longingly at the receding figure of Ye Qianxing, hoping he would set aside past grievances and return to rescue them. It would be best if one could traverse the night, under the gaze of the multitude. Ye Qianxing unexpectedly came to a halt. Amidst the hopeful glances of the crowd, he spoke softly, "You do not merely misunderstand. You are simply aware of your impending demise. Farewell." No, it should be farewell eternally. Instantly, despair washed over the crowd, as Zhou Tianche's trembling palms betrayed his fury. By the way, esteemed members of Deqian, do you wish to depart together? This matter has little to do with you. Ye Qianxing turned to Wu Mingyue and her companions. Initially, Wu Mingyue had exchanged a high-quality elixir for a fish with him. Possessing strength yet adhering to reason, she left a favorable impression on Ye Qianxing. Furthermore, there was another reason. If Dezhou proved untenable, he would need to seek an alternative path, and Deqian presented an excellent option. Wu Mingyue's sister was the empress, the current power holder. Should he go to Deqian, he would, in some measure, have connections, which would facilitate matters requiring diplomacy. Wu Mingyue, stained with blood, smiled nonchalantly at Ye Qianxing and remarked, "No need for that. The human and demon races are eternal foes. When faced with demons, humanity stands as a united front." This sentiment echoed the ideology of many dynasties. While territorial disputes may lead to conflict, in the face of demon threats, humanity must unite to avert annihilation. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Ye Qianxing's mouth. "Are you subtly insinuating that I, Yi, am excessively selfish?" Many citizens silently nodded in agreement. Yet none dared voice their thoughts aloud. "Not at all," Wu Mingyue clarified. "My understanding of you is limited to the Shadow Stone. Beyond that, I am unaware. However, your decade of achievements at the Demon Suppression Pass suffices to absolve you of any guilt. You owe no one anything." In Shui stepped forward and softly added, "Also, your grilled fish is delicious. I quite enjoy it." Faced with such a tense situation, the citizens found themselves bemused. Was the delectable fish enough to deem Ye Qianxing a good person? The mightiest among Deqian's younger generation turned out to be a glutton. Ye Qianxing nodded, choosing not to respond further, and departed with Shui Yingyue, resolutely ignoring any subsequent remarks. The clamor of pleading grew louder. For once Ye Qianxing departed, The slaughter between humans and demons would inevitably resume. The arena would once again transform into a horrifying purgatory. Regrettably, throughout it all, Ye Gansheng never glanced back. Just as despair engulfed the crowd, a colossal sand dune monster erupted from the earth, precisely where Ye Gansheng had stood. The ground crumbled beneath him. With remarkable reflexes, Ye Gansheng grasped aYou's arm and retreated with agility, though the situation remained perilous. The sand dune monster clearly had no intention of letting Ye Gansheng escape unscathed. It opened its massive maw with a roar, charging towards him. Confronted by the ferocity of the monstrous beast, Ye Gansheng's brow did not furrow even slightly. He summoned the divine spirit from his sea of consciousness, and an aura of golden light enveloped him. The essence of the Dao was instantaneously awakened. In Ye Gansheng's eyes, the entire world morphed into slow motion, as everything transformed into mere matter, no longer comprehensible by the standards of ordinary existence. On this foundation, the entrances and exits of all substances were distinctly etched in Ye Gansheng's eyes, allowing him to effortlessly locate the vital weaknesses of any material, including the sand dune behemoth. With a resounding thud, the moment the sand dune behemoth made contact with the extended fingertip of Ye Gansheng, it was as if an invisible mirror shattered, and the creature let out a horrific scream, succumbing to its demise with blood gushing from its 7 orifices. Dead. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Ye Gansheng slowly turned, his gaze icy and fixed upon Yenryu in the sky. Are you seeking your own demise? Chapter 51. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come to your end. It truly lay dead. The enormous carcass of the sand dune behemoth sprawled amidst the ruins, motionless, undeniably lifeless. Earlier, with a congregation of so many cultivators, they had managed to kill only a handful, and due to the behemoth's remarkably thick hide, it had taken considerable time despite their numbers. Yet, Ye Gansheng had vanquished it with but a single finger. Both humans and demons were left in a state of shock. Luo Keshuan furrowed her brow tightly. She had anticipated Ye Gansheng's strength, yet the extent of his power was utterly astounding, bordering on the absurd. However, what was Yenryu thinking? Ye Gansheng had explicitly stated that he would not concern himself with the lives of the people of Dazhou. Why did she feel the need to intervene? Was she not courting trouble? In the face of the bewildered glances from a dozen demon leaders, Yenryu paid them no mind, instead directing her scornful remarks at Ye Gansheng. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? My demon army numbers nearly 30,000. There are over a dozen commanders above the 4th realm. Who are you to dictate affairs here? Yenryu's voice rang out, capturing the attention of everyone present, awakening them from their stupor. Indeed, no matter how formidable Ye Gansheng might be, his previous victories against demons at the Demon Suppression Pass were largely due to the demon race's disregard for Dazhou, as he had yet to encounter any true adversaries. Moreover, while the sand dune behemoth was indeed powerful, it was not the pinnacle of combat prowess. Now, Dazhou was confronted by over a dozen formidable demon leaders, including Yenryu, who was suspected to be a 5th realm beast. Even Zhou Tianxie was no match for them. What right did Ye Gansheng have to stand against this? For reasons unknown. The majority of the common folk, witnessing Ye Gansheng's inability to extricate himself from this predicament, instantly displayed expressions of mockery, and though they did not voice it, their schadenfreude was unmistakable. Yet, what puzzled both the crowd and Yenryu was that, despite finding himself in such a dire situation, Ye Gansheng's expression remained entirely unchanged, as if he cared not whether he would live or die. Just as Yenryu was about to mock him, believing him to be paralyzed by fear, Ye Gansheng's calm voice resonated once more. I am inquiring of you. Are you seeking death? Repeated, once again repeated. His gaze and expression mirrored those from moments prior, indicating that he was wholly unfazed by Yenryu's earlier words. The crowd was astonished. Had they been in Ye Gansheng's position, they would have seized the opportunity to flee immediately, perhaps finding a chance for escape. Ultimately, doing nothing and instead continuing to provoke Yenryu is undeniably a profoundly foolish course of action. Yenryu's countenance immediately darkened. Are you not fully aware of the current situation? This question should rightly be posed by me to you. Ye Gansheng let out a cold chuckle, remarking that fools like you are a rare sight, merely seeking your own demise. Yenryu gently waved her folding fan, her gaze calm as she declared, everyone, surround and annihilate Ye Gansheng. I shall make the people of Dazhou understand that their so-called guardian deity is nothing but a sham. She had long been displeased with Ye Gansheng's recent display of confidence. A mere upstart, who dared to boast based on a couple of trivial achievements, was simply courting death. Moreover, many within the demon clan regarded Ye Gansheng with a sense of dread, even trembling in fear, which was utterly pathetic. From every conceivable angle, Yin Ryu had no intention of allowing Ye Gansheng to escape. Little did she know, this would prove to be the gravest error of her life. Although many in the demon clan remained fearful of Ye Gansheng, especially those leading the charge, they also concurred with Yin Ryu's sentiments. No matter how formidable Ye Gansheng might be, he could not possibly withstand such a multitude of demons. If they all attacked together, victory was assured. Furthermore, with the formidable Yin Ryu leading the charge, their success was even more certain. Under the guidance of their leader, all the demons surged forward to confront Ye Gansheng, while Shui Yingyue, at Ye Gansheng's silent indication, departed ahead of the fray. "Do you require my assistance in your retreat?" Wu Mingyue inquired hesitantly. Having witnessed the true colors of the citizens of Dezhou after realizing Ye Gansheng could not escape, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. It was then that she profoundly grasped why Ye Gansheng was so ruthless. While she felt a tinge of sympathy for him, she was also reminded that he had intended to take her along, which prompted her to speak up. "No need," he replied, "since some seek their own demise. I shall naturally accommodate that." As he spoke, a spear, akin to a flash of lightning, materialized in Ye Gansheng's grasp. The spear's edges were adorned with 3 resplendent orbs, resembling the moon, while the junction where the blade met the shaft boasted a massive orb shaped like the sun. In total, there were 7 orbs, collectively known as the 7-star divine spear. With a heavenly-grade weapon in hand, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the area. As Ye Gansheng stood resolute amidst the encircling enemy forces, resembling a war deity wielding lightning, many of the fearless charging demons found themselves momentarily cowed by his unmatched aura, succumbing to their primal fear. "A heavenly-grade weapon. It is indeed a heavenly-grade weapon," exclaimed a demon leader positioned at the rear, astonished. The mention of a heavenly-grade weapon caused Yin Ryu's expression to darken once more, and for a fleeting moment, she regretted her previous decision. Yet, that fear quickly transformed into an insatiable greed for the heavenly-grade weapon. Wu Mingyue was truly taken aback as she realized the significance of such an artifact, which could serve as a national treasure. In the realm of Yuanling, aside from dominating the world, there seemed to be no other place capable of producing heavenly-grade weaponry. Where on earth did Ye Gansheng originate from? Not only was she stunned, many formidable cultivators, including Zhou Tianche, were also left speechless, their eyes fixed on the heavenly-tier weapon in Ye Gansheng's hand, revealing an unmistakable yearning. Ye Gansheng toyed with the 7 stars divine spear, appreciating its pleasing heft. Yet a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze as he beheld the astonishment of those around him. What significance did a heavenly-tier weapon hold? His heart techniques and martial arts were of the imperial tier, and within the sea of his consciousness, he had even condensed a. As for his Dao bones, their value was immeasurable. With a swift kick, he sent the spear twirling gracefully through the air, catching it effortlessly as he assumed a relaxed combat stance. What were they waiting for? Should they not hasten to their demise? Chapter 52. The slaughter begins, striking terror into the demonic clan, so fearsome that none dared to advance. Ye Gansheng's actions delivered a resounding slap to Yin Ryu's expectations. In his imagination, after issuing his orders, Ye Gansheng should have fled in disgrace. Yet here he was, daring to accept the challenge. Did he truly believe himself comparable to the inept individuals of the Demon Suppression Pass? Yin Ryu took a deep breath. His audacity in besieging Ye Gansheng stemmed from the belief that Ye Gansheng's previous exploits were confined to the Demon Suppression Pass, whereas he hailed from the River of Realms. The adversaries he faced were cultivators of unparalleled prowess, far beyond the reach of Ye Gansheng's comprehension. In his eyes, Ye Gansheng's willingness to engage was merely a product of ignorance and arrogance. With a sardonic chuckle, Yin Ryu found himself incredulous. Even the most potent young cultivators would not dare boast of leading others to their doom in such dire circumstances. Where did Ye Gansheng summon such audacity? Even a heavenly-tier weapon could not alter that reality. Kill him. Use his head as a trophy, Yin Ryu declared with newfound seriousness. The demonic horde no longer hesitated. Their fear of Ye Gansheng transformed into boundless rage as they raised their weapons, charging at him. Kill! The demons cried in unison. All eyes were riveted on Ye Gansheng, eager to witness whether this guardian of the great Zhou, both familiar and foreign to them, could turn the tide in such desperate circumstances. Luo Keshuan inhaled deeply, finally poised to witness Ye Gansheng's true strength. She whispered, "Do not let me down." The onslaught from the demonic forces was relentless. In an instant, cultivators from all directions converged upon Ye Gansheng, creating an impenetrable net. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a mosquito caught within would meet its demise. The density of the attacks was astounding. The hearts of the citizens of Great Zhou were in their throats, for Ye Gansheng's victory was tied to their very lives. Even though it was Yen Ryu who instigated the conflict, a glimmer of hope lingered in the air. Naturally, they were anxious for Ye Gansheng, now ensnared in the encirclement. However, amidst the siege, Ye Gansheng stood as the calmest individual present, unaffected by the onslaught of demons. As he observed the impending assault, he expressionlessly drove the Seven Stars Divine Spear forcefully into the ground, the gem atop the spear igniting, unleashing a brilliant display of lightning and sparks. All the demons that charged forward in the first instance found themselves ensnared within a terrifying thunderstorm, their heart-wrenching cries reverberating across the arena. In the blink of an eye, the valiant demon warriors who had rushed in were reduced to nothing more than charred remains, utterly lifeless. A foul scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. "Continue," Ye Gansheng uttered nonchalantly. "Continue. Who among the surviving demons dares to advance now? Just moments ago, so many of our kin perished. Even a fool would recognize the futility of pressing on." Seeing the assembled demons hesitate, Ye Gansheng mocked, "What is this? Weren't you all eager to end my life? And now you're too frightened to approach?" His casual tone struck the ears of the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astonished. Was it truly that simple? It seemed as if Ye Gansheng regarded every adversary with an air of indifference, never once revealing a savage expression. Whether it was the recently slain sand dune beasts or the fallen demon warriors, the two factions appeared to operate on entirely different planes. "Do not let him intimidate you. Look at your fallen brethren at your feet. Remember them. Charge forth." Yen Ryu cried out passionately, with retreat no longer an option. The demons fixed their fierce gazes upon Ye Gansheng, the very being who had slaughtered countless of their kin. They surged forward in desperation. The renewed assault bore a distinctly different momentum. Ye Gansheng's previous actions seemed to have ignited their fury. Yet all present recognized this as merely a mask for their underlying fear. The encirclement formed once more, and Ye Gansheng brandished his spear with lethal intent. In the midst of the chaos, countless demon heads fell to the ground, many never even approaching close enough to catch a glimpse of Ye Gansheng before meeting their demise. The alleyway before the ruins echoed with screams and the clash of weapons, leaving the surrounding citizens and generals in a state of shock. This was the true battle against demons. This was the epitome of a brutal conflict. What had they previously endured? They had fancied their experiences as harrowing. Yet in comparison to Ye Gansheng's demon slaying, those encounters seemed like mere child's play. As the incense burned for a while longer, the onlookers remained dumbfounded, fixated on the blood-soaked Ye Gansheng, yet not a soul dared to intervene. The cultivators understood that any who fell into that deathly abyss would not survive even half the incense's duration. Only Ye Gansheng moved with ease within, slaying demons as effortlessly as one might drink water. Time ticked away, and the spectators transitioned from initial shock to numbness, eventually arriving at disbelief. The corpses of demons at the alley's entrance had piled high, with Ye Gansheng standing amidst them, spear in hand, his stature upright and commanding. Though drenched in blood, he retained the demeanor of a true warrior. The demons behind him dared not advance. The mountain of bodies before them instilled a profound fear. Yet Ye Gansheng, seemingly unfazed, flicked the demon blood from his 7 stars divine spear and declared, "Continue." "Continue? Is he not weary?" Nearly 30,000 demon troops, and at least a third have perished. While Ye Gansheng remains merely slightly soiled, not a single wound upon him, nor a tear in his garments. He is truly a celestial being among mortals. The surviving demon clan warriors were truly hesitant to continue the fight. Ye Gansheng's strength surpassed their expectations, proving to be more than tenfold stronger than before. How could they possibly engage? Charging forth would be tantamount to courting death, and they wouldn't even achieve the goal of exhausting their stamina. This time, no matter how Yen Ryu urged them, the demon clan warriors below were unwilling to march to their demise. Luo Ku Xian gazed at Ye Gansheng, Standing defiantly amidst the pile of demon corpses, her heart stirred. His invincible demeanor aptly described Ye Gansheng in this moment. Perhaps he could indeed strike down the demon clan, restoring peace and stability to humanity. A wave of astonished cheers erupted from the crowd. Ye Gansheng was a deity. How could so many demons fail to contend with him? It was nothing short of divine. How could I have ever derided him before? I must be cursed. Am I certain my eyes are not deceiving me? Is this truly the combat prowess of a human? He treats the demon horde with utter disdain. That last line was simply too magnificent. I wish to bear his offspring. Zhou Tianche's brow twitched involuntarily. Ye Gansheng's power was beyond his anticipation, yet still within the realm of acceptability. Wu Mingyue shared similar thoughts. If Ye Gansheng lacked even this level of strength, he would not have dared to come to the contest to claim a life. However, once the playful banter concluded, the situation would spiral into a hellish difficulty. The probability of Ye Gansheng emerging victorious was less than 1 in 1,000. As anticipated, Yan Ruyu, after a brief moment of hesitation, bypassed the strategy of exhausting stamina and directly initiated her killing plan. Everyone retreat, she commanded. Leaders from all factions, it's your turn to act. Upon her decree, a group of imposing figures, remnants of their former demonic glory, stepped out from the throng, exuding an overwhelming aura that deepened the oppressive atmosphere in the vicinity. The crowd fell silent, afraid to utter a word, as dark storm clouds gathered ominously above. It was known that a single bull demon leader could pursue Zhou's national master, Dao Yi, and now, over a dozen even stronger and more ruthless figures stood before Ye Gansheng. Even the most foolish would recognize the grave trouble Ye Gansheng faced. Chapter 53. The sole choice to stand with Ye Gansheng. The atmosphere grew grave, and the weight of the moment settled heavily upon all present. For they understood the minuscule probability of Ye Gansheng's victory in this battle. The demon clan leaders confronting Ye Gansheng were all above the 4th realm, and their numbers exceeded a dozen. How could one fight? There was simply no feasible way to engage. Even the so-called strongest regions in the world would approach such a scenario with utmost caution. Shui observed Ye Gansheng, encircled by a dozen demon clan leaders, and inquired of Luo Kuxian, is the foremost youth of the dominance of the world truly formidable? Luo Kuxian, pulling her gaze away from Ye Gansheng, instinctively replied, of course, he is remarkable, having attained a clear sword heart since birth. Among the younger generation of the Yuanling continent, he can be deemed invincible. Then, can the first prodigy of the young generation in dominance of the world break this impasse against Ye Gansheng's predicament? Shui asked tentatively. Luo Kuxian was momentarily left speechless. The unparalleled prodigy of the younger generation, Zongheng Tianxia, is indeed formidable. In her recollection, she has never known defeat. With a clear mind and exceptional perception, she has remarkably attained the 4th realm of cultivation within a mere 20 years. However, when confronted with the current peril that Ye Gansheng faces, Luo Kuxian believes that even the foremost individual among the younger generation would find it impossible to turn the tide, and would likely meet a swift demise. This is primarily due to the fact that the demon race is inherently better suited for cultivation than the human race. Thus, in terms of equal realms, demons invariably possess greater strength. A 4th realm demon leader might triumph through sheer talent against one opponent, perhaps even 2. But facing a dozen would be insurmountable. Aside from her master-esque contemporaries, there should be no one capable of overcoming such odds. Is that so? Shui inquired further. Noticing Luo Kuxian's silence, Luo Kuxian snapped back to reality and shook her head. Shui's disappointment was evident. Did this mean that Ye Gansheng was doomed? Yet, why did he refuse to flee in such dire circumstances? Luo Kuxian expressed her confusion, stating, I cannot discern his reasoning. He is unlike anyone I have ever encountered. Perhaps a miracle may occur. As for his reluctance to escape, it could be a matter of pride. Wu Mingyue's gaze remained fixed on Ye Gansheng, genuinely curious about his intended course of action. She had overheard the exchange between Luo Kuxian and Shui and shared their sentiments. The situation was undeniably dire for Ye Gansheng. Although he was more outstanding than the majority, having achieved the 4th realm at such a tender age, it was still insufficient. Indeed, he was far from adequate. What, then, was the source of his confidence in staying? Could he truly alter the outcome? Wu Mingyue was startled by the very thought. Zhou Tianche, while remaining vigilant to Yan Riyu's movements and tending to his injuries, naturally directed his attention towards Ye Gansheng as well. No matter how powerful an individual may be, there must be a limit. Ye Gansheng could not possibly contend with a dozen demon leaders. Fortunately, some time had been bought, allowing him a chance to recuperate. Yet, to the astonishment and bewilderment of those present, Ye Gansheng displayed no trace of fear or caution in the face of the several demon leaders. He maintained his carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Should I commend your composure or deem you reckless? Even in the face of death, you appear utterly unfazed. Even if it is but an act, you surpass the majority, remarked one of the demon leaders. Having slain so many of our kin, you will not escape today, declared another, blocking Ye Gansheng's retreat. I heard of your tale when I was by the Boundary River. I was almost assigned to the Demon Suppression Pass, allowing you to survive all these years. However, it is not too late to end your life now. With one foot planted on a stone, Ye Gansheng casually cleared his ear and retorted disdainfully. Do you truly believe you are vastly superior to those mere shrimp and crab soldiers from before? Although I have only just broken through to the fourth realm, under the influence of imperial-level techniques and mental disciplines, these so-called demon leaders are nothing more than pitiful creatures, easily vanquished. Arrogance. Do you have any notion of the forces you are up against? You dare to boast so shamelessly. A man covered in scales glared furiously at Ye Gansheng. In an instant, his formidable cultivation at the mid-stage of the fourth realm was laid bare. How powerful! Each of them was at the mid-stage of the fourth realm. Ye Gansheng was truly in deep trouble. A human cultivator remarked. It's over. It seems one cannot place too much faith in renown. Just a moment ago, I even believed Ye Gansheng was invincible, capable of vanquishing all the demon clans present. Wasn't he rather arrogant just now? Now, it's time for him to face some hardships. Indeed, Ye Gansheng had no intention of aiding us, now that he is in peril. We naturally cannot rush to his aid. Although there was no plan in place, this was actually an opportune moment to counterattack the demon clans. While Ye Gansheng was occupied with the demons, they could launch a surprise attack with substantial chances of success. However, gripped by fear and resentment towards Ye Gansheng, they decided to observe him perish before formulating any plans. Inaction would bear no consequences. After all, Ye Gansheng had intended to abandon them all. Now that he faced such a predicament, he had brought it upon himself. Yet, they failed to realize that had it not been for Ye Gansheng's intervention, they would have perished long ago, deprived even of the opportunity to stand here and converse. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. I will assist you. Immediately, a figure clad in white snow appeared beside Ye Gansheng, vigilantly surveying the surrounding demon leaders, poised to fight to the death. Not just Ye Gansheng, but all the citizens and cultivators were left astounded. Was there truly someone willing to help Ye Gansheng? It must be noted that he had just abandoned them all. Was this truly the time to join the fray? The demon leaders had encircled Ye Gansheng. He was nearly doomed, and offering assistance now was tantamount to seeking death. Was aYou foolish to accompany Ye Gansheng to his demise? aYou, come back. That is no place for you. Wu Mingyue shouted anxiously from behind. I will not retreat. You said that when humans face demons, they are united. We cannot fracture over trivial matters. We must cooperate. Her tone was resolute. aYou's words caused all the cultivators present to lower their heads. They felt a pang of guilt towards Ye Gansheng. Now, as he faced the demon horde once more, their choice to remain passive observers was no different from their past actions. However, it was far too dangerous. Joining the fray would be akin to courting death. Even those who recognized this did not dare to step forward. How touching. There is someone willing to accompany you to your end. The scaled man clapped mockingly, but as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a chill around his neck. In the next moment, before the eyes of all, his head fell to the ground, his gaze frozen in terror as he died. Ye Gansheng flicked the serpent blood from his blade, coldly stating, "It is quiet now." The headless corpse of the serpent demon leader slowly toppled, the severed head on the ground still marked by fear and disbelief. Even in death, he could not comprehend what had transpired. Everyone stood in stunned silence, having believed that Ye Gansheng was trapped in an inescapable predicament, with no chance of survival. Yet, he had effortlessly slain a demon leader. Although there was an element of ambush, it is important to recognize that the demon leaders present were all formidable figures, each surpassing the fourth realm, with the recently slain snake demon being a mid-stage powerhouse of the same level. The fact that they failed to react from such a distance speaks volumes about the astonishing speed of Ye Gansheng. Should anyone dare to prattle on endlessly, they might find themselves meeting a similar fate, death. Ye Gansheng expertly lifted the snake's head with his spear and tossed it at the feet of the demon leaders. Such audacity. Yet, it seems he possesses the merit to be so brazen. After 3 strikes, he had already slain 2 demon leaders. His strength is indeed extraordinary. In Shui, observing from behind, glanced beside her and then at the now distant Ye Gansheng, momentarily bewildered by the situation. When had he moved past her? He had been right beside her all along. As a 4th realm cultivator, she had failed to even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Yin Ryu was furious. Even before making a move, they had suffered losses, allowing Ye Gansheng to execute the demon leaders in front of so many. This was an utter humiliation. No more idle chatter. Let us attack together. Slay him, he proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing the command, the dozen or so demon leaders snapped out of their fear, no longer daring to underestimate Ye Gansheng, and steeled themselves for the confrontation. They were acutely aware that a moment's inattention could result in becoming a casualty beneath his spear. The impending battle was palpable. With Yin Shui taking a combat stance beside Ye Gansheng, while Wu Mingyue pressed her hand to her forehead. Her initial plan was to assist the great Zhou to some extent. However, if the situation escalated beyond her expectations, she intended to withdraw with the people of Great Qian. Now, with Yin Shui embroiled in Ye Gansheng's affairs, the danger had surged dramatically. Yet, there was no changing Yin Shui's resolute nature. Once she set her mind to something, it was immutable. However, if they could turn peril into safety, perhaps they might forge an alliance with such a prodigious talent as Ye Gansheng. Though the risks were considerable, the potential rewards were equally substantial. What must I do? Yin Shui inquired anxiously as the demon leaders encircled them. Simply observe from the sidelines, he replied. Without waiting for the demons to advance, Ye Gansheng charged ahead. While Yin Shui stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watched Ye Gansheng navigate seamlessly among the powerful demon leaders. The true battle commenced, and all eyes were riveted on this confrontation, unwilling to divert their focus for even a moment. Luo Keshuan watched intently, eager to see if Ye Gansheng could manifest even greater miracles in the face of adversity. No longer was it a one-sided massacre. The demons approached Ye Gansheng with utmost caution, testing the waters rather than revealing their full might. Meanwhile, Ye Gansheng glided among the demon leaders with apparent ease, primarily evading their attacks rather than launching his own. The situation grew tense. This marked the first time the onlookers witnessed Ye Gansheng not delivering instant kills. While they understood it was impossible for him to maintain such a pace indefinitely, witnessing it firsthand brought a sense of discomfort. It is worth noting that whether it was the martial city leaders, the bull demon chief, or the formidable beast known as the sand dune monster, including the freshly slain mid-stage snake demon leader, they were all formidable foes. Before Ye Gansheng, all were swiftly vanquished at a mere glance. Yet now, he found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Could it be that he truly could not prevail? Was that prior kill merely a result of a sneak attack? Countless long swords sliced past Ye Gansheng's visage, each encounter seemingly perilous. Yet every evasion was executed with impeccable precision, allowing him to narrowly avoid harm without significant movement. As time elapsed, Ye Gansheng adeptly discerned the attack patterns and vulnerabilities of over a dozen demon clan leaders. Among them, a tiger-faced demon leader bellowed in fury. If you possess the skill, do not evade. Engage in a true contest. The 8 Desolation Phantom steps were astonishingly swift. Even the gathered demons, expending their utmost efforts, could not lay a finger on Ye Gansheng, not even grazing the hem of his attire. Such a feat was enough to fray their nerves. Though the onlookers were astonished by Ye Gansheng's speed, they recognized that he was no fool. If he could maintain such velocity, why acquiesce to their demands? Prolonging the confrontation would yield little benefit for him, yet at least he remained alive, did he not? However, to everyone's utter disbelief, Ye Gansheng actually came to a halt. Brandishing his spear, he calmly declared, "Very well, I shall remain here motionless. If you have the ability, come and slay me." This statement incited a wave of astonishment among those present. What could Ye Gansheng possibly be contemplating? Having already fallen into an irretrievable disadvantage and surrounded, he had managed to rely on his speed to navigate peril. Yet here he was, foolishly standing still. What sort of reasoning was this? Zhou Tianxie, in disappointment, covered his face. Despite his unparalleled talent, his overly brash demeanor betrayed the poise expected of a true warrior. Wu Mingyue furrowed her brow, perplexed by Ye Gansheng's intentions. Luo Ku Xian shook her head. In her view, Ye Gansheng still possessed a sliver of hope through his speed. Yet he had now willingly crippled himself, an act tantamount to seeking death. Any previous admiration for Ye Gansheng evaporated, but there was no need for further concern, for it seemed inevitable that his life would soon reach its end. The common folk were equally incensed. Their fates were inextricably intertwined with Ye Gansheng's. His demise would spell their doom as well. Some pounded their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. What was he attempting to achieve? Faced with so many formidable demon warriors, could he not temper his temperament? Did he believe he was at the demon suppression pass? These were creatures of the boundary river, not on the same level at all. What was truly amiss with Ye Gansheng? I had said relying on him was futile. He was nothing but a simpleton. What a waste of talent. Why was it not bestowed upon someone more worthy? Seeing that Ye Gansheng was genuinely serious, standing firmly in place without budging, the demons erupted in laughter, charging forward. Not far behind, aYou watched this unfold, her anxious hands turning pale. Ye Gansheng, what must I do? At the moment a colossal demon lunged toward him, Ye Gansheng glanced at aYou, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Stay back, lest you be splattered with blood." What did you say? Ye Gansheng had indeed encountered a formidable demon up close. Just as aYou was anxiously contemplating how to assist him, the ferocious demon suddenly froze in place. In the next moment, its body was cleaved in two. It was only when the massive halves of its body collapsed, splattering green demon blood everywhere, that aYou grasped the words Ye Gansheng had uttered. Chapter 55. The demise of the several demon clan leaders. All perished without exception. aYou touched the demon blood on her face, blinking her innocent eyes in sheer bewilderment. After a long pause, she realized she should have heeded Ye Gansheng's advice to keep her distance, for the demon blood was quite repulsive. In the center of the arena, Ye Gansheng thrust the spear he held into the ground, facing the severed torso of the tiger demon leader, utterly lifeless. He had not been deceiving anyone. He had indeed remained motionless, not shifting an inch. The crowd had yet to recover from their astonishment when the demon clan leaders behind him surged forward, clearly unwilling to grant Ye Gansheng a moment's respite. Ye Gansheng remained steadfast, confronting the impenetrable lethal cage formed by the dozen or so powerful demons. What was to be done now? Was Ye Gansheng truly destined to perish? Just as the crowd felt their hearts leap into their throats, Ye Gansheng moved. His figure was ghostly, seemingly not altering his stance, yet his speed was astonishing. He announced. The crowd was perplexed. How could he still find the resolve to speak at such a critical juncture? What could he possibly mean? Amidst their confusion, a massive demon corpse was hurled forth, revealing its weasel form, though its tail had been severed, lifeless. Another had fallen. At this moment, the crowd began to comprehend what Ye Gansheng had meant by one. The battle raged on, with Ye Gansheng standing firm, impervious to the frantic strikes of the demon clan leaders, who could do nothing but flail their blades in vain. In that instant, Ye Gansheng spoke again, too. The crowd's hearts raced as they recognized that yet another demon clan leader was about to meet their end. As anticipated, shortly after Ye Gansheng's declaration, another demon leader's corpse was flung out, having been struck at its weak point, instantly lifeless. Now, the crowd was left speechless. Just moments ago, they had deemed Ye Gansheng overly arrogant, and Luo Keshuan, who had emptied her admiration, found her cheeks flushed with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Indeed, it was quite humiliating. She prided herself on being a formidable figure, well-versed and powerful. To think she had been as ignorant as the common people of Dezhou, Wu Mingyue was utterly stunned. In such a situation, she might have struggled to cope, despite being a genuine fifth-realm powerhouse. Yet Ye Gansheng handled it with remarkable ease. What could he not accomplish? Wu Mingyue pondered, her astonishment numbing her senses. Zhou Tianche was left to wonder what sort of extraordinary individual he had overlooked. With such exceptional talent and formidable abilities, why had no one ever informed him of Ye Gansheng before? To comprehend the current situation, one must recognize that Ye Gansheng is not merely contending with insignificant minions, but rather with formidable demon clan leaders capable of single-handedly vanquishing thousands. Yet, Ye Gansheng faces this challenge with an air of effortless composure, as if the demon leaders, upon encountering him, have collectively diminished in strength. As time elapsed, the number of slain demon leaders reached an astonishing 10, while Ye Gansheng remained steadfast, unmoving like a sandbag. This implies that should he unleash his full potential, the ensuing battle would be nothing short of a massacre for the demon clan. The remaining 5 demon leaders, now wary, cautiously distanced themselves from Ye Gansheng. Their once confident countenances now marred by expressions of terror. From the earlier skirmishes, they concluded that, over the decades since entering the battlefield, few could rival Ye Gansheng's extraordinary prowess. He has transformed slaughter into an art form, a testament to his unwavering self-assurance regarding his abilities, never doubting his capacity to overcome the formidable demon leaders before him. With the 7 stars divine spear in hand, Ye Gansheng stood amidst the corpses of the demon leaders, resembling an invincible deity. High atop the bell tower in Chang'an, Zhou Huanling observed the unfolding spectacle, rendered speechless by the sight of Ye Gansheng. Embodying the essence of a war god, she was overwhelmed, astonished to the point of numbness, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Drawing a deep breath, her delicate hand gently pressed against her heart, as the magnitude of Ye Gansheng's surprise left her utterly bewildered. Since his arrival at the arena, she had harbored doubts about his ability to break through, but his repeated displays of invincibility reassured her that her concerns were utterly unfounded. Each display of his unmatched prowess resonated within her, igniting feelings of admiration and infatuation. Her affinity for the strong was magnified when that strength belonged to someone she cherished. It felt eerily familiar. She had envisioned her future husband countless times, imagining an exaggerated and almost fantastical figure, one she believed could never truly exist. Yet today, Ye Gansheng embodied everything she had envisioned, equally powerful, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, and dismissing the myriad of demon warriors as inconsequential. All these elements coalesced to elevate Ye Gansheng in Zhou Huanling's eyes to a status that surpassed mere mortals, earning her profound respect and reverence. Her admiration for him solidified her resolve. Regardless of the cost, she would win back his affection. At that moment, the arena was a gruesome tableau of carnage, and Ye Gansheng regarded the remaining demon leaders with disdain. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are vastly different from those pitiful minions, in my eyes. You are all the same, equally worthless. In a mocking tone, Ye Gansheng inquired. Although the leader of the demon clan was infuriated, he found himself unable to refute Ye Gansheng's taunts and could only seethe in silence. Very well. As the cheers of the townsfolk erupted around him, Ye Gansheng paid them no heed, stifling a yawn. Addressing the remaining demon clan leaders, he said, "Make haste. I am pressed for time. If you do not comply, I shall take matters into my own hands and eliminate you." His willingness to engage with these demon leaders was merely to familiarize himself with the intricacies of the Dao Bone, harmonizing it with the entropy universe's record to seek out the vulnerabilities of his foes. After all, while rewards were consistently forthcoming, opportunities for actual combat were scarce, and this occasion was a rare one. However, he had nearly exhausted the experiment. The value of these demon leaders had diminished. Enough, you may as well perish. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Ye Gansheng's hand rose gently before descending. Suddenly, a tempest brewed, the clouds obscuring the sky parted, and a colossal golden handprint descended upon the heads of the surviving demon leaders, instantly reducing them to a crimson mist. The might of the Oblivion Rebirth Palm was truly extraordinary. Even the combined efforts of several demon leaders at the Fourth Realm could not withstand it for a mere moment. They were all slain, with no survivors. A profound silence enveloped the arena. I kindly request everyone to leave a 5-star review. The book may not be exceptional, but the author is diligent in updates. This segment of the narrative was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 56. What exactly does Ye Gansheng aspire to achieve? In the center of the martial arts arena lay a vast pit, most familiar to the legal hall's advisor, Huang Run. The handprint before him was identical to one he had observed a short while ago in the mountains behind the imperial city, though he was already aware of it. Its reappearance still exhilarated Huang Ren. The silent crowd was utterly astonished. At this moment, with the demise of the demon leaders, they remained perplexed as to how Ye Gansheng had triumphed. It was important to note that Ye Gansheng was merely at the Fourth Realm. By conventional logic, he should have struggled against even one of the demon leaders. Yet, what was the outcome? Ye Gansheng had effortlessly vanquished all the demon leaders without leaving a single one alive. How had he accomplished such a feat? Could it be that he was indeed a divine being? Otherwise, there was simply no way to rationally explain his prowess. Ye Xing and Jiang Sucheng were utterly dumbfounded. The solitary figure standing amidst the ruins was truly their son, Ye Gansheng. How could it be that, despite his lackluster talent in childhood, he had become so formidable? In terms of appearance, demeanor, and tone, they could ascertain with absolute certainty that the slayer of the demon leaders was indeed their son. As for what he had undergone to attain such power, they were at a loss. They only knew that they had missed an opportunity for meteoric rise, a chance that was irrevocably lost, with no possibility of redemption. Ye Xing had initially hoped for Ye Gansheng to fall at the hands of the demon strongmen, but now, numbed by the shock of his son's power, he dared not believe his own eyes. If Ye Gansheng had possessed such strength from the very beginning, why did he not resist initially? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out. He had unknowingly teetered on the brink of death countless times. If anyone in attendance was to be most astonished, it would undoubtedly be Luo Keshuan, who had a clear understanding of the formidable power held by the leaders of the. As a member of the renowned Tianjin sect, she was acutely aware of the combat prowess of those leaders, all of whom surpassed the fourth realm. Even among the most distinguished in the world, few could rival them, except for perhaps her master, and even her senior brother might falter. Yet, a mere young man, born in the great Zhou with no resources to speak of, had so effortlessly achieved this. Had someone told her just an instant ago that Ye Gansheng could accomplish such feats, she would have deemed them a fool. Even now, she subconsciously questioned her own perception, wondering if she were still ensnared in a dream. In just a single day, the astonishment Ye Gansheng had brought her was overwhelming. From witnessing his youthful prowess and fearless spirit in the sky to repeatedly believing he had reached his limit, that man consistently demonstrated through his actions that he could surpass any obstacle. The quantity and strength of his adversaries were utterly insufficient. At that moment, Luo Keshuan truly acknowledged her master's assessment of Ye Gansheng, even believing it to be an understatement. She felt an overwhelming desire to present Ye Gansheng before her master, eager to witness the astonishment on her master's face. Before Ye Gansheng, who would dare claim invincibility? Merely a flock of worthless chickens, slaying them posed no challenge. Ye Gansheng confidently proclaimed as he thrust the 7 stars divine spear into the ground. What magnificent spirit! Such a figure graces our great Zhou. Ye Gansheng is indeed the true dragon of our nation. Yes, they are but a collection of insignificant creatures. No matter their number, Ye Gansheng shall vanquish them all. Let them come if they dare. Fortunately, our great Zhou is blessed with Ye Gansheng. They are not to be feared. The people of Great Zhou now hold Ye Gansheng in the highest esteem, so much so that they would willingly kneel and apologize, provided he continues to safeguard Chang'an. As the tides of battle turned, the remaining began to falter, retreating uncontrollably. He is too powerful. Ye Gansheng is simply too strong. Just as before, no matter how many elite commanders are dispatched, they ultimately meet their demise at his hands. There are no exceptions. Ye Gansheng is their natural nemesis. Seeing the once arrogant warriors reveal fear, the cultivators of Great Zhou could not help but gloat, hurling ridicule at the. In the sky, Yin Ruyu's face darkened to the extreme. She had initially planned to breach Chang'an and gradually erode Great Zhou, establishing this place as a stronghold for the. The plan had been progressing smoothly until the emergence of Ye Gansheng shattered all her schemes. Clenching his fist tightly and then releasing it, Yin Ryu was engulfed by a profound sense of regret for his recent decision to retain Ye Gansheng, who had clearly intended to depart with a woman. Overwhelmed by his own foolishness, he buried his face in his hands in disbelief. The man had been poised to leave, yet he had insisted on keeping him here. However, lamenting now was futile. The demon army had suffered nearly half of its forces, with not a single leader surviving. While he could indeed slay Ye Gansheng, the ever-watchful Zhou Tianche stood nearby, a menacing presence. He had failed. Folding his fan, he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Ye Gansheng, vowing silently that today he would let him go, but the next time they met would herald his demise. Just wait, Ye Gansheng. Zhou Tianche exhaled a quiet sigh of relief upon noticing Yin Ruyu's intent to depart. Currently still injured, he knew that Wu Mingyue, the only one capable of matching Yin Ryu in battle, was unable to assist De Zhou. Allowing Yin Ryu to leave was indeed the best course of action. Though De Zhou had suffered tremendous losses, the demon clan had also paid a hefty price, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. Just as all the cultivators began to relax, believing the ordeal had finally come to an end, a jarring voice pierced the air. When did I permit your departure? The moment Yin Ryu heard this voice, an instinctual wave of chilling danger washed over him, prompting a reflexive evasion. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the sky, and a drop of demon blood fell from above. Everyone, including Zhou Tianche, stood in stunned silence, witnessing Yin Ruyu bleed, narrowly escaping being impaled by a spear. What was Ye Gansheng thinking? Wasn't it enough to let Yin Ruyu leave? Why did he choose to strike? Perhaps Ye Gansheng had demonstrated unparalleled strength against a dozen demon leaders, far exceeding everyone's expectations, but their cultivation levels were relatively comparable. Yin Ruyu, however, was a true master of the fifth realm, possessing an absolute superiority in realm over Ye Gansheng. No matter how formidable Ye Gansheng might be, he could not transcend the chasm of their respective realms. Much like an innate suppression, a lower realm cultivator, regardless of their talent or strength, could never prevail against a higher realm opponent. Could Ye Gansheng truly create a miracle? The vast majority were skeptical. Chapter 57. Is it a crime to fear death? Does everyone possess the prowess of Ye Gansheng? Yin Ruyu touched the wound on his body, a vivid crimson staining his vision, coupled with the stinging pain on his face, igniting a furious blaze within him. How utterly ungrateful, having just lost tens of thousands of his own troops and numerous demon leaders. He had yet to seek retribution against Ye Gansheng, yet the latter audaciously pressed on, refusing to let him go. Did he truly regard him as insignificant? Or did he believe Yin Ruyu was akin to those demon leaders he had just dispatched? Regardless of the reason, Yin Ruyu felt he had been grievously insulted. You think you can take advantage of your numbers? Yin Ruyu spoke coldly, setting aside whether they will aid you. I possess 1,000 methods to ensure that after I eliminate you, I will still depart unscathed. In an instant, the oppressive force of the 5 realms poured forth. The trees below began to sway autonomously, as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the clouds above parted to reveal the ominous rolling thunder within. The atmosphere surged to its zenith. Many commoners, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from Yin Ruyu, bent low, while some even collapsed to the ground, desperately seeking to escape the terrifying aura. Yin Ruyu was indeed furious. The people of the Great Zhou could scarcely comprehend why Ye Gansheng refused to allow the situation to unfold peacefully, insisting on provoking him. It was evident that survival was a challenge for all, and should Yin Ruyu choose to disregard the celestial laws of Zhou Tian and instead embark on a massacre, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Yet, their grievances remained unvoiced, stifled by the sheer intensity of the oppressive force, leaving them only to glare at Ye Gansheng. As fate would have it, I too had no intention of letting you go. Fools can be overlooked, but one who seeks to take my life must be eliminated. Ye Gansheng remained unfazed by the overwhelming pressure, responding with ease as his spear danced in the wind. The surrounding cultivators were in disbelief. Had Ye Gansheng truly resolved to confront Yin Ruyu? Was his mind truly sound? In the past few hours, Ye Gansheng had indeed descended like a celestial being, performing numerous miracles that had captured the attention and admiration of all. However, certain things could not be compensated for by mere talent. Yin Ruyu was a seasoned fox demon, having cultivated for countless years, whereas Ye Gansheng was merely a youth in his early 20s. Even an exceptionally gifted prodigy required time to mature. Ye Gansheng's confrontation with Yin Ruyu was akin to a newborn tiger facing an adult water buffalo. Regardless of the future potential to become the king of the forest, he must first endure the process of growth. If just moments ago, many powerful cultivators had hoped for Ye Gansheng to excel against a dozen demon leaders, now not a single person in attendance believed in him. Zhou Tianxie spoke with resignation. Do not act rashly. This is already the best outcome. If this continues, both sides will suffer, and to what end? Should Yin Ruyu wish to eliminate Ye Gansheng, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost, which is the essence of mutual destruction. Wu Mingyue interjected, urging, Ye Gansheng, you are a talent worth nurturing. In 10 years, not even the formidable Yin Ruyu, let alone stronger demons, will pose a challenge for you. Why rush to your own detriment? Her admiration for Ye Gansheng had always been evident, and she naturally wished for him to tread further along his path. Until now, she had remained silent, but given the current circumstances, she felt compelled to intervene, hoping he would cease his obstinate provocation of Yin Ruyu. After all, Yin Ruyu had initially chosen to disregard Ye Gansheng and intended to depart, indicating that the cost of taking his life would not be trivial. This meant there was still a path of retreat, should Ye Gansheng choose to take it. At that moment, Luo Kexuan also stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Kexian, a direct disciple of the esteemed second elder of the Tianjin sect of Zongheng Tianxia. I have come specifically to seek you out. In the future, you shall find yourself in a realm of vast possibilities and grand stages. You ought not to falter here. Let it go. This marks the first utterance of Luo Kuxian, who, recognizing the obstinacy of Ye Gansheng, hopes her words may persuade this yet unfolded prodigy to relinquish his reckless pursuits. Matters can be revisited in due time. Some onlookers began to echo her sentiments, expressing, "Indeed, we acknowledge your prowess. There is no need for further demonstration. We implore you to cease your reckless proclamations, for we too shall perish alongside you. After enduring so much, must you charge forth to your doom? Even the Dragon Emperor cannot contend with him. Why do you persist in your folly? There remains an opportunity. Must you continue to provoke him? Is it so difficult to exercise restraint?" Yu, arms crossed and gazing down upon the crowd, let a cold smile grace her lips. Were it feasible, she would prefer not to unveil her trump card to eliminate Ye Gansheng, as such an action would lack merit. Upon her return, she would report to her superiors, who would assess the threat posed by Ye Gansheng, and assuredly, someone would be dispatched to deal with him. After all, those who are excessively gifted and defy the heavens shall not be permitted to flourish by the demon clans. As for the great Zhou, they too shall be encompassed in due course. Those fortunate enough to survive today shall become sustenance and servitude for the demon race in the future. Ye Gansheng, upon hearing the collective murmurs, could only smile ruefully. The crowd frowned, perplexed by his laughter. Was he truly at peace? Yet why did the lance in his grip still exude such vigor? He then raised his gaze, his eyes resolute, proclaiming, "Fortunately, I am not affiliated with you people of the great Zhou. That would be utterly shameful. The demon race has come to slaughter countless of our kin, and yet, when the advantage lies with me, you allow the enemy's commander to escape. Such a notion is unheard of. If you are so terrified of death, why venture outside at all? You might as well remain in the safety of your homes." Many fell silent, for Ye Gansheng had struck a chord deep within them. To govern by strength while allowing the enemy to invade one's homeland, only to hesitate at the thought of confrontation, was indeed cowardly. However, one cultivator countered with displeasure. "If even the Dragon Emperor is no match for him, should we throw ourselves into certain death? Is such needless sacrifice truly warranted?" His words resonated with the crowd, who swiftly found justification. Unnecessary sacrifices were indeed avoidable, and conserving one's strength was the prudent choice. Ye Gansheng displayed an expression of despair towards the assembled multitude, withdrawing his lance from the crevice. Were all of them mere ornaments? If one among them dared to take a step forth and challenge him, he would have no excess flesh to share. They cowered, unwilling to advance. Did they subconsciously believe this matter concerned only him? This time, the crowd fell silent, their heads bowed. Ye Gansheng spoke the truth. Had the members of the human race possessed a modicum of courage and resolved to vanquish Yenryu, alongside Zhou Tianche and Wu Mingyue, the prospects of victory would indeed have been significant. Moreover, they subconsciously distanced themselves from the matter, believing it solely pertained to Ye Gansheng. Fearful, desiring to escape death, is there any shame in fearing for one's life? Do they think everyone possesses the fortitude of Ye Gansheng? Observing the silence of the crowd, Ye Gansheng spoke with ease. "Do not feel guilty for your cowardice. For all the heroes and righteous souls of the great Zhou perished at the demon suppression pass over the past decade, I am the sole survivor." Having declared this, Ye Gansheng surged forth like a swift arrow, intent on confronting Yenryu. Chapter 58. Vanquishing the Mockers. Ye Gansheng's power surge. Even in the face of defeat, even when death looms ahead, must one not boldly forge onward? The people of the great Zhou gazed, astonished, at Ye Gansheng charging ahead. They could not comprehend why he would advance knowing the inevitable fate that awaited him, yet the spirit he displayed illuminated their own cowardice. All the cultivators hung their heads in shame. Those who had just opposed Ye Gansheng covered their faces, mortified by their previous conduct. 10 years ago, those who dared to approach the demon suppression pass were heroes, brave and indomitable, the pillars of the great Zhou, yet they fell at the front line to protect their homeland. Ye Gansheng remained the only survivor. Not only did they fail to accord him the respect he deserved, but they also continued to taunt him. Indeed, in comparison to Ye Gansheng and the hundreds of cultivators who perished at the demon suppression pass, they were undeniably cowardly. What right did such timid souls have to mock Ye Gansheng, who dared to confront foes more powerful than himself? Such a talent. Why was he not born in our great Qian? It is a pity that at this moment, Wu Mingyue regarded Ye Gansheng with newfound admiration for his courage, wisdom, and loyalty. A heroic youth should embody such qualities. Many of the relatively powerful cultivators clenched their fists, only to ultimately relent with a sigh. In comparison to Ye Gansheng, they indeed felt somewhat cowardly. He was so much younger, and it was truly embarrassing. What is there to be ashamed of? Is it not paramount to preserve one's own life? To charge forward and meet death as he does, is that not the height of folly? Moreover, 10 years ago, we had our reasons. 10 years ago, we feared the demon suppression pass, and now, a decade later, we fear Yen Ryu's vengeance. Is this anything but cowardice? The crowd fell silent. All eyes were fixed upon Ye Gansheng, who soared skyward like a sharp sword, unyielding and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yen Ryu had not anticipated that Ye Gansheng would truly dare to make a move, and his anger flared at this audacity. A mere fourth-tier cultivator, emboldened by a heavenly-grade weapon, dared to challenge him? Such ignorance of death. The long spear grazed his folding fan, producing a discordant metallic screech. As the spear flew, an ethereal fox claw emerged from behind Yen Ryu, poised to strike a fatal blow. Ye Gansheng seemed to have foreseen this. He executed a roll, extending his left hand to reclaim the flying spear, while his right hand unleashed the silence rebirth palm, dispersing Yen Ryu's phantom claw. In an instant, the spear was redirected, once more aimed at Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu was not surprised by Ye Gansheng's flawless response. After all, Ye Gansheng had spent a decade on the battlefield, facing real combat. However, the disparity in strength could not merely be bridged by skill. With a cold smirk, Yen Ryu extended her left hand, raising 2 fingers to effortlessly press the gunblade down. You are still too inexperienced. Seizing the opportunity, a foxtail shot out, ensnaring Ye Gansheng and then violently flinging him to the ground. Boom. The impact created a deep crater in the earth. Injured? Was it possible? A miracle had not occurred, and Ye Gansheng had sustained injuries. Although this outcome was anticipated, the onlookers were still astounded. In their minds, Ye Gansheng was supposed to be invincible. He should have conjured another miracle as he had done previously. It was not unusual for a 5th-tier cultivator to overpower a 4th-tier cultivator, especially when the former was a demon. Yet it was rather impressive that Ye Gansheng had managed to hold on for several rounds. Nonetheless, due to Ye Gansheng's earlier display of invincibility, the crowd subconsciously harbored elevated expectations for him. Alas, in the face of absolute power, alternative possibilities were non-existent. Luo Keshuan held her forehead, pondering why he refused to heed advice. Ye Gansheng was indeed formidable, gifted beyond measure, yet he required time to mature. In the current predicament, even if he survived, his resolve would undoubtedly waver. Such a pity. Zhou Tianxie observed coldly, lost in his thoughts. He understood that the events unfolding meant Ye Gansheng would either serve him or perish, and neither outcome was within his control. In essence, Ye Gansheng's life or death was equally acceptable to him. However, should he remain indifferent now, if Ye Gansheng managed to survive, it would be significantly more challenging to win him over later. Yet, the probability of Ye Gansheng surviving was a mere fraction. Wu Mingyue silently watched, resolute in her decision to risk even a few hidden cards to save Ye Gansheng. Such choices were rare for her, but the potential greatness of Ye Gansheng was undeniable. She felt a sense of pity for his talent. Are you still arrogant? In the face of overwhelming strength, your bravado and courage are utterly worthless. You would be better off retreating into your shell like a turtle. Perhaps in 10 years, you could seek revenge, Yen Ryu remarked. As the rubble shifted, Ye Gansheng emerged, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled. I do not delay my vengeance. Waiting 10 years? What if you die? Who would I seek revenge against then? Yen Ryu furrowed her brow, nodding slightly. You possess courage. Even after witnessing so many extraordinary talents, you surpass them by far. Yet today, you shall meet your demise. I hope you are true to your word, for I am a person of honesty and integrity. When I say I will kill you, I shall do so. With that, Ye Gansheng seized his weapon and charged once more into battle against Yen Ryu. This time, he exhibited greater preparation, deliberately targeting Yen Ryu's weaknesses with each assault. For a moment, he managed to suppress her slightly, yet the gap in their abilities was insurmountable. No matter his efforts, Ye Gansheng could not breach the defenses she had established. A sense of anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. The cultivators present were now engulfed in a profound dilemma. Should they engage, they might very well eliminate Yen Ryu, who was currently completely restrained by Ye Gansheng. Yet, fear held them back, for failure would mean certain death. Some of the more formidable cultivators discreetly surveyed their surroundings, noting that none dared to take action, and ultimately, they too remained inactive. They incessantly concocted justifications in their minds, yet could not quell the nagging self-reproach for their cowardice. Meanwhile, Ye Gansheng, like a relentless automaton devoid of pain, continued his assault on Yen Ruyu, brandishing his spear with fervor. Gradually, the once assured Yen Ruyu found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. Were anyone to assist Ye Gansheng at this moment, victory over Yen Ruyu would be within reach. However, aside from the ever-watchful Yin Shui, who had been seeking an opportunity to aid Ye Gansheng, no one else stepped forward. Despite the clarity of the situation, the human cultivators below remained stagnant, comforted by the inertia of Zhou Tianche, which further solidified their complacency. The shattering of the soul. Ultimately, Yen Ruyu resorted to his trump card. A colossal eight-tailed fox leapt from his back, sinking its fangs into Ye Gansheng, tearing at him before slamming him violently to the ground. Silence ensued. Had he perished? Ye Gansheng ultimately paid the price for his recklessness. Death was the consequence of his arrogance, a grim testament to his so-called valor. Why was it necessary? Though the guardians of their kind were these foolish beings, they could not fathom the inexplicable. Just as the crowd believed the ordeal had reached its conclusion, Yen Ruyu, incensed by the expenditure of his trump card, declared, "A mere fourth-tier cultivator has cost me one of my trump cards. Every single one of the great Zhou must pay the price. Not a single one shall remain. Mark my words, tomorrow, not one of you will survive. All shall perish." The assembly was left astounded. Hadn't everything come to an end? Why had the situation shifted so dramatically? Were they not alive? As they exchanged terrified glances, they looked up to find Yen Ruyu's figure reduced to a mere speck. It was over. Zhou Tianche's pupils constricted, momentarily engulfed in confusion. He had believed everything concluded, only to realize it was merely the beginning. Ye Gansheng had been correct. They should have united to vanquish Yen Ruyu. Allowing him to escape was a grave error. Yet now, the opportunity had fled, and regret was futile. It was all Ye Gansheng's fault for provoking Yen Ruyu. Now, not only was he dead, but they too faced impending doom. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, yet their resentful gazes towards Ye Gansheng spoke volumes. In the next moment, a grim-faced Yin Shui appeared before those who had harbored animosity towards Ye Gansheng. "What do you intend to do?" one cultivator stammered. Yin Shui uttered not a word. Her dark, emotionless eyes surveyed the crowd before. Amidst their incredulous stares, she unsheathed her sword and severed the head of the cultivator in one swift motion. The surrounding individuals were immediately struck with fear and retreated. Shaking the blood off his sword, Yin Shui coldly remarked, "If one is dead, there is no need to fear death. Ye Gansheng, as a hero, has been slandered and mocked by you time and again. He deserved to perish long ago." This statement seemed to touch upon the most sensitive nerves of the cultivators present. After all, who would willingly confess to their own cowardice? Coupled with their trepidation, they hastily drew their weapons, encircling Yin Shui. "How dare a person from Deqian kill one of our Zhou? Are you seeking death? What pretense of virtue is this? Hasn't Ye Gansheng already brought enough trouble upon himself? If he had not abandoned the demon suppression pass, could it have fallen? You wretched creature, do you think you can curry favor with Ye Gansheng? Now that he is dead, you are enraged? What qualifications do you have to speak to us?" Yin Shui slowly gripped his long sword, his expression indifferent, utterly disinterested in debating with the crowd, remaining vigilant against any imminent attack. Wu Mingyue furrowed her brow. Engaging in battle with Deqian at this moment would place them at a disadvantage in numbers, and she was not a match for Zhou Tianche. However, she would not reproach Yin Shui, for his words echoed her own sentiments. When facing the demon race, they cowered, yet were all too eager to besiege their own kind. It was no wonder Ye Gansheng chose to ignore them. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Yin Shui prepared to counter, a voice that resonated throughout the cosmos boomed, "Who dares to strike? Ye Gansheng, he is still alive?" Instantly, every eye in the vicinity turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a black and gold figure slowly rising from the ruins. Surrounded by a swirling aura of black and red, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. What was happening? Why did the aura exuded by Ye Gansheng appear so overwhelmingly powerful? It was at least tenfold stronger than before. Ye Gansheng's eyes shimmered with golden light, yet they were distinctly cold as he fixed his gaze upon those brandishing weapons at Yin Shui. His black-gold robe billowed without wind, and his once ink-black hair had transformed to white, rendering him a truly fearsome sight, as if he had entered a peculiar state. Gathering energy in his left hand, An immense wave of force radiated outward. In an instant, the cultivators who had just aimed their weapons at aYou collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, with some of the weaker ones closing their eyes, oblivious to their fates. You refuse to drink the toast, but choose the penalty instead. Ye Gansheng's gaze was exceedingly frigid. Since his rebirth, he had been aware of these individuals' true natures and had chosen to remain indifferent, for it was not worth his while to become inexplicably enraged. However, it now appeared that his consistent restraint had only led them to grow increasingly ungrateful and audacious. Clenching his fist, he felt the imperial blood surging within him. In truth, when facing Yin Ryu earlier, he had recognized that without igniting his imperial blood, he was no match for her. Yet he had wished to ascertain the limits of his current abilities. Clearly, as a cultivator at the initial stage of the fourth realm, he could only slay those at the pinnacle of the fourth realm without resorting to his trump cards. Nevertheless, he was somewhat satisfied with his strength, having managed to stand against Yin Ryu without defeat. The intensity of the flames was astonishing. If unleashed directly, would it not bring about cataclysmic destruction? The blood of the emperor had now become the most formidable trump card for Ye Gansheng. Observing that Ye Gansheng had miraculously survived and even amplified his strength manifold left the citizens of the great Zhou gaping in disbelief. How could one withstand the onslaught of a fifth-tier cultivator's hidden weapon and emerge unscathed? Yet, what astonished the gathered crowd even more was Ye Gansheng's audacity to strike at his own kin. What was he contemplating? They were all of the human race. Even amidst disputes, such actions seemed unwarranted. However, none dared voice their thoughts, for at that moment, Ye Gansheng was a figure of sheer terror. Under the bewildered gazes of all present, Ye Gansheng tossed the 7 stars divine spear to aYou, declaring, "Whoever dares to move shall face dire consequences. This matter is far from over. Once I have skinned that fox, I shall deal with them." aYou, trembling as she grasped the celestial weapon, was engulfed in uncertainty. As the onlookers pondered the meaning behind Ye Gansheng's words, he soared into the sky with extraordinary swiftness, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Within mere breaths, a crimson object began to materialize in the heavens, rapidly descending towards the arena. In the next instant, it crashed to the ground, leaving the observers wide-eyed in shock. It was none other than Yin Ryu, who had only recently departed. At that moment, Yin Ryu appeared in a woeful state, her fox-like features more pronounced. Fine white fur sprouting from her body, stained with blood. This was a clear sign that she was on the verge of losing her human form. Who could have inflicted such a fate upon the fifth-tier Yin Ryu? Was there anyone present capable of such a feat? Could it be that the forces of the world had learned of the demonic invasion in the Great Zhou and sent reinforcements? In the next moment, a white-haired youth, exuding a blood-red aura that warped the very fabric of space, planted his foot upon Yin Ryu's head. "Did you think I was dead? How amusing. Did you truly believe it?" The chapter unfolded with a grand narrative, merging 2 segments into one, leaving the afternoon devoid of further developments. Chapter 59. The collective shock and confusion of the crowd as Ye Gansheng released Yin Ryu. As the lark flitted past and the rain clouds dispersed, the spectators at the martial arena felt as though their souls had been stripped away, ensnared in an incredible dream that felt all too surreal. Zhou Tianche, who had wielded power for over a decade, wore an expression of utter bewilderment for the first time. Confusion and incomprehension enveloped him, his mind akin to a malfunctioning machine, unable to process the unfolding events. Luo Keshuan stared vacantly at Ye Gansheng, repeating the scene in her mind, and ultimately, she had once again underestimated his prowess. Was this man destined never to falter? Regardless of how perilous the situation became, he not only transformed danger into opportunity, but also triumphed against all odds. With overwhelming strength, he obliterated anyone who dared to stand in his way. Such defiance of the laws of the world was unfathomable. Yet, Luo Keshuan understood that there existed individuals who defied the very fabric of reality, and it was evident that Ye Gansheng was one of them. Just an hour prior, she had naively believed that Ye Gansheng would feel exhilarated and joyous at the prospect of dominating the world. Now, she began to worry whether Ye Gansheng would be willing to accompany her in traversing the world. After all, Ye Gansheng's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Not far away, Wu Mingyue let out a sigh of relief, for at least she and aYou would not have to confront the siege from the Great Zhou. She felt fortunate that aYou and Ye Gansheng had forged a bond of goodwill. Wu Mingyue had long since grown numb to Ye Gansheng's strength. From his initial annihilation of Wu Cheng to every subsequent event, culminating in his defeat of Yen Ryu. Each of Ye Qiansheng's actions defied logic. The citizens of the Great Zhou exclaimed, Ye Qiansheng is still alive? Could he truly be a monster? Even the most formidable of the fox demons couldn't vanquish him? How astonishing. Thankfully, if it were not for Ye Qiansheng, allowing that fox demon to escape would have plunged the Great Zhou into a vortex of death once more. Just moments ago, they were terrified, believing their demise was imminent, yet here they were, alive, all thanks to Ye Qiansheng. Now, do you realize the need to express gratitude to Ye Qiansheng? Just a short while ago, when Ye Qiansheng faced the foe alone, did you not relish in mockery? Had he not slain the fox demon, I wonder how you would have met your end. It seems that the valiant cultivators of the Great Zhou departed a decade ago, leaving behind only timid souls who prefer to shirk responsibility. When Ye Qiansheng battled Yen Ryu, not a single person stepped forward to assist. The onlookers, though they did not name names, were well aware that the citizens were speaking of them. However, now, under Ye Qiansheng's imposing presence, wounded and unable to attend to the populace, they merely hoped he would spare them. Yet, the citizens' words harbored a subtle undertone, directly aimed at the current emperor, Zhou Tianche. The martial governance of Zhou Tianche had always espoused the tenet of unwavering courage, unafraid of bloodshed. Yet, his recent conduct mirrored that of the other cultivators in the Great Zhou, cowardly and timid. Despite being the strongest apart from Yen Ryu, he consistently refrained from intervening. Even during the entanglement between Ye Qiansheng and Yen Ryu, this nearly led to Ye Qiansheng's demise at her hands. However, the citizens dared not openly mock the emperor, resorting instead to veiled insinuations. Zhou Tianche clenched his fist, a surge of unnamed fury coursing through him, contemplating punishing the citizens who had just mocked him for their insolence. Yet, he understood that such an act would result in widespread alienation. His recent display had indeed been less than commendable, bordering on cowardice. Nevertheless, he had his own considerations. Ye Qiansheng's fate, whether dead or alive, mattered little to him. Yet, the thought of Ye Qiansheng surviving after he had abandoned him was intolerable. Had Ye Qiansheng perished, he could have earned the title of a wise ruler. Now, with Ye Qiansheng alive and having slain Yen Ryu, that title would transform from wise ruler to tyrant. The labels of cowardice and timidity would haunt him for a lifetime. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Tianche's fists clenched even tighter. The thoughts of those around him were of no concern to Ye Qiansheng, who casually placed his foot upon Yen Ryu's head and asked, "Were you not intent on killing me? Rise, or do you intend to slay me in your dreams instead?" From the moment Yen Ryu made her move against him, he had no intention of sparing her, fully aware of his capability to end her life. The reality was indeed as he perceived. It was simply impossible. Who are you? How can you possess such formidable strength? You cannot possibly be in your 20s. Yen Ryu bellowed in disarray. Despite having cultivated for centuries and manifesting 8 tails, she found herself utterly powerless before Ye Qiansheng. In her worldview, such a scenario was unimaginable, a sentiment echoed by many. Ye Qiansheng had already defied expectations by achieving the 4th realm at such a tender age, a once-in-a-century prodigy. To defeat Yen Ryu, who had reached the no-boundary stage and cultivated 8 tails, was an accomplishment that transcended the common understanding of cultivators. Apart from divinity, no one could achieve such feats. Why did you have to provoke me? Ye Qiansheng lamented. I had intended to leave with my people. Whether you chose to kill or burn afterward was of no concern to me. Yet now, look at the situation you've created. Yen Ryu recalled that Ye Qiansheng had no desire to interfere initially. It was her attempt to employ the sand dune beasts to eliminate him that had incited his wrath, resulting in the annihilation of her entire demon clan. Not only had she sustained grave injuries, but she had also lost 7 of her tails after centuries of cultivation. As her hopes dwindled, she struck the rubble fiercely with her fist, blood spilling forth. Regret consumed her. She never fathomed that a single reckless decision could lead to the downfall of nearly all the elite leaders of the demon clan and jeopardize her own life. Why had she acted so foolishly? Was she not courting death? Yet, lamenting now served no purpose, for who could have predicted the extent of Ye Qiansheng's strength? Clinging to a flicker of hope, Yen Ryu lifted her bloodied eyes and pleaded, "Could you grant me one more chance? I vow not to offend you again." In truth, her expectations were minimal. It was merely a desperate attempt before her impending demise. The onlookers believed her words to be the ravings of a madwoman. How could Ye Qiansheng possibly spare her? It was known that he had also suffered injuries during the battle. Though minor, his character was one that bore grudges, sealing Yen Ruiyu's fate. However, to their astonishment, Ye Gansheng actually withdrew his foot from her head and calmly stated, "I shall grant you another opportunity. Complete what you left unfinished, and I will let you go." Chapter 60. Killing two birds with one stone, reward of imperial-grade weaponry. The crowd, witnessing Ye Gansheng's unexpected leniency towards Yen Ruiyu's pleas, was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend his motives. To understand, it took considerable effort for Ye Gansheng to slay Yen Ruiyu. Now, he expresses a willingness to spare her life? When did Ye Gansheng become so accommodating? None present could fathom his intentions, gazing with perplexity at his retreating figure. Even Yen Ruiyu, who had clumsily risen to her feet, wore an expression of utter confusion. Ye Gansheng adjusted his garments. The crimson aura surrounding him began to recede, and his once white hair transformed back to its inky hue, everything reverting to its original state. Taking the 7 stars divine spear from Yin Shui, he remarked to Yen Ruiyu with a significant tone, "You do not regret it, do you? I offer you a chance. Consider that I have never come here. Proceed with what you must." Although he provided an explanation, the onlookers remained baffled by Ye Gansheng's true intentions. Why would he release Yen Ruiyu without cause? Was there some ulterior motive? Despite their uncertainty, the injured cultivators of the Great Zhou breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ye Gansheng prepare to leave, seemingly disregarding them. Regardless, at least today they would escape death. Yen Ruiyu's gaze flickered. To act as if Ye Gansheng had never appeared? To continue with her intended actions? He had come to slaughter in Chang'an, implying that he wished for her to proceed. Yet, considering her current condition and the absence of allies to assist her, such a course would undoubtedly lead to her demise. "I give you an opportunity. Should you not cherish it?" What did her hesitation signify? The golden light in Ye Gansheng's eyes dissipated in the wind, revealing a cold indifference akin to a frigid pond. Yen Ruiyu swallowed hard. Following Ye Gansheng's intent offered her a chance at survival, while disregarding it would lead her to immediate death. Weighing the pros and cons, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she lunged toward the nearby Great Zhou cultivators. Instantly, cries of agony erupted, and the arena descended into chaos once more. Despite her severe injuries, Yen Ruiyu, being a 5th-tier cultivator, faced the Great Zhou cultivators as if they were mere vegetables, encountering no difficulty at all. Amidst the backdrop of carnage, severed limbs scattered, and weapons clashing, Ye Gansheng turned to Yin Shui, stating languidly, "This place is too filthy. Let us go to my home, where I shall prepare roasted fish for you." Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's snow-white eyes sparkled with delight, yet she refrained from making a decision without consulting her master, Wu Mingwei. Wu Mingwei, wishing to distance herself from the affairs of the Great Zhou, approached with several individuals from the Great Qian. "Would you mind if we brought along a few more?" she inquired. "Of course, as long as payment is provided," came the jovial reply, and amidst laughter, the group departed. Lu Kuxian, however, did not follow. She took a moment to calm her emotions, seemingly having made a decision, before leaving alone. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena had escalated to a fever pitch, with countless casualties among the Great Zhou cultivators, and Zhou Tianche had joined the fray early on. By the time Ye Gansheng departed, Yen Ruiyu found herself with no opportunity to escape, meeting her end under the combined assault of the crowd. Zhou Tianche extracted the sword embedded in Yen Ruiyu, and blood gushed forth like a pillar. His gaze remained fixated on the departing figure of Ye Gansheng, his teeth almost grinding to dust in his rage. The air was thick with the sounds of weeping and wailing. All of this turmoil stemmed from mere words, just a few words. Yet Ye Gansheng's malevolence had reached such depths as to employ a strategy so cunning. It was truly a twofold betrayal. He feigned leniency towards Yen Ruiyu while insidiously suggesting that should she fail to exact vengeance upon the citizens of the Great Zhou, her demise would be imminent. Yen Ruiyu, yearning for a fleeting extension of her life and sensing a glimmer of escape once Ye Gansheng departed, was compelled into compliance. Thus, she commenced the slaughter of the Great Zhou's populace. As for Zhou Tianche, he was merely a pawn in Ye Gansheng's grand scheme. It was inconceivable for him to remain indifferent while witnessing his subjects being mercilessly butchered. Once Yen Ruiyu had avenged Ye Gansheng, she too would not escape retribution. In simpler terms, neither the people of the Great Zhou nor the demon race emerged victorious from the recent conflict. The sole victor was Ye Gansheng. He masterfully wielded the art of manipulation, utilizing Yin Ryu's blade to silence those who had spoken out against him, while ensuring his own safety remained unscathed and untouched. Zhou Tianxie found himself increasingly in awe of Ye Gansheng, though his cold gaze betrayed no hint of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a hidden task. Reward: Wind and Thunder 4 Manifestation Sword, Imperial rank. Was there truly a reward? This could only imply that Yin Ryu had met her demise, which was expected. Zhou Tianxie could not idly stand by while his citizens faced extermination. Ye Gansheng's lips curled into a smirk, reveling in the satisfaction of his plans unfolding as anticipated. Though even more so due to the rare reward, a weapon of Imperial rank. It was worth noting that his 7-star divine spear, capable of summoning heavenly thunder, was merely of celestial rank, while this new sword was of Imperial caliber, colloquially known as a weapon of supreme dominion, its might boundless. His earlier gloom dissipated, and his spirit's soared. As he entered the alley, the queen, Shui Yingyue, emerged from behind the wall, her eyes still wide with disbelief. She had evidently witnessed the events in the arena. Are you planning to return home with me, or to the Imperial City? There is no longer any danger within the palace, so I need not accompany you back to the night residence. Was that truly your genuine strength? Shui Yingyue inquired, her voice trembling slightly. Those present could discern her implication. She was questioning whether Ye Gansheng's prowess was innate or derived from some arcane method, as the latter would surely exact a toll on his lifespan if he had forcibly enhanced his abilities to such an extraordinary degree. It was a veiled expression of concern. Fear not, I am unscathed. Dealing with mere demons requires no esoteric arts, Ye Gansheng replied candidly. Very well, if you are unharmed, I shall return. For with such calamity afoot, it is essential for me to stabilize the hearts of the people, Shui Yingyue stated. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that her relationship with Ye Gansheng was fraught with secrecy. Had she been alone, she would have accompanied him back without hesitation. However, both Yin Shui and Wu Mingyue were present. She felt it best to keep her and Ye Gansheng's identities confidential for the time being, so as not to disturb the auspicious affairs of Ye Gansheng. Of course, Ye Gansheng had no such thoughts. It was merely Shui Yingyue's interpretation as the matriarch of the harem. Very well, if there is anything, have someone notify me. Ye Gansheng did not insist, but if he were to learn of Shui Yingyue's thoughts, he would undoubtedly reprimand this woman who tended to overthink. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they arrived at the night mansion on Fusho Street. From a distance, it was surprising to see someone standing at the entrance of the mansion. As they drew closer, Ye Gansheng and the others discerned the identity of the person waiting at the door, a seemingly obedient and understanding princess of the Great Zhou, Zhou Huanling. Chapter 61. The 17th betting match. Is Ye Gansheng humanity's sole hope for victory? Traversing the world, with the white jade capital towering above, flanked by the Boundary River, and numerous sects and scholars converging, this was the largest city of humanity, replete with celestial mountains and blessings, where immortals were ubiquitous, and everyone aspired to be a cultivator. At this moment, atop the celestial mountain, an imposing palace constructed of white jade and gold loomed within the white jade capital. Many powerful cultivators gathered here, some radiating with the ethereal glow of Taoist principles, their auras akin to deep abysses, exceedingly terrifying. Others exhibited no fluctuations in their presence, clad in straw hats and cloaks, resembling ordinary folk. Yet, it was impossible for any ordinary individual to be present in such a place. Leading them was a man of gentle and refined demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back, observing the assembly in silence. In my opinion, Bloodfeather dares not continue the fight, hence proposing the so-called 17 matches. We need not heed it, simply push through. A figure resembling a butcher with a cleaver at his waist remarked. Since the day the conflict between the demon and human races commenced, humanity has never held an advantage. How could Bloodfeather be afraid? Responded a celestial maiden, exuding an aura of cool detachment. I say, young lady of the Heavenly Sword sect, this is a critical moment. Why would you bolster other spirits while diminishing your own? The butcher retorted, displeased. The celestial maiden, her face veiled by a delicate gauze, subtly stirred, evidently unwilling to continue the discourse. An elderly man, appearing to have surpassed his 60s, took a sip of wine and wiped his mouth, stating, since the city lord has summoned us from all corners, it is undoubtedly to engage in 17 grand matches with the demon race. The assembled individuals concurred with the elder's words. their gazes instinctively shifting to the middle-aged man standing beneath the venerable Hong Jun, observing intently. Lu Linjiang, renowned as the strongest of humanity and the master of the city. His true strength remained an enigma, yet no one had ever witnessed his defeat. He slowly turned to address the crowd. Bloodfeather's demands are straightforward. Should the demon race prevail, the boundary river shall no longer be shared but will wholly belong to the demons. Conversely, if humanity triumphs, the demons pledge not to invade for a century. Though this group may appear unseemly, their thoughts were quite astute. Conceding the boundary river would equate to relinquishing the entire battleground, leading future conflicts to occur right at their doorstep. How could they possibly fight? The butcher exclaimed, irate. There are pros and cons. A century of respite is something humanity desperately requires, the celestial maiden continued. The others remained silent, as the two engaged in a straightforward dialogue. One rejected the notion of gambling, insisting that matters should proceed as they always had. Conversely, the other believed that a century of respite held immense significance, warranting a gamble. I interjected, are you truly intent on opposing me? A century ago, I might have yielded to your beauty, but after years of slaughtering pigs, I have realized that even the most attractive swine yield but mere layers of flesh. There is no distinction. The butcher's words elicited no response from the ethereal maiden, who sat there with an air of indifference. At that moment, a solemn figure began to speak. The outbreak of conflict a decade ago was abrupt and catastrophic, claiming countless lives and resulting in a significant gap among the cultivators of the realm, leaving a dearth of successors. This sentiment resonated with the assembly. Lu Linjiang furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. This is precisely what I have been contemplating. A century could indeed foster the emergence of a more formidable next generation among humanity. Yet, as Uncle Huang has pointed out, the current youth are lacking, making it exceedingly challenging to secure victories in the initial 3 rounds of the gamble. Although there are 17 rounds in total, who can guarantee a win? The strength of the demon race is equally formidable, and even a single round could sway the outcome, let alone 3. Lu Linjiang's remarks effectively concluded the earlier dispute between the two individuals. With the Lord's voice echoing the weight of authority, those who opposed him ceased their rebuttals. Though there exists a gap, surely the youth of the realm are not as feeble as the Lord imagines, countered the man referred to as Uncle Huang. Indeed, whether it be Huang Wuji, the heir of the Huang clan, Chun Beixian, the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, or aYou, the saintess of the melodious sound pavilion, even your daughter, who is touted as the foremost among the younger generation, none of them have faced the battlefield or slain demons. Yet they stand as paragons among their peers, their prowess truly formidable. Nevertheless, Lu Linjiang shook his head. The youth of the demon race have been nurtured like insects in a blood pool. While their survival is one matter, their mindset, strategy, experience, and the brutality of combat are realms beyond those of fledgling cultivators. Indeed, due to their vast numbers and adherence to the law of the jungle, the capable rise to the forefront among the demon race. Even if humanity possesses greater strength, the likelihood of victory remains slim, for the opposition engages in reckless slaughter, and those lacking years of combat experience may find themselves paralyzed by fear in an instant. This is not mere hyperbole. Many young individuals, confident in their abilities, met their demise on the battlefield a decade ago. Lady Luo, how has your previous request progressed? As the assembly pondered strategies, Lu Linjiang's gaze fell upon the cloaked figure of Luo Yuxian. I have dispatched Kexian to retrieve it. She should arrive shortly, replied Luo Yuxian, her demeanor as cool as ever. What does that mean? What are you discussing? The butcher inquired, his confusion mirrored by the others present. Did the two possess some secret plan? Lu Linjiang elucidated. Upon receiving the wager from the demon clan, I summoned the venerable Taoist ancestor, Mo Shang, to glimpse the secrets of heaven, sacrificing a century of his lifespan, and ultimately discerned the pivotal element for triumph in this bet. Who? The assembly inquired in unison. A nondescript individual from the great Zhou dynasty, by the name of Ye Gansheng, Lu Linjiang responded. As his words settled, the crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared bewilderment. What dynasty was the great Zhou? Where was it located? What heroes had emerged from its ranks? Who was Ye Gansheng? Why had they never heard of him? It was known that these 10 or so individuals represented the pinnacle of human combat prowess, and during their travels, they could not have overlooked anyone formidable or capable. The only plausible explanation was that both the great Zhou and Ye Gansheng bore little renown. An outsider? Are you certain that Mo Sheng is not merely humoring you? What is this great Zhou dynasty? One could easily obliterate it with a single stroke. What remarkable figures could possibly arise from such a place? Huang Taidu retorted disdainfully. This matter is of utmost significance. I implore the city lord to deliberate wisely. How can an outsider possibly compare to the likes of Huang Wujie, Qi Mingwei, and other prodigies of heaven? An obscure individual whose cultivation might even fall short of my servants. To put such a person in the arena would be trivial, and the shame would be the greater concern. Listening to the murmurs of confusion and discontent, Lu Linjiang remained impassive. Slowly, he raised his hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, the White Jade Palace fell quiet. He continued, I am well aware of your doubts. However, Ye Gansheng is the sole hope for victory in this wager. As confirmed repeatedly by Mo Sheng, the power outage and water cut were indeed troublesome. I kindly ask everyone to leave a positive review to support the author through these challenges. Chapter 62. The Great Zhou Surrounded on All Sides. Has Zhou Huanling's beauty scheme succeeded? Lu Linjiang continued. In summary, once he arrives, we shall evaluate the situation before making a decision. If it does not suffice, we still have the option to replace him. In truth, many present had lived for over a century, some even for a millennium, and had encountered prodigies beyond the realms of the world. Yet, to have a youth from a remote border town confront the strongest of the demon clan's younger generation, especially one whose name they had not even heard, was a hard belief to swallow. Were it not for the Taoist ancestor Mo Sheng's foresight, they would have had no interest in even meeting Ye Gansheng. Nevertheless, despite this, the assembly harbored little hope for Ye Gansheng, for aside from the great Qian, the rulers of other dynasties rarely surpassed the sixth realm. How formidable could the strength of those beneath them be? Many felt disheartened, believing Lu Linjiang's efforts to be unnecessary. Yet, out of respect for the city lord's authority, they refrained from voicing their thoughts further. Zhu Sandao shook his somewhat corpulent frame and drew forth a blood-red cleaver. I shall take my leave. The pigs await slaughter. By the way, if Fairy Luo desires pork. Before he could finish, Luo Yuxian soared away on the wind, vanishing from sight. Zhu Sandao felt somewhat embarrassed and turned towards the other 10 or so individuals. Feng Xiantian, you have been living as a beggar outside, surely. You have not had your fill? Thus, the 3 pounds of pork were only charged to you. Before he could finish his words, Feng Xiantian, clad in a raincoat and conical hat, his face adorned with stubble, grasped the sword he had cradled and swiftly departed. Zhu Sandao, observing the remaining individuals, lost interest in continuing the conversation, shouldered his great sword, and gracefully took his leave. The crowd dispersed, leaving Lu Linjiang standing at the edge of the immortal mountain, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the vast expanse below. He hoped that the celestial secrets glimpsed by the Sage of Ink were not mere illusions, for humanity could not endure further tribulations. At this moment, Xianyang City was riddled with wounds. Ever since the day the demon suppression pass fell, waves of demonic assaults had filled the moat with corpses. Smoke and haze enveloped the air, and the river downstream had turned a vivid crimson. The situation was dire. Without reinforcements, Xianyang City would surely fall within 3 days, becoming a territory of the demon race. The Great Zhou would lose yet another city. However, the solitary piece of good news was that the team sent to Chang'an for aid would soon arrive. Meanwhile, in Chang'an City, the arena was strewn with bodies, and many wept bitterly, believing that Ye Gansheng, as a member of humanity and a subject of the Great Zhou, would not abandon them. Yet, in the final moments, Ye Gansheng shockingly released the bloodied Yenryu, leading to the deaths of many cultivators who had previously survived. No one had anticipated such ruthlessness from him. To disregard them so callously, especially considering that Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, his parents, were still within the arena. What if Yenryu, in a fit of madness, harmed his parents? Had Ye Gansheng given any thought to this? Or did he truly not care? Some of the remaining cultivators, barely clinging to life, wished they could strike themselves. Why did they have to speak so recklessly? Now, they faced imminent death, having already survived. The regret in their hearts reached a peak. Yet there was no remedy for their lament. The world offered no antidote for regret. Had they known of Ye Gansheng's brutal nature, even 100-fold courage would not have compelled them to mock him. Alas, it was too late for words now. Furthermore, Ye Xing, Ye Xing, and Jiang Suqing were all imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Given Ye Xing's crimes, his fate seemed sealed, with no room for reprieve. As for the other two, due to their unique status, Zhou Tianche found himself uncertain. After all, they were kin to Ye Gansheng, the very ones who had birthed and nurtured him. Was there any possibility of controlling Ye Gansheng through Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing? Even though Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing had committed numerous transgressions against him, Zhou Tianche still believed that parents were irreplaceable, incomparable to ordinary beings. If Ye Gansheng could indeed serve the great Zhou, then neither the demons on the front lines nor the surrounding kingdoms would stand a chance. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily curved Zhou Tianche's lips. In the rear courtyard, a gathering of individuals had formed. Ye Gansheng sat in his usual chair, fishing, while the eager Yinxue stood by his side, and not far away. Wu Mingyue basked in the sunlight atop a scenic stone. Zhou Shuyao and Chaner were preparing the seasonings nearby, creating an atmosphere of utter ease and tranquility that was soothing to the body and soul. However, there stood a figure not far off, caught in a state of indecision, neither sitting nor standing, ignored by all, while Chaner deliberately refrained from acknowledging her presence. This individual was, of course, Zhou Huanling, who had intrusively entered the night mansion without an invitation. After witnessing the unparalleled prowess of Ye Gansheng, Zhou Huanling had resolved to reclaim his affection and was convinced of her ability to do so. After all, Ye Gansheng had cherished her deeply in their youth. Thus, despite any conflicts that may have arisen in adulthood, she believed she had more chances than anyone else to earn his forgiveness. Yet, accustomed to the adoration of many and the spotlight's glow, the eldest princess, Zhou Huanling, was experiencing such disregard for the first time, and it infuriated her. However, upon considering that this might be a test set by Ye Gansheng, she forcibly restrained her temper. Ye Gansheng belonged to her. She longed for the man who had just effortlessly defeated the demon army, sending them into a panicked retreat, to love and cherish her. This thought filled Zhou Huanling with a profound sense of security, intoxicating her spirit. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Huanling summoned her courage and, with grace, approached Ye Gansheng's side. Her stunning beauty instilled in her a great deal of confidence. "Gansheng, thank you for saving me just now. Without you, I might have truly." Zhou Huanling gazed at him with emotional eyes, her tone laced with vulnerability. Her enchanting demeanor, coupled with her breathtaking appearance, indeed wielded a potent allure over men. The other women present, despite having anticipated Zhou Huanling's intentions from the outset, felt a twinge of anxiety that Ye Gansheng might succumb to her beauty. "Save you? You think too highly of yourself," Ye Gansheng replied dismissively, not even sparing her a glance. "I merely happened to cross paths with you while I was out. Do not flatter yourself." Zhou Huanling, undeterred, leaned closer to him, her voice dripping with feigned sorrow. "Regardless, it is a fact that you saved me, and I must repay you." Ye Gansheng replied coldly, "The only thing you can do now is keep your distance from me. And who permitted you to enter?" Tears welled in Zhou Huanling's eyes as she asked, her voice tinged with heartbreak. "Do you truly despise me this much? I merely came to express my gratitude, and you wish to cast me away." Her pitiful appearance was one that could evoke sympathy from anyone with a tender heart, and many might have been swayed by her beauty. However, Ye Gansheng's resolve remained unyielding. "Step aside. If you wish to cry, do so elsewhere. You're obstructing my fishing." Chapter 63. Ye Gansheng's indifference. Zhou Huanling's despair. Zhou Huanling stared in disbelief at the man before her, both familiar and yet a stranger. How had he transformed into someone so unrecognizable? Could affection truly fade with the passage of time? Why, despite her willingness to debase herself in such a manner, did Ye Gansheng refuse even a glance in her direction? Though she had indeed become engaged to Ye Xing, they were not yet wed, were they? Why should Ye Gansheng fixate on this trivial matter? Nevertheless, these words and thoughts were certainly not to be voiced by Zhou Huanling, as she was not a fool and understood that Ye Gansheng disdained such sentiments. In that moment, she gazed at Ye Gansheng with a pitiful expression, pleading, "I truly recognize my mistakes. Let bygones be bygones. Shall we rekindle our relationship? I know you still harbor love for me." Zhou Shuyao stood dumbfounded, for Ye Gansheng was her husband, and now he was being so openly and pitifully confessed to by Zhou Huanling. It was as if she were completely disregarded. Before Ye Gansheng could respond, Zhou Shuyao coldly interjected, "Does the princess not realize that Ye Gansheng is my husband? Your words seem rather inappropriate." Zhou Shuyao, mindful of Zhou Tianche, had already tempered her tone and choice of words. Yet, Zhou Huanling not only failed to appreciate this, but glared at Zhou Shuyao with contempt, as if Ye Gansheng were a prize that Zhou Shuyao had snatched away. Unbeknownst to her, When Ye Gansheng returned to Chang'an, Zhou Huanling had not even cast a glance in his direction. With a fierce glare directed at Zhou Shuiyao, she coldly retorted, "Inappropriate? I have a prior engagement with Ye Gansheng. What is inappropriate about that? It is you who has taken advantage and yet claims to be in the right." Indeed, in Zhou Huanling's worldview, her betrothed had always been the valiant hero guarding the demon suppression pass, and Ye Gansheng was that hero. Thus, she considered herself his fiancée. However, she also understood that persuading Ye Gansheng to forsake Zhou Shuiyao was an improbable endeavor, yet she remained determined to assert her position. Zhou Shuiyao scoffed derisively and questioned, "Then why was it Ye Xing who was engaged to you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Huanling appeared caught off guard, stammering, "At that time, I had no choice. Gansheng was falsely accused, and I could not defy my father's wishes, yet I was consistently seeking ways to refuse." Whether this was the truth remained unprovable by those present. Yet Zhou Huanling's current fervent pursuit of Ye Gansheng suggested otherwise. Zhou Shuiyao continued, "When Gansheng was falsely accused, you were indifferent towards him. Yet you expressed admiration for the impostor, Ye Xing. I am curious, Your Highness, do you only favor heroic youths regardless of who they are?" This statement struck at the very core of Zhou Huanling's vulnerabilities. She had indeed been enamored with Ye Gansheng before, but her nature could not allow her to accept a weaker Ye Gansheng. Now, however, he had become extraordinarily powerful, far beyond her expectations. Coupled with her affection for him, it seemed a perfect match. Yet, she found herself unable to refute Zhou Shuiyao's accusations, for her past treatment of Ye Gansheng had sealed her fate in this matter. "Why do you fall silent? Having chosen to abandon Gansheng then, what use is your regret now?" Zhou Shuiyao pressed on, her words growing increasingly fervent and piercing. "It is not as such. I love Gansheng, that is certain. Even if he were a failure, I would still love him," Zhou Huanling replied, covering her face, seemingly at a loss. "You love him? Perhaps it is indeed so, but if Gansheng had not demonstrated his prowess, would you still be present here today?" Zhou Huanling inquired with increasing intensity. She pressed her hands against her face with greater force, at a loss for how to respond to such a question. If Ye Gansheng had remained a mere wastrel, would she still be here? The answer is unequivocally no. Her affection for Ye Gansheng is undeniable. Yet she would certainly refrain from appearing here, as his feeble strength filled her with embarrassment, to the extent that she would prefer others not to know of her association with him. Zhou Huanling was engulfed in contradiction. She was certain of her love for Ye Gansheng, yet due to his lack of strength, she had persistently resisted allowing him into her heart and mind. This struggle was not new. Even upon their first encounter, she had grappled with this torment. Ye Gansheng had cared for her tenderly in their youth, and her heart had long since been unable to accommodate anyone else. However, due to her own inadequate aptitude for cultivation, she was compelled to seek the security of a formidable partner, and as a princess, the inadequacy of her consort would indeed be a source of shame. Tears streamed from Zhou Huanling's eyes, not out of intent, but genuine emotion. She murmured to herself, "I do not comprehend why it has come to this, but I truly love Gansheng." At that moment, Ye Gansheng, who had remained silent, grew weary of the discourse. In 2 lifetimes, Zhou Huanling's resolute nature had never wavered, a fact he understood all too well. Likewise, her affection for him was genuine. Yet, this woman was excessively rational, never allowing sentiment to dominate her thoughts. Acutely aware of her desires while failing to exert the effort and dedication required to attain them. She had even chosen to wed a man she did not favor. But what concern was it of his? Zhou Huanling's choice to embrace another was a decision she alone made, one that required no justification. Regret over a misjudgment held no value. What was the use of lamenting now? It was all too late. Enough. Whom you love is of no consequence to me. Leave at once and do not return. Ye Gansheng's indifferent voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Wu Mingyue, basking in the sun upon a rock, was left utterly astonished. Such a beauty, lowering herself to such an extent and shamelessly ingratiating herself. Surely even a man with faults would relent after a few exchanges. Yet, to her disbelief, Ye Gansheng exhibited no reaction whatsoever and commanded her to leave. This utterly reshaped Wu Mingyue's understanding of men. Zhou Shuiyao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her husband had indeed not disappointed her. Initially, she had presumed that Zhou Huanling's beauty and pitiful performance would compel Ye Gansheng to either forgive her or at least refrain from uttering anything too harsh, perhaps even allowing her to remain. Fortunately, Her judgment had proven correct. Zhou Huanling's delicate lips parted slightly as she stared, dumbfounded, at Ye Gansheng. In the next moment, she grasped his sleeve in a fit of despair and cried, "No, I was wrong. You may strike or scold me, but please do not cast me away. I cannot survive without you." Chapter 64. The Empress of Deqian, Wu Ji. The mere thought of potentially losing Ye Gansheng filled Zhou Huanling's mind with an inexplicable terror, causing her entire being to tremble. In the past, she had always harbored affection for Ye Gansheng, and now that his prowess had grown immensely, she found herself even more entranced. It is important to understand that marriage is a lifelong commitment. She did not wish for a mere mistake from her past to ruin her entire existence. Yet, she was aware that Ye Gansheng was still in a fit of anger and would likely ignore her. Once he calmed down and after the demise of Ye Xing, her chances would significantly increase. Under Ye Gansheng's cold gaze, Zhou Huanling reluctantly took her leave, but not before declaring, "I will not give up. As long as you can forgive me, I would be willing to pay any price." After a prolonged silence, Wu Mingyue teasingly remarked, "Young Master Ye's romantic prospects are flourishing, yet not even such a beauty can stir your heart. Is your heart made of stone?" Ye Gansheng, with a touch of exasperation, shook his head. "Of course, I appreciate beauty. However, a femme fatale is a different story altogether." Zhou Shuiyao felt a twinge of discomfort at Ye Gansheng's earlier words. What did he mean by saying he liked beautiful women? Did that imply he liked every beauty? It seemed rather shameless. For some reason, even though she had spent merely over half a month with Ye Gansheng, his words unsettled her. After all, she was his rightful wife. "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave," Zhou Shuiyao stated, no longer concerning herself with the barbecue, and departed the courtyard with a hint of emotion in her stride. Her swift exit left Ye Gansheng without the opportunity to inquire further. "Someone's wife seems to be upset," Wu Mingyue quipped again. "Is there anything wrong with expressing my admiration for beauty? Is she not beautiful?" Ye Gansheng pondered how perplexing a woman's heart could be. He had merely intended to compliment Zhou Shuiyao. Meanwhile, Inxue gazed longingly at the barbecue fish skewered in the ground. Ye Gansheng handed her a larger fish, and she happily began to nibble at it, her demeanor brightening. "Do you have any plans for the future? Would you consider accompanying me back to Deqian? I assure you, the people and cultivators there are both spirited and resilient." Wu Mingyue mentioned, having another agenda to court Ye Gansheng. Deqian was one of the foremost dynasties in the Yuanling continent, renowned for its formidable strength, far surpassing that of Dezhou. Ye Gansheng resumed his fishing, casually responding, "Thank you, but I shall forego going to Deqian. I intend to eliminate a few foes, and then perhaps visit Zongheng Tianxiao later." The individuals he wished to eliminate were those who bore animosity towards him. He needed to witness Ye Xing's execution firsthand. As for Zhou Tianxie, it would be best to eliminate him outright if possible. He dismissed any concern regarding the blue flame. He preferred to err on the side of caution, believing it better to kill than to spare. If, after dealing with Zhou Tianxie, he happened upon anyone wielding the blue flame, he would deal with them then. His reasons for visiting Zongheng Tianxia were based on personal considerations. During his previous life, while stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass, he had frequently heard the name Ye Jiangsha, a figure burdened with the cursed poison body, capable of devastating destruction and wielding the power of life and death. In the past, due to her unfortunate toxic constitution, the young Ye Jiangsha went unnoticed, leading to a woeful fate. As she matured, she never engaged in the noble pursuit of healing the world. Instead, she became a ruthless tyrant, notorious for her merciless acts. While she did not dare to wreak havoc across the realm, the surrounding kingdoms suffered greatly from her devastation, with entire cities laid to waste. It would be best if a formidable expert could vanquish her. Yet, Ye Gansheng was not motivated by a desire to protect nearby cities from Ye Jiangsha's slaughter. Rather, he coveted her toxic constitution, which possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect the dead, akin to a ninth-grade healing elixir, an asset that could be utilized an infinite number of times. This boon would be immensely advantageous, requiring no effort on his part while still reaping rewards. Furthermore, her exceptional prowess in toxic arts could potentially become a significant force in his future endeavors. He was acutely aware that, just before his demise in his past life, a full-scale war erupted between the human and demon races. The human faction was steadily retreating, unable to withstand the fierce onslaught of the demons. Even with the so-called strongest among them, defeat loomed like a mountain. Hence, Ye Gansheng would never overestimate his own strength. Any opportunity for enhancement, no matter how minuscule, would be pursued at all costs. The future appeared tumultuous, and without absolute strength to rely on, even the prospect of retreat seemed futile. At present, Si Jiangsha was merely 12 or 13 years old, a time when she was most in need of assistance. It was the perfect moment for Ye Gansheng to speak in a tone only he could perceive. Wu Mingyue, taken aback, inquired, "When do you plan to go?" Ye Gansheng replied, "I'm unsure, perhaps in 2 months." Wu Mingyue fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes, searching for any hint of jest, but alas. His eyes were clearer than the waters of a pond, untainted by impurities. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she questioned, "Are you not aware that the human race is currently engaged in 17 wagering agreements with the demon race? This has transpired recently." Ye Gansheng turned to Wu Mingyue. "Is that so? I was genuinely unaware, but what does it matter to me? The 17 grand contests between the human and demon races?" He was not jesting. In his past life, he had been so preoccupied with the grievances of having his achievements usurped that he had no time to contemplate other matters. The first 3 matches of the 17 competitions have age restrictions. With your formidable strength, why not give it a try? Wu Mingyue asked, bewildered. Although the demons were undoubtedly stronger, Ye Gansheng was a person who had achieved many miracles. Perhaps he might truly succeed. "It seems my intention to wait 2 months before venturing forth is indeed sagacious. Why engage in ceaseless battles? Why not fish instead?" Ye Gansheng replied with a smirk. He could attain rewards simply by taking a leisurely approach. Why exhaust himself fighting in the 17 grand contests against the demons? Wu Mingyue did not press the issue further. Yet her tone carried a hint of disappointment as she remarked, "It is commendable for a man to possess a sense of duty towards his country. Do not let a few setbacks lead you to despair over the world. Otherwise, it will only burden you further." Ye Gansheng replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps you are right. However, in my half a lifetime, I have yet to encounter anyone or anything that has instilled in me a positive perspective of this world." Wu Mingyue leaped down from the ornamental stone, lifting the still-eating silver snow, and said to Ye Gansheng, "Even so, I still hope to see you when we gamble against the demon clan across the world. I cannot explain why, but I feel inexplicably secure with you, believing you possess the capability to resolve all dilemmas." Ye Gansheng chuckled softly. "You hold me in too high regard. So Silver Snow is to join as well?" Wu Mingyue shook her head, clarifying, "She is far from qualified. The participants are my sister, the Empress of Deqian, Wu Ji." Chapter 65. You have not awakened to realize your mistakes, but rather to the knowledge of your impending demise. Wu Mingyue, with one hand lifting the still nibbling silver snow, departed. She had initially come to win over Ye Gansheng, and since he was not in agreement, there was no reason for her to linger. Ye Gansheng said nothing, merely observing the fish in the pond that had been hooked twice, yet refused to bite again. If fish are wise enough to avoid the bait after 2 attempts, how could I possibly repeat the same folly? Having guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, how could he lack a sense of national loyalty? Over those 10 years, he witnessed formidable cultivators falling in pools of blood for the people of the Great Zhou. Once he had deemed it glory, yet now he felt those heroes were unworthy of remembrance. No one recalls their names. No one speaks of them anymore. The families of those who set forth to the demon suppression pass a decade ago have likely grown accustomed to their absence. In his previous life, Ye Gansheng realized that dead heroes are less valuable than living rascals. Hence, being urged to venture against the strongest of the younger generation of the demon clan now filled him with resistance and even a tinge of vexation. It was fear, but not of the demon clan's might. Rather, it was the dread of repeating past mistakes, of being once more accused, mocked, or even betrayed by those he sought to protect. Ye Gansheng shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts within. Never mind. Having been granted a rare chance to start anew, why dwell on such perplexing matters? He resumed his fishing. Time slipped by swiftly. July brought abundant rain, and a light drizzle fell again that evening, leaving the morning grass adorned with glistening droplets as the sun began to rise. Just as Ye Gansheng was still embracing Zhou Shuyao in slumber, chaos erupted in Chang'an. It was in turmoil. News of Xiangyang City on the brink of falling had returned, sending the populace into a state of complete panic upon learning that the demon clan was once more advancing. It is worth noting that the funeral for the great Zhou citizens who had perished just yesterday had yet to take place, and now the demons were returning. What a calamity! If the demon suppression pass fell, its defenders could flee to Xianyang City. If Xianyang fell, its inhabitants could escape to Jiangnan. However, should Chang'an succumb, its citizens would find no refuge. The only option would be to seek shelter in another dynasty, such as the Great Qian or Great Yan. But entering those realms would render them refugees, akin to beggars. In the city of Chang'an, they hold the status of esteemed lords, wealthy scions. Yet, upon venturing into other dynasties, they become mere beggars. How could they possibly accept such a fate? Thus, today, nearly all the citizens of the Great Zhou found themselves kneeling before the gates of the Fuzhou Street Night Manor. A vast assembly, at first glance, appeared as though they were collectively mourning a death. Moreover, whether by design or happenstance, the ongoing interrogation of Ye Xing was scheduled for execution at noon today on Fuzhou Street, seemingly intended to serve as a spectacle for Ye Gansheng. Ye Gansheng, as the guardian deity of the Great Zhou, we beseech you to resolve this crisis once more. We promise to comply with any request you may have. A man kneeling near the front cried out passionately. If you refuse to intervene, the Great Zhou shall truly perish. As subjects of the Great Zhou, even if you disregard the plight of the common folk, at least consider the empire that birthed you. The majority of the Great Zhou's cultivators fell in battle yesterday. Now, only you can save us. We implore you to cast aside past grievances and assist us in overcoming this dire predicament. The onslaught of the demon clan is relentless. They remain uncertain who can withstand it, yet they understand that if even Ye Gansheng cannot endure, then no one can. Thus, to avoid becoming beggars or meeting their demise within the Great Zhou, they are willing to kneel and plead without reservation. For even beggars do not choose to be so. Other dynasties would not accept them regardless. Among the crowd, two figures stood out conspicuously, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, who were deliberately released after learning of the situation in Xianyang City. The purpose was evident. Ye Xing, now stripped of his former arrogance, appeared aged beyond his years, having transferred all his cultivation to Ye Xing. His head, adorned with white hair, evoked a sense of melancholy. Is this still the revered deputy captain of the Demon Extermination Department from years past? Jiang Suqing's eyes were swollen. She gazed at the closed doors of the night manor, her hoarse voice repeatedly calling her eldest son's name. Yet, despite the fervent calls from the crowd, the doors remained steadfastly shut, showing no intent to open. The sun gradually ascended to its zenith, and an hour passed. Even under the harsh glare, none dared to rise, resolutely determined to kneel until Ye Gansheng appeared. Among those present, not a single soul was without regret. They had all, to some degree, mocked Ye Gansheng. Who could have foreseen his significance? Just as despair began to engulf the crowd, the doors of the night manor finally creaked open. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, Ye Gansheng emerged. The assembly yearned to see shock and disbelief upon his visage, considering they had knelt under the sun for nearly 2 hours, with some fainting from the heat. However, to their dismay, Ye Gansheng maintained his characteristic indifference, betraying no astonishment or emotion, seemingly indifferent to the duration of their kneeling. He cast a glance at the multitude before striding towards the execution site, intent on witnessing Ye Xing's punishment for the murder of Shui Yao. The crowd instinctively parted to clear a path to the street's end, their pleading gazes fixed upon Ye Gansheng, but he remained oblivious to their entreaties. As Ye Gansheng took a few steps away, a middle-aged woman, her face flushed and drenched in sweat, rushed forward, cradling her unconscious child. She fell to her knees, pleading, "I implore you, noble sir, help us. My child has fainted from kneeling. Without your aid, we shall all perish." Witnessing this, the gathered crowd began to beseech him, holding their own fainted children for Ye Gansheng to see. Yet, he merely scoffed, "A bunch of fools, unaware they are being manipulated. You ought to seek Zhou Tianche, not me. Do you comprehend?" A chill gripped Ye Gansheng's heart. It was evident that Zhou Tianche intended to morally coerce him into fighting for the Great Zhou, while he himself would reap the benefits. When he faced Yin Ruyu previously, he would bet that Zhou Tianche had not exerted his full strength. Did he now plan to employ the same tactics? Absolutely not. You are the guardian of Great Zhou. You must take responsibility for its future. We have knelt under the sun for 2 hours. Can you not see our sincerity? Our children have fainted in the heat. Will this not soften your heart? You are adept at dealing with the demon race. What harm would it do to assist us? They all knelt, imploring him. Your expression betrays nothing. Is your heart made of stone? As the crowd swiftly resorted to moral coercion, Ye Gansheng replied calmly and composedly, "You know that if I do not intervene, You will all perish. When compared to death, is kneeling in the sun for 2 hours truly suffering? You have not awakened to your errors. You merely comprehend your impending doom. Chapter 66. The scheme of Zhou Tianxie, but alas, he encountered Ye Gansheng, kneeling under the blazing sun for several hours. What was the purpose? Was it merely to render their children unconscious, hoping to evoke guilt in Ye Gansheng, compelling him to assist them? Yet, his cold-bloodedness surpassed their expectations. Not only did he refuse to help, but he also mocked them. Did past careless words truly warrant such animosity from Ye Gansheng? Recalling how Yin Ryu had been released by him, leading to the demise of so many cultivators in Great Zhou, they lamented, "We knelt under the sun all morning, deprived of food and water, and many children have fainted. Is this the reward we receive? Does Ye Gansheng possess any conscience? Hush, he is powerful. None dare to confront him. What of it? Let him slay the entire populace of Great Zhou. In a few days, the demon race will arrive, and death shall come regardless. Precisely, there is no need to fear him. If he does not help, we shall all perish." How could such a heartless individual emerge from Great Zhou? As Ye Gansheng listened to the incessant murmurings around him, a slight smirk graced his lips. Wu Mingyue's words had indeed stirred some conflict within him. Was it fair to harbor a negative impression of the world solely because of the people of Great Zhou? No longer would he be conflicted. Fools are the same everywhere. He halted, surveying the crowd. "You wish to die? Step forward, and I shall grant your wish." The once clamorous crowd fell into an immediate hush. The very individuals who had boasted of their fearlessness now lowered their heads in trepidation. They had previously relied on their numbers, believing that Ye Gansheng would not dare to act. However, now that Ye Gansheng had spoken, they refrained from speculating whether he truly had the courage to strike. They simply dared not utter a word. Whether kneeling under the sun or engaging in other displays of emotion, such sentiments were mere self-deception. Ye Gansheng had never demanded such gestures from them. They should not presume their sacrifices held any weight in his presence. Thus, amid the fearful gazes of the onlookers, Ye Gansheng made his way to the execution site at the end of Fusho Street. At that moment, Ye Xing was disheveled and shackled, kneeling in a desolate area where spoiled vegetables were sold, surrounded by decaying leaves. Numerous imperial guards stood nearby, with the executioner positioned behind Ye Xing, awaiting Huang Ren's command to sever his head. Observing the terror etched on his so-called brother's face, Ye Gansheng felt a sense of satisfaction. He found a spot several meters away to sit and await the moment of execution. The contrast between Ye Xing's previous life and his current state was stark. He had not only married Zhou Huanling, but had also acquired his Dao Bone, becoming the national master of the Great Zhou. His life had been a smooth sail, replete with fortune and acclaim, yet all of it should have belonged to Ye Gansheng. In his past life, Ye Xing had ruined everything for Ye Gansheng, and now that he had the chance, Ye Gansheng was determined to witness the very moment Ye Xing's head would roll. He relished the thought of witnessing Ye Xing's fear in his final moments. As for why he did not take matters into his own hands, well, if someone was willing to do the dirty work without interrupting today as system rewards, why not let them? As he waited, two figures approached. Upon seeing them, Ye Xing cried out in despair, "Father, Mother, save me. I don't want to die." He struggled desperately, never imagining he would find himself on the execution platform. It was a nightmare. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing exchanged disappointed glances at Ye Xing. How could their son be so vastly different from Ye Gansheng? Had they been blind before, thinking Ye Xing superior to Ye Gansheng? Now, it had come to this. Nevertheless, Ye Xing was still their flesh and blood, and witnessing his impending execution was unbearable for them. Approaching Ye Gansheng, Jiang Suqing implored, "Gansheng, please save your brother. We were wrong in the past. We apologize. We only ask you to rescue Xing." If anyone could defy the emperor's edict and spare Ye Xing, it was none other than Ye Gansheng. It was crucial to understand that Ye Xing had committed treason against the emperor. Given the current state of the Great Zhou, his death was merely merciful considering Ye Gansheng's reputation. Otherwise, he would have faced a far worse punishment. As she spoke, Jiang Suqing shockingly knelt before him. The surrounding townsfolk were left in stunned silence. Jiang Suqing had actually knelt before her own son. In an era where the hierarchy of age and status is held in the utmost regard, it is unimaginable that parents would kneel before their own child. Yet, here they are, kneeling in supplication. In her moment of desperation, Jiang Suqing seeks to atone for the myriad of debts she owes to Ye Gansheng, debts that are insurmountable. Before anyone could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Ye Xing also knelt, further astonishing the onlookers. Ye Xing, the patriarch of the family and the deputy commander of the Demon Extermination Division, known for his unwavering authority at home, was kneeling before his own son. What transgression could warrant such an act? Despite the flaws of Ye Xing, he remains a member of the Ye family, my son, your brother. For the sake of the love your mother and I have for you, I implore you to save your brother one last time. In that moment, Ye Xing glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival and cried out fervently, Brother, save me. I am your brother. Can you bear to let our parents remain on their knees? The time for execution arrived, yet Huang Ren hesitated to give the order. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Ye Xing would meet his end today. As soon as Ye Gansheng spoke, he would undoubtedly be spared. The matter of negotiating Ye Gansheng's deployment to the front lines in Shenyang was not Huang Ren's responsibility. It fell to Zhou Tianche to address personally. Observing the scene on Fusho Street from the palace, Zhou Tianche smirked slightly, his beard twitching at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this was a trap laid for Ye Gansheng, a retaliation for the schemes Ye Gansheng had orchestrated against him the previous day. This trap not only served to resolve the conflict at the front, but also allowed Zhou Tianche to gain an upper hand in their ongoing silent rivalry. Meticulously designed without any flaws, could it be that Ye Gansheng could remain unmoved even as his own parents kneel in supplication? I find that hard to believe. On Fusho Street, as the populace anticipated Ye Gansheng to assist Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing to their feet and reluctantly acquiesced to their demands to spare Ye Xing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 breaths passed, yet Ye Gansheng remained motionless. In the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he spoke slowly. Let us set aside the matter of Ye Xing for now. Shouldn't you two be imprisoned in the dungeons? By all accounts, your crimes are no less grave than his. Have you escaped from confinement? With a wave of his hand, he commanded Huang Ren to summon the criminals from the dungeons. Why are you not apprehending them? Chapter 67. The Inversion of Truth. Has Ye Gansheng become the villain? Ye Gansheng's words left everyone present in utter shock. Even Zhou Tianche in the palace frowned deeply. How could one be so heartless? To disregard one's own parents, even summoning Huang Ren to arrest them, was utterly inhumane. Regardless of their misdeeds, they are still one's parents. How could a child be so merciless? It is a complete absence of moral and ethical integrity. What did you just say? You beast. Your parents have knelt before you. What more do you want? Jiang Suqing was utterly shattered. According to her thoughts, she had knelt before Ye Gansheng, seeking atonement while also aiming to rescue Ye Xing. Although reluctant, in comparison to Ye Xing's life, it seemed a trivial sacrifice. To her astonishment, Ye Gansheng showed no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, he brazenly ordered their arrest on the spot. Is there such a son in the world? Gansheng, no matter what mistakes our parents have made in the past, at the moment we kneel, those debts should be repaid. Please, help your brother. Ye Xing spoke gently. He had experienced enough of the fickleness of human emotions these days. He understood that Ye Xing was akin to a stubborn clay unable to be molded. Yet, he had no choice. After all, Ye Xing was his own son. No matter what, he could not allow any harm to come to him. The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Ye Gansheng's earlier actions had already ignited their anger, but now, witnessing his utter disregard for his own parents, it was the final straw. Are you even human? As the guardian of the great Zhou, you neglect its people. As a son, you forsake your parents. As an elder brother, you watch your own sibling face execution without intervening. You are nothing but a selfish and unfilial wretch. You do not deserve to be a citizen of our great Zhou. Regardless of their past transgressions, a son should be forgiving, for they are the ones who nurtured you for years. To cast aside their kindness so easily is simply inhumane. Though he possessed strength, his character was profoundly flawed. The crowd had long harbored resentment towards Ye Gansheng. His recent kneeling was merely a result of coercion. Now, their pent-up frustrations erupted, hurling harsh words at him like a tempest. The apologies he had just uttered were soon forgotten, and even Ye Xing, who was to face severe punishment, became a pitiable victim of Ye Gansheng's cruelty in their eyes. In the face of the crowd's reproach, Ye Gansheng calmly took a sip of tea and addressed Huang Ren in the distance. The time for execution has arrived. What are we waiting for? Engaging with these people was a waste of his breath. He had no inclination to entertain such trivialities. Huang Ren was somewhat troubled. Today, by all accounts, Ye Xing should not have been sentenced to death. According to public speculation, Ye Gansheng should have requested mercy for him. Now, In this predicament, what was to be done? Ye Gansheng, you beast. That is your brother. Why are you so heartless? Why must you condemn him to death? You unfilial son. Jiang Suqing was utterly devastated, tugging at Ye Gansheng's garment incessantly. With a surge of energy, he pushed her away, coldly stating, "Remember, there will not be a next time." His voice was chillingly indifferent, leaving Jiang Suqing frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Ye Gansheng inhaled deeply. In his previous life, it was because of his so-called mother, Jiang Suqing, threatening to end her life that he relinquished the Dao bone to Ye Xing, promising care and companionship that turned out to be mere empty words. Ever since he had given away the Dao bone, he had not seen Jiang Suqing again, left to languish alone in a cave until his slow demise. During the month of torment before his death, he reflected deeply. Given a second chance by fate, he vowed never to show weakness again, regardless of the circumstances that might arise. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Ye Gansheng forcefully placed his teacup upon a nearby table, icy disdain lacing his voice as he uttered, "I commanded you to execute. Are you deaf?" Huang Ren found himself in a predicament. Prior to the execution, Zhou Tianxie had imparted no directives to him, leaving him solely to his conjectures. Now, with Ye Gansheng's decree, he dared not defy it, especially as he had no valid excuse. Execute. After much hesitation, Huang Ren finally issued the order. The burly executioner downed a mouthful of liquor without swallowing, brandishing a gleaming blade as he approached Ye Xing, extracting the life token from around his neck before dousing the sword with a spray of potent alcohol. "Mother, save me. I do not wish to die." Ye Xing, overwhelmed by terror, wept uncontrollably, having previously believed he was safe, only to face imminent death. The excruciating sensation of hope extinguished, plunging him into despair, intensified his dread of mortality. "Xinger." Jiang Suqing wept inconsolably, her heart filled with loathing for Ye Gansheng, who possessed the power to save Ye Xing, yet chose inaction, standing idly by as the execution unfolded. Ye Xing averted his gaze, unwilling to witness the demise of his son, just as the executioner raised his blade, causing Ye Xing to lose control of his bladder in fear. An incongruous voice pierced the tense atmosphere. "Wait." Huang Ren, sensing a disruption, immediately commanded the executioner to halt. Though he was the overseeing official today, he was merely a pawn in the power struggle between Zhou Tianxie and Ye Gansheng. With an outsider intervening, he certainly could not afford to ignore it. The citizens of the Great Zhou, including Jiang Suqing and Ye Xing, turned their attention towards the source of the interruption. Who could it be? A young man clad in resplendent robes, accompanied by a girl resembling a maid, emerged from the throng, exuding an extraordinary presence. Yet his haughty demeanor suggested that none present were worthy of even lacing his shoes. Satisfied that the executioner had ceased, the man smirked, retracting his folding fan as he approached Ye Gansheng. "Young Master Huang, why do you remain seated? Should you not rise at once?" The maid spoke with an air of arrogance towards Ye Gansheng, clearly accustomed to wielding her influence over others. Ye Gansheng, however, did not deign to glance at the so-called young Master Huang, instead addressing Huang Ren with a calm yet menacing tone. "Who commanded you to stop?" Huang Ren found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Ye Gansheng, not wishing to complicate matters for one uninvolved in the incident, instructed in a low voice, "Proceed with the execution." "Huh, do you think he dares?" Young Master Huang glared defiantly at Ye Gansheng, incensed by the previous slight of being ignored. Had he not commanded respect wherever he went? Today, however, he found himself confronted by such an impudent youth. "And who might you be?" Ye Gansheng disdainfully retorted. "Impudent. Young Master Huang's cousin is the formidable master of the Huang family, who commands respect across the land. Do you dare speak to young Master Huang in such a manner? You seek death." The maid exclaimed, her arrogance unabated. At this proclamation, the surrounding populace erupted in astonished murmurs. Young Master Huang reveled in this moment, relishing his elevated status above the throngs. His cousin, Huang Wujia, was indeed a figure of renown, commanding respect even in the most distant corners of the realm. Simply revealing his lineage could strike terror into the hearts of many. He had anticipated that Ye Gansheng would be fearful, perhaps rise and plead for mercy. Yet to his astonishment, Ye Gansheng remained seated, his countenance betraying no sign of emotion. "So you seek death?" Ye Gansheng inquired, his tone laced with genuine curiosity. "Seek death? Humph. I have come to uphold justice. You are the one who oppresses the commoners and even coerces your own parents to kneel. the one facing execution is your brother, is it not? I am most intrigued as to what grievances could drive you to such lethal measures against your own flesh and blood. Huang Long continued, do not attempt to deny it. I witnessed the entire affair from above. Chapter 68. The helpless Luo Keshuan. Huang Long's audacity is unmatched. Huang Long's words left an odd impression on the others present. Yet with someone standing up for them, they felt a sense of relief and chose to remain silent. I, Huang Long, despise those who, emboldened by their strength, act with impunity, he declared, fixing his gaze upon Ye Gansheng with unyielding pride. Acting with impunity? Are you referring to me? Ye Gansheng asked, his expression unwavering. Is it not you who forces the commoners to kneel, even your own parents? Huang Long retorted angrily, pulling the still kneeling Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing to their feet. Thank you, sir, Jiang Suqing said, her voice trembling, appearing utterly pitiful. Thank you, Ye Xing rasped, contemplative. Fear not. As long as I, Huang Long, am here, he will not dare to harm you. Rest assured, Huang Long assured, patting his chest with conviction. Jiang Suqing's bow became more fervent, as if she truly believed Ye Gansheng to be a villain of the highest order, and that Huang Long was indeed her savior. Huang Long nodded and addressed the citizens of the Great Zhou. This has gone on long enough. Having encountered this matter today, I shall not let it pass lightly. I will ensure justice is served. At his pronouncement, a chorus of cheers erupted, fervent and enthusiastic. A swell of pride surged within Huang Long. His enjoyment in such endeavors was not solely born of kindness, but rather the exhilarating sense of dominion that accompanied his reputation. The young maid beside him mirrored his pride, standing tall and resolute. Young master, be cautious. He is not to be trifled with. His power is formidable. Indeed, exercise caution. Ye Gansheng is ruthless, a killer without remorse. He is not a foe to provoke. Young master, the front lines of the Great Zhou are on the verge of being overrun by the demon clan. Can you intervene to resolve this matter? Upon learning of Huang Long's prowess, the crowd began to flatter him, believing that not only could he bring Ye Gansheng to justice, but he could also address the impending threat from the demon clan. The issue of the demon clan's assault? Huang Long scoffed. These matters are trivial. Leave them to me. In Huang Long's perspective, whether it be Ye Gansheng's strength or the impending demon clan attack, neither posed significant challenges, for he fancied himself a master of the realm, possessing a broader vision. The people of the Great Zhou, lacking discernment, mistook their perceived strongmen for true power, and the so-called demon invasion was, in his eyes, merely child's play. Not far away, Luo Keshuan, who had been seeking opportunities to approach Ye Gansheng, pressed her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. In the realm of dominance, the Huang family, wielding control over all sources of life, possessed immense power. As the son of the family head, Huang Wuji, his cultivation was only second to the genius daughter of the city lord among the younger generation, marking him as one of the most distinguished talents in the realm. Yet, Huang Long was nothing more than a complete failure, often relying on Huang Wuji's name, which granted him some deference from others. However, facing Ye Gansheng, he would receive no such leniency. What a fool! One can only hope he does not continue to court disaster. From what Luo Keshuan had gathered in recent days, Ye Gansheng possessed an exceptionally strong will and would generally not take offense easily. However, should the provocation escalate or violence ensue, he would strike with lethal intent. Unfortunately, in his current exuberance, Huang Long had no intention of stopping. Boy, why don't you kneel before your parents and apologize to everyone? If you do so, perhaps I might spare you, Huang Long declared arrogantly, unfurling his folding fan. The surrounding crowd remained silent. Even Jiang Suqing and Ye Xing did not speak, as they harbored considerable discontent towards Ye Gansheng. If only someone could put Ye Gansheng in his place, that would be splendid. Surely, Ye Gansheng, no matter how audacious, would not dare to confront a member of the Huang family, right? Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, Ye Gansheng sighed, gently placing his teacup on the small table. The tea now tepid. What? The tea is cold. A multitude of questioning eyes fixated on Ye Gansheng, who seemed preoccupied with the temperature of his tea rather than acknowledging their demands. His indifference was palpable. Huang Long was practically seething with rage. He had anticipated that revealing his identity would deter Ye Gansheng from offending him, expecting him to comply like others had in the past. To his astonishment, he was utterly disregarded. For him, this was an affront of the highest order. Luo Keshuan, observing from behind, felt anxious, She understood that this was the final opportunity. If Huang Long continued his provocations, the outcome would be dire. Yet, that was the last scenario she wished to witness, for Ye Gansheng was destined to rise to prominence. Offending the foremost family in the realm, the Huang family, before even embarking on his journey was a calamity no one wished to see. Just as Huang Long was about to speak, he was struck by a wave of sword energy from behind, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, the sheer number of people present, along with his earlier bravado, compelled him to stifle his pain, forcing himself to endure. Others, witnessing this, assumed he was merely suppressing his fury. Inside the room, a servant refilled the teapot with hot tea. Ye Gansheng savored a sip before turning to Huang Ren, who was nearby. I shall grant you one more chance. Act before the tea cools. Otherwise, I will intervene personally, and I cannot guarantee the integrity of your remains. Since this matter did not concern Huang Ren, Ye Gansheng would not impose any difficulties upon him. Although resorting to violence would forfeit today's rewards, the desire for vengeance clearly outweighed that concern. Huang Ren was momentarily taken aback, as he had initially assumed that Ye Gansheng intended to imply that if he did not act before the tea cooled, he would be killed alongside it. To his astonishment, it became evident that those who have endured injustice often resist it, so that others may not suffer the same fate. Haolong had completely lost his sanity. He not only disregarded Huang Ren, causing him to lose face, but also resorted to using hidden weapons against him. This was tantamount to courting death. With lightning speed, he struck towards Ye Gansheng's face, fully intending to kill. The onlookers were filled with anticipation, believing that Ye Gansheng would finally receive a lesson. Meanwhile, Luo Kechuan, who had been observing from the loft, was left in a state of shock, helplessly covering her forehead. This was disastrous. Haolong was doomed. Chapter 69. To kill or not to kill. The terrifying power of the Haolong clan. Haolong was exceedingly confident in his abilities, for he had traversed the world and reached the third realm at a young age. Although this might not be remarkable on a grand scale, he felt assured when facing a youth from a small territory, especially since he could not sense any aura emanating from Ye Gansheng. He presumed that Ye Gansheng was still struggling in the first realm. Tremble before me. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that separates us. This is a natural divide. I am the sky you will forever gaze up at. As the crowd watched with eager anticipation, Haolong's fist, poised to strike Ye Gansheng, suddenly froze midair, unable to advance. What was happening? Haolong's fist appeared to have encountered an insurmountable barrier, an invisible wall erected by some formidable power, preventing him from reaching Ye Gansheng. The spectators' hearts began to race, for they were aware of Ye Gansheng's formidable strength. Indeed, it was exceedingly potent. Even a powerful fox spirit was no match for him. Initially, they had believed that Haolong, as a person of great renown, would possess absolute prowess and could not possibly be outmatched by Ye Gansheng. However, it now seemed that he was indeed at a disadvantage. Despite several attempts to break through the unseen barrier, Haolong found himself unable to penetrate it. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he attempted to retreat, only to discover that his hand was firmly ensnared in the air. What have you done to me? Release me at once. Haolong shouted in desperation, his usual arrogance dissipating in the face of true power. Ye Gansheng cast a casual glance at Haolong and spoke, his tone unchanging. Do you realize that amidst all your words earlier, only one statement was correct? What statement? Haolong inquired, perplexed. Ye Gansheng's lips curled into a faint smirk. You are beyond reason. What does that mean? The terrified Haolong could not immediately grasp Ye Gansheng's implication until a searing pain shot through his arm. Ah, my hand. My hand. Haolong's face turned pale from the intensity of the agony. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Gansheng now held a long sword entwined with wind and thunder, its blade inscribed with the four symbols and stained with droplets of blood. On the ground lay a bloodied arm, a sight that left everyone in shock. Could it be that even the formidable figure of the world was no match for Ye Gansheng? Was he truly some ancient being reincarnated? Yet what astonished the onlookers even more than Ye Gansheng's prowess was his audacity to sever the arm of the illustrious Arlong, fully aware of his esteemed status. What remarkable courage this displayed. Although many harbored disdain for Ye Gansheng, wishing him to face consequences, there were moments when they genuinely admired him, even feeling a sense of pride that he hailed from the great Zhou. The maid, witnessing her young master being bested by someone from a humble background, was momentarily taken aback, and her first instinct was to glare furiously at Ye Gansheng. How dare you? Do you not know the identity of young Master Arlong? Your audacity in severing his arm guarantees your demise. With a resounding slap, Ye Gansheng sent the chattering maid sprawling, leaving her unconscious. The crowd covered their mouths, relieved that, despite their rage, they had refrained from acting, lest they too find themselves in a similar plight. Looking down at the writhing Arlong, Ye Gansheng remarked coolly, I am a person who cherishes peace, yet fools like you persist in provoking me. As you face death, I must ask, was it truly necessary? Death. Are you implying that severing an arm is merely a prelude to a greater punishment? Is Arlong to meet his end as well? How ruthless. You dare to kill me. My cousin will undoubtedly avenge me, flaying you alive and turning you into a living puppet. Arlong gasped, his blood-red eyes fixated on Ye Gansheng. He could not fathom that Ye Gansheng would dare to take his life, given his connections to the powerful Huang family, where the illustrious Huang Wujia was his cousin, a true prodigy. Threaten me? Ye Gansheng pressed his foot down on Arlong's head, forcing him to gaze at the imminent execution of Nightwalker. You too threatened me once, and now you are on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, what good are your words? If you have the guts, kill me. Don't hesitate, or I shall think less of you. Arlong retorted defiantly, convinced that Ye Gansheng would not dare to kill him. He envisioned summoning his cousin to exact a torturous vengeance for this loss of his arm. Many of the onlookers, however, had bowed their heads in silence. To claim they could defeat Ye Gansheng was one thing, but to openly taunt him after being bested was tantamount to courting death. Ye Gansheng, even before the Dragon Emperor, had no qualms about causing chaos. What could possibly frighten him? Murder had become second nature, and he was impervious to threats. No one dared to caution Arlong, for engaging Ye Gansheng was a death sentence, a fact underscored by the fate of the cultivators from the previous day's duel. As anticipated, a resigned smile spread across Ye Gansheng's face. In all his years, he had never encountered such a demand. It would be remiss not to acquiesce. Having already shattered the status quo, he had little interest in further considerations. With a flourish of the Storm Thunder Four-Directions sword, he aimed for Arlong's neck. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting female voice resonated. Hold your hand. The speaker seemed aware that her words might not carry much weight, as a delicate flying sword subsequently appeared, soaring towards the wind and thunder fourfold sword wielded by Ye Gansheng. After a crisp clang of blades colliding, the wind and thunder fourfold sword was deflected from its original trajectory, embedding itself into the stone before the monstrous dragon. Ye Gansheng slowly raised his head, and a strikingly beautiful maiden adorned in a purple gown emerged before him, her every movement exuding an elegance that felt incongruous with the mundane streets of Fuzhou. However, he remained unfazed and coldly inquired, I hope you can provide me with a compelling reason. The implication was unmistakable. Luo Keshuan summoned her personal flying sword to her hand, only to be taken aback by the sight of a notch on its blade. It was evident how extraordinary the quality of Ye Gansheng's sword must be. Nevertheless, this was not the time for astonishment. She stowed away her damaged sword and earnestly advised Ye Gansheng, spare him. Although he is foolish, his background is no fabrication. If you were to kill him, you would invite significant trouble upon yourself. Ye Gansheng had a vague recollection of the woman before him, recalling that she had mentioned taking him to conquer the world the previous day. How troublesome, he inquired. The Huang family boasts over a dozen offerings above the 8th realm, not to mention the family head. While the Huang family may not mobilize their forces for a mere waste, dealing with you does not require a grand effort. Luo Keshuan stated seriously. Her harsh words were intended to dissuade Ye Gansheng from pursuing the matter further and to spare the monstrous dragon. For provoking the Huang family was undeniably unwise, especially since their conflict was not one of life and death. After hearing her words, Ye Gansheng should at least contemplate releasing the monstrous dragon. Ye Gansheng's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 70. Personally sending you to your demise. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, covering their mouths in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Over a dozen offerings above the 8th realm. To put this into perspective, the emperor of the great Zhou Tianche, does not even possess anyone at the 8th realm. The Huang family has such a staggering number of offerings. It is simply terrifying. Not to mention the formidable Huang Wujia, who had just been obstructed by the monstrous dragon. His strength was likely even greater. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was not merely this. It was the family head of the Huang clan. If the individuals below him were so powerful, surely the head of the Huang family must possess strength surpassing the 10th realm. It is known that cultivators above the 10th realm are often referred to as immortals, having reached a state of returning to simplicity, capable of extraordinary feats that, while exaggerated, include cleaving mountains and parting seas with ease. Did Ye Gansheng, a mere cultivator of the 4th realm, truly dare to provoke such might? The monstrous dragon, trembling on the ground, glared fiercely at Ye Gansheng. Now you know fear? Let me tell you, it's too late. Once I return to conquer the world, you will be the first to die. Before he could finish his sentence, putrid vegetable leaves were forcefully compressed by internal energy and stuffed into his mouth, causing him to feel nauseous. After expelling the foul matter, he angrily confronted Luo Keshuan. What are you doing? Don't think that just because you belong to the Tianjin sect, I fear you. Your elder brother is certainly no match for my cousin. Silence. Lu Kuxian is truly exasperated. Although she has made Ye Gansheng aware of the gravity of the situation, her observations over time indicate that Ye Gansheng is nothing short of a madman. He acts on his whims, completely disregarding the identity of others. What if, having momentarily contemplated retreat, he is provoked again by Huang Long's words into a murderous rage? She firmly believes Ye Gansheng is entirely capable of such an act. Bah, what are you afraid of? Even if he had 100 times the audacity, he would not dare to harm me. Your cowardly demeanor, bowing and scraping to outsiders, is a disgrace to the Tianjin sect, Huang Long arrogantly proclaimed. He does not believe that after hearing Lu Kuxian's words, Ye Gansheng would still dare to strike, for anyone with a modicum of sense knows that to lay hands on him is a path to certain death, possibly even a gruesome demise. The mere presence of a dozen or more offerings above the 8th realm could instill fear without their appearance. What courage does Ye Gansheng possess to act against him? Lu Kuxian pressed her forehead, pondering why the members of the Huang family are so astute. Yet this so-called distant cousin is so foolish. Does he not understand that distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst? Regardless of how powerful one's background may be, one must bow their head beneath the roof of another. Should one encounter a reckless madman, particularly Ye Gansheng, the likelihood of being slain is exceedingly high. Nevertheless, Lu Kuxian had come to prevent this incident from escalating, and now, seeing Ye Gansheng show no intention of attacking, she resolved to hastily remove Huang Long from the scene to avoid further inciting Ye Gansheng's ire. Even if Huang Long were to seek trouble after Ye Gansheng reaches his peak, she still has her master to rely upon. And as long as blood is not shed, Huang Taido would have to give her master some face. After all, her master is the second elder of the Tianjin sect and the elder in charge of the sword, a figure of immense power. I apologize for today's events. I can take him away now, ensuring he will not trouble you further, Lu Kuxian expressed with a hint of regret towards Ye Gansheng. When she first arrived in the Great Zhou, she shared a similar mindset to Huang Long, believing in her noble status and formidable strength. However, after witnessing Ye Gansheng's prowess, her perspective shifted entirely. She even harbored some inexplicable sentiments that made her exceedingly cautious when confronting Ye Gansheng. As silence lingered, Ye Gansheng showed no sign of moving his foot. Lu Kuxian intended to speak again, but Ye Gansheng interrupted. No need. I shall personally see him off. As a gesture of apology for my actions today, I truly did not mean to provoke a person of such stature. His words were concise, his tone relaxed, leaving those present puzzled. When did Ye Gansheng become so accommodating? Did he truly intend to let it go? Could it be that he was intimidated by Huang Long's background? Indeed, Ye Gansheng is human. As such, he must experience fear, and it is impossible for him to be entirely unyielding to power. Kid, seeing your awareness of the situation, I shall ensure you remain intact, Huang Long remarked. Seemingly accustomed to being under Ye Gansheng's foot and now indifferent to it, Ye Gansheng chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. However, the crowd gradually began to realize that if Ye Gansheng indeed intended to spare the Huang Long out of fear, why then did he continue to tread upon its head? Confusion enveloped the onlookers, save for Luo Keshuan, who felt as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. To personally escort the Huang Long away? How could that be accomplished? Without the need for contemplation, the answer was evident. Upon recognizing Ye Gansheng's intentions, Luo Keshuan immediately positioned herself before him, determined to thwart his plan. Ye Gansheng regarded her with an indifferent gaze and uttered coldly, "Step aside, or face death." Boom. The chilling intonation of his voice struck the crowd, including the Huang Long. with a sudden realization that his notion of escorting referred to sending the Huanglong to the halls of Yama. Shock rippled through them. Had he truly become unrestrained? You dare to kill me. You dare. If you take my life, your entire family shall pay the price. No. The entirety of Dezhou shall follow me to the grave. The Huanglong, now cognizant of his perilous predicament, struggled to escape, yet his efforts were in vain. Luo Kexuan felt a chill wash over her once more. Ye Gansheng showed no regard for her family or the citizens of Dezhou, and using such threats against him was perhaps merely a catalyst for his wrath. Calm yourself. After all, he has not inflicted any substantial harm upon you. Do not allow yourself to spiral into a vortex of death, Luo Kexuan implored earnestly. Ye Gansheng fixed his gaze upon her, his demeanor icy. Considering that your motives are for my sake, I shall grant you one final chance. Step aside. Should any misfortune arise, you need not bear the consequences. The Huang family is not a force you can contend with. Why must you seek such immense trouble for yourself? Do you not realize that this predicament could very well cost you your life? Luo Kexuan exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. No one who can kill me has yet to be born. You should have thought the same yesterday on the competition stage. Am I dead? Only my enemies shall perish. Ye Gansheng replied resolutely. That is not the same. Luo Kexuan found herself faltering, her confidence wavering. While Yen Ruyu's strength was not on par with the Huang family, the circumstances Ye Gansheng faced were not dissimilar. Ye Gansheng slowly rose, opting for silence, yet the aura of the Feng Lei Sihua, sword in his grasp, surged ominously. Observing the chilling transformation in his gaze, Luo Kexuan recognized her defeat. With a heavy sigh, she gradually retreated, pondering her next course of action. After Luo Kexuan had departed, Ye Gansheng's cold eyes turned toward the Huanglong on the ground. The Huanglong, now acutely aware of Ye Gansheng's murderous resolve, had lost all semblance of bravado. Chapter 71. Humanity needs you, Ye Gansheng. You wouldn't dare to kill me. My cousin is Huang Wu. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Gansheng swung his sword, and in an instant, the winds shifted, storms surged, casting the scene in monochrome, as if a mighty thunderbolt had struck at dawn. When the crowd reopened their eyes, the once arrogant Huanglong lay decapitated, blood splattered across the ground. Dead. The one who had roamed the world with impunity was truly dead? A profound silence enveloped the assembly. The Huanglong's formidable lineage had failed to intimidate Ye Gansheng in the slightest. In the realm of the 8 realms, where various offerings abound, even the heads of families beyond the 10th realm loom ominously. How could a mere practitioner of the 4th realm, Ye Gansheng, dare to act so recklessly? Whence came his audacity? Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were equally astonished, initially believing that not only would Ye Gansheng face retribution, but that their son, Ye Xing, might also be spared. Yet, the one who came to assist met an untimely demise instead. This, however, was not the gravest concern. The most dire consequence lay in the potential collateral damage. Should misfortune befall them, Ye Gansheng would be doomed, and they too would struggle to escape their fate. Within the lofty chambers of the imperial city, Zhou Tianche observed this scene unfold. The furrow in his brow relaxed slightly. Ye Gansheng had provoked a formidable entity that spanned the world, and he would ultimately pay the price for his youthful folly, thus saving the emperor considerable effort. Zhou Tianche scoffed disdainfully. His stance towards Ye Gansheng had always been clear: eliminate him if he could not be of use. Now, with Ye Gansheng harboring deep animosity towards the great Zhou, any hope of exploitation was extinguished. Therefore, the demise of Ye Gansheng was a source of delight for him. Rendering Ye Xing's fate inconsequential as he turned away, hands clasped behind him, descending from the tower. At the end of Fusho Street, amidst Ye Xing's anguished screams and the pleas of Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, Huang Ren found himself awaiting fresh orders for an agonizingly long moment. Just as his tea was about to cool, he finally steeled himself to issue the command: execute. The executioner, having received the order, raised the prepared great blade and swung it down with ferocity. Thus, Ye Xing's aspirations of seizing Ye Gansheng's merits to ascend to greatness were dashed. The severed head tumbled away, its expression frozen in sheer terror. As Ye Gansheng returned home amidst the heart-wrenching wails of Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, the citizens dared not meet his gaze, instinctively clearing a path to the Ye residence. Despair shadowed the faces of many, for if Ye Gansheng were to withhold his aid, the situation in the great Zhou would spiral into chaos, perhaps transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing wept inconsolably for their deceased son, their cries echoing with profound sorrow. During his journey back, Ye Gansheng encountered a familiar gaze, Zhao Ji, the former village chief of the Demon Suppression Pass, who had once led the charge to accept benefits from Ye Xing, falsely testified on behalf of Ye Xing, branding him a heroic youth, and thus implicating Ye Gansheng in his downfall. Now, Zhao Ji stood gaunt and ragged, huddled with a group of villagers in a corner, resembling beggars. Upon meeting Ye Gansheng's eyes, he forced a smile, though it betrayed his deep anguish and regret, nearly manifesting in tangible form. Everything could have progressed favorably, yet each choice made had veered towards folly. With a sigh, Ye Gansheng quickened his pace towards the Ye household. Upon his return, Zhou Shuiyao greeted him, inquiring, "My husband, has Ye Xing died?" Ye Gansheng responded, "Indeed, his head has been severed." Chen'er nodded in agreement. She had always believed that her esteemed husband's achievements should not be attributed to others, especially not to one masquerading as a hero, a title that could yield significant advantages. At long last, the rightful owner has returned. Just then, a woman clad in a purple dress gracefully entered, causing Zhou Shuiyao, who had been preparing to brew tea for Ye Gansheng, to pause in confusion, uncertain of the identity of this enchanting figure. However, her beauty was undeniable, particularly the ethereal aura that surrounded her, which even Zhou Shuiyao found difficult to resist. This left her feeling a twinge of rivalry towards Luo Kechuan. Yet, as the hostess of the residence, she refrained from expressing her discontent, not wishing to appear small-minded. Cicada, however, seemed unconcerned with such nuances. Upon witnessing the stunning woman in her home, she crossed her arms and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here at the Yi residence?" Luo Kechuan, while exuding an air of aloof elegance and refinement, projected an unmistakable sense of distance, as if looking down upon the two women present. "I am Luo Kechuan, a friend of Ye Gansheng. Just an acquaintance," she replied. Without even glancing at Luo Kechuan, Ye Gansheng addressed Cicada, saying, "Cicada, please prepare some tea, but use the lesser quality leaves." Cicada, momentarily bewildered, noted that the only tea available at home was named pear grass fragrance. Why would her lord request the inferior tea? Though confused, she understood that she must comply with his instruction. Luo Kechuan offered a gentle smile, addressing Ye Gansheng, "I harbor no ill intentions. There is no need to assert dominance over me." Ye Gansheng resumed his fishing endeavors for the day, responding to Luo Kechuan. "If your visit pertains to that foolish matter we just discussed, then spare me. If it concerns something else, do not waste my time." Zhou Shuiyao felt a flicker of joy upon witnessing her husband's indifferent demeanor towards the stunning Luo Kechuan. Just as she was about to speak, her expression abruptly shifted. "I must check on Cicada," she declared, hastening away from the courtyard under Ye Gansheng's puzzled gaze. Upon entering her room and sitting before a bronze mirror, Zhou Shuiyao's complexion soured as she felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach. However, as someone who had refined the primal essence of all things and achieved the fourth realm of cultivation, she deemed it impossible for her body to falter. Before she could gather her thoughts, a wave of dry heaving overcame her. In the courtyard, Luo Kechuan earnestly addressed Ye Gansheng. "Do you know of the 17 wagers between the human and demon races?" It was indeed for this matter that she had come. Ye Gansheng, dismissively, replied, "I do not." Luo Kechuan began to elucidate, explaining that the 17 contests were a pact between the human and demon races. A victory for the humans would ensure a century of peace, while a victory for the demons would grant them control over the entire river realm. Thus, this wager was of paramount importance to the human race. She endeavored to convey the gravity of the situation, hoping Ye Gansheng would recognize its significance. Yet, Ye Gansheng remained nonchalant, replying, "What does it have to do with me?" Luo Kechuan furrowed her brow, continuing, "The rules of the wager stipulate that the top 3 combatants from both races shall not participate. And there are age restrictions for the first 3 matches, not exceeding 30 years. The outcome of a contest between the pinnacle of both races remains uncertain. Yet the young cultivators among the humans are likely to be overshadowed by their demon counterparts. The human race needs you, Ye Gansheng." A lengthy silence ensued. Ye Gansheng responded with a smile. "Indeed, you are only worthy of drinking inferior tea, and your words echo those of the beast from a decade ago." Chapter 72. Zhou Shuiyao is pregnant, urging Ye Gansheng to venture into the world. 10 years ago, Ye Gansheng was stirred to his core by such words. charging unabated towards the demon suppression pass. What did he ultimately gain? Luo Kequan involuntarily furrowed her brow. She had anticipated that Ye Gansheng would not easily acquiesce. Yet the reasoning he presented left her at a loss for words. Over the past couple of days, she had devised numerous justifications to persuade him to join the grand venture, but she had not expected to confront such a dilemma. Ye Gansheng bore witness to the betrayal of the people of the Great Zhou. Not only was his identity disregarded, but his childhood companion, the princess, had married another, and he had endured moral coercion on multiple occasions. Luo Kequan could only muster the courage to say, "There are no such foolish individuals in the world. If you are willing to assist, I believe everyone would be immensely grateful." At that moment, Chon'er brought over the tea, and it was evident that Luo Kequan's cup contained mere leaves from the trees. Ye Gansheng took a sip of his tea and replied, "It no longer matters. I am indifferent to such hollow titles. Besides, as a mere practitioner of the fourth realm, what help could I possibly offer?" At present, he was entirely unconcerned with the accolades of heroism, and whether others would express gratitude meant even less to him, for he had long ceased to care about anyone's opinions. Luo Kequan glanced at the tea before her, yet did not drink, and reiterated, "Your cultivation may not rank among the highest in the world, but your abilities are undeniably exceptional, and I refuse to believe that my master would send me to seek you without reason." "Your master?" Ye Gansheng showed a flicker of interest. "Yes, my master is the second elder and sword elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Luo Yuxian, whose cultivation is profound and unfathomable." Seemingly struck by a thought, Luo Kequan added with excitement, "Moreover, if you participate in the 17 betting matches, my master will protect you from the retribution of the Huang family." "Your master is formidable?" Ye Gansheng continued to inquire. "One of the pinnacle figures at the apex of the world," Luo Kequan proclaimed with pride. Suddenly, Ye Gansheng shifted his tone, casting his fishing rod aside, and replied, "I am not interested. Besides, I reiterate, I am merely a practitioner of the fourth realm. I cannot contend with others. Your cultivation, compared to the young practitioners in the world, may not be high, but in other aspects, you surpass others combined. Do not belittle yourself," Luo Kequan retorted. "Huh? What use is that? Combat relies on strength, not on any other attribute," Ye Gansheng scoffed. In truth, for one possessing imperial blood like Ye Gansheng, he could effortlessly dominate anyone before him, even unleashing his imperial blood to vanquish those beyond the 10th realm. However, as he had stated, his heart had long been wounded by the citizens of the Great Zhou and his parents. He now sought only to steadily enhance his strength. Unwilling to exert himself for humanity, Luo Kequan leaned forward, earnestly imploring, "As long as you are willing to accompany me in traversing the world, all your concerns will be rendered trivial, for my master has explicitly stated that you possess the ability to lead humanity to victory." Previously, she had been perplexed as to why her esteemed master held such unwavering confidence in someone so obscure, yet after spending some time with Ye Gansheng, she came to believe that her master was indeed correct. It was not merely strength that distinguished him, but an unparalleled ability to turn the tide even in adversity or dire circumstances, an ability not possessed by the average person. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to go," Ye Gansheng yawned, continuing to refuse. "What does the future of humanity have to do with me? As long as I can live well, that's sufficient. Although past experiences have indeed led to my somewhat extreme views now, why not protect oneself if one can?" Luo Kequan felt a sense of helplessness. Although she was quite frustrated, she found herself unable to sway Ye Gansheng. In her eyes, someone willing to guard the demon suppression pass for a decade must possess a profound sense of patriotism. With a wager concerning the future of humanity at stake, she believed Ye Gansheng would eventually acquiesce. Even if the path ahead might prove challenging, she was certain he would ultimately agree. Yet, to her astonishment, Ye Gansheng remained utterly resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Just as Luo Kequan felt exasperated, a figure clad in snow white emerged from within the room. Her steps light, and her complexion notably rosy. "Are you feeling better?" Ye Gansheng asked with genuine concern, revealing a rare tenderness in his demeanor, which was typically indifferent to all matters except for Zhou Shuiyao. "I'm much better. Thank you for your concern, my lord," Zhou Shuiyao replied softly, taking a seat beside Ye Gansheng. "That is good to hear. What happened earlier? Were you unwell?" Ye Gansheng inquired with genuine care. "No," Zhou Shuiyao interjected before he could continue. "I overheard your conversation with this young lady. Ye Gansheng's eyes narrowed, puzzled as to why Zhou Shuiyao would suddenly bring up this topic. Was she apprehensive about his possible agreement? He gently stroked her hair, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will not be going anywhere during this time." Luo Kuxian sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, to the surprise of both individuals present, Zhou Shuiyao shook her head and stated, "My lord should indeed agree with this young lady. A man's aspirations lie beyond mere romantic entanglements." "What did you say?" Ye Gansheng responded with astonishment, not having anticipated such words from Zhou Shuiyao. Beside them, Luo Kuxian was equally bewildered, according to her understanding. It would have been commendable for Zhou Shuiyao to not impede Ye Gansheng's departure, yet here she was, actively encouraging him to agree. What was happening? Zhou Shuiyao embraced Ye Gansheng, her face beaming with a smile as she said, "Have you forgotten what that woman in red armor said yesterday? Do not allow a few individuals to lead you to despair regarding the entire world." It was Wu Mingyue who had spoken those words. Knight Qianxing solemnly inquired once more, "Do you truly wish for me to depart?" Zhou Shuiyao nodded, though a bittersweet sensation lingered within her. She certainly did not desire Knight Qianxing to leave. However, her recent bout of nausea led her to examine her own body, and to her astonishment, she discovered she was with child. While this revelation should have filled her with joy, the conversation she overheard between Knight Qianxing and Luo Kuxian in the courtyard made her realize that a remarkable opportunity had presented itself. What opportunity? The chance to enter the imperial city and seize the true dragon's fortune. This had always been her ultimate aspiration. Therefore, if she were to divulge her pregnancy to Knight Qianxing, he would undoubtedly choose not to leave, and she desperately needed this opportunity for him to be absent from the Great Zhou. As long as she could infiltrate the imperial city during his absence and obtain the true dragon's fortune, upon Knight Qianxing's return, she could then reveal her condition to him, rendering everything perfectly orchestrated. In the future, she would no longer have to constantly fear the exposure of her demonic identity. Her cultivation would flourish, allowing her to protect Knight Qianxing in return. They could cherish their time together. Chapter 73. If I have not returned by midnight, you must seek Knight Qianxing, my husband. True indifference lies in letting go, not in evasion. Should the human race falter, it would greatly impact you as well, Zhou Shuiyao stated earnestly. Although she harbored selfish motives, she did not wish for Knight Qianxing to swing from one extreme to another. After all, excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Knight Qianxing gazed intently at his wife for a long while, then set down his fishing rod. "Even you say so," he remarked with a hint of resignation. Yet he could not deny that both his wife and Wu Mingyue were correct. The struggle between humans and demons was not merely a matter affecting a select few. This wager meant that if the human race triumphed, peace would reign. Conversely, if the demons prevailed, the humans would find themselves besieged, their living space further constricted until annihilation loomed. "My husband," Zhou Shuiyao observed the expression on Knight Qianxing's face with a twinge of sympathy. Knight Qianxing waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, you are right. I may choose to remain indifferent to the affairs of others, but I shall not allow my own existence to be trampled upon. Consider it a form of self-preservation." Having spent numerous years at the Demon Suppression Pass, his animosity towards the demon race was profound. Now that the topic had arisen, he felt compelled to venture forth, even if only to honor the memory of those cultivators who had perished alongside General Wang Yang. "Do you truly agree?" Luo Kuxian asked, her eyes alight with joy. Zhou Shuiyao, too, gazed at her husband with eager anticipation. If not for the paramount importance of the true dragon's fortune, she would be loath to see her husband embark on such a perilous journey. However, her unwavering trust in Knight Qianxing's abilities permitted her to allow him to depart. Ultimately, Knight Qianxing sighed and said earnestly, "Let it be clear, although my intentions stem from the desire to secure my own living conditions, I shall not extend any favors to others." Luo Kuxian immediately grasped his meaning and exclaimed with excitement, "Rest assured, Master and the others will undoubtedly offer you ample rewards." "I hope so," Knight Qianxing replied, his skepticism evident. In truth, he originally intended to embark on a journey to conquer the world, seeking to bring the yet-to-be-formed Si Jiangsha under his command. Therefore, his departure now is not without merit. However, it must yield significant benefits. Strangely, after encouraging Ye Gansheng to venture forth, Zhou Shuiyao found herself unexpectedly melancholic at the thought of her husband actually leaving. Yet she reminded herself that this was merely a fleeting separation, and once everything was set in order, they would surely be able to enjoy a long-lasting union. Her hand instinctively caressed her abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How would Ye Gansheng react if he discovered she was with child? Would he feel joy or trepidation? Did he prefer a son or a daughter? Would he relish the role of a father? What name would they bestow upon their child? The departure was scheduled for the following day. At dawn, Luo Kexuan eagerly awaited outside the gates of the Ye residence, unable to contain her anticipation of introducing Ye Gansheng to her master. The mere thought of her master's astonished expression brought an uncontrollable smile to her face. However, as midday approached, Ye Gansheng had yet to appear. "Sister, why hasn't the elder brother arrived yet? I'm already hungry," complained Li Xiao, who had been hiding in the inn for many days, her gaze fixed on the gates of the Ye residence. "Let us wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up soon, we shall go in search of him," Luo Kexuan replied, her own impatience beginning to surface. Yet she was willing to extend her patience for Ye Gansheng. After another half-hour of waiting, just as the two could no longer bear it and were about to knock, the door swung open on its own. They beheld a strikingly handsome man clad in a black robe adorned with gold trim stepping out. "How handsome!" Li Xiao exclaimed, somewhat infatuated. "Weren't we supposed to set off at dawn?" "It's already midday," Luo Kexuan remarked with a hint of annoyance. Ye Gansheng cast a glance at Luo Kexuan and replied nonchalantly, "It's evident you have never sought a partner. Those with companions seldom rise early." Luo Kexuan was keen to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, for she indeed had never sought a partner. Although she had been pursued by many scions of noble families and prodigies during her time in the world, she had rejected them all. Curiosity piqued her as to why those with partners would sleep in. Yet, Ye Gansheng offered no further explanation, instead inquiring, "What is the purpose of the carriage behind? Are you intending to travel to the world in that? Don't you possess a flying sword?" Luo Kexuan explained, "There are restrictions in the world. Ordinary individuals are not permitted to use flying swords, as there are too many immortals who do not allow others to soar above them. Thus, we must resort to a carriage." She felt helpless, as traveling by flying sword would be significantly swifter, whereas the carriage would take 2 to 3 days. "Huh, immortals? Merely a bunch of self-righteous fools," Ye Gansheng scoffed derisively. Luo Kexuan waved her hand in agreement. "Regardless of the troubles that arise at home, do not concern yourself. Everything can wait until my return, understood?" In truth, Ye Gansheng's greatest concern lay with Zhou Xueyao. However, as she was a demon, as long as her true nature remained concealed, she would be relatively safe. With her long hair cascading gracefully, Zhou Xueyao nodded with a gentle smile. The warmth of concern enveloping her was truly delightful, and she found herself somewhat enamored by this sensation. After bidding farewell, Ye Gansheng followed Luo Kexuan into a carriage. Departing from the Ye residence, Zhou Xueyao watched intently as Ye Gansheng left, her smile gradually fading until the carriage vanished from her sight. For she had her own matters to attend to. In the afternoon, word spread among the citizens of the Great Zhou that Ye Gansheng had departed, prompting a flurry of individuals to rush to the Ye residence for confirmation. Upon receiving the unsettling news, panic ensued. They had hoped that as long as Ye Gansheng remained in the Great Zhou, he would eliminate the invading demon clans, ensuring their safety as he had done previously. Now, with his sudden departure, they were left utterly bewildered. Zhou Huanling, upon hearing the news, hurried to the Ye residence, scouring every corner before leaving in a daze. However, few paid attention to Zhou Xueyao, as many regarded her merely as a pitiful figure abandoned by Ye Gansheng. As evening approached, Zhou Xueyao donned her night attire, preparing to stealthily infiltrate the imperial city in pursuit of the true dragon's fortune. Before her endeavor, she entrusted Chon'er with a shrinking talisman. "Miss, what is this for?" Chon'er inquired, puzzled. "If I have not returned by the hour of the rat, seek out Ye Gansheng across the realm," Zhou Xueyao instructed earnestly. Chapter 74. For there is still a child of Ye Gansheng within me. Recent incursions by demon clans meant that Zhou Tianche would likely overlook any fluctuations in the national treasury. Yet Zhou Xueyao resolved to prepare for all eventualities. Should misfortune befall her, she hoped her demise would not tarnish Ye Gansheng's reputation. After all, marrying a demon woman would surely incite disdain among the human populace, and she could not bear to witness that. Chon'er gazed at Zhou Xueyao, concern evident in her eyes. Yet she nodded in agreement. "Chon'er understands." Zhou Xueyao affectionately ruffled Chon'er's hair, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, I shall return within an hour at most." In truth, Uncertainty gnawed at her heart, as breaching the imperial city was fraught with peril, while Zhou Tianche may have been unable to contend with Ye Gansheng. He was more than capable of handling her. In comforting Chon'er, she was also soothing her own anxieties. As the moon ascended into the night sky, it was an unfortunate coincidence that the night was a full moon. The radiant light bathed the earth in a silvery glow, complicating Zhou Xuyao's impending actions. It is time to commence, she resolved, no longer hesitating. Under the cover of darkness, she stealthily infiltrated the imperial city via a familiar path through the rear mountains. Her goal, the national treasury situated at the heart of the city, where the true dragon's fortune awaited her. At that moment, 2 imperial guards stood vigil at the treasury's entrance, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any suspicious figures, displaying unwavering vigilance. Yet, unbeknownst to them, tendrils of blood-red vines stealthily crept closer, adorned with exquisite but bloodthirsty flowers. In but a fleeting moment, the guards on the left were ensnared by creeping vines, dragged away as if they were mere playthings. Another guard, only just realizing the anomaly, grasped his weapon, yet he too met the same fate as his predecessor, disappearing without a trace as if swallowed by the very fabric of the world. On the beam across the way, Zhou Xuyao did not rush into action. Instead, she maintained her vigil, ensuring that no one had noticed the peculiar scene below. Time passed slowly, though the grand halls remained brightly lit. An unsettling stillness enveloped the treasury beneath, causing Zhou Xuyao to furrow her brow, an inexplicable premonition gnawing at her heart. The treasury of the illustrious de Zhou. So poorly guarded, could it be a ruse? She propped her chin on her hand, musing aloud. In truth, she was not entirely sure of the past circumstances, but relinquishing her inquiry now felt unsatisfactory. After all, she had come this far, and perhaps today offered a fortuitous opportunity. To let it slip away would be regrettable. After much contemplation, Zhou Xuyao resolved to delve deeper. The Dezhou was beset by internal strife and external threats. It would not be long before the demon tribe might return, leaving no one to safeguard the treasury. Nodding to herself, she leapt from the beam. Her steps were light, owing to her pregnancy, but in the stillness of the night, even the softest sound was magnified within the imperial city. The silence around her was palpable, a daunting quiet that Zhou Xuyao refused to let intimidate her. Extending her hand toward the treasury door, a blood-red vine unfurled from her sleeve. As the vine made contact with the door, it corroded instantly, layers peeling away until a passage large enough for a single person emerged. Without hesitating, Zhou Xuyao entered, her gaze fervently scanning the array of treasures. Numerous valuable items lay before her, yet she paid them no heed. Her sole focus was on the elusive true dragon's fortune that could rid her of the fatal ties to her past. With the true dragon's fortune, the traits of the demon tribe within her could be suppressed, allowing her to live peacefully alongside Ye Gansheng, without the constant dread that had once plagued her. The thought of a blissful future with Ye Gansheng intensified her urgency to acquire the true dragon's fortune. However, after a thorough search, she detected not even a whisper of its essence. Was it possible that it was not housed here at all? Yet she had learned that all fortunes derived from the dragon vein were securely placed within the treasury. Why then was it absent? Undeterred, she meticulously examined the surroundings once more, yet still found no trace of the true dragon's fortune. Perhaps it had been relocated, explaining the laxity of the guards. Though disappointment settled within her, the lack of results seemed, in hindsight, somewhat reasonable given the guard's demeanor. Zhou Xuyao sighed, but hope lingered. After all, Ye Gansheng would not return for another fortnight. Just as she prepared to retreat, an incongruous voice pierced the silence. "Is this what you seek?" Zhou Xuyao's pupils constricted in shock. In an instant, she assumed a combat stance upon turning around, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, Zhou Tianche had already taken a seat outside the treasury, casually toying with a small vial. The vial seemed to be enveloped in an ethereal aura, unmistakably distinctive. Moreover, an indeterminate number of imperial guards, torches in hand, stood ominously behind Zhou Tianche, as if they had been poised for this moment all along. "How did you find out?" Zhou Xuyao inquired, her complexion paling with distress. At this juncture, offering excuses was futile. The fact that Zhou Tianche had orchestrated such an elaborate display to apprehend her signified that he had uncovered her true identity. With a derisive chuckle, Zhou Tianche tightened his grip on the vial and disdainfully addressed Zhou Xuyao. "Truth be told, I have long suspected you were not my daughter. Now your true form is revealed. a wildflower that has mysteriously emerged from the shadows. What do you intend to do? Zhou Shuiyao's face was etched with trepidation. Faced with Zhou Tianche alone, she felt inadequate, let alone the formidable imperial guards behind him. Her heart raced not from fear of death, but from a myriad of concerns. Knight Qiansheng had departed from the great Zhou and would not return for half a month. If she were to perish, she would never see him again. Furthermore, the life growing within her stirred even greater anxiety. If captured by Zhou Tianche, she might endure torment, but what of her unborn child? The direst outcome could very well be a lost pregnancy. What do I desire? Zhou Tianche suddenly rose from his seat, addressing Zhou Shuiyao with a menacing tone. You have slain my daughter. Naturally, you must pay with your life for such a transgression. His fury was palpable, particularly since Zhou Shuiyao was Knight Qiansheng's wife, and reports indicated that their affection for each other was profound. Unable to confront Knight Qiansheng directly, he resolved to vent his wrath upon Zhou Shuiyao instead. With this thought, a cruel smile crept across Zhou Tianche's face. Should you dare resist, I shall personally ensure your annihilation. He then commanded the imperial guards positioned behind him. Zhou Shuiyao clenched her jaw, her brows knitting together as she retorted, You may certainly attempt it. Should you lay a finger upon me when my husband returns, the streets of Chang'an shall run red with blood. Zhou Tianche's raised hand froze midair. Chapter 75. Forbidden Level Techniques on the Winding Path. The wind and sand obscured the sun, rendering visibility limited to mere feet ahead. Yet, amidst the swirling sands traversed a resplendent gilded carriage, drawn by two horses that were evidently of extraordinary pedigree, gliding effortlessly over the sandy terrain, never wavering from their path. Inside the carriage, Knight Qiansheng occupied the driver's seat, as the horses were of such exceptional quality that a groom was unnecessary. How much longer? Knight Qiansheng inquired, stifling a yawn born of boredom. They had journeyed for approximately a day, and beyond the borders of the Great Zhou, they were engulfed in a sea of yellow sand. Cultivation was futile, and even the desire to admire the scenery felt indulgent. Yet, such a day was inevitable, all for the sake of Si Jiangsha. It served as a prelude to adaptation. Luo Keshuan, emerging from her meditative state, glanced outside and remarked, We should have about a day's journey remaining. But we are soon to enter the realm of traversing the world. The sand will lighten considerably. Knight Qiansheng, burdened by a sense of apathy, refrained from cultivation, resulting in an overwhelming sense of boredom. The surrounding yellow sands obscured his view of the distant scenery, amplifying his ennui. At this moment, Li Xiao emerged from her meditative state, or rather, she had been covertly observing Knight Qiansheng, never truly immersed in her practice. Initially, she had thought him to be aloof and unapproachable. However, upon witnessing his unexpected initiative to engage in conversation, she realized an opportunity had presented itself. Cautiously, she moved to sit beside him, her enthusiasm palpable, as if she had finally encountered someone she idolized. Big brother, I saw you displaying your prowess in the arena. You were truly magnificent. More impressive than our senior brother. Li Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Is that so? What level of cultivation does your senior brother possess? Knight Qiansheng inquired, seizing the moment to glean insights about the world beyond. I'm not sure, Li Xiao replied playfully. He is at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, Luo Keshuan interjected, her eyes closed, her tone grave. The pinnacle of the fifth realm, Knight Qiansheng conceded, acknowledging the reality that the cultivators of this realm surpassed those from the outside world. The senior brother of a sect had cultivation surpassing that of Wu Mingwei. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that despite a lifetime of striving, he had only reached mid-stage of the second realm after decades, even upon discovering the existence of Dao bones. Yet, for him now, the fifth realm posed little threat. After all, Yen Ruyu, whom he had bested, was also at that level, and the strength of the demon race at equivalent cultivation levels greatly surpassed that of humanity. Noticing Knight Qiansheng's lack of response, Li Xiao pouted and tugged at his clothing, saying, Big brother, look at me. At that moment, the world before him transformed, revealing a breathtaking landscape of mountains and waters. Radiant and resplendent, akin to entering an ancient mystical realm that invigorated the spirit. Luo Keshuan slowly opened her eyes, reminding them that within the realm of Zongheng Tiantian, one must tread carefully, for even a seemingly ordinary stone could be an incarnation of an immortal, and humility was paramount. The picturesque scenery indeed diverged from the commonplace vistas outside, Ye Gansheng found himself captivated by this fabled land of unparalleled fortune, which he had only heard of in his past life. The brilliance of colors and the heavenly glow required no elaborate introduction. Closing his eyes, he could feel the subtle yet profound force of the Tao with each breath. It was no wonder the demon race coveted this land. It was easy to understand why such longing existed. Seeing a different expression on Ye Gansheng's face, Li Xiao, brimming with pride, declared, "Big brother, this is nothing. Within Linjiang City, there exists a true immortal mountain. Cultivating there for a single day is equivalent to a year outside." Linjiang City, situated at the heart of Zongheng Tiantian, served as the stronghold for all cultivators in this realm, rumored to have been established by the city lord Lu Linjiang with a single sword strike. The true immortal mountain? Ye Gansheng queried, curiosity piqued. Whose is it? As Ye Gansheng tended to himself, Li Xiao felt a surge of happiness and promptly responded. The immortal mountain does not belong to anyone. Lord Lu Linjiang has established a magnificent palace upon it, named by Ye Xing. Initially, everyone presumed it would serve as the Lord's residence. However, he deemed it unfair and chose to reside in the adjacent Wenjian villa, leaving by Ye Xing accessible only to the most formidable of cultivators. Ye Gansheng's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "So, by your account, the Lord of Linjiang City is indeed a gentleman?" Luo Keshuan affirmed, "Certainly. Those who traverse the world hold great respect for the Lord, not solely due to his unparalleled strength, but also because his character is beyond reproach." Ye Gansheng nodded, observing a blue bull passing by, upon which a child was engrossed in reading. He felt a sense of curiosity about the immortal mountain, not merely because of the extraordinary phenomenon where a day's cultivation within equates to a year's outside, but rather due to the treasures hidden within that could produce such miraculous effects. Logically, a mountain should possess little spiritual essence. Typically, blessed lands are remnants of immortal beings. If an entire mountain were a blessed land, it must conceal some extraordinary treasure. Sensing Ye Gansheng's thoughts, Luo Keshuan remarked, "My master holds you in high regard, and the Lord likely does as well. Thus, you may indeed have the opportunity to enter by Ye Xing for cultivation." Li Xiao chimed in, Indeed, big brother. Having achieved such cultivation in a place as spiritually barren as the Great Zhou, the Lord will surely permit you entry into by Ye Xing for your training." Ye Gansheng did not respond, for he was reluctant to discuss this topic further, or perhaps he wished to conceal his thoughts regarding the immortal mountain. Instead, he inquired, "You mentioned that Lu Linjiang established Linjiang City. His strength must be considerable, then?" Luo Keshuan replied, "Certainly. The Lord is acclaimed as the strongest cultivator among humanity, and no one has ever witnessed his defeat. Moreover, he has a daughter whose talents are truly unparalleled, her cultivation comparable to that of some venerable elders. Yet," Luo Keshuan continued, "however, the Lord's daughter possesses a rather peculiar disposition. She is not fond of conversation and prefers solitude." "Oh," Ye Gansheng pressed, "do you happen to know the extent of the Lord and his daughter's cultivation levels?" The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Ye Gansheng felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to at least learn the cultivation level of the Lord's daughter. After this revelation, an inexplicable sense of urgency washed over him. He realized he must hasten his own cultivation. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Host detected entering the realm of dominance. Entering a significant life event phase. Special reward. Forbidden book. Taboo. Ye Gansheng had received numerous system rewards, from heavenly to emperor ranks. Yet this forbidden book was a novel experience. Moreover, the system's reference to a significant life event piqued his curiosity. Chapter 76. The terrifying nature of taboo techniques. Arriving at Linjiang City strangely, this technique known as the Forbidden Book did not assimilate into his consciousness as others had upon acquisition. It remained entirely unresponsive. As the night deepened, Ye Gansheng instinctively retrieved the book from the void and opened its first page, which bore but a single line. "Your eyes are still too clear." A frown creased Ye Gansheng's brow. The meaning of this phrase eluded him, and it certainly did not resemble any cultivation technique. Too clear? Did it imply that clear eyes could not perceive the contents above? What kind of eyes would not be clear, he pondered. Here he held a forbidden level manual, yet found himself unable to cultivate from it, leading to a sense of disappointment. He flipped through a few more pages, only to discover them blank, devoid of even a single word. "What are you looking at, big brother?" At that moment, Li Xiao, who had been ignored for quite some time, approached. Curious to see if others could discern the content, Ye Gansheng did not evade and allowed Li Xiao to gaze upon the book. Luo Kexuan, intrigued by the treasures Ye Gansheng possessed, also leaned in, recalling the heavenly tier weapon he had wielded during a demon slaying and the sword he had revealed the day before. Hence, upon hearing that he had extracted yet another item, she too cast a curious glance. After examining the book in Ye Gansheng's hands, both were left with expressions of bewilderment and simultaneously inquired, "This book feels so strange, almost ethereal, as if it does not belong to this world. Moreover, there isn't a single word upon it." Li Xiao added, "I can't shake the feeling that this book is alive." Observing that neither could discern the book's contents, Ye Gansheng began to seriously doubt whether there was any actual content within or if it was merely a prank orchestrated by the system. He returned the book to its resting place, resolved to find a suitable location for thorough examination. Despite its apparent emptiness, he felt an undeniable sense of mystery regarding the book, one that transcended its forbidden nature. After approximately half a day, dusk approached. Yet the trio showed no inclination to cease their journey. The gallant steed was undeterred by the swirling sands and the encroaching darkness. As Ye Gansheng gazed at the sky darkening outside, he wondered if those who traversed the world possessed broader insights, perhaps knowledge of the forbidden level techniques. With this in mind, he posed a question to Luo Kexuan. "Are you aware of any forbidden level techniques?" Luo Kexuan, feeling somewhat fatigued and resting at the moment, was taken aback by his inquiry and replied, "Forbidden techniques? I have never heard of them. My master said that the highest tier of techniques is the Emperor tier, and the Heavenly Sword sect possesses but one." Li Xiao leaned against Luo Kexuan, lacking energy, and remarked, "Forbidden techniques? If they truly exist, they must be incredibly powerful." Ye Gansheng nodded. It seemed the forbidden techniques were indeed profound and elusive. Even the core disciples who traversed the world were unaware of them. He began to suspect that perhaps there was only one such technique in existence. At that moment, the carriage came to an unexpected halt. The three exchanged puzzled glances and turned their attention forward, where they discovered a hunched old man standing in front of the carriage. With their considerable cultivation levels and the moonlight illuminating the scene, they could see the old man clearly. Leaning on a stick he had seemingly scavenged. His hair and beard were a tangled white, presenting a disheveled appearance akin to that of a beggar. He wore a smile as he gazed at the three within the carriage. "Young man, might you grant this old man a ride?" A number of individuals remained silent. Yet it was the elder who initiated the conversation, his tone relatively amiable. Luo Kexuan, without a moment's thought, readily acquiesced. After all, in a world of boundless possibilities, even an inconspicuous stone by the roadside could very well be the incarnation of an immortal. One must not be dismissive, and besides, it was merely a matter of offering a ride, nothing of great significance. As the disheveled old man entered the carriage, Ye Gansheng immediately detected a strong scent of blood. "I shall remain in the corner, so as not to intrude upon the tender exchanges of youth," he remarked, his demeanor reminiscent of a streetwise rogue. "There is no need for such formality, Senior," Luo Kexuan replied, uncertain of what else to say. The carriage continued its journey, but ever since the elder boarded, Ye Gansheng had largely ceased speaking, offering only perfunctory responses to Luo Kexuan's inquiries. The old man cast a knowing glance at Ye Gansheng before resuming his conversation with Li Xiao. Approximately an hour later, Li Xiao suddenly recalled Ye Gansheng's earlier question. Curiosity piqued, she turned to the elder and asked, "You claim to possess extensive knowledge. Are you aware of what forbidden techniques are?" "Forbidden techniques?" The old man's expression shifted to one of seriousness, starkly contrasting his previous nonchalance. With a tone laced with urgency, he inquired, "Where did you hear about forbidden techniques?" "Little girl?" Li Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless, looked towards Ye Gansheng. She merely intended to assist him in asking, but the old man's reaction was unexpectedly intense, leaving her momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Luo Kexuan interjected, "My master informed me." The old man squinted slightly. "Is your master Luo Yuxian?" "Indeed," she confirmed. With a dry chuckle, the old man shook his head. "Impossible. That girl could not possibly know about forbidden techniques. However, do not be alarmed. Such techniques are exceedingly rare in this world, and most individuals will never encounter them." Li Xiao's curiosity only deepened. Are there really forbidden techniques? Are they truly that formidable? Are they more powerful than imperial rank techniques? Formidable? The old man replied gravely, "Forbidden techniques, as their name suggests, are indeed forbidden. Anything labeled as forbidden, do you believe it can be aptly described as formidable? Under the inquisitive gazes of the two women, the old man continued, forbidden techniques are akin to demons. They possess their own consciousness and can lead one into the abyss. In summary, even if one were to encounter them, it is best to never touch them. His emphasis was unwavering, his gaze fixed intently upon Ye Gansheng throughout. Seated at the front, Ye Gansheng remained expressionless, yet tumultuous thoughts stirred within him. Just moments ago, the system had bestowed a reward, indicating he had reached a significant juncture in life. Was it a choice regarding whether to cultivate forbidden techniques? What would the consequences be if he chose to cultivate them, and what if he refrained? However, it seemed ill-timed to dwell on such concerns. For even if he wished to cultivate, he was utterly unable to do so. Apart from a line of strange characters appearing in a book, there was nothing else. At least, not that he could perceive. On the 24th of July, the carriage departing from the Great Zhou finally entered the heart of the vast world. Arriving at Linjiang City, a stronghold named after its lord, which had stood for several centuries. As the carriage came to a halt, the disheveled old man vanished without a trace. However, the few present were not taken aback, judging by his eloquent discourse from the previous day. It was apparent that the old man was no ordinary individual. As Luo Kexuan disembarked from the carriage, a proud and resolute young man hurriedly approached her. Junior sister, why have you been gone for so long? Did you not think to write to elder brother? I have been quite worried about you. Chapter 77. The arrogant Qin Beixian faces the great powers of humanity. Luo Kexuan was somewhat taken aback to see her elder brother, Qin Beixian, waiting at the city gates. With a slight furrow of her brow, she inquired, how did elder brother know I was returning today? Initially, she had intended to return to the world the very next day. However, after witnessing Ye Gansheng's formidable strength, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Thus, she sought opportunities and lingered a few extra days. Logically, Qin Beixian should have been unaware of her whereabouts. With a bright and hearty smile, Qin Beixian approached her and explained, during your absence, I have thought of you day and night, so I have come to the city gates each morning, eagerly awaiting your return. The intensity of his gaze made Luo Kexuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. In truth, she and Qin Beixian were not particularly close. Being the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, he was essentially the elder brother of the entire Tianjin sect. Nevertheless, he had always shown her great kindness. While she had previously ignored him, the presence of Ye Gansheng now filled her with an inexplicable fear that he might misinterpret her relationship with her elder brother. Forcing a smile, Luo Kexuan struggled to maintain her composure. In response to her smile, Qin Beixian beamed even more brightly. His daily wait had finally borne fruit. Luo Kexuan rarely smiled at him before, often only doing so out of courtesy. Soon after, Qin Beixian recalled the purpose of Luo Kexuan's journey, shifting the conversation with a hint of disdain. Where is the person you brought back, junior sister? Let him come forth, so I may see if he is truly worth your long journey. Luo Kexuan frowned slightly, displeased by his rudeness. Please do not be so disrespectful. He possesses great strength. What was meant as a gentle reminder, however, was perceived by Qin Beixian as a challenge. He began to question whether his junior sister had been deceived. How could someone from beyond the bounds of the world be strong? Surely, you jest. Junior sister, have you lost your senses after just 2 days? You claim he is formidable. How can that possibly be? Qin Beixian was clearly skeptical. Luo Kexuan felt a sense of helplessness. The preconceived notions held by those from the world beyond were too deeply ingrained to clarify. She could only say, in any case, do not provoke him. I cannot predict what might ensue if you do. Though their interactions had been limited, she had come to understand over the past 2 days that Ye Gansheng was a person who valued tranquility. If others did not disturb him, he would largely ignore them. However, should someone dare to provoke him or engage in battle, Ye Gansheng would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. Although Ye Gansheng may not be regarded as the pinnacle of strength in the world, the fact that he was able to slay Yan Ruyu from the 5th realm makes her doubt that her so-called senior brother could withstand such prowess. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Ye Gansheng shows no regard for the identity of his victims, having even dared to kill members of the Huang family. Should Qin Beixian provoke him, the consequences are all too predictable. However, it is evident that Luo Kexuan's well-meaning words fell upon Qin Beixian's ears as mere provocation. He could not bear to hear Luo Kexuan praise others, particularly men. This would drive him to madness. Oh, if he is truly so formidable, why hide within the carriage? Let him emerge, so I may witness his prowess firsthand. Chen Beixian remained skeptical of his junior sister's claims. How strong could an obscure outsider possibly be? Anyone who dared deceive his junior sister would certainly receive a lesson from him. At that moment, Li Xiao's anxious voice broke through. Senior sister. The big brother has left. Hurry and catch up. Upon hearing her words, Luo Kequan realized that Ye Gansheng had already entered Linjiang City ahead of them, showing no intention of waiting for her. After exchanging a brief farewell with Chen Beixian, she hurried after him. Damn! Chen Beixian cursed under his breath before following suit. After all the effort he expended and the time he wasted on cultivation waiting for Luo Kequan, he was met with this infuriating scene. He had never seen his elegant junior sister chasing after someone before. Though anger coursed through him, it was overshadowed by envy towards Ye Gansheng. As Ye Gansheng strolled through the streets of Linjiang City, he noted that while the streets were considerably broader than those in the Great Zhou, the overall ambience was quite similar, albeit with towering mountains reaching for the heavens. A mere glance upward evoked an ethereal sense of wonder. He had not forgotten his purpose for visiting Linjiang City, to locate Si Jiangsha, who bore the fateful poison body. Now should be the most challenging time for Si Jiangsha. Opportunities like this must not be squandered. Generally, offering timely assistance is something one never forgets in a lifetime, especially now when Si Jiangsha is reviled by all. He resolved to ask around for information. Just then, Li Xiao caught up, breathlessly exclaiming, "Big brother, please slow down. Senior sister can't keep up." To her surprise, Ye Gansheng actually paused. Could it be that the big brother found her endearing and had developed feelings for her? Lost in her fantasies, she heard Ye Gansheng gently inquire, "Li Xiao, do you know of any little girls who are despised by others?" Despised little girls? Li Xiao hesitated briefly before responding. There does seem to be such a person. Where? Ye Gansheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This information came effortlessly. Li Xiao shook her head. "I'm not sure of the exact location, but if that little girl is still alive, she must be at the south gate. That area is filled with all sorts of peculiar individuals, even half-human, half-demon hybrids." Ye Gansheng rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before replying. "It should be at the place you mentioned. Let me there." Delighted to assist Ye Gansheng, Li Xiao exclaimed, "All right." As the two were preparing to take action, Luo Kequan had already caught up from behind. She addressed Ye Gansheng, stating, "My master has instructed that you must see her immediately upon your arrival. We can discuss other matters later." "See her? When the time for the wager arrives, you can simply find me, can't you? Must it be so complicated?" Ye Gansheng replied. According to his understanding, he was merely accompanying Luo Kequan to traverse the world, intending to step in for a match when the wager commenced. Time was essentially at his discretion. Luo Kequan sighed in exasperation, explaining, "That is certainly not acceptable. The wager is no trivial matter. Not only my master, but also the city lord and various powerful figures among the human race will be present to witness you, including the head of the Huang family, Huang Taidu, and his son, Huang Wuji." Her choice of words was already quite gentle. The truth was that everyone would be assessing whether Ye Gansheng possessed the qualifications to represent the human race in the first battle. It is worth noting that those in attendance were the pillars of the human race, among them the renowned Lu Linjiang, often hailed as the strongest among humans. Such a grand assembly would render even the most audacious silent, let alone facing the trial. Yet, this was not her most pressing concern. Her greatest fear was the Huang family's potential vendetta against Ye Gansheng. If Huang Taidu were to employ underhanded methods to prevent Ye Gansheng from passing the trial, thus forfeiting the opportunity to compete, no one would care about his fate. This would mean the Huang family could exact their revenge on him without restraint. Chapter 78. Luo Kequan and Ye Gansheng were indeed too close. Luo Kequan was indifferent to most matters, yet this particular issue had been emphasized by her master, necessitating her to escort Ye Gansheng to the Heavenly Sword sect at all costs. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Gansheng ultimately nodded, recognizing that in their quest across the world, the Heavenly Sword sect might indeed offer him assistance. Most importantly, Luo Kequan's promise of high-tier treasures and techniques had yet to be solidified. What if he were to inquire and later find her reneging on the agreement? Very well. I shall also inquire about the remuneration, he declared, noting that Si Jiangsha was currently traversing the world and was now known to be at the southern gate. Others were eager to avoid her, so he felt no urgency. Remuneration? Luo Kequan was taken aback. Discussing payment? Shouldn't one be more focused on enhancing their reputation and leaving a favorable impression? Why was Ye Gansheng's thought process so peculiar? It was crucial to remember that he would soon be facing the foremost figures of the human race, true luminaries. Nonetheless, Luo Kexuan refrained from expressing further thoughts, believing that once Ye Gansheng encountered those great personages, he would likely behave more circumspectly, refraining from uttering anything excessively audacious. At that moment, Chun Beixian rushed over, and upon seeing his junior sister standing closely with Ye Gansheng, he was instantly filled with fury. Get away from him. The junior sister, whom he admired, should be pure and unblemished. How could she be so close to another man? Unable to contain himself, he dashed forward to position himself between them. Luo Kexuan felt a surge of frustration. She was not particularly familiar with this so-called senior brother. Why was he confronting Ye Gansheng and speaking to him in such a disrespectful manner? It is essential to note that she had to exert considerable effort to persuade Ye Gansheng to venture to the Heavenly Sword sect. However, being mindful that Chun Beixian is her senior brother, she refrained from expressing her frustration and could only gaze anxiously at Ye Gansheng. Ye Gansheng furrowed his brow slightly, wondering from where this imbecile had emerged. What is your business? He inquired. Do you not realize that Luo Kexuan is my junior sister? Who permitted you to be so close to her? Chun Beixian interrogated Ye Gansheng with an intimidating demeanor, as if he were ready to pounce and inflict bodily harm. So, it turns out he is an admirer of Luo Kexuan. Ye Gansheng scoffed derisively and glanced at the enchanting Luo Kexuan behind him. Indeed, her beauty was unparalleled, which explained why she garnered admirers of considerable strength. At this moment, sensing the brewing conflict, numerous cultivators swiftly gathered to witness the spectacle, with many immediately recognizing Chun Beixian, the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. The cultivators opposing Chun Beixian appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be that this Navi youth from the valley had provoked Luo Kexuan? Such misfortune. Alas, while Chun Beixian may not be the pinnacle of the younger generation, he certainly ranked among the notable figures. The youth clad in black, though impressive, would undoubtedly not be a match for Chun Beixian. A thrilling scene was about to unfold, providing an opportunity for outsiders to perceive the disparity between their kind and the locals. As no one intervened to mediate the situation and the onlookers only encouraged the confrontation, Luo Kexuan felt overwhelmed. She understood Ye Gansheng's temperament all too well. If her senior brother continued his tirade, physical confrontation would be merely the least of their worries. She feared for a far graver outcome, the potential for murder. If that were to transpire, Ye Gansheng would become the target of collective animosity, leaving him no chance of survival, a scenario she absolutely wished to avoid. Li Xiao, hurry back to the Heavenly Sword sect and fetch our master. Quickly. Luo Kexuan urgently urged the nearby Li Xiao. Oh, Li Xiao replied, clearly reluctant. She had hoped to witness Ye Gansheng deliver a sound thrashing to Chun Beixian. However, as a junior sister, she could not disregard her senior sister's command and thus summoned her energy, departing the scene with remarkable speed toward the Heavenly Sword sect. The crowd continued to swell, with the majority gathering for one singular purpose, to observe how Ye Gansheng would be mercilessly beaten by Chun Beixian. Most of those loitering at the foot of the mountain were individuals of lesser strength, struggling to make a name for themselves in this vast world, yet deep down, they still harbored a sense of superiority over outsiders. Thus, witnessing a local triumph over an outsider provided them with profound satisfaction. Chun Beixian advanced menacingly toward Ye Gansheng, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was genuinely enraged. Luo Kexuan, being the revered jewel of the Heavenly Sword sect, had countless admirers. Yet she had never been seen in such close proximity to any man. While he might have felt incensed by her treatment, he found some solace in the thought that no one else could approach her. Yet now, to his utter dismay, Luo Kexuan was indeed standing so close to another man. And that man was one he deemed beneath him, an outsider. This was driving him to the brink of madness. Speak. What means did you employ to bewitch my junior sister? Confess, and I shall allow you to remain intact. Chun Beixian bellowed at Ye Gansheng, seething with rage. Huh. Ye Gansheng chuckled coldly. If it were not for your junior sister's fervent pleas, do you think I would have come here willingly? However, it appears that Luo Kexuan has at least deceived me in one regard. Luo Kexuan stood frozen, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at Ye Gansheng. What deception had she wrought upon him? Why was she herself unaware of it? Upon her arrival in Linjiang City, She had encountered an utter fool who dared to claim that the people of the world were unlike those of the great Zhou. Ye Gansheng raised an eyebrow and spoke with a dispassionate tone. Fortunately, he had never held any expectations, for fools were not confined to a specific region. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Kexuan lowered her head. She had informed Ye Gansheng that the people of the world were different from those of the great Zhou. Only for him to encounter such a spectacle upon his arrival in Linjiang City, with the troublemaker being a member of the Heavenly Sword sect. This left her feeling humiliated, fearing that Ye Gansheng might come to despise her. In contrast to Luo Kexuan's concerns, Chen Beishuan's fury escalated to new heights. How could he not perceive the sarcasm in Ye Gansheng's words? This insignificant outsider dared to label him a fool? It was nothing short of suicidal. The onlookers also felt a surge of indignation. Although they could tolerate the boastful claims about Luo Kexuan's pleas, they could not abide the audacity of comparing an obscure dynasty to the illustrious world. Such arrogance was intolerable. Unable to restrain themselves, a few cultivators shouted out. Chen Beishuan's rage had reached its zenith as he glared at Ye Gansheng, declaring, "Allow me to enlighten you on the meaning of courtesy." Aware that Ye Gansheng was the individual the sword elders sought, Chen Beishuan, though seething with anger, dared not kill him outright. Instead, he aimed a highly insulting slap at Ye Gansheng. A man struck in such a manner would surely suffer in the eyes of women. After this, his junior sister would no longer trust him. The surrounding ordinary cultivators began to cheer, relishing the fate of one who dared provoke their kind. Yet, at that critical moment, Chen Beishuan's swiftly moving hand was effortlessly captured by Ye Gansheng. What was happening? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a resounding slap echoed, stunning the onlookers. Chapter 79. Whom exactly is Luo Kexuan assisting? Luo Yushin arrives. Confusion, doubt, shock. Everyone present stared in disbelief at the two figures in the arena. The sound of the slap had indeed occurred, but it was the Heavenly Sword sect's senior brother Chen Beishuan who had been struck. Where did this outsider find the audacity to strike Chen Beishuan? Had he lost his mind? Chen Beishuan stood in a daze, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. Only the burning pain on his face reminded him of the recent events. He had been struck, and in front of his beloved junior sister Luo Kexuan, he had been slapped. Fury surged within him, and in his blind rage, Chen Beishuan no longer cared whether Ye Gansheng was the person Luo Yushin sought. With one hand captured, he intended to draw his sword and kill Ye Gansheng. At that moment, another, albeit damaged, flying sword forced Chen Beishuan's drawn blade back down. How dare anyone intervene? Chen Beishuan's anger intensified. He desperately sought to reclaim his dignity before his junior sister. "Are you seeking death?" As the words were spoken, a fierce gaze also swept over, causing Chen Beishuan to freeze in place. The one who obstructed him was none other than his admired junior sister, Luo Kexuan. At this moment, Luo Kexuan's expression was exceedingly grim. She was acutely aware that if Chen Beishuan dared to draw his sword against Ye Gansheng, regardless of whether it was mere intimidation or a genuine intention to strike, given Ye Gansheng's temperament, Chen Beishuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Moreover, it was evident that Ye Gansheng possessed the capability to enforce such an outcome. "Junior sister, why are you protecting him? Did you not witness what he just did? If I do not take action to teach him a lesson, how can I ever establish myself in this world again?" Chen Beishuan was desperately seeking to restore his dignity, and even though Luo Kexuan intervened, he had no intention of yielding, primarily due to the humiliation he felt. Most importantly, if he refrained from taking action now, within a day, the entire city would know of Chen Beishuan being struck by an outsider. This was something he could not possibly accept. Luo Kexuan felt a wave of exasperation. It appeared that she was stopping Chen Beishuan from retaliating against Ye Gansheng, but in reality, the situation was quite the opposite. Had she not retracted Chen Beishuan's sword moments ago, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. Enough. The unjustness she felt remained unacknowledged, causing Luo Kexuan to become somewhat irate. "Ye Gansheng is my esteemed guest. While you may choose to disregard him, must you actively seek trouble? Do you not hold my master in any regard?" Luo Yushin, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, possesses unparalleled strength, ranking among the top 5 even in a realm abundant with immortals. Thus, many approach me not for my sake, but for Luo Yushin's. Chen Beishuan was momentarily taken aback, not due to Luo Yushin, but rather because Luo Kexuan's defense of an outsider deeply pained him, especially when recalling their earlier intimacy. This only fueled his anger further. He glared at Luo Kexuan, enunciating each word. I was just struck by him, and you still side with him? Do you not regard me, your senior brother, at all? How lamentable. If you had not instigated him first, would he have struck you? Luo Xian's anger flared at Chun Beishuan's foolishness in provoking trouble, particularly at the absurdity of his self-pitying demeanor. One would think that Ye Gansheng was the aggressor from her perspective, which was utterly bewildering. Chun Beishuan was rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that his junior sister would defend an outsider to such a degree, bordering on the unreasonable. The onlookers, fellow cultivators, also disapproved of Luo Xian's recent actions. To them, as practitioners of this realm, striking an outsider required no justification. The mere desire to do so sufficed. They, who had endured the demon races for countless years, had accumulated great merits that no one from other regions could rival. The notion of being struck by another was simply unheard of. What kind of enchantment has he cast upon you? You, a direct disciple of a prestigious sect, actually assist him against your own senior brother? This is utterly ludicrous. How much favor have we bestowed upon outsiders, and are you not aware of it? Even if Brother Beishuan struck first, a single blow would suffice, wouldn't he? Once the altercation concludes, Brother Beishuan's wrath would dissipate, and he would no longer trouble him. To assist one's own senior brother while aiding a stranger is an absurdity I have never witnessed. Luo Qiuan's hand trembled as she wielded her flying sword. The unreasonable and harsh words that reached her ears incited a fury within her. She even contemplated refraining from hindering Chun Beishuan, allowing these individuals to witness the consequences of provoking Ye Gansheng. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. She realized that should Chun Beishuan proceed unchecked, those present would likely meet their demise. The loss of life was trivial compared to the unfavorable impression it would leave on Ye Gansheng. Enough of this. Leave at once, or when my master arrives, you shall all be doomed. Luo Qiuan sought to intimidate them by invoking her master. Chun Beishuan, however, was unperturbed. He firmly believed he had committed no wrongdoing. As the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect, it was only natural for him to reclaim his dignity after being struck by an outsider. The others, upon hearing Luo Qiuan's words, could not suppress their laughter. Would a celestial being, like Luo Yuxian, concern herself with the affairs of a youth from a back alley? Moreover, they did not perceive any fault in their actions. What are you doing? At that moment, a celestial voice approached, imbued with an unapproachable and unyielding authority. A sound so melodious it resembled a gentle stream gliding past willow branches, yet it commanded an awe that rendered listeners hesitant to delve deeper. The crowd collectively lifted their heads. Just a moment ago, the sky was empty, but as the voice drew nearer, an ethereal figure, resplendent in pure white, manifested in the air, captivating all present. The delicate veil of her white hood obscured her features, although her exquisite visage remained hidden. The veil's ethereal quality held its own allure. Her immaculate white gown resembled a lotus that blooms untainted from the mud. A mere gaze upon her would cause one to lose track of time. Upon witnessing her arrival, Chun Beishuan's heart surged with joy, swallowing hard. He respectfully addressed her. This individual approached without discernment and assaulted me. I wished to retaliate, yet my junior sister vehemently opposed it. I implore the elder with the sword to uphold justice for me. Oh, Luo Yuxian's voice, like a gentle breeze, concealed her emotions, rendering them inscrutable. Just as Luo Qiuan prepared to clarify, the onlookers began to voice their opinions. It was utterly astonishing that an outsider would bully the esteemed senior brother of their sect. Had it not been for the fear of harming the celestial maiden Qiuan, we would have intervened long ago to teach him a lesson. Others, eager not to miss out on the spoils, swiftly echoed this sentiment. Unsurprisingly, the aura of Luo Yuxian grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 8. Ye Gansheng is a distinguished guest. Prepare to apologize with your life. Those present unleashed a torrent of condemnation upon Ye Gansheng, convinced that as a formidable figure commanding the world, Luo Yuxian would undoubtedly chastise him, regardless of the fact that Ye Gansheng had been summoned by her. Now was the time to reprimand Ye Gansheng, ensuring his future compliance. Luo Qiuan's heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping her regarding her remarkably wise mentor, who might commit some utterly foolish acts. Anxiously, she longed to divulge the strength of Ye Gansheng and the fact that it fell below that of the demon clan in Chang'an, yet no opportune moment presented itself. What if her master, out of ignorance, uttered something inappropriate? Before she could finish her thought, Luo Yuxian's aura suddenly transformed into something terrifying. She cast a glance at the unconcerned Ye Gansheng, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing her eyes, before turning her attention to Chen Beixian and the others. Her voice turned icy. How audacious! Do you not realize that Ye Gansheng is a distinguished guest of unparalleled repute? Even the city lord must show him deference. Who are you to speak so disdainfully? Luo Yuxian's words fell upon the hearts of the group like a thunderclap. Ye Gansheng was a distinguished guest of such stature. Chen Beixian and the others stood frozen, while even Luo Keshuan gazed at her master in disbelief. She was well aware of Ye Gansheng's strength and potential. But who was City Lord Lu Linjiang? He was reputed to be the most formidable cultivator among humanity, and yet he too had to show deference to Ye Gansheng? It was simply outrageous. Ye Gansheng himself was somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend why these individuals held him in such high regard. While he was aware that, given time, he might even surpass the elusive 15th realm, he wondered why Luo Yuxian, an outsider, seemed to understand him so well. Chen Beixian could not accept this revelation. With a sorrowful expression, he implored Luo Yuxian, "Elder, could you possibly be mistaken? He is merely an outsider, a worthless individual. Even if he possesses some strength, it is insufficient in the grand scheme of things in Lingjiang City." The others echoed his sentiments, asserting, "Indeed, he is a nobody, overlooked in a crowd. How could the city lord possibly take notice of him?" Luo Yuxian's ethereal beauty remained unchanged, her demeanor regal and unyielding, yet her gaze upon the group grew colder. While Ye Gansheng's apparent strength may have seemed ordinary, the fact that he could easily catch Chen Beixian, who stood at the pinnacle of the 5th realm, spoke volumes of his true capabilities. Moreover, Ye Gansheng was expressly named by the Saint of Ink as a potential savior of humanity, a pivotal figure in the upcoming wager, crucial for humanity's victory. With these considerations, Luo Yuxian could not possibly underestimate him. "You are woefully short-sighted, Chen Beixian. As the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, your jealousy and attempts to undermine a distinguished guest will result in the forfeiture of your entire annual stipend," Luo Yuxian declared in an unassailable tone. "What?" Chen Beixian was utterly stunned, never anticipating that his intention to teach a lesson to those close to his junior sister would lead to such severe repercussions. He was currently in the midst of a critical phase of cultivation. If he were to be deprived of elixirs and spiritual herbs now, it would be tantamount to ruin. Luo Keshuan was equally astonished, her mouth agape. From her master's tone, she had surmised that Chen Beixian was likely to face punishment, but she had not expected it to be so merciless. Once deprived of the nourishment provided by elixirs and spiritual energy, Chen Beixian would find himself distanced significantly from his peers. Such a grave consequence. This realization led Luo Keshuan to understand her master's overtly flattering attitude towards Ye Gansheng, which also brought her a sense of relief. She genuinely feared that her master would further test Ye Gansheng. Chen Beixian, clutching his head in agony, bellowed, "You are not my master. You have no right to meddle in my stipend. You are unqualified." Upon discovering that his cultivation would stagnate for an entire year, Chen Beixian completely collapsed, feeling that today was exceptionally unfortunate. Why did all misfortunes converge upon this day? Luo Yuxian let out a cold laugh. "You may certainly try, but within the Tianjin sect, my words remain unquestioned." Indeed, such arrogance held truth, for her cultivation level was unparalleled. Chen Beixian fell to the ground, utterly devoid of his earlier bravado, as if his very soul had been stripped away. The mere thought of losing a year's worth of stipend made him wish to end his life right there. Luo Yuxian cast a glance at Ye Gansheng before her gaze landed on those who had just mocked him. "You shall atone with your lives. Do not hesitate to take your own." Her words carried an undeniable weight, leaving no room for dissent. The individuals who had just derided Ye Gansheng immediately fell to their knees. Even Luo Keshuan found this excessive. She could not comprehend why her master insisted on such measures. Was it not sufficient to expel them after punishment? Why annihilate them without exception? Was this truly the master she once knew, who displayed an indifferent demeanor towards all matters, akin to a snow lotus upon the Tianshan Mountains? The group repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication, hoping for Ye Gansheng's forgiveness, as they could not withstand the overwhelming pressure a second time. Their instinct for survival led them to abandon their sense of shame, kneeling before an outsider they had previously scorned. Without seeking Ye Gansheng's consent, Luo Yuxian elegantly raised her jade-like hand, and they instantly felt an immense pressure. One by one, they grasped the iron swords from the ground, positioning them against their throats. I was wrong. I beg you, fairy, spare me." Under the influence of a mysterious force, they each took their own lives on the spot. Their expressions revealed that none were willing participants, their deaths grotesquely tragic and fearsome. Even Chun Beixian, observing from the side, felt fortunate. It was merely a year's stipend at stake. At least his life remained intact. Luo Kequan stood in stunned silence, initially believing her master would side with Chun Beixian, only to be shocked as her master unexpectedly aligned with Ye Gansheng, employing ruthlessly severe measures. Not only was Chun Beixian's stipend for the year confiscated, but the mocking cultivators were also executed before their eyes. How unfamiliar. Throughout the ordeal, Ye Gansheng remained a passive observer, uttering not a word, his expression betraying little change. However, it must be acknowledged that his impression of Luo Yuxian was remarkably favorable, to the extent that his perception of the formidable powers traversing the realm improved significantly. Chapter 81. Reporting specific circumstances to Luo Yuxian. Chun Beixian remained frozen in place, not due to the demise of a few ordinary cultivators, but rather because Luo Yuxian audaciously dared to commit murder within the city. It should be noted that Lu Linjiang had explicitly stated that while competitions were permissible, killing was strictly forbidden. Over the years, breaches of this rule had been virtually non-existent, with influential figures from various factions adhering to this principle. On one hand, the mighty disdain engaging with ordinary cultivators. On the other, even if one were to commit murder, it would be done in such a manner that the victim's death would remain shrouded in mystery. At the very least, no one would publicly contravene the regulations set by Lu Linjiang. Yet today, Luo Yuxian had, for the sake of Ye Gansheng, callously slain several cultivators in plain sight. Given Luo Yuxian's composed and restrained demeanor, it was clear she had prior knowledge that her actions would not incur Lu Linjiang's wrath. This was what terrified Chun Beixian the most. What could Ye Gansheng possibly possess that would lead Luo Yuxian to believe that her act of violence would go unpunished by Lu Linjiang? Furthermore, he was left helpless as he realized that his cultivation resources were indeed depleted. After completing her tasks, Luo Yuxian elegantly waved her gauzy sleeve, uttering not a word, and departed. Yet, before she left, she cast a lingering glance at Ye Gansheng, then vanished into thin air. "Let us go?" Luo Kequan, having recovered from her shock, addressed Ye Gansheng. He said nothing in reply, walking side by side with Luo Kequan towards the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Once everyone had departed, Chun Beixian finally allowed his rage to surface, striking the ground with his fist, causing the bluestone slab to shatter and extend cracks 7 feet outward. He glared at Ye Gansheng, roaring, "I will not spare you." In his eyes, Ye Gansheng was merely a cunning deceiver who had gained Luo Kequan's trust without any real strength. He vowed to exact revenge in a secluded location. On the mountainside, the terrain was magnificently imposing, with a towering peak rising towards the clouds, encircled by countless other mountains. The height of these mountains served as a testament to the prosperity of the faction it housed. Many peaks fell short of the elevation where Ye Gansheng currently stood, with the structures and accommodations appearing far more rudimentary. The central mountain, self-evidently, was the celestial mountain that Li Xiao had extolled in wondrous terms before their arrival. Not only did it soar into the heavens, but one could also faintly discern a grand, ethereal palace atop it, draped in gossamer that shimmered beautifully when caressed by the wind. Among the mountains in this region, the Heavenly Sword sect's peak ranked third in height, with the Celestial Mountain being the tallest and the most spiritually enriched. The second highest was pointed out by Luo Kequan, who gestured towards a magnificent mountain not far off. This was the residence of the city lord, the Sword Inquiry Villa, which had once been a smithy. For reasons unknown, the previous occupants had perished, leaving only the city lord and his daughter to inhabit it. Ye Gansheng cast a glance at it. Indeed, it was truly magnificent. Unlike other mountains, the peak of the Wanjian Villa is adorned with an enormous stone sword, making it remarkably distinctive. Despite the surrounding peaks sharing a similar appearance, Wanjian Villa stands out with clarity. Luo Kequan, filled with joy, was enthusiastically introducing everything about the world to Ye Gansheng as they walked, ascending an indeterminate number of bluestone steps. Ultimately, amidst the swirling mists, four prominent characters came into view: Heavenly Sword sect. Ye Gansheng read them aloud, and Luo Kequan, exhilarated, took his hand and began to jog ahead. His hand felt smooth, and he made no attempt to withdraw it. The Heavenly Sword sect, akin to ordinary sects, housed the lowest-ranking disciples in humble quarters, where daily tasks consisted of chopping wood, fetching water, and cultivating crops, devoid of the demeanor expected of practitioners. The meager resources allocated for cultivation each month were pitifully scant. The ragged individuals, engaged in their chores, were taken aback when they saw Luo Kexuan, the celebrated jewel of the Heavenly Sword sect, unexpectedly appear in their midst, drawing all eyes upon her. This place, though still lacking in comfort, was comparatively better than many other factions, as Luo Kexuan explained to Ye Gansheng. Typically, she would soar directly to her mountain peak, but today, her desire to linger a bit longer was inexplicably linked to Ye Gansheng, and she relished the opportunity to share her knowledge with him. Ye Gansheng nodded in acknowledgement, his reaction rather indifferent. Sensing his lack of enthusiasm, Luo Kexuan, slightly displeased, remarked, "Do not underestimate the servant disciples. Those who serve in the Heavenly Sword sect are considered geniuses even in the Great Zhou dynasty. Then what level do you think I stand at within the Heavenly Sword sect?" Ye Gansheng queried unexpectedly. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Kexuan replied, "Not particularly high. But considering your prowess, slaying a 5th-tier demon at the 4th tier is truly unprecedented." It was evident that the incident of Ye Gansheng defeating Yen Ryu remained vividly etched in her memory. The surrounding servant disciples were astounded to see their goddess holding hands with a man they had never known. They were nearly driven to madness. The aloof beauty was meant for dreams. Even their senior brother, renowned as one of the 5 heroes of Linjiang City, Qin Beixian, was often met with indifference from Luo Kexuan. Who was this unexpected figure holding her hand? Had they not been outmatched in strength, they would have confronted Ye Gansheng about it. Perceiving their stares, Ye Gansheng chuckled derisively and teased, "You certainly have many admirers. If gazes could kill, I would have perished several times over." Luo Kexuan paused momentarily, then scanned the surroundings, noticing the formerly fierce servant disciples now wearing bashful and harmonious expressions. With a hint of pride, she explained, "Though my cultivation may seem modest now, my master is formidable. She will undoubtedly mold me into the most powerful practitioner." Ye Gansheng spoke without a word. "It is precisely due to your exceptional talent that your master accepted you as a disciple, is it not? Let us depart swiftly." The two, no longer lingering, hastened their way to the desolate Qingfeng, the abode of Luo Yuxian, which appeared somewhat forlorn due to the fact that the master had only 2 disciples. At that moment, Li Xiao was leaning over the railing, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the two. Upon spotting her senior sister, she was filled with joy and immediately leapt over the railing, exclaiming to Luo Kexuan, "Sister, hurry. Master wishes for you to go at once. I have finished my inquiries." Perplexed, Luo Kexuan asked, "Inquire about what?" Li Xiao's gaze remained fixated on Ye Gansheng as she impatiently replied, "Of course, about everything that transpired during your descent. Hurry. We must head to aYou soon." Nodding in understanding, Luo Kexuan surmised that the master wished to ascertain Ye Gansheng's circumstances, and thus she hesitated no longer and promptly proceeded into the dwelling. Chapter 82. The belated maternal love. After Luo Kexuan departed, Ye Gansheng chose to ignore Li Xiao, opting instead to rest in a nearby pavilion. From Li Xiao's words, it was apparent that Luo Yuxian intended to take him to aYou, where he would inevitably face scrutiny from the crowd, including the so-called head of the Huang family, Huang Taidu. It was easy to predict that he would be subjected to deliberate harassment. However, in the world of power and influence, this trial was unavoidable. Failing to navigate it would lead to an unstable future. Although he did not fear the confrontation, the potential disruption to his plans was a concern. Si Jiangsha, his purpose for coming here was of utmost importance, as her ability to manipulate the dead was invaluable. Even the mightiest cultivators could fall prey to injury. Having a loyal blood vessel by his side would allow him to fight without reservations. Furthermore, Si Jiangsha's cursed poison physique made her a formidable poisoner, one capable of annihilating entire cities in her past life, an apt description of terror. If utilized effectively, she could become a significant asset in his future endeavors. Thus, he vowed to approach matters concerning Si Jiangsha with utmost caution, striving to earn her trust without any unforeseen complications. Having been away for 2 to 3 days, he wondered about Zhou Shuiyao's well-being. Ye Gansheng felt a twinge of concern for her, even though he understood that she would likely remain safe unless she actively exposed herself. Moreover, given Zhou Tianqi's current wariness of him, it was improbable that significant trouble would arise. Yet, Tianche's simultaneous fear and hatred towards him meant that if he were to seize any leverage over Zhou Xueyao, he would undoubtedly exploit it to the fullest. A slight frown creased Knight Qianxing's brow as he regretted not bringing Zhou Xueyao along. He reassured himself that there should be no major issues. After all, Zhou Tianche would not dare to provoke Zhou Xueyao, and she herself was a demon, unafraid of attacks from her kin. Approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time later, Luo Keshuan emerged from the room, her expression somewhat unnatural. Li Xiao rushed over. "Sister, what did Master say to you? Please tell me." Luo Keshuan gently patted Li Xiao's small head, choosing not to respond but instead addressed Ye Qianxing. "Your master is looking for you." Ye Qianxing seemed to have anticipated this, rising without hesitation and striding purposefully into the room. The decor within was quite simple, although infused with a rich spiritual aura. At a glance one might mistake it for the chamber of a humble farmer from the foothills. The inner room likely belonged to either Luo Keshuan or Li Xiao, filled with numerous feminine items, including a set of disciple robes in a shade of purple. Standing within was the ethereal fairy, Luo Yuxian. "Have you offended the Huang family?" Luo Yuxian's tone was gentle, lacking the severity she had displayed when reprimanding Chun Beixian earlier. Indeed, a member of the Huang family had been slain. Ye Qianxing neither confirmed nor denied this, for he sensed that Luo Yuxian's increasing gentleness only heightened his vigilance. He firmly believed that no kindness existed without reason. Luo Yuxian chuckled lightly, her laughter reminiscent of melting ice and snow, invoking a sense of springtime warmth. Every glance and smile from a fairy was a treasure of the world, and in this moment, it rang true. "I am not your enemy. There is no need for you to remain wary of me." Slowly, she removed her veil, revealing a countenance as radiant as a celestial being. "I have yet to introduce myself. I am Luo Yuxian, the Sword Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect." Even Ye Qianxing, who had once faced death and had cultivated a near-impassive demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless upon witnessing Luo Yuxian's true form. Such beauty existed in the world? Luo Yuxian was so breathtakingly beautiful that she seemed almost unreal, her very presence emanating a divine aura that sent tremors through Ye Qianxing's heart. Pinching himself hard to regain composure, he responded, "What is it you truly desire?" His tone had grown somewhat impatient and anxious. This was Ye Qianxing's method of coping with the unknown, and Luo Yuxian's presence left him feeling unmoored. Luo Yuxian noted his agitation and explained with a hint of exasperation. "Do you know why I have gone to such lengths to bring you from the great Zhou to the world at large?" Ye Qianxing, alert, inquired why. "Because you are extraordinary. The Taoist ancestor, Mo Sheng, is risking his lifespan to probe the heavenly secrets. And you are the key to the victory in the wager between humanity and the demon race," Luo Yuxian revealed. Ye Qianxing's confusion began to unravel. He had long wondered why, despite his decade-long service at the Demon Suppression Gate, he was deemed significant enough to be involved in such a wager. Now, the mystery had finally been clarified. However, was the Taoist ancestor truly that formidable? Could his own strength, derived from the system, be counted among them? Gradually lowering his guard, Ye Qianxing queried, "Why share this with me?" Luo Yuxian replied, "Both the city lord and I are unwavering in our belief that you are the key to this wager. Yet others doubt that a boy from a humble alley could turn the tide. Therefore, you will need to demonstrate your true strength to face the skepticism of those who question you." Ye Qianxing pondered for a moment before responding. "Then it will depend on whether the rewards offered are substantial. In his current incarnation, having been let down in his past life, he has become a person who only rises early if there is a tangible benefit. Moreover, if adequate remuneration is not forthcoming, he would rather await the rewards of the system come nightfall." Luo Yuxian's exquisitely beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she let out a bitter laugh, hoping that the matter would not be brought up at that moment, suggesting instead that they could discuss it privately later. Ye Qianxing neither acquiesced nor rejected her proposition, but inquired, "Is there anything else?" Luo Yuxian evoked a sense of decadence within him, prompting his desire to withdraw. He had initially believed that his rudeness might provoke this formidable cultivator, ranked among the top 5 in the world, into anger, or at the very least, elicit a cold glare. Yet, to his astonishment, the opposite occurred. Luo Yuxian's expression softened further. She approached him and took his hand, eliciting shock in Ye Qianxing. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the bloodstains from his nails had vanished. He even discerned that Luo Yuxian regarded him with an oddly affectionate gaze, reminiscent of a loving mother looking at her child, filled with tenderness and concern. Reluctantly, she released his hand, smiling gently as she spoke. I have just learned about your past from Kashian. If you do not mind, you may consider me as your mother, and I shall compensate for the maternal love you have lost. Chapter 83. Is it strong psychological fortitude or just shocked stupor? Luo Yuxian's words left Ye Gansheng momentarily speechless. He had anticipated various responses from her, perhaps a suggestion to temper his demeanor or to be wary of the Huang family. But he could never have fathomed that she would wish to assume the role of his mother. This was far beyond mere surprise. It was entirely unfathomable to him. Noticing his astonishment, Luo Yuxian appeared to have expected such a reaction. She gently clarified, perhaps my expression was unclear. I am pained by your past misfortunes, and as a form of exchange for participating in the wager, I intend to make amends. Her demeanor was vividly sincere, and her offer seemed entirely reasonable, leaving Ye Gansheng unable to find any flaws in her words. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he replied, the compensation I seek is not so simple. Ye Gansheng was indifferent to notions of maternal love, for the very reason he had been hurt was his excessive trust in others. Now that he had painstakingly begun to forget everything, could he really be expected to trust again? Absolutely not. However, he remained perplexed by Luo Yuxian's intentions. If she were aware of his past and the betrayal he suffered from his family, attempting to counterbalance the compensation for participating in the wager with maternal affection seemed rather undignified. Who was Luo Yuxian? A true celestial being. Her cultivation level unmatched within the entire Tianjin sect. It was inconceivable that someone of her stature would seek to play such a role. There were countless powerful cultivators who would wish for her favor, let alone a son. Yet, why was this the case? Ye Gansheng could not comprehend. Luo Yuxian stepped forward, extending her delicate hand, prompting Ye Gansheng to instinctively recoil, causing her radiant hand to hover in the air for several breaths before retreating. She smiled gently and said, you need not take my earlier words to heart. You may regard them as if you have not heard them at all, should they have caught you off guard. Is there anything else? Inquired Ye Gansheng. In traversing the world, I, Luo Yuxian, shall be your pillar of support. You may seek my assistance for any matters. It seemed that Luo Yuxian intended to fulfill her earlier promise and regard Ye Gansheng as her own son. Ye Gansheng remained silent, prompting Luo Yuxian to continue. Prepare yourself. We shall be departing for aYou shortly. As she spoke, she donned her snow-white veil once more, and that enigmatic and beautiful figure re-emerged. Ye Gansheng breathed a sigh of relief. To be candid, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Luo Yuxian was indeed a considerable test of one's endurance. Without lingering, as Ye Gansheng stepped outside, just as he was about to ponder Luo Yuxian's intentions, Luo Kashuan and Li Xiao approached him. However, before they could utter a word, the poised Luo Yuxian emerged from the room. Shower, you shall remain. Kashuan will accompany me and Gansheng to aYou. Oh, Luo Kashuan replied, though her expression bore a hint of confusion, primarily due to her master addressing Ye Gansheng so familiarly as Gansheng. When had their relationship become so amicable? Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it further. Under Li Xiao's envious gaze, the trio boarded Luo Kashuan's innate flying sword, making their way towards the celestial mountains situated amidst the grand peaks. As Ye Gansheng stood at the forefront, observing the aYou palace drawing ever closer, he began to cultivate a general understanding of the immortals' abode. Or perhaps, he mused, the dwelling of the immortals was not so extraordinary after all. The magnificence of aYou was truly astonishing. The flooring of aYou was crafted from jade and gold, the epitome of opulence. At this moment, as Ye Gansheng tread upon it, he beheld the exquisite silhouette of Luo Yuxian ahead, while beside him, Luo Kashuan cautioned him against speaking out of turn. After what felt like a brief incense's duration, the group entered the palace, and instantly, all eyes in attendance were fixated upon him. There were gazes of scrutiny, uncertainty, and disdain, yet all were undeniably intense. Were these truly the stalwarts of the human race? Merely a glance filled him with a sense of peril. Fortunately, Luo Yuxian's aura enveloped him, providing a semblance of security. Luo Yuxian nodded to Lu Linjiang, who occupied the principal seat, before returning to her own position. With Luo Kashuan standing beside her, lacking a designated place, Ye Gansheng did not falter, boldly advancing to the center of the grand hall, ensuring that all present could scrutinize him. Simultaneously, he assessed the individuals surrounding him, and to his astonishment, he noted not only formidable beings with profound auras, but also some exceptionally talented youths, including Chen Beixian, whom he had recently slapped. Each bore an air of arrogance. The hall remained eerily silent. Even Lu Linjiang, who wore the most amiable expression, refrained from speaking, quietly observing Ye Gansheng instead. The others mirrored his behavior, their gazes incessantly sweeping over Ye Gansheng. They were eager to discern why Mo Sheng's inquiry into the heavenly secrets had led to him. However, it is regrettable that, regardless of how intently the crowd gazed, they could not discern any remarkable qualities about Ye Gansheng. He appeared rather ordinary, both in aura and cultivation. Aside from possessing a somewhat menacing air compared to his contemporaries, there was nothing particularly distinctive about him. Some observers noted that Ye Gansheng bore the essence of Dao. Yet this was insufficient, for while such an essence may be formidable, it is merely common among typical dynasties and not particularly rare in the grand scheme of things. There were even individuals with more formidable physiques. As 2 incense sticks burned away, many spectators, disheartened, averted their gazes, with some departing from aYou Jing altogether. Throughout this time, Lu Linjiang remained silent in his prominent position. Luo Keshuan, beside Luo Yuxian, was quite anxious, eager to offer an explanation but feeling it inappropriate, leaving her at a loss for what to do. In stark contrast to Luo Keshuan's agitation, Chen Beixian wore a constant sneer. Ye Gansheng had struck him and caused him to lose a year's worth of cultivation resources, a grievance he had not forgotten. Should Ye Gansheng fail to meet the expectations of the majority present, he would seize the opportunity for revenge. As for the other young talents, their initial skepticism had evolved into indifference. They had expected greatness and felt their time was wasted coming to witness such a lackluster display. At last, after scrutinizing for 3 incense sticks, with only 7 or 8 individuals remaining, Lu Linjiang finally spoke. Indeed, a young person who can remain calm and composed will surely achieve great things in the future. His tone was gentle, encouraging. The others nodded in agreement, for they valued this trait in Ye Gansheng. Enduring the scrutiny of so many powerful figures for such a duration without faltering or showing the slightest tremor, nor initiating conversation first, was an accomplishment beyond the reach of all other young talents present. At that moment, the young man in the golden robe, standing beside Huang Taidu, crossed his arms and disdainfully remarked, "Perhaps he is simply too frightened to respond." It is quite normal for someone inexperienced to be rendered speechless in the presence of such prominent figures. Chapter 84. What is your dog barking about? Huang Wujing's words were quite disrespectful, particularly after Lu Linjiang had praised Ye Gansheng, as they seemed to contradict an elder. However, as the leader of the younger generation, no one dared to challenge Huang Wujing openly. Unlike other young cultivators, Huang Wujing not only possessed high cultivation, but also had a commendable record. Just last year, he single-handedly faced off against 4 peak-level demonic beasts without defeat, ultimately severing the head of one, sustaining only minor injuries. This event had stirred some commotion across the realm, as Huang Wujing, despite being new to the scene, adapted swiftly to the brutal combat, suggesting his future accomplishments would be remarkable. After Huang Wujing's impudent remarks, a long silence ensued before Huang Taidu pretended to set down his teacup and admonished, "Impudent. The city lord is not only your elder, but has also provided guidance to you in your youth. Should you not apologize?" In a respectful manner, Huang Wuji clasped his hands before Lu Linjiang and expressed, "It is the oversight of a junior. However, I assure you, I harbor no ill will towards the city lord. I merely sought to unveil certain individuals." His words were laden with deference, to which Lu Linjiang responded with a smile, "No offense taken. It is a commendable trait for the youth to possess a spirit of contention." The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Ye Gansheng, for among those present were venerable beings who had lived for centuries, some even millennia. How could they be oblivious to the Huang family's deliberate targeting of Ye Gansheng? Clearly, the one deserving an apology was Ye Gansheng, yet both Huang Taidu and Huang Wuji chose to disregard this and instead offered apologies to the inconsequential Lu Linjiang. This was a blatant display of disdain towards Ye Gansheng. Moreover, Ye Gansheng was unable to retaliate in any manner. To do so with sarcasm would be utterly unbecoming. While confronting them directly posed an uncertain outcome, and his courage was lacking. Luo Keshuan, filled with anxiety, cast a glance at her master, hoping that the one who understood Ye Gansheng would speak up. Yet, Luo Yuxian had kept her eyes shut since taking her seat, remaining utterly unresponsive. Chen Beixian, meanwhile, reveled in the situation. Although he was not the one suppressing Ye Gansheng, he derived immense satisfaction from the opportunity to showcase Ye Gansheng's incompetence to his junior sister, Luo Kequan. Just as everyone anticipated that Ye Gansheng would endure this humiliation in silence, a discordant voice pierced through the air. "What are you barking about, dog? And you, old fossil, on the brink of the grave, still pretending to be wise. How utterly nauseating." At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Even those formidable figures who often commanded the winds and rain stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Ye Gansheng. They could hardly fathom that he had the audacity to utter such coarse language. Barking like a dog? Not even Huang Taidu, who had previously chimed in, was spared from the insult. Yet, it mattered little, for it was evident to all that Huang Taidu was indeed the one being mocked, though Ye Gansheng was the only one bold enough to voice it. With a resounding crash, the teacup in Huang Taidu's hand shattered upon the ground. Having lived for centuries, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. How dare he be called an old fossil, and to be likened to a barking dog? It was an affront of the highest order. "Are you seeking death, boy?" The terrifying aura of Huang Taidu surged forth, but just as it was about to envelop Ye Gansheng, a refreshing breeze encased him, effectively shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. "Do you intend to protect him?" Huang Taidu slowly turned his gaze towards the still meditating Luo Yuxian, his tone laced with menace. Luo Yuxian remained silent. Yet her silence spoke volumes in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, Huang Taidu pondered. He was uncertain whether he could contend with Luo Yuxian, for at their level, gauging strength through mere cultivation was exceedingly difficult. For instance, those with superior comprehension could delve deeper into the essence of sword intent, while individuals possessing exceptional physiques might appear weak in the early stages of cultivation, only to become formidable later on. Thus, despite his advanced age compared to Luo Yuxian, Huang Taidu hesitated to act recklessly. The dignity of the Huang family is not something to be easily dismissed. Today, Huang Taidu must impart a lesson to Ye Gansheng, one that is both profound and unforgettable, a lesson that will instill in others a sense of respect for the Huang family. At that moment, Lu Linjiang spoke up. Although Ye Gansheng's words were somewhat brash, he did make a valid point. "We have grown old. Since this is a matter for the younger generation, why not allow them to resolve it?" Huang Taidu, a seasoned veteran, immediately extinguished the energy of the Huangju upon hearing Lu Linjiang's words, and with a smile, he responded, "Indeed, since this is a matter for the youth, let the youth handle it." Wuji. The single word spoken by Huang Wuji was laden with a multitude of emotions, chief among them being anger. Not only had his father been insulted, but he himself had never been subjected to such humiliation. In all his travels, aside from Lu Linjiang's daughter, Lu Lian, no one from the younger generation had dared to act recklessly in his presence. Today, however, a foolhardy challenger had emerged. Huang Wuji stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "You will pay for your words just now. I assure you, I will break both your hands and feet, and then cast you down from the celestial mountain." As he spoke, the crowd gasped in astonishment. For Huang Wuji's cultivation was revealed to be at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. It was as if a beam of light shone upon him, a testament to his years immersed in the waters of life. At this moment, Huang Wuji was in a state of unparalleled perfection. How could one compare the fourth realm to the sixth? Especially when Ye Gansheng was merely at the initial stage of the fourth realm. It was an utter mismatch. Initially, some in the crowd had perceived potential in Ye Gansheng, but after his outburst, they began to doubt his true capabilities. The only reason they remained was their curiosity about the extent of Huang Wuji's power. Luo Kequan gently nudged her master, unable to restrain herself from whispering, "Master, what shall we do? Ye Gansheng is at a disadvantage with his shallow cultivation. Please think of a way." Luo Yuxian cast a glance at her eldest disciple and replied solemnly, "Only those of value warrant assistance. There is no need to panic. If an unexpected situation arises, the city lord will intervene." At that moment, a voice pierced through the tension. "Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Wuji, may I take the lead?" Chun Beixian rose slowly from the back of the hall, drawing the attention of the crowd as he made his way to the center. He had long sought revenge against Ye Gansheng, and this opportunity was too tempting to resist. With Luo Yuxian, Luo Kequan, and even the city lord present, he would not let this chance slip by. He intended to prove his superiority over Ye Gansheng in this very setting. Huang Wuji crossed his arms and stepped aside. clearly indicating that he felt it was somewhat beneath him to engage Ye Gansheng directly. The city lord, seated at the head of the hall, merely nodded, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Chapter 85. Huang Wuji's continued provocation. Is Luo Yuxian's silence an indication of fear? Though Qin Beixian ranked among the younger generation, he was still the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and his strength was not to be underestimated, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Many assert that if Qin Beixian could apprentice under Luo Yuxian, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Regrettably, despite Qin Beixian's earnest desire to become her disciple, Luo Yuxian has no intention of accepting him, even having taken on the less gifted Luo Kexuan and Li Xiao. This decision has left the upper echelons of the Tianjian sect perplexed. The greatest threat to humanity lies within the demon race, yet internal competition among humans also prevails. The elder generation must maintain their stronghold, while the younger generation's cultivation remains paramount, as it symbolizes the vitality of a faction. At this juncture, Qin Beixian steps forth, harboring a determination to prove himself before Luo Yuxian. Years prior, he had knelt at her feet, pleading for guidance, only to be met with the chilling dismissal, "You are not worthy." Now, he aims to demonstrate that none of those favored by Luo Yuxian, be it Luo Kexuan or Ye Gansheng, surpass him. With a fierce demeanor, Qin Beixian approaches Ye Gansheng, who calmly remarks, "What is it? Has that slap not awakened you? Are you now seeking your own demise?" This statement casts an eerie and peculiar atmosphere over the gathering. The audience, previously baffled by Qin Beixian's palpable animosity towards Ye Gansheng, akin to that of a vengeful son, suddenly comprehends the situation upon hearing Ye Gansheng's words. Indeed, he had just been slapped by Ye Gansheng. This revelation incites curiosity among the onlookers. How could a mere fourth realm youth strike the fifth realm Qin Beixian? However, most choose not to ponder deeply. As it was merely a slap, whether through ambush or some other means, it could have been achieved. Such an incident hardly suffices to alter their perception of Ye Gansheng. While others may remain indifferent, the prideful Qin Beixian, exposed in his embarrassment, instantly erupts with fury. Yet, as Ye Gansheng speaks the truth, he finds himself unable to retaliate. His face flushed with indignation as he points at Ye Gansheng, declaring, "Do not be so arrogant. That was merely due to my momentary carelessness. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Among the other young talents present, such as the Saintess Kamenjiu from Yaoyin Square and the core disciples of the four great families of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts, they observe with a different perspective, confidently dismissing Ye Gansheng's capabilities. This is hardly surprising, given Ye Gansheng's considerably inferior cultivation. In a world where strength reigns supreme, earning respect and validation becomes an arduous task. Moreover, the prevailing mindset among the crowd is that cultivation supersedes all else. If Ye Gansheng's cultivation is so lackluster, it stands to reason that his true strength would not be formidable. Many influential figures present share this sentiment, aside from Lu Linjiang, who maintains a demeanor of benevolent observation, and Luo Yuxian, who appears to be in a tranquil slumber. Ye Gansheng coldly addresses Qin Beixian. "Are you aware that you speak excessively?" At this, Qin Beixian's forehead veins bulge in agitation. If there is anything he abhors more than Ye Gansheng's closeness to Luo Kexuan, it is Ye Gansheng's perpetual indifference, which makes him appear a mere jester, infuriatingly insufferable. Seeking death, Qin Beixian no longer hesitated. A surge of formidable energy erupted, radiating the essence of a formidable warrior of the fifth realm. With a swift stride, he advanced toward Ye Gansheng with an imposing demeanor. "Dreamy moon, do you believe that this Ye Gansheng can withstand Qin Beixian's full-force strike?" A woman clad in a deep purple gown slightly tilted her head to glance at the exquisite Qi Mingyue beside her. As a distinguished member of the younger generation, Qi Mingyue was indeed qualified to participate in the assessment of Ye Gansheng. Listening to her master's words, her elegant brows furrowed ever so slightly before she replied, "I cannot say." "Oh." Chui Ling's lips curled with intrigue as she inquired, "Do you still hold confidence in Ye Gansheng?" One must acknowledge the vast disparity in their realms, not to mention the profound intricacies of the Heavenly Sword Heart method. Is it perhaps due to the influence of the Ink Sage? Qi Mingyue's furrowed brows remained steadfast as she expressed her conflicting thoughts. It is not merely the Ink Sage's divination of heavenly secrets, considering how effortlessly he performs. It suggests he possesses some remarkable abilities. She felt uncertain about her assessment. Despite weighing all factors, the substantial difference in cultivation levels between Ye Gansheng and Qin Beixian, coupled with the top-tier techniques of the Heavenly Sword sect, indicated that the gap would only widen. Yet, for reasons unknown, she could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Qin Beixian might not be guaranteed victory. Cui Ling chose not to press further. Meanwhile, others deemed Ye Gansheng's chances of victory nearly non-existent, and Huang Wuji exhibited a sneer, poised to mock Ye Gansheng mercilessly. Although Huang Long was not a pivotal figure within the Huang clan, his demise would barely register. The clan would never allow anyone to overshadow their dignity. Thus, to crush Ye Gansheng into obscurity would serve as the ideal demonstration of the Huang clan's formidable reputation. Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling among the onlookers, Qin Beixian's fist finally struck Ye Gansheng, who remained motionless, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. Is it over? Luo Keshuan's heart raced with anxiety. She fixated on the two figures at the center of the hall, but Ye Gansheng showed no signs of movement, and her position afforded her no clarity regarding his condition. Consequently, she felt an overwhelming urgency. Please do not kill him. After all, he is a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Sword sect. Huang Wuji took the opportunity to deride the Heavenly Sword sect for bringing Ye Gansheng into this predicament. A subtle act of retribution for Luo Yuxian's earlier defense of him against the Huang clan. Luo Keshuan's anger flared. She understood the significance of Ye Gansheng. Even if one were to concede 1,000 steps, the decision to seek him had been made by the city lord. Yet, here was Huang Wuji brazenly bullying their sect. Such behavior was utterly shameless. Huang Wuji scoffed dismissively, his expression rife with derision, showing no hint of remorse or acknowledgement for his words, embodying a demeanor that proclaimed, "What can you do about it?" He was insufferably arrogant. Throughout this exchange, Luo Yuxian remained silent, eyes closed in contemplation. Huang Taidu raised an eyebrow at the reticent Luo Yuxian, somewhat surprised. In his view, as the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, she would surely defend the sect's honor. Yet, her silence was perplexing. As he contemplated stepping forth to diffuse the tension like before, he noticed the astonishment etched on the faces of those behind Ye Gansheng, as if they had witnessed something utterly incredible. Chapter 86. You have disappointed me. Hence my displeasure towards you. Huang Taidu found himself perplexed as to why the formidable beings across from him, seasoned in grand spectacles, displayed such surprise at Qin Beixian's defeat of Ye Gansheng. Was it truly so astonishing? Or had Ye Gansheng been vanquished on the spot? With these questions swirling in his mind, Huang Taidu's gaze returned to Ye Gansheng, and he too was struck dumb, for Ye Gansheng remained standing. As if the very moment he had shifted his gaze had been frozen in time, with no progression whatsoever. What on earth was happening? In a place unnoticed, Lu Linjiang's lips curled into a subtle smile. What kind of technique is this? How could it possibly isolate Qin Beixian without the release of any martial arts? A robust man with thick brows and large eyes inquired, astonished. This method indeed possesses remarkable prowess. It seems that a decade spent guarding the Demon Suppression Pass was no mere boast. Not bad at all. As the murmurs of the crowd intensified, Huang Taidu expanded his consciousness, and in an instant, the entire world unfolded within his awareness, revealing the events transpiring at the other side of the Grand Hall. His countenance darkened in that very moment, for Qin Beixian's fist, aimed at Ye Gansheng, had inexplicably halted a distance away, as if truly suspended in midair, his fierce expression frozen in time. Meanwhile, Ye Gansheng appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of ease, even neglecting to cast a glance at Qin Beixian. How could this be? Huang Wuji uttered in disbelief, as he had assumed that Qin Beixian, at the 5th stage, would assuredly vanquish Ye Gansheng. Why then was he subdued? What terrified him most was that he could not discern how Ye Gansheng had managed to immobilize Qin Beixian in the air. Kaminjia's beautiful eyes widened, her jade hand adorned with bells covering her mouth in astonishment. She could hardly believe her own eyes. In her estimation, as a being whose insights into the heavens had been gleaned by the Ink Saint, Ye Gansheng should not have succumbed to defeat at the hands of Qin Beixian. Yet at the very least, he ought to have been capable of self-preservation. To her utter shock, Ye Gansheng had effortlessly confined Qin Beixian, rendering him motionless. Free to slay at will. It was simply outrageous. As Kaminjia's master, Cui Ling, though unaware of the full extent of the situation, exhibited a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Unlike the others, she seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. The other illustrious figures from the realms of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and militarism were equally rendered speechless in their astonishment. At that moment, a gentle applause resonated, and Lu Linjiang, with a placid demeanor, remarked, "Indeed, he has wielded the Dao bone to the utmost level of comprehension, and the caliber of his cultivated techniques appears to be rather elevated as well." Dao bone. It was only after Lu Linjiang's elucidation that many present began to realize that Ye Gansheng was, by nature, endowed with the Dao bone, making it entirely plausible to immobilize an individual in midair. At merely 20-something years of age, he had managed to harness the Dao bone to such an extraordinary extent. It is truly unprecedented, something never before witnessed. The usually silent headmaster of Tianshan Academy, Cui Ming, stroked his white beard and sighed. If a man who has lived for 1,000 years has never encountered such a phenomenon, it is certain that none of the others present have either. Indeed, many wore expressions of astonishment. They had long been aware of Ye Gansheng's innate mastery of Dao, yet they had never fathomed he could develop it to such an extent. It is noteworthy that Dao has existed for centuries. Although powerful, it could not rival talents like sword heart that directly enhance one's cultivation. Yet, everyone understood that no ancient talent was inherently weak. Even Xian Feng, who had practiced for several centuries, could not match Ye Gansheng's current proficiency. Luo Keshuan let out a sigh of relief, knowing that Ye Gansheng could not possibly lose. Indeed, he did not disappoint her. In the recent scenario, the Huang family had deliberately targeted the Tianjin sect. With her comparatively weaker strength, she could do little, but now, witnessing Ye Gansheng's excellence, she felt immense joy. It was a fitting response to the Huang family. Ye Gansheng yawned and then raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Chun Beishuan's other cheek, the immense force causing Chun to sink into the jade slab. Once he regained his composure, Chun Beishuan stood up in confusion, rubbing his fiery left cheek. How painful. Wasn't I hit on the right cheek? Why does my left cheek hurt so much? Am I mistaken? He was bewildered, reluctant to contemplate why Ye Gansheng stood before him unscathed, for in his memory, he should have struck Ye Gansheng. Had he dodged? Just moments ago, Ye Gansheng had utilized Dao to locate Chun Beishuan's temporal door, resulting in the brief moment being suspended in Chen's world. It was as though it had not occurred at all, hence he could not recall what had transpired. Chun Beishuan rubbed his aching left cheek, momentarily perplexed, for just before, everyone had looked upon him with approval, yet now, the gazes of the esteemed ones had shifted to expressions of disappointment. Clearly, that fellow had evaded the attack. Rest assured, esteemed ones, the main event is yet to come, Chun Beishuan declared, oblivious to the true circumstances. This was indeed factual, for he had yet to employ his true name. Flying sword. Only when he wielded that would his authentic strength be revealed. Is this not humiliating enough? Get lost. Huang Taidu was infuriated. He had intended to teach Ye Gansheng a lesson and suppress the Tianjin sect, but now it had turned into a disgrace. Who among those present did not know he was the orchestrator of this farce? Now, Ye Gansheng had transcended the role of the jester he had assigned him. How would others perceive him? How would they regard the Huang family? At that moment, Luo Yuxian, who had remained in a meditative state, finally spoke. Is the Huang family not being a tad too lenient? Chun Beishuan is, after all, one of our Tianjin sect members. It is not your place to dictate to him. As she spoke, Luo Yuxian slowly opened her eyes, exuding an icy coldness akin to the depths of a frigid abyss. As the cold sweat trickled down Huang Taidu's forehead, he remained silent, acutely aware of his shortcomings. After all, Lu Linjiang was present, and none dared to truly contravene the rules established by him for Baiyujing. Boredom seeped through the atmosphere. This statement was uttered by Ye Gansheng in the presence of several esteemed pillars of the human race. His demeanor languid as he addressed the assembly. You have all disappointed me. Even in assessments, you fail to introduce anything novel, resorting instead to the same old tests of provocation. This displeases me greatly, and as such, I harbor no fondness for you. Turning away, he continued. Provide me with a treasure of heavenly rank equivalent to my demands. Once it is placed in my hands, I shall engage in the first 3 battles for the human race. Otherwise, I shall depart within 3 days. With that, he nonchalantly strode away. Chapter 87. Ye Gansheng slays a 5th-dimensional great demon with a 4th-dimensional power? Impossible. As Ye Gansheng's figure vanished entirely from the entrance of Baiyujing, the powerful beings within the hall, renowned for their prowess to the point of instilling fear in the demon race, exchanged bewildered glances. He has left? It appeared undeniable that Ye Gansheng truly had departed. In light of the fact that this assessment could significantly impact the fate of the human race, and even his own, how could he simply walk away? According to the arrangement, Luo Yuxian should have informed Ye Gansheng well in advance, meaning he must have been aware of the potential rewards should he succeed in the trials. While heavenly treasures are indeed precious, they pale in comparison to the artifacts that could expedite Ye Gansheng's growth, rendering their offer somewhat trivial. Could it be that Ye Gansheng was oblivious to this? How audacious to leave. Had this young man truly exited? Or had we gone too far? Qin Wanjian, the foremost warrior of our time, removed the dogtail grass from his mouth, incredulous. No one responded, as it seemed they had overstepped. Each individual present was extraordinarily powerful, standing as a pillar in the world, and they were acutely aware that the insights of Mo Sheng regarding the heavenly mechanism could not be erroneous. Their hearts were merely filled with confusion. They sought to evaluate Ye Gansheng's temperament and strength, two fundamental qualities for any cultivator. Clearly, based on Ye Gansheng's recent conduct, he perfectly fulfilled their expectations, yet he still fell short. It was likely that what they had witnessed was the pinnacle of his capabilities, hence his hasty departure. Ye Gansheng left with an air of indifference, while Huang Wujie described his exit as disgraceful. Unlike others, they felt a genuine desire for retribution against Ye Gansheng, as he had brought shame upon the Huang family. His temperament was commendable. 10 years of combat could not have been feigned. However, his strength was only above average, leaving considerable room for improvement, as the owner of Miaoying Square, Cui Ling, objectively assessed. The assembly nodded in agreement, concluding that Ye Gansheng's fearlessness in the presence of such influential figures indicated a commendable disposition. Moreover, his earlier reproaches directed at Huang Taidu and the demands he articulated before departing were feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This assertion was not exaggerated. Even with the assembly's consent and prior agreement, none in the realm, or even across the entire human race, could be found to match his audacity in speaking thus. To comprehend the aura of the strong is to recognize its suppressive effect on those of lesser cultivation. It is even more pronounced when considering the deliberate targeting by the formidable arrogant titan. Were it an ordinary individual, they would have long since succumbed to panic. Regarding temperament, even arrogant titan, who harbors disdain for and actively targets Ye Gansheng, must remain reticent. A commendable temperament holds little value. Ultimately, one's prowess is paramount. After a prolonged silence, arrogant titan finally spoke, his intent unmistakably adversarial. In truth, regardless of whether Ye Gansheng had slain members of his clan, he would never acknowledge him. Even information gleaned by the Sage of Ink through celestial insights would not sway his belief, for in his heart, his own son is the most fitting candidate for the initial 3 battles. As for the others, he harbors no trust in them whatsoever. Most present were aware of his sentiments, yet none dared voice their opinions, for while arrogant titan may be driven by self-interest, arrogant Wujie undeniably stands as the preeminent youth of this era. Remarkably, he has attained the pinnacle of the 6th realm at such a tender age. Over the past 5 centuries, he is indeed a rare gem. The majority of those who departed early placed their faith in arrogant Wujie and thus expressed their discontent to Lu Linjiang regarding Ye Gansheng, hoping for a change in participant. Ye Gansheng's presence was perceived as ethereal, whereas arrogant Wujie's strength was palpably evident. After an animated discussion, all gazes eventually converged upon Lu Linjiang, who had been deep in contemplation since Ye Gansheng's departure, eliciting curiosity among the crowd regarding his thoughts. With a subtle smile, Lu Linjiang remarked that Ye Gansheng was far from simple. Before his exit, he employed a profound yet not overly lethal technique, seemingly to tantalize the audience. Upon reflection, the assembly acknowledged Lu Linjiang's assertion. Initially skeptical of Ye Gansheng, they were astounded by his adeptness in wielding the Dao Bone. They were eager to discern whether he possessed other formidable abilities. Despite potential dissenting opinions, none present believed that his recent display encapsulated his full capabilities. One's cultivation cannot be feigned. My lord, it would be prudent not to harbor excessive expectations for an outsider. This too serves as a form of pressure on Ye Gansheng, arrogant titan continued. Lu Linjiang's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, Ye Gansheng's cultivation was a glaring shortcoming. Cui Ling concurred, noting that the application of Dao Bone varies significantly between humans and beasts and cannot be generalized. When facing beasts, Ye Qinsheng's Dao Bone would prove largely ineffective. And in moments of intense conflict, the lower cultivated Ye Qinsheng would find himself at a severe disadvantage. Those disciples of the arrogant clan, who had previously experienced a tinge of inferiority, now lifted their heads high, for they had been nurtured in the spirit pool since childhood, boasting higher cultivation than Ye Qinsheng, some even by 1 or 2 realms. Even Chun Beixian, who had been utterly bewildered by the earlier events, now stood tall and confident. Seeing the riverbanks, Linjiang felt helpless. The cold, mocking laugh of Huang Taidu interrupted the crowd as he spoke, to allow Ye Qinsheng, with his 4 realms of cultivation, to participate in the first 3 rounds of the wager is nothing short of a farce, merely a jest for the demon race. Many nodded in agreement. When it comes to matters of human dignity, most present chose caution and restraint. The mere thought of Ye Qinsheng entering the arena at the level of the 4 realms was utterly humiliating. At that moment, Luo Keshuan, who had remained silent, could no longer contain herself. She exclaimed, Ye Qinsheng's cultivation is of no consequence. During the Great Zhou era, he, with his 4 realms of strength, slayed a demon of 5 realms. Her words rendered the assembly speechless, and after a long pause, a wave of laughter erupted. A 4 realm defeating a 5 realm? And against a major demon? One disciple of Qin Wanjian, aYou, laughed heartily. Your senior brother just claimed you were bewitched by Ye Qinsheng, and I didn't believe it. Now, I do. You have indeed been thoroughly deceived. Such nonsense. Another scoffed. Many 5-realm demons require 6-realm experts to defeat them. Ye Qinsheng overcoming a 5-realm demon? Impossible. Such claims may fool a naive girl like you, but no one else would buy it. Chapter 88. It is only reasonable for Ye Qinsheng to possess such strength. Is it not? The majority of those present found it hard to believe Luo Keshuan, primarily because her assertion was simply too exaggerated, lacking any credibility. If she had claimed Ye Qinsheng defeated a 4-realm demon leader, they might have reluctantly accepted it, given his innate talent and prowess. However, to assert that he slayed a 5-realm demon was sheer absurdity. I speak the truth. Ye Qinsheng truly killed a 5-realm demon leader named Yen Ruyu. Luo Keshuan clarified. Fully aware of Ye Qinsheng's capabilities, others might be oblivious, but she was acutely aware that he had indeed vanquished a demon of 5 realms. A fact corroborated by the citizens of the Great Zhou. She understood his strength and wished to prevent those present, who held Ye Qinsheng in high regard, from underestimating him. Do not think that merely mentioning an unknown name will suffice. Who can attest to Ye Qinsheng's slaying of a 5-realm demon? Huang Wujing disdainfully remarked. His own greatest achievement was slaying a 4-realm demon with his 6-realm prowess, which had already caused quite a stir. Following that battle, he had garnered widespread acclaim, with many believing he would surpass his father, Huang Taidu, and become a pillar of the human race in the future. And now, someone claimed that an obscure figure had, relying solely on his 4 realms, killed a 5-realm demon leader. It was utterly preposterous, a scenario that could not possibly occur. I was present when Ye Qinsheng slayed Yen Ruyu. I witnessed every moment. Prior to that, he had already defeated over a dozen leaders of demons at levels above 4 realms. Your inability does not equate to Ye Qinsheng's impossibility. Luo Keshuan continued her vehement defense, her words sharp and unwavering. Regrettably, the absurdity of the situation elicited yet another round of laughter from those present. Even the city lord, Lu Linjiang, could not help but shake his head, perplexed by the meaning behind it. Huang Wujing laughed heartily, exclaiming, Do you still not believe you have been deceived by Ye Qinsheng? You ought to examine your own intellect. Perhaps he has cast a spell upon it. Cui Ling shook her head in resignation, finding the exaggeration too much to bear. It seemed the young lady from the Luo family had indeed been genuinely deceived. How could a cultivator at the initial stage of the 4th realm, like Ye Qinsheng, possibly defeat more than a dozen beings from the 4th realm, let alone slay a leader from the 5th realm? It was utterly implausible. Even Lu Lian could not achieve such a feat. Lu Lian, the daughter of city lord Lu Linjiang, was immensely powerful. Even the so-called prodigy of the younger generation, Huang Wujing, appeared trivial in her eyes. To all the cultivators who roamed the realms, Lu Lian was undoubtedly the most formidable young practitioner in the entirety of the Yuanling continent, without exception. Hence, if even Lu Lian could not accomplish such a task, it was inconceivable that anyone from the younger generation could. With the elders expressing such sentiments, Luo Keshuan lowered her head, at a loss for how to clarify the situation. Her heart filled with anxiety. She was acutely aware that no one would believe her if she spoke the truth. Had she not witnessed the events in the Great Zhou with her own eyes, she would have found it implausible had others recounted it to her. Yet, everything was indeed true. Initially, she had intended for Ye Gansheng to demonstrate his state when he defeated Yan Ryu. With his hair as white as snow and a black-red aura surging around him, such an imposing presence would surely convince the esteemed elders of his true prowess. However, she never anticipated that after revealing merely the tip of the iceberg of his strength, Ye Gansheng would leave without a backward glance. How could she possibly articulate this now? Lu Linjiang did not refute nor affirm her statement, but turned his gaze towards the aloof Luo Yuxian, inquiring, among the elders, "You have had the most interaction with Ye Gansheng. Do you believe what Keshuan has said is true?" Keshuan also looked to her mentor, silently urging her with her gaze to support her claim. Luo Yuxian's long brows slightly stirred beneath her veil as she gently spoke. Is the result obtained by the Sage of Ink, at the cost of his own longevity, truly unworthy of trust? Or, if Ye Gansheng lacked such capability, why would the Sage of Ink choose him? Have we perhaps misunderstood our objective? We are here to unearth Ye Gansheng's potential, to assist us in overcoming our tribulations, rather than to contrive obstacles for him like petty commoners. Upon concluding her statement, Luo Yuxian closed her eyes once more. She did not declare her belief or disbelief. Instead, she conveyed to those present that Ye Gansheng was a pivotal element in winning the wager against the demonic beings. The essence of this pivotal role lay in his uniqueness. Had Ye Gansheng been akin to an ordinary individual, the Sage of Ink would not have reached such a conclusion regarding him. Cui Ling took an awkward sip of tea, a sentiment echoed by the majority present, who felt similarly uncomfortable. Yet, they could not be blamed. The Huang family's bias against Ye Gansheng was glaringly apparent. And the notion of someone at the fourth realm triumphing over a dozen fourth realm entities, plus a fifth realm being, was simply beyond their belief. Thus, Ye Gansheng stood before them, yet they could discern neither his merits nor faults. Lu Linjiang clasped his hands, expressing, "I have learned much." Indeed, as Fairy Luo stated, our expectations for Ye Gansheng are boundlessly high. However, upon realizing that he possesses abilities far beyond those of an ordinary individual, doubts began to arise. If Ye Gansheng is the pivotal factor in winning the wager, then it stands to reason that he should possess such prowess. The city lord was correct. Although they had not witnessed it firsthand, he ought to have such strength. Indeed, if he lacked even this level of ability, how could he possibly confront the prodigies of the demon race? I have dealt with those individuals before. They are bloodthirsty and brutal, attacking with reckless abandon. Without formidable skills, one would struggle to endure even 10 rounds in a match of equal standing. While this notion may still seem outrageous, it is somewhat justifiable if he is indeed a being capable of saving humanity. The attendees voiced their agreement. Despite not having witnessed Ye Gansheng's slaying of a dozen 4-realm demon cultivators followed by the defeat of a 5-realm great demon, it seemed reasonable. Ye Gansheng was meant to embody such strength. The most displeased among them was none other than the renowned Taoist Huang. How could an obscure individual gain the recognition of someone like the city lord, a paragon among men? It is worth noting that even his son, Huang Wujia, who is touted as the foremost among the younger generation, had not received such accolades. This thought prompted a disdainful snort from him. What if this is all a ruse? Even if it sounds plausible, does that make it true? Is the divination of the Ink Saint infallible? Ye Gansheng could very well be a result of interference from a powerful demon, rendering it utterly unreliable. If such a stance were taken, the discussion would be endless. Anyone who disagreed with the Ink Saint's deductions could voice similar doubts. Lu Linjiang shook his head in response. Huang Taoist revealed a sinister smile, lifting his teacup. In the vast realm where the world converges, there is no second Ink Saint. However, there is a second 5-realm great demon. Chapter 89. The Secret of the Celestial Mountain. The pitiful little girl, upon departing from the Celestial Mountain, Ye Gansheng finally sought to find Si Jiangsha. Yet, during his descent, he tentatively released his consciousness, eager to uncover what lay at the heart of the mountain that imbued it with such pure and abundant spiritual energy. The results of his exploration puzzled him, for there were no restrictions within the mountain's interior, rendering his consciousness unable to penetrate further. Curious, he pondered, could there be something unspeakable hidden within the mountain? Given that many powerful beings congregated within the white jade capital atop the mountain, including Lu Linjiang, who was reputed to be the strongest among humanity. Ye Gansheng refrained from forcefully breaching any barriers, aware that discovery would lead to complications. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the exceedingly rich spiritual energy, which inevitably sparked suspicions within him. In an environment conducive to cultivation like this, even a fool could ascend to the ranks of a great cultivator. Even the household pig could transform into a demon king. Who was the first to uncover this place? Could it truly be as Luo Keshuan claimed, that it was opened up by Lu Linjiang's sword? Ye Gansheng surveyed his surroundings, noting that all the mountains, akin to sunflowers seeking the sun, were oriented towards the central celestial mountain. He had recently sensed a similar ambience at the Heavenly Sword sect. While the spiritual energy there could not compare to that of the celestial mountain, it was not insignificant either. Indeed, one's origins can indeed dictate numerous aspects of existence. Ye Gansheng did not linger in thought for long before departing. The elders might be momentarily bewildered, yet they would soon employ their spiritual awareness to probe his whereabouts. So it was prudent to leave swiftly. For those who intended to test him, he naturally planned to tantalize them before gradually discussing remuneration. As long as he retained a measure of power, those individuals would be compelled to continuously increase their stakes to entice him into a wager. Overcoming Qin Beixian or the formidable Lu Jing's Huang Wujia posed little challenge for him, yet such overt displays would attract unwarranted reprisals. Most crucially, while all parties might be satisfied, he remained wary, unable to discern who among them were human and who were specters. Having experienced betrayal firsthand, he approached these matters with caution, for he was indeed the betrayed. Having merely revealed a hint of his prowess, those intrigued by him would readily acquiesce to his more audacious demands, while those who deemed him inadequate were not worth his time. As there were no benefits to be gained, it would merely be a waste of time. With this in mind, Ye Gansheng no longer hesitated and proceeded southward towards Lingjiang City, specifically to the southern gate. As he descended the mountain, many cultivators cast astonished glances at Ye Gansheng, curious as to how a stranger could ascend the immortal mountain, yet they did not dare approach him for inquiries. For those deemed worthy to ascend the immortal mountain were either of terrifying lineage or unmatched prowess, qualities far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. As he walked southward, Ye Gansheng noted the stark contrast between the ethereal aura surrounding the immortal mountain and the bustling, more earthly atmosphere near the southern gate. Here, the air was thick with the essence of the common folk, a stark departure from the earlier tranquility. The marketplace was alive with the clamor of vendors hawking their wares, a vibrant cacophony of sounds, though the crowd remained sparse. As he strolled through the streets, Ye Gansheng sought the figure of Si Jiangsha. If his conjecture was correct, she should now be in a state of destitution, likely hiding amidst the ruins of abandoned buildings. At that moment, a tender and humble voice pierced the air. "Boss, may I have the leftover noodle soup? I am truly starving," a long-haired, filthy little girl implored before a noodle shop, her eyes filled with a poignant plea. The girl was emaciated, suggesting she had not eaten for an extended period. It was evident that even begging had not afforded her sufficient sustenance. Upon sighting the girl, many patrons within the shop immediately set down their chopsticks, erupting in indignation. What bad luck! She reappeared after only a few days of silence. Does she not realize she is a harbinger of misfortune? Hasn't she already brought ruin upon her own family? Must she now endanger us as well? The barefoot girl retreated a few steps, hesitating before responding. "I do not wish to harm you. I merely came out because I was hungry. I will return once I have eaten and will not come out again. Do you not wish to harm us? Then go die? Your death will ensure our safety." A customer bellowed from within the shop. However, before her mother departed, she had imparted to Jiang Sha the imperative to live well and witness this world. The little girl had not yet finished her words when she was abruptly interrupted. "Are you a harbinger of calamity? Is it not enough that you have harmed us? Do you intend to go forth and bring more suffering upon others? Were it not for the Lord of the City's decree, we would have ended your life already." The little girl, feeling unjustly wronged, burst into tears. She had done nothing wrong. Her father, mother, younger sister, and elder sister were all gone. Yet everyone accused her of being the cause of their demise. Why was this happening to her? She was so hungry, having not eaten for 4 days. If she had not consumed all the wild grass in the dilapidated temple, she would not have ventured out at all. Why did everyone despise her so? Even beggars could find a bowl of rice to eat. Why could she not even obtain a bowl of unwanted noodle soup? Why? The girl's consciousness began to fade, and gradually, a gentle middle-aged woman appeared before her eyes, holding a bowl of her favorite Yanchun noodles, beaming with warmth, devoid of any disdain or fear. "Ah, eat, eat, eat. I want you to eat." The little girl snapped back to reality, only to discover that the noodle soup she had so desperately wished to drink had been splashed all over her, exacerbating her already frail condition, causing her to collapse to the ground. The shopkeeper bellowed furiously, "I told you not to come out. You refused to listen. And now my shop has no customers because of you. You still want noodle soup? Get out. Immediately get out. Otherwise, I will pour the boiling water all over you." I'm sorry, I'll leave right away." Yet, alas, the little girl's frail body, ravaged by prolonged malnutrition, could hardly withstand the strain. Coupled with the injuries she had just sustained, she fell repeatedly, unable to rise. The onlookers stared intently, hoping the little girl would depart swiftly. Once, they might have felt pity or compassion for her, but after witnessing the demise of those who had once aided her, they now regarded her as if she were a venomous serpent. Their hearts harbored no trace of compassion. Seeing the girl linger, the shopkeeper grew frantic. Who among them was not afraid of death? He approached, lifted his foot, and was about to kick the girl aside when a dull thud echoed, resembling the sound of meat being chopped, followed by a tall, shadowy figure stepping protectively in front of her. Chapter 90. Secrets. The little girl, Ye Gansheng, tightly shut her eyes, yet the anticipated pain did not arrive as expected. When she opened her eyes again, a towering figure loomed before her, radiating a profound sense of safety that would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. "Are you the one who stands out?" The shopkeeper, incensed that all his customers had fled in fright, shouted at Ye Gansheng, "I haven't seen you before. Are you from out of town? If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Otherwise, I will strike you too." Ye Gansheng did not retreat. He replied, "What skill is there in bullying a little girl? She merely seeks a bowl of soup. I will cover the cost. Why resort to violence?" Seeing that Ye Gansheng was unaware of Jiangshang's background and noting his striking appearance and formidable presence, the shopkeeper refrained from attacking. Instead, he shouted, "Money? I would rather spend money to have her leave quickly. She is a calamity. Anyone who encounters her is destined for a lifetime of misfortune and may even face life-threatening dangers." On the ground, Ye Gansheng silently lowered her head. Ye Gansheng glanced at her before directing his gaze back to the shopkeeper. Life-threatening? If that were indeed the case, why had you all lived for several years without incident? Upon uttering these words, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper continued, "They died. Several who treated her well have perished, and their deaths were exceptionally tragic." Ye Gansheng felt fear and concern. She worried that this unknown older brother might disregard her due to the shopkeeper's words. At this moment, she was truly vulnerable, and without care, she might indeed perish upon returning home. "Oh." Ye Gansheng maintained his expression and continued, "Why not elaborate on how those individuals met their demise?" The shopkeeper fell silent, as those individuals had perished due to their excessive kindness towards Ye Gansheng, fearing they might become like her, leading to chaos in the world. In truth, they had been the ones responsible for the deaths. Had it not been for the orders of Lord Lu Linjiang, Ye Gansheng and her companions would have long since been eliminated. Ye Gansheng coldly regarded the shopkeeper. While it was true that Ye Gansheng's cursed body could harm her family, outsiders without blood ties would not be affected, at least not at present. Should Ye Gansheng's affliction worsen in the future, that would be an entirely different matter. You claim she will bring about your ruin, yet after several years, you remain unharmed. As for how others perished, do you not know the truth yourself? Ye Gansheng inquired sharply. With these words, not only did the shopkeeper seethe with rage, but many others also glared at Ye Gansheng with indignation. Although many had not participated in the killings, they were all aware of what had transpired. Now that Ye Gansheng had pierced through their facade, how could they not be incensed? "What are you babbling about? What do you know? Are you here to stir trouble?" A crowd encircled Ye Gansheng, cutting off his escape. "You, an outsider, know nothing. While Ye Gansheng may appear pitiful, you did not witness the horrors that befell her parents when she was born. We all saw it with our own eyes. Indeed, even if the events of these years were unrelated to her, we all witnessed the calamity that befell her parents. It was undeniable. The mention of past events sent chills through the crowd, for ever since the birth of Ye Gansheng, her mother, Qin, had suffered poor health. By the time Ye Gansheng's sister was born, Qin had turned a sickly green, and the daughter had transformed into a ginseng fruit. As for Ye Gansheng's father and sister, their fates were even more horrific. They had become mere skin and bones, connected to Qin by an umbilical cord, a clear sign of malevolent practices, as they used the fetus within her to concoct a human elixir. And who was responsible? Ye Gansheng was the only living soul present. There was no one else. Thus, Ye Gansheng was despised and loathed by all, a sentiment deemed justified by the majority, including most residents near the southern gate who supported the notion of her humane execution, essentially, her death. However, constrained by Lu Linjiang's orders, they could only hope for her to perish from starvation. Consequently, those who had shown kindness to Ye Gansheng were also met with fatal repercussions, a reflection of this prevailing animosity. Ye Gansheng, unaware of the past events, observed the palpable hatred and fear among the crowd, prompting him to voice a question. Harm? How could a mere child be responsible for her parents' demise? A cultivator shouted in response, isn't it obvious? She uses the living to refine elixirs, even turning people into furnaces. It is an abomination that has incited divine wrath. Ye Gansheng glanced back at Ye Gansheng, who appeared utterly helpless and bewildered. Unbeknownst to her, the events of that fateful day remained shrouded in mystery. Yet her body seemed to resonate with some instinctual awareness. As the accusations mounted, proclaiming her as the source of calamity and her parents' killer, she gradually began to internalize the belief that she was indeed responsible for their deaths. Now, how could she possibly justify herself? Was she to leave? A person willing to assist her was departing, and she feared that her fate would be sealed upon his exit. Her mother had urged her to survive. Yet living felt unbearably exhausting. Today, she had merely intended to forage for wild vegetables. But mother, despite the owner of this noodle shop being rather fierce, his Yangchun noodles bore an uncanny resemblance to yours. Just as Ye Gansheng succumbed to fatigue and collapsed once more, Ye Gansheng's resolute voice pierced the air. How can a child, so innocent and naive, possibly engage in such nefarious practices? She is clearly a victim. Yet you, driven by fear of the true perpetrator, have scapegoated her and even sought her death. You are the ones who are irredeemable, bloodthirsty fiends. What right do you have to accuse her of causing her parents' demise? Ye Gansheng declared emphatically. He understood that this was the critical moment to penetrate Ye Gansheng's heart, to ensure her unwavering allegiance to him. He had a clear vision of his words. As his proclamation resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, for Ye Gansheng had laid bare the deepest, most concealed truths within them. Did they not realize that a mere child could not possibly possess the knowledge to transmute the living into elixirs? Yet, the circumstances undeniably entangled Ye Gansheng, and although they recognized her exploitation, they dared not pursue the matter further, for it undoubtedly involved someone they could not afford to offend. Their only hope lay in eliminating Ye Gansheng, believing that the shadowy figure behind her would vanish. Now, with Ye Gansheng's words exposing their hypocrisy, many were consumed by indignation. What did you say? What do you understand? You, an outsider, should quickly leave. This matter does not concern you. If you do not depart, we may very well decide to eliminate another. The law of the land differed from that of the outside world. Only the strong survived. Killing you would not be a crime, especially here at the southern gate. Your death would go unnoticed. Sire, Ye Gansheng implored, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Tugging at Ye Gansheng's sleeve in apprehension, he met her gaze with a reassuring look before preparing to confront the looming confrontation. At that moment, a voice, somewhat coarse yet resonant and powerful, broke the air. Grant me, Zhu Sandao, a favor, allow them to depart. Chapter 91. Ye Gansheng's profound emotions for Ye Gansheng rendered him somewhat peculiar in his actions. The voice boomed with an undeniable authority, compelling all present to turn their gazes toward its source. Ye Gansheng's brow furrowed. It was disconcerting for an interloper to emerge at such a critical juncture, especially when Ye Gansheng was at her most vulnerable. Any action taken now could easily etch itself into her memory. With the crowd's attention fixed, a disheveled figure, robust and burly like a butcher, strode forth from the back of a shop, confronting the assembly. Zhu Sandao, what madness overtakes you? This is none of your concern. Leave at once. One individual bellowed upon realizing that the one who dared intervene was merely the butcher, Zhu Sandao. Many others shared similar sentiments. They recognized Zhu Sandao for what he was, a mere butcher, devoid of any reason to be feared. Zhu Sandao raised an eyebrow, adopting a tone both earnest and ludicrous. Grant me, Zhu Sandao, a favor. In the future, your pork will be sold at a 10% discount. Let us not trouble them any further. A discount? Are you out of your mind? A cultivator retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Xing. Ye Gansheng is a monster. That man is no better. Why do you protect them? Ye Xing explained, it's nothing much. Though I, Ye Xing, may appear as a brutish figure, my heart is tender. Unable to bear the sight of the downtrodden. Consider it a favor to me. Let them go. The realm was endowed with rich and pure spiritual energy, particularly in the vicinity of Linjiang City, making it an ideal locale for cultivation. Consequently, many individuals, despite minimal training, boasted considerable prowess. And among the crowd were several cultivators of the third realm. If a conflict were to ensue, the man in the black gold robe might not hold his ground. Thus, Ye Xing interjected, your favor? What standing do you possess? Mind your own business, or we shall deal with you as well. A cultivator shouted, his agitation evident. This sentiment resonated with the majority present. Ye Gansheng had already breached their limits, exposing their deepest secrets to the light. They could not abide the notion of such a person continuing to exist. While they refrained from acting against Ye Gansheng due to the city lord's decree, they deemed Ye Gansheng, an outsider, expendable. Ye Xing's countenance, usually jovial, darkened slightly as his hand moved toward the 3 butchering knives strapped to his back. Just as he prepared to intimidate this unruly crowd, Ye Gansheng spoke up. Did you not hear them? Depart at once. Do not disgrace yourself here. Ye Gansheng's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Upon hearing his words, every gaze in the room turned toward him, including that of Ye Gansheng on the ground. It was evident to the discerning that Ye Xing had emerged to assist Ye Gansheng. Had Ye Xing not intervened, Ye Gansheng might have already succumbed to a barrage of blows. However, it was one thing for Ye Gansheng not to express gratitude, but to confront Ye Xing alongside those who wished to take his life. What was going on? Was he truly seeking death today? If anyone present was utterly bewildered, it was undoubtedly Ye Xing, who had been advocating for Ye Gansheng. His pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze on Ye Gansheng, who, despite being defended, had the audacity to tell him to leave. It was an inversion of the heavens. You are speaking of me? Ye Xing exclaimed in shock, pointing at himself in disbelief. Consider Ye Xing at his zenith, where even the city lord would respectfully address him as Lord Ye. Now, a mere boy, yet to grow a single hair, dared to act so arrogantly before him. It was a blatant disregard for life. Ye Gansheng showed no signs of retreat, enduring Ye Xing's murderous glare, and disdainfully remarked, are you not referring to the large pig behind you? If everyone is letting you go, why not hasten your departure? This made sense, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Although their intention for Ye Xing to leave was to deal with Ye Gansheng, the latter's suggestion, albeit unreasonable, was indeed fitting. Ye Xing was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Ye Gansheng, momentarily forgetting to conceal his identity, and demanded, do you have any idea who your pig grandpa is? How dare you act so brazenly in my presence? Ye Gansheng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, a butcher, of course. Wielding a cleaver. Do you truly believe yourself to be a grand cultivator? If you are merely a butcher, return to your trade and fulfill your duties, will you? Exactly. What business do you, a mere butcher, have in this affair? This does not concern you at all. If you cannot even handle your trade, how dare you aspire to be a hero? You cannot possibly think you look impressive right now, can you? Your face severely limits that possibility. Do you understand? In this era, truly, all sorts of people abound. Ye Xing, repeatedly challenged by Ye Gansheng and the assembly of cultivators, was genuinely enraged. He pointed at Ye Gansheng and declared loudly, fine. I shall witness how you meet your demise at their hands without my intervention. Fuming, Ye Xing returned to his establishment, his eyes burning with rage as he stared at Ye Gansheng, still encircled by the crowd. Initially, he had hesitated to take action, reluctant to reveal his true strength. Now, it seemed he could observe the little rascal being thoroughly beaten without needing to expose himself. It was sheer delight. A voice coldly remarked, humph. I shall see how you beg me for mercy later. Ye Gansheng's cultivation was not low. Ye Xing had discerned that from the beginning. However, the level of cultivation he had achieved did not grant him the ability to traverse the world with impunity, even at the southern gate. Thus, Ye Gansheng's defeat was inevitable. With Ye Xing finally gone, Ye Gansheng let out a sigh of relief. The feelings he had for Ye Gansheng were his alone. He would never share them with anyone. He intended for Ye Gansheng to support him unconditionally, regardless of her future stance. If another could sway Ye Gansheng's decisions, he would not keep her around, for she was far too dangerous. The cursed body is no trifling matter. It possesses the ability to revive the deceased and can also take lives unseen. Furthermore, Ye Gansheng does not perceive himself as a virtuous individual. One must be cautious not to invite danger into their abode. Ye Gansheng gradually bent down, lifting the grimy little girl, Si Jiangsha, who appeared somewhat bashful. However, the question that had just been posed troubled her greatly. Summoning all her courage, she gazed into Ye Gansheng's eyes and inquired, "Big brother, why did you say that?" Ye Gansheng replied gently, "Because this is our affair, we cannot involve others. Do you understand?" Chapter 92, A Lesson? Though Si Jiangsha's small face was soiled, her eyes shone brightly, large and round, as she stared at Ye Gansheng through the misty haze, her small hands fidgeting, unsure of what to do. In this moment, an emotion long lost to her was rekindled, an emotion of love. It had been far too long since her family had passed away. This was the first time someone referred to her as us. The first time anyone refrained from striking or scolding her, and even stood by her side. Tears eventually streamed down her cheeks as she obediently nodded, acknowledging Ye Gansheng's earlier words. A comforting smile graced Ye Gansheng's lips as he slowly stood, having gained Si Jiangsha's initial trust. Next, of course, was the cliché act of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. He intended to teach a lesson to all those who had bullied Si Jiangsha, deepening her impression of him while demonstrating his strength, assuring her that following him would ensure her safety. The cursed body harbors a profound resentment. Even now, Si Jiangsha, under the misguided belief that she was the one responsible for her parents' demise, subconsciously loathed those who had mistreated her. Thus, delivering retribution upon these individuals would serve as a form of vengeance for Si Jiangsha, a hero avenging the wronged. Even if Si Jiangsha understood his ulterior motives, she would not resist. "Come on, I too wish to vent my frustrations for this little girl. Use all your strength. Let me witness if those of the world truly surpass the practitioners outside." To add a touch of brutality to the confrontation, Ye Gansheng deliberately provoked these individuals. As expected, upon hearing Ye Gansheng's taunting words, they were instantly enraged. Some practitioners of the third realm began to circulate their energy, preparing to teach Ye Gansheng a lesson. In the rear, Zhu Sandao, having returned to the butcher's shop, shook his head repeatedly, believing Ye Gansheng's actions were tantamount to courting death. Just moments ago, based on Ye Gansheng's cultivation, even if he couldn't win, he could at least flee. Now, if he attempted to escape, those incensed practitioners would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Could it be that this lad is truly out of his mind? Yet he appeared otherwise. Zhu Sandao suddenly recalled someone mentioned by Ye Xing and Lu Linjiang a few days prior, someone who was expected to arrive at the world today. Could it be this very boy before him? Zhu Sandao gazed at Ye Gansheng's figure, ultimately shaking his head. His cultivation was far too low to be the one. "Let us silence this brat for his reckless words," someone shouted, and thus a grand battle was about to ensue. Confronted by a menacing crowd, Ye Gansheng merely cradled the fallen Si Jiangsha in one arm, while with the other he unleashed a forceful strike that sent the nearest assailant hurtling through the air. Those who dared to provoke him did not underestimate his prowess. Despite their initial surprise at Ye Gansheng's formidable strength, the others quickly resumed their assault, undeterred. Yet, how could they possibly land a blow on someone possessing the 8 Desolation's untraceable steps? Even a celestial-level technique, when placed within the so-called sacred land of the human race, would be regarded as a rare treasure, and its capabilities were beyond question. The surrounding individuals found themselves unable to touch Ye Gansheng, who danced through the throng like a startled swan, vanishing from sight as soon as they attempted to react. Such astounding speed. Zhu Sandao's expression shifted from one of casual indifference to earnest contemplation. As he observed Ye Gansheng's agile movements, he instinctively remarked, "This speed could only be discernible by someone above the 5th realm. He truly possesses considerable strength." Si Jiangsha, nestled in Ye Gansheng's embrace and bracing for death, was astonished to find herself untouched amidst the onslaught. Curiosity compelled her to gaze at the face of the person holding her, who met her eyes with a reassuring glance. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze. Once Ye Gansheng had dispatched the crowd, and they were left panting and exhausted, he leisurely inquired, "Weren't you all intending to teach me a lesson? What does it mean to lie on the ground motionless?" At these words, several weary individuals sprang to their feet, indignantly retorting, "If you have the ability, don't run." With determined glances exchanged, they charged once more, this time armed with weapons. A moment's inattention could spell doom not only for Ye Gansheng, but also for Ye Gansheng and his arms, who could fall victim to their frenzied blades. The atmosphere was charged with fury. The assembled crowd was beyond enraged, their rationality cast aside. Many subconsciously believed that eliminating Ye Gansheng alongside Ye Gansheng might not be such a bad outcome. Why don't you run? Zhu Sandao, from the butcher shop, was left speechless as he witnessed Ye Gansheng standing still, holding Ye Gansheng. Given his obvious advantage in speed, why did he not capitalize on it, and instead remain stationary? Zhu Sandao was perplexed. The throng had already encircled him, and there was no opportunity to flee. Just as he resolved to reveal his own strength and intervene on Ye Gansheng's behalf, a horrifying spectacle froze his hand in midair. Faced with the aggressive cultivators from the south gate, Ye Gansheng remained motionless, merely raising his hand. Suddenly, everyone appeared to be under a spell, as they all halted in place. No action could escape the paralysis, even those suspended in midair, indicating that Ye Gansheng's technique was not a mere immobilization, but a complete suspension of time for all present. How extraordinary! Was this a particular talent or some other form of technique? Even Zhu Sandao, well-traveled and experienced across the Yuanling continent, had only witnessed such abilities in those possessing time-related talents. Yet, could Ye Gansheng truly possess a gift of time? It seemed implausible. As Ye Gansheng navigated through the crowd, he placed the silk scarf of Ye Gansheng on the ground. Then, amidst Ye Gansheng's astonished and disbelieving gaze, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Instantly, the cultivators at the south gate, who had assumed various aggressive stances, were all sent flying. Some, who were already airborne, soared dozens of meters into the sky, their inevitable descent promising a gruesome fate. However, one individual remained, the owner of the noodle shop, the very person who had just splashed broth onto Ye Gansheng. Without pausing, Ye Gansheng lifted a bowl of scalding hot noodle soup and advanced towards the shopkeeper, raising the bowl above his head and then performing a downward motion with his other hand. The noodle shop owner stirred, bewildered and still unprepared, when the boiling broth cascaded down upon him. The shopkeeper instantly writhed in agony, suffering greatly. Ye Gansheng, witnessing the entire spectacle, found herself staring blankly at the writhing, screaming noodle shop owner. Strangely, although it was an undeniably cruel scene, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief and satisfaction. Chapter 93. Where have the bodies of my parents gone? Though Ye Gansheng's cultivation might not be deemed exceptionally high, he possessed numerous techniques. The demands of the Dao bone on mental cultivation were stringent, yet fortuitously his practice was of the highest order, an imperial-level technique. Coupled with his comprehension of the Dao bone's applications from his previous life, he found himself unyielding even against adversaries of 1 or 2 realms above him, often achieving counterattacks with ease. Those who intended to leverage their numerical advantage against him faced overwhelming dominance. He offered no chances for reprieve. The noodle shop owner writhed in agony on the ground, as did the other cultivators. Ye Gansheng clapped his hands and approached Ye Gansheng, extending his hand and inquiring, "Can you stand on your own?" Snapping back to reality from her reverie, Ye Gansheng gazed at Ye Gansheng as though he were a savior, her expression shifting from one of exhilaration to deep gratitude. She summoned her strength to rise, responding, "I can." Despite suffering severe injuries and feeling as though she could close her eyes forever, an inexplicable vigor surged within her when meeting Ye Gansheng's gaze. She felt empowered to stand, aware that he disdained weakness. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked, "May I know your name?" Ye Gansheng's eyes reflected approval as he earnestly replied, "I am Ye Gansheng." Ye Gansheng, feeling a surge of emotions, hesitated, torn between wanting to express her thoughts and fearing she might overstep. With a light chuckle, Ye Gansheng remarked, "Your name is beautiful, Ye Gansheng. May I call you Sha? Realization dawned upon Ye Gansheng, leaving her in disbelief. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Ye Gansheng. "Are you truly going to take me with you, big brother?" she asked, unable to fathom the notion. Yet, it seemed that Ye Gansheng's words hinted at such a possibility. Deep down, she yearned for it, hoping to be taken away by him, though she questioned the feasibility of such an event. After all, who would wish to carry a burden like her, even if it was merely a rumor? She initially believed that Ye Gansheng was merely being kind-hearted, feeling pity for her plight, and never imagined that she could actually be adopted. Now, to her astonishment, her innermost wishes had come true. She was overwhelmed with excitement, to the point of being rendered speechless. Do not weep. No one shall dare to bully you again, Ye Gansheng said, crouching down to gently wipe away the tears from Ye Gansheng's eyes. The situation turned out to be far more manageable than he had anticipated. Gaining Ye Gansheng's trust proved challenging at first, yet the actions of the noodle shop owner and others unexpectedly simplified the matter considerably, saving him a great deal of trouble. The scene of the filthy little girl being adopted was undeniably poignant, yet those around them remained skeptical, as Ye Gansheng was indeed the source of calamity. And this was not mere hearsay, it was a stark reality. While many past tragedies were not directly attributable to Ye Gansheng, the moment when she drew sustenance from her parents, connecting with them, was witnessed clearly by everyone present. There could be no mistake. Thus, even though Ye Gansheng herself bore no guilt, keeping her close, or allowing her to remain, was undoubtedly a grave error. However, this concern was irrelevant to them, as long as Ye Gansheng could depart from the southern entrance. They chose to refrain from further comments. Ye Gansheng, indifferent to the opinions of others, was solely focused on Ye Gansheng's abilities, believing he could address any other issues that might arise. Therefore, even upon learning of their doubts, he remained unfazed. Are you hungry? Ye Gansheng inquired. Ye Gansheng nodded in response. Is there anything you need to collect from your home? He glanced around, noting that aside from a pork shop, there were no other eateries in sight. Initially, Ye Gansheng shook her head, but then she reconsidered and replied, Big brother, may I return home for a moment? I promise to be back quickly. Observing her eagerness, Ye Gansheng smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, From now on, we are family. There is no need for such urgency. Lead the way to your home. Ye Gansheng beamed with a sweet smile, nodding vigorously before guiding Ye Gansheng away, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Particularly, Zhu Sandao was astonished, never having expected Ye Gansheng to possess such formidable strength. In the presence of so many, he had swiftly dealt with everyone in mere moments, an exaggeration indeed. Even that so-called heroic youth was hardly comparable, he mused, contemplating the potential for training that might allow him to engage in a wager. As he watched Ye Gansheng's retreating figure, Zhu Sandao muttered to himself, Though defeating everyone just now may not seem remarkable, it is evident that what he displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. His true strength undoubtedly exceeds the fourth realm. I wonder which powerful figure's disciple he is, for I have never encountered him before. Meanwhile, Ye Gansheng followed Ye Gansheng into a dilapidated temple. Inside, the statue of Guanyin was both damaged and crooked, and together with the walls and the tilted statue, they formed a natural barrier of protection. A layer of rice husks covered the ground, indicating that this was where Ye Gansheng slept. Big brother, please make yourself comfortable, she said warmly, wiping a relatively clean stone with her sleeve to invite Ye Gansheng to sit. Yet, Ye Gansheng did not refuse. Have you been living here all along? He inquired. Well, it can be considered a shelter from the storm, she replied. Although he had anticipated that the place where Ye Gansheng resided would not be particularly pleasant, the dilapidated condition before him surpassed his expectations. Moreover, he couldn't shake off the feeling that this crumbling temple exuded an air of strangeness, though he couldn't tell if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yes, my previous residence was burned down, leaving me with no choice but to stay here. In truth, I have nothing of value to retrieve. I merely wish to pay my final respects to the deities before departing, Ye Gansheng explained. Kneeling before the weathered statue of Guanyin, Ye Gansheng remained silent, waiting for her to finish her prayers. As she rose, he asked, What about your parents? Were they also lost in the fire? Ye Gansheng hesitated for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, she replied, No. The reason remained unspoken. Ye Gansheng regarded her in silence for a considerable time before saying, Since you have finished your prayers, let us take our leave. His tone was noticeably colder than before, and this time he did not wait for Ye Gansheng. His abrupt change in demeanor sent her into a state of panic. She had only just found someone willing to care for her, and she was reluctant to lose him so easily. Raising her voice, she exclaimed, They were taken away. My mother and my sister in her womb were both taken from me. Chapter 94. The Longing of Princess Zhou Huanling of Da Zhou. Do you remember who did it? Ye Gansheng asked. Ye Gansheng shook her head earnestly, indicating her ignorance. Fearing he might doubt her sincerity, she emphasized her claim once more. Eventually, Ye Gansheng's expression softened as he said to her, It matters not if you cannot recall. We shall discuss it another time. Ye Gansheng managed to smile through her tears. Based on what the individuals at the South Gate had mentioned regarding the alchemy of living beings, he had already formed a conjecture. The revelation that Ye Gansheng's mother had also been taken strengthened his conviction. It was evident that someone had prior knowledge of Ye Gansheng's unique constitution, for under normal circumstances, her condition was incomplete, rendering any investigation exceedingly challenging. If someone could discern her extraordinary nature despite its incompleteness, that individual must be truly remarkable. However, what intrigued Ye Gansheng even more than this was the concept of alchemy involving the living, using family members as sustenance. What purpose could it possibly serve? For reasons unknown, Ye Gansheng felt that Ye Gansheng harbored a significant secret, one that was intertwined with the person who had once taken her corpse away. He could not fathom its implications. His quest for Ye Gansheng was initially motivated by a desire to utilize her. Should she possess additional potential, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet, he remained in the dark regarding the specifics, and given her tender age, inquiries would yield little fruit. Ultimately, Ye Gansheng resolved to continue on his path without further delay. The pressing matter at hand was to enhance his own strength, for the group from the Celestial Mountain would soon make their move. Whether they sought to further test him or present sufficient sincerity for his participation in the forthcoming wager with the Demon Clan, strength was indispensable. Returning to the butcher shop, as there were no other eateries in the vicinity, Ye Gansheng had no choice but to settle for purchasing some pork to nourish Ye Gansheng. At present, Ye Gansheng appeared exceedingly emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. 3 pounds of pork, Ye Gansheng instructed Zhu Sandao, who was inside the shop. Beside him, Ye Gansheng swallowed hard at the sight of the meat, her excessive hunger rendering her indifferent even to raw flesh. Zhu Sandao had assumed Ye Gansheng had departed, so he was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected return. "Why are you back?" he queried, gruffly. "What else with all the unnecessary chatter?" "Hurry up and sell me the pork," Ye Gansheng replied, his brow furrowed and his tone brusque. Zhu Sandao clenched his fists in frustration. Who was this young man to speak so presumptuously? It was infuriating. Yet, truth be told, he felt a measure of respect for Ye Gansheng. His strength was undeniable, but it was his chivalrous spirit that truly impressed Zhu. To take action for a little girl he barely knew was indeed commendable. Nevertheless, he thought, why not to be so arrogant? I want to sell it, but if it's for this little girl, she may come inside, and I shall personally roast a pig's head for her, Zhu Sandao declared, though he was reluctant to yield to Ye Gansheng.